Chapter 191. The bonfire was burning brightly. Ji-sun sat by the fire. His pale face gradually regained some vitality. He looked at the Andy Nan who had disappeared without a trace, and after thinking for a while, he finally sorted out some of his thoughts, and said to himself, the situation is really getting more and more complicated. This person did not appear out of thin air. He also felt that she did not come just for him. He had seen a legendary strongman in the secret palace before, and now he found that she, the High Priest of Orin, was also here. It can be seen that the layout of those old remnants in Lion City is indeed not small, and it seems that there is some big layout. However, the position of this Aunt Nan is also a bit subtle. It feels like she is still loyal to the Orlon royal family because of her identity as the High Priest, but she wants to leave some means of protection for her precious daughter. So she can't intervene directly. She can only find some other means as much as possible. For example, she found Ji-sun, a third party who is related. That's why she sneaked into the ruins, saved people, and then guided herself to find the Sismak Holy Grail. The layout is so clever that it is hard to figure out. Ji-sun can only glimpse one or two of the reasons he can think of. However, this complicated thought only flashed through his mind. Ji-sun doesn't care about the layout of those politicians, and the remnants of the old era. Now that he knows that he has 3 months left to live, he is more concerned about how to get a better experience. He observed the surrounding environment. The hiding place chosen by that person is probably safe. Ji-sun is not in a hurry to leave. Now that he is alive, he has time to think about what happened. He survived the fierce battle, and seemed to have gained a lot of unexpected gains. He looked at the scabbard that Auntie Nan had given him before she left, then picked up the X099 useless great sword on the ground, and tried to insert the sword into the scabbard. When the tip of the sword touched the mouth of the scabbard, a space crack emerged, and the two-handed greatsword nearly half a meter wide was inserted into the scabbard little by little. Is this the law of space? Ji-sun looked at the magical scene in front of him, and felt very novel. After trying to shake it, the weight didn't change much, but the size was much smaller. In this way, this big sword with a hole in it finally became less conspicuous. It wouldn't be recognized at a glance. Ji-sun pulled out the sword again. I didn't have time to observe it carefully before, so now is a good time to try. It was pitch black, like ordinary black iron, and looked ordinary. After trying it, even a scalpel with a sharpness +9 could not leave a mark on the sword. This is its only known entry, indestructible. But it was with this disaster object that Atai realized the curse seal, and successfully entered the 3rd level card master threshold. This great sword must have other uses. Thinking of this, Ji-sun poured the curse power into the great sword. After this injection, he immediately noticed something and exclaimed, "Is it really so?" This disaster object is called Useless Great Sword. The sword is as its name suggests. For ordinary people, it has no other use except being huge and hard. But Ji-sun now knows that disaster objects are all super-level treasures. The reason why it is useless is that the holder has not met the conditions for use. Ji-sun felt it carefully. After his own curse power was poured into the sword, it seemed to be constrained by a special trajectory, and then gradually woven into a special pattern. It felt like a dry river channel, which was naturally twisted into shape after water was poured in. Is this the curse seal? Ji-sun felt that the curse power was woven into a complex shape. He had seen it in the classics before. This weaving process is actually the process of purifying the curse power, condensing the elemental imprint, and comprehending the curse seal. It feels like knitting a sweater. Earth, wind, water, fire, light, dark, gold, wood, and various elements are like a colored yarn. Then use some special rules to knit. Usually this trajectory needs to be tried and felt by yourself. Then weave the most stable and suitable structure for your career path, whether it is defense, magic upgrade, or agility. It is already difficult to weave a pattern with one thread. Add one more thread, and the difficulty increases geometrically. This is also why when buying breathing methods before, everyone would think that single-element breathing methods are better. Ji-sun's gluttonous breathing method absorbs all elemental spell power, and there are many elemental threads in his body. This makes it extremely difficult to weave a stable structure. This is also why he was extremely confused when he saw the mysterious spell seal on a tie before. After all, that guy practiced the same breathing method as him, although it was not full of elements, but it was said that he also practiced 5 elements at the same time. Therefore, Ji-sun felt that the complex and stable structure of his spell seal was not something that a 2nd or 3rd level card master could understand. Now it seems that it is the work of this useless sword. After the sword is infused with mana, there will be a woven track in the sword body. People don't have to think about whether the woven structure is stable. Just focus on condensing the mana into marks according to those fixed tracks. The most difficult step is directly saved. It's really like this. Ji-sun carefully experienced the feasibility of the conjecture, and was deeply moved. If Ji-sun himself discovered that the useless sword had this function, he might still doubt whether his discovery was feasible. But Atai's successful case is already in front of him. He doesn't need to worry too much, just try it directly. Theoretically, as long as he spends time to condense the curse seal according to this idea, he will have no threshold to enter the third level. But it is because it is too easy that Ji-sun feels a little bit unbelievable. After all, the third level is a recognized big threshold for card masters. No one can help, he can only rely on his own understanding. He has consulted some masters before and read the classics, but he has not found the advanced ideas for himself as a full element card master. I thought I would be stuck at this bottleneck for a long time, or even for a lifetime. I never expected it to be solved so easily. This made Ji-sun instinctively feel that it was too coincidental. It felt like an exclusive treasure that Atai had specially sent to me. Thoughts raced in his mind. This great sword, apart from other unknown effects, just the fact that it could condense the curse seal was enough to be called a treasure. Especially for Ji-sun's situation. He tried it, then put down the great sword, and thought of something else in his mind. If I remember correctly, this sword seemed to have been robbed from Big Ivan's shop. This kind of disaster level thing is not accessible to the lower class, but it makes no sense that the nobles don't know about it. Why did you auction it before? Ji-sun thought for a moment, and always felt that something was a bit strange. But since the things are already in hand, it's redundant to think about other things. Ji-sun didn't bother about it anymore. He put the sword into the scabbard and carried it on his back. Mastering the curse seal requires condensing the curse seal little by little, which takes a lot of time, which is why Atai always carries the sword on his back. Ji-sun packed up the great sword, and then checked the changes on his panel. I was so busy killing people before that I didn't take a closer look. After understanding the magic solution, Joker gained another entry, Stealing God, which can absorb negative mental power within the range to improve one's understanding of the laws of the world. After carefully studying the description of the entry, Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly, and said to himself, TSK, with this entry, it seems easier to advance in the future. After careful consideration, he was more certain that he was following the path of the old gods. A more accurate description is becoming a god through incense, and he is on the path of concentrating the mind through filth. Taking the path of a god with a human body? TSK, what a person is Mr. M who created the card master system. With the suppression of the clown mask anchor of humanity, the job is complete. Ji-sun took a look and didn't think much about it. This entry is like Feast, which takes time to accumulate, and it is also a superb talent in the late stage. On the contrary, Ji-sun is very interested in magic solution. I am more interested in the enhancement brought by the body. After all, there are many more skills on the panel at this moment, such as Tiger Cannon Fist, Gun Kick, 16 Ancient Martial Arts Fist, and Spell Power Transformation. These are all copied from Atai. These are all excellent martial arts for fighters. At that time, the kind of life and death battle and killing, it happened unconsciously. Now seeing these skills, Ji-sun is a little unbelievable now. He actually learned so much. This feeling is more intense than directly obtaining some skill cards. The skill card only mastered some LV0 skills, but now, he has mastered a lot of martial arts that he is proficient or even mastered. Not only other people's martial arts, but also his own martial arts proficiency has increased dramatically. This learning ability is so exaggerated that even he himself is surprised. Can't bear the expectation in his heart. Give it a try? Ji-sun recalled the feeling of the magic solution at the beginning, and the mana in his body surged according to a specific law, and he whispered in his heart, magic solution. However, disappointingly, the magic solution failed. There was no strange vision. I hadn't thought about how to do it in the critical moment before, but now I tried it, and found that there were many mysteries in it. Ji-sun frowned and analyzed in his heart. Isn't it just a matter of magic power? After thinking about it, he started to try again. Once, twice, 3 times, countless times. Until half an hour later, at an inadvertent moment, a clown phantom suddenly appeared behind Ji-sun. At that moment, the rolling magic power surged, and a strange and weird aura rose from his body. TSK, so that's how it is. Ji-sun raised his lips, having understood the trick of magic solution. He narrowed his eyes slightly, and stared at the bonfire in front of him. The world became clear, and the fire element was jumping like gravel. The mantra power in his body was also condensed into a tight state, or was this the power of the devil? But then again, using this state of mantra power to condense the mantra seal, there is no need to condense it at all. It seems to be done directly. Ji-sun suddenly figured out the key logic of rank promotion. The third level spell seal condensation is actually to lay the foundation for entering the fourth level. And using the magic solution that can only be understood by the fourth level to understand the third level spell seal, there is naturally no threshold. In other words, once Ji-sun advances to the third level, there will be no bottleneck in the fourth level. But he didn't think so far. Once the magic solution is achieved, there will be a world of difference. No wonder the gap is so big. Ji-sun carefully comprehended the current magic solution, the state of being blessed by the power of the demon god. But I also noticed some differences. After other professional card masters release the magic, their combat power will be greatly increased. But Joker is very special, and there is no particularly large increase in combat power. In addition to the critical hit of the basic attack and the secret of martial arts, the most outstanding ones at present are insight and learning ability, but it is the incredible learning ability that makes Ji-sun feel particularly surprised and has unlimited potential. He took out the copper piece with the immortal curse in his hand and looked at it carefully. The high-level demon language that he couldn't understand before, he can now really understand a little bit. He can understand the part of the secrets that he can understand at his current cognitive level. Ji-sun estimated that he understood about 20% to 30% of the 10 levels of secrets recorded on the copper plate. This is already a great surprise. Normally, the 52 secret magics can only be understood after the card master of the corresponding sequence has solved them. Ji-sun is not in the Diamond 3 Plague Doctor sequence, but he still understood it. Joker's magic solution seems to be a higher-level cognitive method that allows him to understand all the forbidden magics of the demons? TSK, doesn't this mean that I can also comprehend various forbidden magic techniques by myself in the future? Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly, immersed in the mysterious and complex artistic conception of the ancient demon language. However, the current learning ability is different from the efficiency of comprehension during the previous battle. At that time, there was also the blessing of death terror, so the learning ability was so exaggerated. Now there is only magic solution, which is still a little short. But it is enough. Ji-sun looked at the copper plate, then looked at the manuscript of the hegemony secret method, and the secret book of the legendary martial arts palace palm, and then began to read many profound books that he had never understood before. His current learning ability is no longer a simple memory. It is the level of reading and understanding. With the help of magic, Ji-sun can understand extraordinary knowledge that is far beyond his current cognition. With the help of multiple thoughts in his mind, he can read 10 lines at a glance. He flipped through the books in front of him very quickly. All he could hear was the sound of pages turning. In his mind, countless symbolic knowledge also poured in like a whale. But the good times didn't last long, and the clown shadow behind Ji-sun suddenly disappeared. Ji-sun felt the depletion of the mantra in his body, and understood what happened. He exhaled a breath of foul air and murmured, "The energy and mantra consumption is very exaggerated. The mantra consumption of magic release is like breaking a jar to leak water, which is greater than any martial arts consumption." His current second-level mantra value of more than 10,000 points was quickly consumed. Mentally, there was also a strong sense of fatigue. Before, it was because of desperate efforts, and it was not worth the life to maintain it. Now it is not necessary. Seeing that the mantra power was almost consumed, Ji-sun lifted the magic release state and began to meditate to recover. He thought of something else, thinking, but then again, I have to find a way to find the subsequent formulas of the gluttony breathing method. Now he has mastered the formulas of the 12-level breathing method, and it is difficult to increase the upper limit of the spell power by relying on this basic formula. Ji-sun could only think that a time might have some subsequent formulas. Ji-sun was meditating by the fire, while flipping through various classics as usual. He did not give up learning knowledge just because he had 3 months left to live, which was a daily way that made him feel plain but long-lasting joy. However, as he was reading, he suddenly felt something in his heart. Huh? Ji-sun also knew what happened. He took out the bookmark stuck in the book. The mysterious Miss A.U., as expected, had a new letter. Mr. Chaoyang, thank you for your encouragement, which made me recognize my own heart. After thinking carefully, I also feel that I should choose my own life. Love is voluntary, and there is no regret after it is done. How wise your words are. Although we have never met, I think you must be knowledgeable and wise. Oh, sorry for saying some useless things. Back to the previous question, I can hardly imagine myself spending my life with a guy who I don't know at all, and whose character is so bad. That makes me feel that my life is bleak. Your reply gave me courage. I have seriously considered it. I must refuse the marriage arranged by my family. I want to walk my own path in life. I yearn for freedom and beauty, not to be a tool for marriage and waste my life. Even if I die for this, the content of the letter is not long. But there is a strong tragic emotion between the lines. It makes people feel as if they have seen an ignorant little girl grow up to be a very independent girl. A rose and bud, she is beautiful but has thorns. Rebellious and impulsive. Ji-sun looked at the letter and raised his eyebrows slightly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. This girl broke up the marriage. She is brave. I don't think there is anything wrong with it. However, the noble girls of this era do have a kind of tool men use. Their existence is the bond of interest for the family. Because of his letter, it seems that the gears of fate have twisted. Ji-sun also felt that something was a bit strange. Is this the second rebellious girl who rebelled because of his instigation? Ji-sun immediately thought of Katerina. When they first met, no matter how beautiful the silver mist rose was, she only gave him the feeling of a canary. He was not interested at all. But Katerina tried her best before. Hero trial. After that, Ji-sun changed his mind. It was like the beautiful girl in the oil painting walked out of the frame, and she looked like a living soul. Ji-sun also felt that Katerina had really entered his field of vision. Only interesting souls can become friends. His thoughts turned. Ji-sun finished reading the content of the letter, which basically said that Yu was going to regret the engagement. He didn't think about it. Would it succeed? Or would he be beaten by the family and continue the marriage? Although the few words in his reply could make people yearn for freedom. But in this system, the control of the noble family is far beyond the imagination of the lower class. Even if a girl like Catalina, who has a firm consciousness, strong strength and courage far beyond ordinary people, wants to pursue her own life, she almost died several times because of regretting the engagement this time. It is even more difficult for ordinary noble ladies. Ji-sun is very clear about this. Just when he was thinking about how to reply to the letter to make the pen pal's situation not so bad, new content appeared on the news signature again. But looking at the first line of words, Ji-sun saw that this was obviously the second letter. It seems that the time between writing and the last letter is quite long. Strange. I read on while thinking. Sorry, Mr. Chaoyang, I haven't written to you for a long time. It seems that there is a problem with the stamps, and I haven't received your reply. But I still have a lot to say. Because I have been through a lot recently. Last time I told you that I refused the marriage. Then the elders of the family were very angry, and even my parents thought I was ignorant and making trouble, but I insisted. Later, the man heard about it, and it caused some bad feedback in the upper class. The elders were very angry that I had ruined this opportunity to squeeze into the circle of high-ranking nobles. I suffered all kinds of cold eyes and difficulties from the tribesmen. In order to make me surrender, they said they would deprive me of my surname, deprive me of the rewards of the adult trial, and deprive me of everything. I did not surrender. Then I was expelled from the family. The rank of this letter also came with a proud expression. Ji-sun looked at the expression and became strange. The plot was expected. The nobles had many ways to deal with those young ladies who did not obey their orders. Cut off the food supply was the most direct choice. Those young ladies of the nobles had no worries about food and clothing since childhood. If they really lost the family support, it would be difficult for them to survive. Not everyone is suitable for adventure and has the ability to pursue freedom. Ji-sun did not know much about the situation of Yu. However, just when he was thinking about whether he had harmed his pen friend, another line of handwriting appeared. The conversation suddenly changed. Wow, I was kidding you. I am super happy. Ha ha, I am very satisfied with my current life. Thank them for kicking me out. You know, Mr. Chaoyang, I feel real freedom. I was kicked out of the family. They thought I would admit my mistake and go back. But I didn't. It happened that I graduated from the college, and I chose to open a shop far away from the family. I used the strange knowledge you taught me, focusing on the sinking market and developing the civilian market that the big chambers of commerce looked down on. I quickly gained a foothold and made a lot of money. After carefully studying those methods, I realized how quiet and wonderful they were. Oh my God, you must be a polymath. You have studied human nature so thoroughly. Others would never believe that the low-end market that they despise can also make so much money. Wow, if I don't tell anyone, no one knows that my chamber of commerce makes so much money. You don't have to feel guilty. I didn't choose this path because of your instigation, but you really lit up my life. You are my benefactor. And my dear grandpa secretly helped me a lot. He originally thought I was just joking, but in the end, ha, Mr. Chaoyang, Can you imagine the expression of Grandpa when he came to see me secretly, and his beard was shocked and fell off? This also makes me more determined to take the path I want to take in the future, and I will continue to walk on it. When Ji-sun saw this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He seemed to see a flourishing flower blooming between the lines. Towards the sun. Confident and cheerful, becoming more and more tenacious and powerful. Apart from the plagiarized business methods he mentioned, Yu did not become depressed because of being expelled, but instead faced the difficulties head-on. This state of mind and ability are already very extraordinary. In order to turn hardships into ideal days, the difficulties and obstacles this girl experienced were far more than what was written in the letter. But at this moment, Ji-sun suddenly became curious about what kind of girl this mysterious pen pal would be. Innocent, smart, tenacious, lively, in short, let people see many shining points of human nature. What an interesting girl. Ji-sun read the letter carefully. He was also looking forward to the follow-up. But the content of the next letter was not so happy. But the bad thing is that my current Chamber of Commerce has improved, and I have more and more wealth and resources. I couldn't hide it after all. Although it is in a remote town, the reputation of the Chamber of Commerce is getting bigger and bigger. When the family knew about it, everyone was shocked. Although I liked to see their angry faces, it also attracted a lot of criticism. The elders wanted to take back my shop, saying that it was part of the family business. Some also said that I was a girl and was not suitable for business. They also said that it was all for my own good and that I would have a better future if I joined the family business. But I didn't use any family resources to open this shop. It was all my savings and selling mini jewelry that I loved since I was a child. Oh, I'm not stupid. Those old men have bad intentions. Ha ha ha. The most uncomfortable thing is that many young masters, and their families have come to propose marriage. But I don't want to get married at all. At least I won't get married before I meet the boy I like. Now I just want to run my Chamber of Commerce well and make a lot of money. I can't tell these words to others. I can only tell you. Sorry, Mr. Chaoyang, forgive my long-windedness. If there is a chance, I look forward to meeting Mr. Chaoyang. Ah, sorry for my impoliteness. It seems that ladies shouldn't say this. I feel so nervous just writing this sentence. Ha 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 ha, I don't care. I'm not a lady, I'm just myself. I'm looking forward to your reply, Mr. Chaoyang. Yu. The letter ends here. But when Ji-sun saw this, the smile on his face was completely lifted. The rest of the words are about the awakening of a few new age women, who don't want to get married, but want to make money. It seems that you really instigated a future big man. Ji-sun smiled softly. Judging from the content of the letter, Yu really has the potential to be a business tycoon. And this is a perfect protagonist script. The original family forced her into exile and marginalization, and then she came back to slap her in the face after she became successful. Ji-sun was also happy for this pen pal. He didn't want to see her wandering alone outside, and then accept the reality and be taken back to be a tool for marriage. In the end, Yu still tactfully expressed her desire to meet. Looking at her generous invitation, but in fact, the words were full of the girl. Shyness. It is really not in line with ladylike etiquette for a girl from a noble family to take the initiative to invite a strange man to meet. As pen pals, they chatted well and met in person. It is also a basic procedure. As a time traveler, Ji-sun did not find it strange at all. However, after reading the letter, his brows slightly frowned. Strange. Ji-sun read it again and confirmed his thoughts. There seems to be something wrong with the time span of the letter. When was this letter written? The time span of these two letters seems to be very large. From breaking off the engagement to being exiled to work on one's own, it would take at least a year and a half for a new guild to get off the ground, or even longer. This is the problem Ji-sun discovered. It took him only a month or two to read these letters. But the time span on the letter seemed to have passed a long time. Isn't the time of writing the letter equal to the time here? Ji-sun had experienced the time acceleration field and time reversal in the secret realm of the cave before, and now he has some special insights into the law of time in the universe. That's why I feel strange. But it's not strange after a second thought. This letter can appear out of thin air, which satisfies the abnormality of space, so it's reasonable that there is an abnormality of time. Or is it written well, because of some specific factors? I can see it, and the stamp mentioned in the letter? Ji-sun can't figure it out. Maybe meeting it can solve the doubts? It seems that I suddenly have some expectations. If I can live to that time. Ji-sun thought of this and wrote a reply. I am very happy to receive your letter. I have read it carefully. I am also very happy to see that you are well, but I am going to a very dangerous place, and I may not receive your letter in the future. If I could live, I would also look forward to meeting you, Miss Au. In any case, I am glad to meet you in my life." The reply was very brief. Most of it was from the heart. Before, he had thought of treating this pen pal as Doraemon. Wanted to test her and get some rewards. Just like last time. He remembered that he wrote a reply and asked Miss Au, who was obviously from an aristocratic family, about the method of understanding the curse seal in his situation. He did not get a response, maybe he forgot, or there was nothing else. Now that he has obtained the useless great sword, it is only a matter of time before he comprehends the curse seal. Ji-sun did not care at all. He still had 3 months to live, and those utilitarian thoughts faded. If he could live longer, Ji-sun would really be interested in meeting him in person. If he really died in that different dimension, this person would probably be one of the few people in this world who would remember and think of his existence. Worth remembering. After he finished writing the reply, he took a look, and put the bookmark back into the book. He always felt that this was probably the last time he would reply. He stayed in the hideout for another half a day before his body gradually recovered to the point where he could fight. On this day, the streets of a ruined city. A brown-haired hunter with a long sword on his back mixed in with the team returning to the city and walked into the Lion City. Looking at the wanted poster posted in the most conspicuous position at the gate of the city, Ji-sun grinned. In front of the notice board, there were many people watching the excitement. My goodness, he hasn't returned to the city for half a month. What's the situation with this wanted criminal? The reward for killing Governor Chow Yu last time was only 100 million. What on earth did this guy do now that the reward has soared to 500 million? 5 million for providing information? TSK, a mobile vault. Let's forget about it. With such a high reward, those nobles didn't catch him. He must have some extraordinary skills. Isn't he a second-level card master? How strong can he be? Hey, you say, could it be that the guy kidnapped the daughter of a noble family? I heard before that a certain daughter of the Lionheart family ran away from home. Oh, maybe she really eloped, otherwise the noble master wouldn't be so angry. Ha ha ha. The hunters passing by looked at the bounty notice and stopped to discuss it. Ji-sun also had a subtle expression. Has his bounty risen to 500 million? Although it is still a long way from the Revolutionary Army cadres and the SSS wanted criminals, who are worth tens of billions. But with the strength of the second level, Ji-sun is the first to have such a bounty. It can also be seen from this that it seems that someone from Bureau X or some other official force wants to catch him. But it is basically impossible to catch him now. The current clown mask can change all appearances and auras, and is also exempt from extremely high-level mysterious spells. As long as it is not the incomprehensible positioning method used by Bureau X last time, it is basically impossible for people to recognize him as Ji-sun. Now that he is in disguise, no one can recognize him. Ji-sun looked at the notice and roughly understood the hot spots in Lion City in recent days. In addition to the wanted order, there is also the development of the Deep Pit ruins. However, there is something that ordinary people cannot see. Ji-sun walked into the city and saw something else. Black emotional threads were gathering from all directions inside and outside the city, gathering in a building in the city. Others cannot see this kind of thread. But Ji-sun, who had been released from the magic, could see it clearly. Fear emotion? No wonder. Ji-sun squinted his eyes and looked at the fear emotion threads that were gathering, with a little confusion in his eyes. Who did it? Thinking about the past, those hunters would have nightmares, as if they were providing nutrients for this emotion. Is this the source? Ji-sun didn't understand why before. Now seeing those silk threads, it suddenly dawned on him. Looking at the situation, it seemed that someone was deliberately collecting fear emotions. It felt like the entire Lion City was shrouded in a huge formation. Everyone was nutrients. Golden Oak Security Company? Ji-sun remembered that the building where the silk threads gathered was the branch of Golden Oak. And he also happened to know that the big boss behind this security company was the remnant of the old times of the Oran dynasty. Then he thought about Nanjing's mother, and the Oran legendary strongmen, who were also in the city. Ji-sun couldn't help but wonder, could it be that an important figure in the Oran dynasty is also practicing a similar secret method? After he himself was released from the magic, he could absorb negative emotions to enhance his world perception. But he never thought of making such an exaggerated move, so that the people in the entire city would provide him with nutrients. I don't have that ability. Then, there is the single emotion of fear. Only the survivors of Oran can afford such a big deal. Or a very important person. Could it be that Black Spade K Tyrant needs this kind of mental power? Seeing this, Ji-sun suddenly thought of some secrets of Orin that Nanjing had mentioned. The only known way of Black Spade K is royal power, and other abilities are unknown to outsiders. But the means of absorbing negative mental power, except for the old gods, ordinary people are not qualified to absorb it. Ji-sun himself got this ability after the demon mark was deciphered. Other professional sequences can do it, so it's not surprising. I thought there were only 52 demon god source cards. Thinking of this, Ji-sun tried to steal a trace of that fear emotion, and enlightenment emerged at the first time. You capture a trace of fear emotion, and your perception is slightly improved. Seeing this, he immediately sneered, haha. I don't know what the guy behind the scenes is going to do, but where did Ji-sun see this? It was like someone had smelted the gold and made it into gold bricks. And Ji-sun was the one who could move the gold bricks. This was useless to others, but it was a great tonic for him, and in this environment, it was hard for people not to have bad thoughts. Ji-sun's eyes flashed with strangeness. He was also afraid that absorbing those fear emotions in public would attract the attention of the people who planned it. So he didn't absorb much and walked directly into the city. Chapter 192. With the disguise of a clown mask, Ji-sun swaggered into the Lion City under the gaze of a group of perception masters at the city gate. After not returning for many days, the city has changed a lot. All kinds of buildings have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. Steel and steam chimneys are the main themes of the city, and the construction sites are also very lively. The steam trains from the innocent city continuously transport a large number of outsiders every day. The streets are filled with hunters and speculators carrying guns and swords. Ji-sun was dressed in ordinary swordsman's clothes and blended into the crowd, not conspicuous at all. Looking at the black lines of mental power that gathered on the Golden Oak Company building in the city, he also figured out some outlines of the conspiracy in his mind. The Lionheart family couldn't have been unaware of the huge movement of absorbing terror emotions. So, the Lionheart family also intended to build this new city, in addition to opening up Wasteland, to provide nutrients for the big man of the Orlan dynasty. TSK, these powerful people really don't treat the lower class as human beings. Thinking of this, Ji-sun showed a hint of sarcasm on his face. The so-called nobles are nothing more than this. The exploitation methods of the upper nobles on the lower class are really dirty and bloody. A large sum of money was spent to build such a lion city, and ordinary hunters thought it was an opportunity to make a fortune. But after actually coming here, not only do they have to risk their lives to open up Wasteland for the noble class, but they are also used as spiritual nourishment. Being in a fearful environment for a long time, mental pollution and deficiency, although it will not lead to sudden death in a short period of time, it is definitely not a good thing. But everyone was kept in the dark. Human nature is really ugly. When Ji-sun thought of this, the sneer on his lips became more and more serious. He liked this kind of dirty world. Walking in the crowd, he also began to try to absorb the threads of fear. While walking, he also observed along the way. Originally, he wanted to go directly to the Hunters Guild and sign up for the exploration of the Third Holy Grail War, Siege of Iron Forge. However, while walking, he suddenly saw a familiar face in the crowd. A mushroom-headed teenager with a leather backpack was walking out of a restaurant, holding a plate in his hand, and walked towards a street with not too many people. Jia Yu? Ji-sun recognized the assistant, who was with Xie Guozhong. If I guess correctly, the last time his undercover identity was exposed, it should be one of the two assistants. Most likely it was the one called On. What is this mushroom-headed boy doing here? Ji-sun thought of something and followed him. There were many pedestrians on the street, and no one paid much attention to him. After walking a few steps, I saw the badge of the police station hanging on the street. Lion City has now influxed too many outsiders, and there are frequent public security cases in the city every day, such as drunkenness, theft and murder, and gang fights. The police station is also full of people. However, the speed of urban construction has not kept up with the planning, and the police station is like a simple warehouse. The prison is just some open-air iron fences. There are many prisoners in the iron fences, and you can see through them at a glance. When Ji-sun came over, he happened to see Mushroom Head carrying a plate to an iron fence. It turned out that he was here to deliver food. However, when Ji-sun looked at the scraggly bearded man in the iron cage, his pupils shrank slightly. Old Xie? Ji-sun's expression instantly became solemn. Seeing this old friend imprisoned, he immediately thought that he was implicated. After all, in the secret realm before, without Xie Guozhong's cover, Ji-sun was hunted down by those people from the X-Bureau, and it was impossible for him to escape and survive. And according to what Nanjing's mother said later, he was hunted down because of Nanjing's fate. Although he didn't understand what happened, this matter was definitely huge. Xie Guizhong helped the important target escape, so he definitely bears a lot of responsibility. However, when Ji-sun saw this, something immediately occurred to him, and he thought, is the deliberate detention aimed at me? This iron cage cannot hold a master of Xie Guizhong's level. The only explanation is that he was locked up voluntarily. Or for some reason, he had to stay here. For example, there are masters nearby. He was locked up in such a conspicuous place. It is likely that those people from the X-Bureau are unwilling to give up, and want to lure the relevant personnel out. It was obviously an open plot, but the bait was irresistible. Ji-sun thought of this, and walked over without any fear of danger. At the same time, Jia Yu, the mushroom-headed man, was handing the fragrant roast chicken and wine jug to the cage. Xie Guizhong took a bite of the roast chicken, his mouth full of oil, and took a sip of the fragrant wine from time to time. Other prisoners on the side swallowed their saliva, but no one dared to approach. Xie Guizhong's murderous aura was not something that a low-level card master could get close to. On the other side, the security guards also knew his identity, and did not stop him from receiving VIP treatment, such as delivering food. Xie Guizhong ate and said, I never understood what you were doing by my side. Now I have figured it out. I didn't expect that the Illuminati hermitage that the Bureau has been investigating is actually in the Bureau. Jia Yu did not explain. There was no flaw on his innocent and young face. He said something that others could not hear. Some old guys in the O5 Elders Council have been corrupted by power and money. The X-Bureau is no longer the absolutely neutral shelter organization when it was first established. Captain, didn't you find the order was in disarray this time? I went to see the historical inscription and learned about the broken history 3,000 years ago. Both the Orlan survivors and the Silver Moon sect had great ambitions. But this is also the key to change. Xie Guizhong listened with a deep look in his eyes, but he didn't say anything. The actions of the top leaders of the X-Bureau this time really made him feel uneasy. But the facts are not clear now, so he can't make any rash judgments. This guy in front of him knows a lot, but he didn't say it in detail. Suddenly thinking of something, Xie Guizhong said, Jia Yu, do me a favor. If Ji-sun comes, help me stop him. I know this is not a big problem for your ability. Jia Yu listened and did not refuse, but asked, but Captain, don't you really think about yourself? If you are really escorted back by those guys in the court, your current crime will not end well. When Xie Guizhong heard this, light and shadow flashed in his eyes, as if too many thoughts had passed through him, and he said calmly, no need. I would like to go back and ask in person what those guys in the upper echelons are trying to do. Yeah. Jia Yu listened, as if he already knew the answer. It takes some heart-wrenching pain to break the original order. He didn't persuade much, packed up the lunch box, responded, and said meaningfully, but I think that if that person comes, he doesn't need my help. Soon after, the meal delivery was over, and Mushroom Head left the Public Security Bureau. Ji-sun walked around the corner, and found many pairs of eyes staring at the Public Security Bureau. He didn't care much, changed his disguise, and walked over without any guilt. Xie Guizhong was still eating, and suddenly heard a familiar voice next to his ear. Old Xia, can I help you with something? Xie Guizhong already knew who was coming, and was stunned at first. But he glanced quietly, and the one who spoke was actually a mustached sheriff in uniform. His height, weight, appearance and temperament were not at all similar to the Ji-sun he knew. He was happy to see this flawless disguise, but he also said bitterly to himself, you guy, you are here after all. The risk of visiting a prisoner is not small. If you are found out, you will definitely die. He is still as bold and conceited as ever. However, just this thought is very important. The situation is critical, and Xie Guizhong does not want Ji-sun to take risks, so he said without further ado, I don't need you to do anything here. Be careful. At this time, there was a faint response, yeah. I may not live long. I came to say goodbye to you. Ji-sun was not surprised that he could not help. With his current strength, he has no ability to intervene in Xie Guizhong's affairs. This trip to the other dimension is bound to be a life or death struggle. Coming to say goodbye is also an explanation to the few friends in this world. Moreover, he just observed and found that his old friend was willing to be locked up here. There is no way to save him. Xie Guizhong was slightly stunned when he heard this, and frowned, and guessed something. It turned out to be a farewell between life and death. No wonder the adventure came. He didn't even look at the old friend who passed by the iron cage. He just said one last sentence, take care. If you can survive, live on. Ji-sun smiled lightly, you two. As he spoke, he had already left. Xie Guizhong glanced at him again from the corner of his eye, and then gulped down a mouthful of wine. Water drops hung from his beard, and dripped into the iron cage. The pair of turbid eyes became deeper and deeper. Ji-sun said goodbye to Sieguizhong, and he seemed to be much more relaxed. He went to the Hunters Guild and signed up for the confidential level according to the information given by Nanjing's mother. The Alien Space Exploration Operation. Siege of Iron Forge is a large-scale war mode space with thousands of participants. The mortality rate is too high, and elite troops are needed, so not many people sign up. In addition to the temporary recruitment of Wild Team Hunters, we have to wait for the Lionheart family to transfer elite troops from all over the Federation to participate. It will take 2 days to gather the next batch. After signing up, Ji-sun was not idle. He observed the city all the way and bought some supplies by the way. He wandered around the city, carefully absorbing the fear thread all the way. The center of all the threads is in the branch building of Golden Oak. This is why Ji-sun didn't dare to absorb a lot. Ji-sun originally thought that he could only steal a little bit, but he didn't expect that while walking around, he suddenly found a surprise. The threads that gathered all over the sky actually appeared in several places in the city. Some small gathering points. It felt like suddenly finding several rat holes in the granary. It was like a flood was diverted by someone, leading to several small tributaries. What's going on? Someone dared to undermine the foundation of the Oran dynasty. Ji-sun was also surprised. Those small aggregation points accounted for at least 20% to 30% of all the threads. How could the Oran survivors not notice such a large amount? Moreover, this fear spiritual power. Ji-sun felt that except for himself and the one in the Golden Oak building, other professional sequence card masters should be useless and unable to absorb it. How come several branches suddenly appeared? With doubts, Ji-sun followed those small aggregation points one by one to check. Then he found that those gathering points were blatantly set up with formations to intercept those threads of fear. This made Ji-sun even more curious. He waited in the vicinity of several strongholds for a while, and vaguely guessed the identities of those people. However, it was a coincidence that after waiting for a few hours, he actually saw an acquaintance in one of the strongholds. By the way, this woman is not dead yet. Seeing the woman with black hair and a small dress walking out of the stronghold, Ji-sun was very surprised. He remembered that he had personally absorbed the extraordinary characteristics of the corpse in the secret palace. Now he was looking at a living Bai Wei. How could he not be surprised? The Bai family's methods are really weird. Ji-sun thought that it was probably some parasitic method that allowed Bai Wei to survive. But when he saw this person, he suddenly realized. Is it someone from the Bai family who stole those threads of fear? Ji-sun remembered that in the underground palace, Old Man Su had said that the entire Bai family inherited the professional ability of the Spade 10 God Thief Path, which is the way of stealing gods. At that time, Bai Wei turned into a little snake and wanted to steal the remaining power of the old god statue. It makes sense that she could absorb the fear spirit now. After confirming that it was the Bai family, Ji-sun instantly understood everything. This means that it is not that the Oran survivors did not find out. But after finding out, they chose to turn a blind eye? The known information now is that the eldest branch of the Lionheart family has formed an alliance with the Bai family, and the second branch has secretly colluded with the Oran survivors. They compete with each other, and it is another big interest alliance. The situation in Lion City is very delicate. After all, the Orlan immigrants are the largest wanted criminal group in the Federation. Although the Lionheart family secretly colluded with them, they dared not bring it to the surface. And the Bai family is also an ally of the Lionheart family. Now it is discovered that the Orlan survivors are using this formation in the city to absorb fear, which happens to be a great opportunity for the members of the Bai family themselves. If it is exposed, it will not benefit anyone. So choose to go along with it and get some benefits for yourself. Even if the Orlan survivors find out, in order not to affect the overall situation, they can only acquiesce. Yo! When Ji-sun saw this, his expression suddenly brightened. There were already a few more people picking peaches, so one more person wouldn't be too much, right? When he thought of this, he became bolder. He looked at the layout of several points of the Bai family, and cleverly chose a hunter hotel called Spring Breeze Hotel, which was near the Bai family and Golden Oak Company, and began to absorb those threads of fear. Although this behavior still had the risk of being exposed. But with 3 months left to live, and about to go to that different dimension where there was almost no hope of survival, Ji-sun was very calm. And because of Ji-sun's bold choice of location and unscrupulous absorption, the risk is lower than that of stealth absorption. Using the whole city as fear nourishment is something that cannot be seen in the open. Not to mention that ordinary people can't see the thread of fear at all. Even if they find it, the Bai family will probably think it is the Orlan survivors, and the Orlan survivors will also think it is the Bai family. The two forces are on different paths, so there is no need to verify it. What's more, there is the mysterious Aunt Nan. Ji-sun thinks that others don't know his whereabouts, but that person must know. No matter what her purpose was, she would not let herself die now. Ji-sun also bet on this point. He just walked around the Hunter Hotel and absorbed the threat of fear for 2 days and 2 nights. The fact was just as he expected, everything went smoothly. That day, in room 307 of the Spring Breeze Hotel, Ji-sun, who was meditating on the bed, slowly opened his eyes. The mysterious black lines on Ji's skin were still emitting a dark light. He couldn't hide his joy at his eyes, thinking, this is the curse seal. Ji-sun did not expect that he would have such a big harvest in just 2 days. The first step of condensing the curse seal is the most difficult. Originally, even with the useless sword, it would take a long time for Ji-sun to condense the curse seal by his own comprehension. However, he did not expect that the fear threads he absorbed would be initially condensed successfully in just 2 days. Although the curse seal is only initially condensed, the physical defense is several times better than before. With the superposition of the secret method of dominance, the survival rate of exploring the different dimensional space will also be greatly improved. This also directly increases combat power. This is indeed a pleasant surprise. Ji-sun exhaled deeply. The curse mark on his skin slowly disappeared. Today is the day to gather and explore the other dimensional space. He did not stay in the hotel for long. He cleaned up the traces and left quietly. Not long after, Ji-sun arrived at the Hunter Guild. He got on the troop transport with a group of registered pioneer hunters and walked mysteriously towards the outside of the city. Ji-sun has participated in many explorations of other dimensional space, and there were no surprises in the process. It's just that someone secretly checked the identity. Ji-sun disguised himself very well and didn't reveal any flaws. Soon, the troop transport arrived near a ruin on the outskirts of the city. A medium-sized outdoor camp with strict defenses has been established here. It can be seen that the Lionheart family attaches great importance to this different dimension. Ji-sun got off the car with everyone else and got some superficial intelligence. The leader read out some basic information. The team of 1,000 people entered the Twisted Light Gate in a mighty manner. Enlightenment also appeared immediately. You have entered the Third Holy Grail War, Battle of Iron Forge. Chapter 193. The surrounding scene changed, and Ji-sun carefully read the enlightenment that appeared. You have entered the Third Holy Grail War, Iron Forge Battle. Current disaster level, 4th order D level, mortality rate, 50.3%. Space exploration progress, 26.3%. Keywords, War Mode. Clues, the demon army of the Lord of Hell has captured several border fortresses on the Demon Mountains, and the war has been triggered. Ironforge is a key city on the edge of the Kingdom of D-Land, and it will be a key barrier to prevent the entry of the demon army. D-level plot mission, you and your teammates are the Falcon Legion to support Ironforge Kingdom reconnaissance soldiers. You need to go out of the city according to the commander's arrangement to find out the movements of the demon army, and send the information back to Ironforge. Reminder, the rumor that the Sismark Holy Grail, which humans and demons have been fighting for 1,000 years, has appeared in the world has spread, and there seems to be the shadow of God behind this war between humans and demons. As soon as the enlightenment came out, Ji-sun listened to the teammates around him talking. After all, it's war mode. This is not a scene that ordinary people have ever seen. It's actually a war mode space. Damn it, why did I forget to ask this when I was explaining the mission before? This is really troublesome. TSK, you don't think that the Lionheart family is taking such a high resettlement fee to let us go on vacation, right? War mode makes sense. Hey, I heard that if you really want to survive in war mode, the probability of drawing rare cards is very high. If you can draw a special card like Space Teleport card, you won't have to worry about your life. It's not easy to get out alive. The death rate of this D-level difficulty is nearly half, and I don't know what difficulty we will challenge in the end. It looks like at least a B-level difficulty plot. But the Lionheart family and the White family have sent elites, and there are also elites from the Mammoth Regiment, Behemoth Regiment, and Silver Crown Regiment. With those guys holding us back, we may not be the ones to die. That's right. It depends on who has better luck and can survive to the end. Seeing that it was a war mode, the hunters were surprised, but they only made a noise for a moment and then calmed down. This time, it was a large space with thousands of participants, and 300 or 400 wild team hunters were recruited. But the participants were basically the core members of various veteran hunter groups. This was completely different from the last outpost war recruited by the oddballs. This was a group of experienced and powerful veteran hunters. The death rate of the previous cannon fodder group exploration did not mean that these people were also dead. Moreover, the Lionheart family sent the elite of the official group and the mercenary group. This was also the basic trust that attracted so many masters to participate in this mission. Just by looking at the lineup, many people guessed that the difficulty of this space challenge was definitely not low. Compared with the teammates around him, who were stunned, Ji-sun had long known that this alien space encrypted by the Lionheart family was in war mode. Nanjing's mother had already given him the latest detailed information. There was no discrepancy in the information obtained by enlightenment. He had already known it by heart. Ji-sun also knew that the people of the Lionheart family were also going for the Holy Grail, and this time it would definitely trigger a more difficult plot. At least in the A-level difficulty scenario, there is a small chance of contacting the Sismac Holy Grail. But the number of participants is proportional to the difficulty of the different dimensional space. The more people there are, the higher the difficulty. The highest difficulty scenario that has been triggered is C-level, and the mortality rate is over 70%. It is known that B-level has been triggered, which is the second stage of the scenario, and no one has survived so far. That's why so many masters were sent in. This time there must be a breakthrough. Nanjing's mother specifically asked him to come with her this time because with those masters, the hope of success would be greater. And there may be other deeper meanings. But it's not a big problem. If the Holy Grail is not found this time, even if he gets out alive, Ji-sun's lifespan will not be long. So whether it is A-level or S-level difficulty, he seems very indifferent. While thinking, Ji-sun looked at the surrounding environment. This Iron Forge city is a black military city. The city is not too big, but there are many blacksmith shops. Because there is a high-quality iron or vein in the nearby mountains, this city is also a very important weapons production site for the Kingdom of Dilan. According to the current intelligence, the rumor that the Holy Grail appeared is in the nearby Yufeng mine. Could it be false news spread by NPCs? Ji-sun thought of the information about Nanjing's mother. The people of the Lionheart family have explored this space 4 times, and the clues they got about the possible appearance of the Holy Grail point to the mine. This is the benefit of having intelligence support. If you want to know this, you have to spend a lot of manpower and time in the city to talk to NPCs, and then you can inquire and speculate bit by bit. But now he knows it in advance, which saves a lot of energy. And the main plot is clear. But now that he knows it, Ji-sun is skeptical about the known information. This Battle of Iron Forge is just a special battle in the Holy Grail War, and it is far from reaching the time of full-scale war. The difficulty of the plot triggered in this space before was only B-level, and generally speaking, the information that appeared may be misleading. At least if you complete this plot task normally, it is impossible to touch the Holy Grail. Therefore, we can only find another way. Find some triggering methods that do not follow the normal development of the plot. The map of this space is almost endless, and it is unrealistic to search blindly. This requires some abnormal intelligence channels. Thinking of this, a gleam of brilliance flashed across Ji-sun's eyes. His eyes looked far away outside the city, as if he was looking for something. Although there was no light, his excellent dark vision now also allowed him to see the endless mountains clearly. His ability to remember everything he saw allowed him to judge from the undulating shape of the mountains. The Demon Mountains are indeed the same place. Ji-sun murmured in his heart. That's right. What he saw was the Demon Mountains, where the fortresses in the last outpost battle were located. After seeing this, he was sure that the 2 different dimensional spaces were the same map. He could even clearly distinguish which valley of the mountain the most critical Thunder Fortress was. Ji-sun even felt that if he went all the way to the mountain, he could still find the fortress that had been captured by the demon army. After confirming this, he felt more confident. He not only had the latest information about the Lionheart family, but also the information he had obtained from the last time he perfectly cleared outpost battle. Unique information, but at this time, Ji-sun thought of something else and pondered. But then again, last time I took away the golden ball of power gem through an abnormal plot channel, and I don't know if the teleportation array is still there. Is the current Iron Forge plot an extension of the changed plot, or the original plot? According to what he knew, Golden Ball of Strength, this kind of special item of the Cataclysm level, is basically unique. Even in a different dimension. That is to say, if it appears in a space and is taken away by someone, even if someone enters the same space next time, they will not get the same item again. An Iron Forge and Battle of Outpost are 2 related spaces, and the Golden Ball of Strength is a must-have item for constructing a teleportation array, a key plot item that should not be ignored. Ji-sun was also quite interested when he thought of this. His intuition told him that it would be the latter. If the plot of Iron Forge was affected by the last plot, then the essence of the existence of the different dimensional space might not be a simple copy. Rather, it is a strange world that can evolve. The most important thing is that the things and intelligence that Ji-sun got last time will have the maximum value. Before he had time to think about it, the officer's stern shout brought Ji-sun's thoughts back to reality. Soldiers of the Falcon Legion, the demon spies have now appeared near Iron Forge. Your mission is to find them, and then eliminate them. Each team starts to prepare supplies now. In 1 hour, each team will set off in batches. The procedure is similar to the last time. The war mode is to start the war directly. The people who come in will directly join the front line of the battle with the demons. The commander of Iron Forge announced the mission, and everyone has 1 hour of free time. As soon as the free activity was announced, the exchange panel appeared. The hunters were excited just by seeing the names of the equipment supplied by the quartermaster. Wow, the war mode is worthy of being the war mode. The items exchanged for military merits are so exaggerated. Gold quality materials are everywhere, and there are also various finished cards. I have never heard of many treasures in my life, let alone seen them. If you can really collect enough military merits to exchange for something, that would be the real good stuff. Everyone was talking excitedly. But Ji-sun looked very calm when he saw them. After all, it was not the first time. It was similar to the last time, hunting demons could earn points. But the difference was that this time, because it was a 4th level space, the adventurers who entered were from level 1 to 4. The points earned from hunting demons were also determined according to their own strength. The greater the difference in level, the less merits were earned. It would not give high-level card masters the opportunity to kill low-level monsters and groups to earn merits. Ji-sun did not care too much. After all, the main purpose of his coming this time was not for the things exchanged for merits, but for the Holy Grail. Ji-sun was more interested in the people who came in this time. A total of 1,000 people entered this time, a considerable number. He glanced at the hunters, who had not come to observe carefully before. There were many guys who were hiding their heads and showing their tails. Although he could not see their faces clearly, he knew they were elites just by looking at their aura. There are many masters, Ji-sun murmured in his heart. Not seeing anything, he looked at his teammates again. There were 30 people in a team, mostly from a large hunter group called Three-Tailed Fox, with the captain being the 3rd-level swordsman Lao Fu, and a few independent players. Ji-sun, a registered 2nd-level swordsman, was also a key member, but because he was a lone player, he did not attract much attention. Others were excited to go to the city to buy various equipment. Not seeing anything, Ji-sun followed him down. However, as he walked, he saw a familiar face. Jia Yu? Ji-sun looked at the young mushroom-headed boy. Wasn't he Xie Guozhong's assistant? How could such an elite graduate of the Federation College come to this different dimension with a high mortality rate? Ji-sun also instantly guessed that maybe the top brass of Bureau X was also interested in the Holy Grail. And it was not just Bureau X. According to the information from Nanjing's mother, the Lionheart family, the Bai family, the Orlon survivors, and the Silver Moon sect were all very interested in the Holy Grail. The composition of the people who came in this time was very complicated. Has Jia Yu been implicated by Xie Guozhong? Ji-sun thought that since the people from Bureau X sent Jia Yu into the war mode space, it was obviously a punishment. The most likely possibility was that he was implicated by Xie Guozhong's crime. Thinking of this, Ji-sun frowned slightly. So, this mushroom-headed man was more or less implicated by himself. Although he was an acquaintance, he did not want to recognize him. Ji-sun's current identity was very sensitive, and it would be very troublesome if it was exposed. He thought that if he could help him in the future, he would help him. However, he did not know that the mushroom-headed Jia Yu was muttering something while walking. The space suppression is really completely impossible to take advantage of. If you want to get the Holy Grail, the risk of death is not small. Ji-sun walked all the way in the city. He also held the relic demon pointer he got last time in his hand, and wandered around the city. He knew that there was a kind of demon Pishtako in the demon army that could change human skin and disguise as a human. Those demons may not be outside, and they may have lurked in a long time ago. Walking along the way, the most common thing was various blacksmith shops. My goodness, I can actually buy silver quality equipment directly in the city, the price is so cheap. This is probably only 1/10 of the price outside. Oh my god, these blacksmith shops can provide a complete set of silver equipment. Oh, look what I found, excellent silver magic sword. This attribute is almost the same as the relic level equipment. Oh damn, to buy these equipment, you need magic cores and various energy crystals. I didn't bring many. Didn't I inform you when I signed up? Who told you not to bring more? I even gave my son the settlement fee. How could I carry too many magic cores with me? That's right. But if you can get out alive, you lose a lot, Lao Lu. Ji-sun knew this information a long time ago. Because Iron Forge is a city of weapons, hunters can buy some weapons against demons at low prices, such as magic-breaking arrows, swords, armor, leather armor, and other enchanted equipment. The price is very low. If you can get out alive, just reselling these things you bought is enough to make a fortune. This is the war mode, also called get-rich-quick mode. The reason? The hunters looked at the fine equipment and rushed in excitedly. Those who have the conditions can immediately change into a set of silver-shining equipment. However, Jisun is not so optimistic. The different dimensional space has always been cruel. The better the equipment provided by the plot, the greater the difficulty. But it does not prevent you from buying it. Jisun has a large enough storage ring and brought enough magic cores. He also bought a large number of high-quality equipment. Not to mention reselling them, these things against the demon army, even if they can be exchanged for military merits, it is not bad. However, as he was walking around, enlightenment soon appeared. Triggering it allows you to freely accept sea-level plot tasks, investigate the Fallen Thunder Fortress, find out the situation and movements of the demon army, and complete the task to get high rewards according to the level of intelligence. Jisun was not surprised. This is the optional plot that has been explored and triggered before. Seeing the difficulty increase in enlightenment, the hunters only complained a few words, but no one had any complaints. After all, they are here. What's more, there are so many masters coming. The Golden Knights of the Lionheart family are all genuine nobles. If they dare to come, the hunters think that they, the peasants, should not dare to come. Moreover, it is an optional plot. It means that you can choose not to choose it. Everyone can still just complete the first plot and then leave. However, what the hunters did not expect was that enlightenment appeared again, triggering the B-level plot mission. There are rumors that Sismac Holy Grail appeared in the Phantom Wind Mine, and the Demon Lord has sent the Red Robe Shaman to find the whereabouts of the Holy Grail. Everyone must find and kill the Red Robe Shaman to stop the Devil's conspiracy. The difficulty of the plot suddenly rose to B-level, and it was a mission for all members. This time, the hunters started to curse. Everyone knows that the difficulty of the war mode reaches B-level, and the death rate will definitely soar. But there is nothing to do. And those noble elite knights still gave everyone great confidence. After all, the risk is borne by everyone. Seeing this, Jisun's mouth slightly raised a playful arc. But he knew that, except for a few key personnel, no one knew that the current mortality rate of the B-level mission was 100%, because it had been explored 4 times. The approximate direction of the location of the demon army could be confirmed, and it was not difficult to complete the first section of the C and D-level missions. And this B-level plot is the second section of the so-called No One Survives. You're moving fast. Jisun carefully read the content on the enlightenment, and after seeing that there was nothing wrong, he walked out of an alley, and his face had changed back to his own. The 1 hour of free time was short, so he didn't go anywhere else, but went straight to the City Lord's mansion. The City Lord's mansion guarded by the city guards is currently a B-level plot that belongs to the unexplored area. According to the intelligence, the people of the Lionheart family have tried many methods, but none of them have been able to enter and contact the City Lord of Iron Forge. Jisun wanted to give it a try. As soon as he walked to the small castle-like mansion, the guarding sergeant raised his spear and shouted, "The City Lord's mansion, no one is allowed to approach without an order." However, at this time, Jisun took out a rune token and said, "I was entrusted by Master Malin of Meteorite Fortress to tell the City Lord top-secret information." That's right. In his hand was the plot item obtained from the last outpost battle, the rune token that could prove Rodin's identity as a wizard. This was also the shortcut he wanted to try. Only by abnormal means could one get in touch with the Holy Grail, which was also the entry point that Jisun thought of. The City Lord's mansion was definitely the key to the high-difficulty plot. However, as soon as the token was taken out, a unique wave of magic power attracted the captain of the guards. The man checked it, and then he actually gave Jisun a respectful chest salute, and called out a very special title, Sir Demon Slayer. Jisun's face was stern when he heard this title, because he immediately understood that the plot of this Battle of Iron Forge was really changed by the last battle of the outpost. Chapter 194. Is it true? Jisun murmured in his heart. When he heard the captain of the guards call him Demon Slayer, he knew that the plot of the last outpost battle had continued. At the same time, he was happy. This is the best expectation. Several fortresses in the Demon Mountains were captured by demons before, and then the kingdom reinforced them. Jisun was one of the few humans who survived in the 3 fortresses. He was also the only adventurer alive, and his outstanding military exploits in hunting countless demons were recorded in the history of the D-Land Kingdom. Since the Iron Forge battle continued the previous plot development, Ji-sun's identity was also continued. It sounds like his identity, as a demon slayer, has many logical flaws, but these are not what Ji-sun needs to consider. The different dimensional space will make up for these logical loopholes for the adventurers who enter. The NPCs will not realize it, nor will they ask this question. Ji-sun's current identity is the brave and loyal demon slayer of the kingdom of Delan. The captain of the guard led the way in front. Please come this way. War heroes are always respected in the army. After taking out the rune token of Ronan the mage and exchanging a few words, Ji-sun entered the city lord's mansion, which no adventurer had entered before, for the first time. As he walked, he also observed everything. There was nothing worth noting about this medieval castle-style city lord's mansion itself. However, not long after he walked, Ji-sun discovered something unusual and murmured in his heart, "Is there a big shot in Iron Forge?" His perception was very sharp now. As he walked along, he clearly sensed several strong auras hidden in various places in the mansion. It also seemed that some powerful people noticed his presence. If it were other hunters, they might not think it was unusual. But Jishu and Jua immediately noticed something was wrong. Wearing a clown mask, enlightenment prompted a mysterious spell immunity. That kind of vague mental force field was prompted to be called Touch of Nothingness. Ji-sun had read the manuscript of Roland the Mage before, and this magic was recorded in it. This is at least a high-level magic that can only be released by a great magician. And not only the manuscript, but also all the classics on the old mage's bookshelf before. His photographic memory has made him even proficient in the language of the Kingdom of Duran, and he has also learned many secrets of this world through classics. Ji-sun also knew that a city like Iron Forge was at most a second-level city. There was absolutely no way a great magician could be stationed there, because there was not even a magic tower representing the identity of a great magician. Maybe he was transferred for war. Ji-sun guessed in his heart. He waited in the side hall for a few minutes, and soon received an order from the city lord to summon him. The walls of the Iron Forge buildings were very thick, and the light in the castle was very dim. The torches on the walls illuminated the dark corridors. Click, click, click. The captain of the guards in armor led Ji-sun up the road, and soon arrived at the reception hall of the city lord's mansion. It seemed that an officer meeting had just been held in the hall. When Ji-sun arrived, a military map of a large mountain area near Iron Forge was placed on the thick table with marks of knives and axes. Ji-sun glanced at it and memorized this military map, which was more detailed than the intelligence. There were shallow round marks on the table from the bottom of a teacup, which were just wiped away by a rag and had not yet dried. There were about 3 people meeting together before. As soon as he came in, the brown-bearded strong man wearing black iron mail came up to him excitedly. "Oh, our kingdom's demon slayer is back." Ji-sun guessed his identity at a glance by looking at his appearance. His expression was flawless, and he saluted calmly, "Meet Lord Mozong." As a war hero, Ji-sun received enough courtesy. The Lord of Iron Forge personally moved a chair for him. Ji-sun didn't say anything more and said directly, "Lord Mozong, the situation is urgent. I have important military intelligence to report. Thunder Fortress has been completely captured. Now the demon army is gathering over the mountains, and will arrive at Iron Forge in 3 days at most. It is estimated that there are at least 300,000 troops, or even more." Hearing this, Mo Sang's expression became serious. "Is this news accurate?" Ji-sun nodded, "Yes. This is not nonsense. It is the intelligence that the Lionheart family has found out after completing the sea-level mission twice before. Although it is a direct statement of the military merit that cannot be obtained by the mission reward, Ji-sun can't think of a better way to lead to the hidden plot than this. Iron Forge only has 30,000 defenders. Once the demon army besieges the city, there is almost no chance of winning. But since this plot has become a war mode alien space, there must be a special hidden plot. Iron Forge will never fall so easily." Ji-sun now said the siege countdown just to try to trigger some hidden plots. After all, he is not concerned about the siege. He wants to find out about the rumors about the Holy Grail. Normally, hunters would never be easily trusted if they said this directly to the NPC, but Ji-sun, the demon-slaying hero, was very useful. The city lord Mo Sang also immediately realized the critical situation. He frowned and pondered for a moment, seeming to be very hesitant. Not everyone is good at acting, and the embarrassing micro-expression made Ji-sun, a professional actor, see the problem at once. Recalling what he had observed before, Ji-sun came to a conclusion that he couldn't make the decision. Mo Sang is the city lord, and he can't make the decision, so there must be someone with a higher status in the city. The only person who can make this person so embarrassed is the great magician whose mental power covers the entire city lord's mansion. The status of magicians in the Deland dynasty is very high, higher than that of ordinary lords. As expected, at this time, a magician in a cloak walked in. He lifted his cloak to reveal an old face, and the white beard on his chin revealed his wise and calm temperament. When he lifted his cloak, Ji-sun also saw that the old man was wearing a plain white robe with a small silver maple leaf mark on the cuffs. After keenly capturing these details, Ji-sun thought of the records in the books of Master Ronin before, and immediately guessed, is this guy Silver Maple Leaf a court magician? There is no accurate division of cultivation levels in this world. Let's not talk about levels, just combat power. A gray-robed mage is probably at the level of a 1st to 3rd level card master, and a white-robed mage is probably at the level of a high-level card master. Mage Ronin is a gray robe. And the old man with a white beard in front of him is wearing a white robe, which means that he is very powerful. And with the Silver Leaf family emblem on his sleeve, Ji-sun guessed the hidden information that others could not know at a glance. But it was this identity that made him more alert. Because this Silver Leaf emblem represents a big family among the royal court mages. Ji-sun guessed the identity of this person. The royal family has come? Ji-sun felt a sense of conspiracy coming over him. This was news that had not been mentioned in any intelligence. But he also felt that it seemed right. Such a big man was hiding in the city, and the difficulty of the plot involved would definitely not be low. The city lord Mo Sang seemed to be hesitant to introduce this old man, who suddenly came in. The old man did not embarrass him, and introduced himself. I am Gambilo. I originally came to the north to travel, and I accidentally found the traces of the devil, so I came to take a look. Travel? Such a coincidence? It is related to the plot, so the coincidence is not a coincidence. He did not show up at the first time, which means that the old man did not want to be exposed. Ji-sun listened and had some guesses in his heart. However, the arrogance of the old man as a court magician could not be concealed. Except for a name, he did not reveal any other information. Ordinary people are indeed not qualified to be exposed to such a rare and noble profession as magicians. Ji-sun also bowed respectfully, "Meet Lord Gambilo." As he said this, he was still thinking about how to get more useful information from this guy. He didn't expect that Gambilo was more direct than him. Your bravery is obvious to all, and you are a hero of mankind. The old man casually laid out a few official words, and then directly used the brainwashing tone of the superior, and changed the subject. But as you can see, the demon army has now gathered and is ready to go, and the war has begun. Brave demon slayer, the kingdom needs you. Hearing this, Ji-sun was also excited and shouted a common slogan, for the kingdom. Gambilo thought of something and took out a cloth bag, saying, the information transmitted by the beacon tower is very limited. You are a brave and powerful demon slayer, and now only you are capable of this task. I need you to send this secret letter to Bourbon City immediately, and give it to Lord Bernard, and let the Snow Eagle over there send the letter to the capital. We need more reinforcements from the Magicians' Union. This statement clearly has an inspiring tone that makes people excited. It is impossible to refuse. Ji-sun listened and said seriously, I will not fail in my mission. As soon as the voice fell, Chi-Di also appeared at the same time, triggering the A-level single-player hidden plot, and went to Bourbon City 300 kilometers away to deliver the letter of help from the Lord of Iron Forge, Mosin. The reward for completing the task is 80,000 military merits, and a special reward from the Kingdom of Deland *1, and the probability of extra special card drawing is increased. After completing the task, you can directly settle and leave the space, and the holder of the package will automatically receive the task. The identity of the Demon Slayer warrior came in handy again at this moment. His strength and reputation made him accept this hidden mission. As Gambilo spoke, the staff in his hand flashed with a pale blue magic light, and he warned, there is a special token in this bag. It has my magic seal, and it must not be opened before arriving in Bourbon City. Ji-sun looked at the cloth bag with the prompt plot items cannot be placed in storage space, took it with one hand, and replied, yes. As soon as he said this, he faintly sensed some subtle magic fluctuations. It seems that some kind of magic contract of words and spirits has been completed. Enlightenment also appeared at the same time. The contract of words and spirits was successfully concluded. You cannot break your oath, otherwise you will be hostile to Gambilo. TSK, this old man's methods are really clever. Gambilo said again, now there are demon spies infiltrating the city, I can't give you more help. I will arrange an identity for you in the Falcon scouting team. You are careful and act according to the situation. Ji-sun, yes. Not long after, Ji-sun walked out of the city lord's mansion with a cloth bag. Originally, he wanted to keep a low profile and change his appearance. Unexpectedly, the city lord Mo Sang provided a better solution. He changed into a soldier's uniform, mixed in with the patrol team, and went out quietly. In a flash, he directly changed from an adventurer to an NPC. At that time, he would follow the NPC reconnaissance team out of the city. Originally, with this disguise, Ji-sun could do anything conveniently. But he didn't plan to do so. After leaving the city lord's mansion, Ji-sun looked at the package that could not be contained, and was very curious about what was inside. Holy Grail, or information about the Holy Grail? The cloth bag in his hand involves an A-level plot, and the things inside are definitely unusual. It's not just information. And the reward for this mission is very generous, 80,000 military merits, enough to exchange for an item of top-grade gold quality. Although the risk is not small. But it's a single-player mission, it seems that there is a chance to complete it if you try. At other times, Ji-sun would probably really try this high-reward single-player mission that he got with great difficulty. However, here he directly rejected this option. Still thinking the same thing, he was sure that it was impossible to get the Holy Grail directly in this difficult plot. So even if he completed this A-level character, Ji-sun's goal would not be achieved. Instead, it would waste time and take risks. But if he gave up this A-level task, the city lord had seen it, and the hidden great magician had also seen it. In this Iron Forge, he could not find a higher starting point for the plot for the time being. If I don't do it, I can give it to someone else. Ji-sun's thoughts turned, and he thought of something, and his expression instantly became playful. The information revealed by the mission is very subtle. Whoever holds the package will get the mission. It seems that the Will of Space deliberately encourages adventurers to snatch it, or the plot involved in the package itself has the attribute of competition. Thinking of this, Ji-sun suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of a key question. Hey, if you think about it this way, the things in this package will not be discovered by the demon army, right? Because of the existence of enlightenment, although you don't know what will happen next, you can judge a lot by the difficulty of the mission. This is an A-level mission. Generally speaking, this is the most difficult story mission in the alien space. If I don't expose myself, I can send it away quietly, choose some remote places, such as climbing the wall like last time, and there is a high possibility that the package can be delivered by luck. Then how can the difficulty of such a mission reach A? The only explanation is that getting this package will inevitably involve some risks worth this difficulty. For example, it will inevitably be discovered. Ji-sun seemed to have grasped something, and always thought of things in the worst way first. Hiss, is it a bait? Following this line of thought, he immediately thought of too many things. If this package could be discovered by the demon army, and thus be hunted down, then the A-level difficulty would make sense. But this shows that the magician Gambilo must have known it in advance. The old man didn't say it, and specifically instructed not to open the package, which is intriguing. From this point of view, knowing that the demon army would find it, and still sending people to deliver the letter, it seems like a bait. So, if this conjecture is true, what does the old man want to cover up with the bait? If there is bait to attract firepower, there must be something hidden under the firepower. Holy Grail? When Ji-sun thought of this, a strange smile suddenly appeared on his lips. Finally, for the first time, he felt that he had touched the information of the Holy Grail. Only people or things with higher level plots can use A-level plots as bait. Ji-sun even guessed that there was more than one bait. It was just that his identity, as a demon-slaying warrior, was more special, which could attract the firepower of the demon army. That's right, attract firepower? Ji-sun suddenly thought of a terrible problem, thinking, hey, since the plot continues with Outpost War, the demon army will not still be looking for the power gem gold ball? This thought, the probability is still very high. Once his identity, as a demon-slaying hero, is exposed, he will be chased and intercepted by a large force of the demon army. That old thing wants to trick me? When Ji-sun thought of this, he felt a sudden chill. The sense of crisis that made his scalp tingle, instead of making him feel scared, made his mouth curl higher and higher. TSK. Sure enough, these NPCs cannot be underestimated. Those in power are not good people. The identity of the demon-slaying hero won the respect of the guards, and also allowed Ji-sun to enter the city lord's mansion to meet the city lord and receive the task. But Ji-sun never thought that this identity was an important figure to the high-ranking officials of the D-Land Kingdom. If it was an NPC loyal to the kingdom, perhaps he would not doubt anything and would work hard to complete it. But Ji-sun is an adventurer. This package is a big trouble for him now, and he must not touch it. But he also thought of the priceless magic contract at the first time. Yes, Ji-sun promised that he would not open it. But if someone else opens it, it is none of his business, right? The package does not say that it cannot be robbed or stolen. In any case, Ji-sun is not going to complete this A-level mission. But he is curious about what is in the package. So, he can only trick some guys with bad intentions. Thinking of this, Ji-sun originally planned to hide in the NPC lounge and wait to leave the city. But the plan changed. He decided to go around the city and show his face. Ji-sun put on the leather armor suit of the NPC scout, changed back to his previous disguise, and walked around the city. Because he had the sergeant token of the city lord's mansion, he could go to some places that adventurers could not enter before, and he could also talk to some special NPCs. He went to several places along the way, including the quartermaster's office, the ordnance department, and the forage room. It felt like he had found some key clues and completed a serial task. There is no need to deliberately expose anything. Those who came in this time are all elites, including various perception card masters. Ji-sun didn't think that his whereabouts were not noticed by others. Even from the moment he entered the city lord's mansion, he guessed that he might have been noticed. Those people from the Lionheart family came several times, and they would definitely find a way to keep an eye on the Ironforge city lord's mansion and all the key places in the city that were previously inaccessible. An adventurer who can enter these places will definitely be noticed. The facts are as expected. Not long after Ji-sun walked around the city, he was noticed by investigators from all sides. Look, the guy with the sword has been chatting with the captain of the military for a long time. From the lip reading, he is an adventurer. Yes, Group 2 has been keeping an eye on him for a long time. This guy seems to have triggered some hidden mission, and he is suspected to have entered the city lord's mansion before. What about his identity? Have you found it out? He should be someone sent by the Orlan survivors. Yes, keep an eye on him. That guy should have found the key clue. After leaving the city, find a way to figure it out. Chapter 195. Because before coming in, Ji-sun had obtained all the information that the Lionheart family had obtained from the previous 4 explorations from Nanjing. So he also knew clearly which NPCs in Ironforge had not been triggered by anyone, and which ones were suspected of triggering advanced plots. This also brought him too many conveniences. Now with the token of the city lord's mansion, it is more convenient to contact NPCs and chat with them more or less. He was not just strolling around, and he also found out a lot of information that he didn't know before along the way. As for being followed, Ji-sun didn't care at all. The package in his hand was a hot potato, and he had to throw it away after leaving the city. It was intentional that he was noticed. Instead, he cared more about the plot itself. To get the Holy Grail, the A-level mission was far from enough. He even felt that the plot related to the city lord Imo Sang might not be able to touch the Holy Grail. Therefore, if you want to find the Holy Grail in this different dimension, you must need some unexpected ideas. The only information known to be related to the Holy Grail is the rumor of the Holy Grail appearing in the world suggested by enlightenment. The question that Ji-sun wanted to find out was, where did the rumor come from? Following this line of thought, he asked some soldiers in the city. But the information he got was very limited. Although it seemed that some side quests with rich military exploits could be triggered, none of them were related to the Holy Grail. Almost no one even knew that the white-robed magician Gonluobi was in the city. Or maybe it was kept secret and not revealed. Later, Ji-sun changed his mind. He changed some of the targets of his inquiries. No longer looking for some senior soldiers. Instead, he specifically asked some small people related to the life of the city lord's mansion, such as the warhorse breeder, the cook and the maid. After all, when a big shot comes, the food, accommodation and transportation cannot be the same as those of the big soldiers. Even if the NPCs don't say it, the details will betray it. This question, Ji-sun really found some clues. Ironforge is a city of munitions, and the food and accommodation consumption of the soldiers are recorded. Starting from 5 days ago, the food standards of the city lord's mansion have been a bit outrageous. It is so high that the lord of Ironforge, Imo Sang, will never be so extravagant. Magicians are usually ascetics, and the more powerful the magician is, the lower the requirements for food and accommodation. Ji-sun guessed that there might be a big man hidden in Ironforge, who is higher in status than the white-robed wizard Gonluobi. And it is precisely because he knows that Gonluobi is a court wizard. There are not many people in the entire Deland Kingdom who can have a higher status than this person. Ji-sun thinks that the big man may be the key to the Holy Grail. However, the big man did not show up, and the confidentiality work was done very well, so Ji-sun had no way of knowing what the situation was. The 1-hour repair was over soon. The 1,000 people who entered the other dimensional space this time were divided into dozens of reconnaissance teams, each leaving the city. Now they have to complete the B-level mission that has triggered the red-robed shaman of the demon clan. The previous explorations were mostly cannon fodder hunters probing, and this time, there were many masters. As long as they were found, this B-level mission would be completed 80% of the time. Ji-sun quietly hid in an Iron Forge NPC scout team and followed them out of the city. After leaving Iron Forge, it became dark all around. The NPC team that Ji-sun followed was heading southwest, heading to Bourbon City, 300 kilometers away. There were mountains all around, the environment was complex, and there were large tracts of dense forests. After walking a few kilometers, the lights of Iron Forge had disappeared in the valley behind. There were dozens of meters high coniferous pine forests all around, and the cold wind was blowing. The air was filled with the smell of terror and darkness. Ji-sun remembered all the details of the military map he had seen in the city lord's mansion before, and he located his position as he walked. The intelligence had already indicated that this was already an area where demon vanguards had appeared. However, Ji-sun knew that what he was facing now was not some demon, but those guys chasing him. Sure enough, without any warning, the sound of whoosh, whoosh, whoosh of breaking wind sounded in the woods. Before the NPCs could react, they were shot to the ground by the hidden arrow. Ji-sun reacted quickly and dodged the crossbow arrow that was shot at his thigh. In a blink of an eye, dozens of black shadows had surrounded him. However, the NPC captain, who was still struggling, was also killed during the encounter. When Ji-sun saw the sharp means of attack, he knew it was a third-level card master. Just by looking at the clean and neat tactics of these people, he guessed that they were the elite of the Lionheart family. And Ji-sun himself did not use the secret method of dominance, did not use flying knives, and did not transform into a werewolf. He could only be regarded as an ordinary elite among the second-level card masters. The opponent had dozens of elites, including a third-level card master, so he naturally had to be beaten up. Just a few encounters after the attack, Ji-sun was forced into a corner of a big tree in the forest by a group of people, with no escape. Blood was flowing from the corner of his mouth. He looked coldly at the group of people in front of him, who were all wearing gas masks, but were well trained at a glance. He asked knowingly, "What are you going to do?" His disguised identity was arranged by Nanjing's mother, and the people of the Lionheart family obviously had reservations before taking action. The most important thing is that they must want to know what mission they have accepted. So they will definitely leave someone alive. At this time, among the group of people who were besieging, a person who seemed to be the leader spoke up. "What mission did you accept? Tell me. I spare your life." The tone was cold, without any beating around the bush. But it was actually a woman. And Ji-sun was very familiar with this voice, thinking, by way, this woman came in too? Seeing this woman come in, he also realized that this exploration lineup seemed really exaggerated. The Bai family's methods had been experienced before in the Deep Pit secret realm, and he could not be killed no matter what. However, it's better to be strong. I'm afraid that others are too weak and can't take on this A-level task. Ji-sun didn't doubt this woman's methods and cruelty, but he did it in a complete manner. He was very confused with his expression, and then after waiting for a crossbow to hit his shoulder, he reluctantly took out the package and said, "A single A-level mission, go to Bourbon City 300 kilometers away to deliver a letter of help from Iron Forge Lord Mosen." A-level mission? Hearing this, Bai Wei, who was looking down from the tree trunk, changed her expression, and was obviously very surprised. After so many explorations, he had only set off a few B-level branches, but he didn't expect that this time he would directly receive an A-level mission. A-level missions in war mode should not be underestimated. She shouted, "Give me the letter." Ji-sun did not hesitate, and threw the package over. Whoever gets the package will have the mission transferred. Bai Wei's expression also flashed with a strange color when she got the package, and asked again, "What's in the package? And how did you accept this mission?" When Ji-sun heard this, enlightenment appeared, and you were exempt from the mantra of erosion. Hypnotic spirit secret method. Normally speaking, it would be easy for Bai Wei, who is at the third level, to control the second level card master. Unfortunately, there is a clown mask. There is no need to lie about this, Ji-sun said directly. "I don't know. There is a magic contract on the package. I can't open it." Then he said, "Before I entered, someone gave me information and some plot-related items, and asked me to go to the city lord's mansion. I accepted this task." Bai Wei asked, "Who gave it to me?" "Ji-sun, I don't know. I am only responsible for completing the task." Hearing this answer, Bai Wei didn't ask any more questions. Thinking that she knew that the man in front of her was a dead man planted by the Orlan survivors, this answer was also fine. However, at this moment, there was a sudden explosion in the air, and a figure broke through the encirclement and disappeared in the dense forest in a blink of an eye. The things had been taken away, and the goal was achieved, so Ji-sun didn't plan to stay any longer. He was sure that those guys would not kill him, so he chose not to transform and break through. Fortunately, the bet was right. He was hit by 2 knives and an arrow in the back, but he rushed out smoothly. After running in the dense forest for a while, Ji-sun saw that no one was chasing him, but he didn't feel lucky at all. He had seen the evil tricks of the Bai family. He was probably already locked by the host or some positioning methods just now. But it didn't matter. Compared with the difficulty of the plot in this space, this threat was not too big. Ji-sun pulled away, but didn't go far. The werewolf's sense of smell allowed him to easily lock the location of those people through various smells in the air. Those guys got the package, although they also suspected that it might be dangerous to open the package. But they didn't have a magic contract, so they would definitely open it to see. Ji-sun thought that he would definitely find something if he waited. He waited on the tree branch, treating his injuries with potions while observing his surroundings. But suddenly, the demon pointer in Ji-sun's hand began to spin wildly. What's going on? Ji-sun looked at the spinning pointer in his hand and immediately thought of something. He had enough experience from the last experience. This kind of spinning pointer meant that there were many powerful demons approaching. Hush, did those guys open the package? Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly, not sure if there was something wrong with the package itself, or if those people opened the package and attracted the demon. But he immediately moved away to a farther and safer distance. There was obviously a perception expert among Bai Wei's group, and his perception of danger was far better than Ji-sun's. It was almost not long after Ji-sun evacuated that he suddenly saw a bunch of fireworks soaring into the sky, exploding with dazzling flames in the sky. This is the assembly fireworks. After discovering the mission target, each team will assemble at the same time. After all, hunting the Red Robe Shaman is a team mission. If they are scattered and defeated, everyone will die here. TSK, it seems that there is a lot of trouble. They gathered as soon as they arrived. Ji-sun was also glad that he got out. Otherwise, he would be surrounded by the demon army. No one can guarantee that they will get out alive in this B-level mission where no one has survived. Before Ji-sun could think more, the battle suddenly broke out. In the forest, various gorgeous spell cards exploded, with intense sound and light, which was particularly eye-catching in the dark forest. Moreover, the battle became more and more intense from the beginning, and soon all kinds of high-level cards exploded. Storm tornado, sun burning, meteor falling, earthquake. Ji-sun was watching the battle with a mentality of watching the excitement. But when he saw that more and more high-level cards were used in the battle, he immediately realized that something was wrong. Not only the spells, but also the magic fluctuations of the devil. Fire rained all over the sky, and the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked. The shock wave was so strong that people several kilometers away were blown by the wind. No, this battle is so intense. There must be tens of thousands of demons, right? And there are many high-level demons? Ji-sun knew the combat power of the elite of the Lionheart family. Not to mention Bai Wei herself, even the dozens of people just now, with the countless spell cards they carried, would definitely be easily killed if they encountered the vanguard of the demons. Even the Red Shaman in the B-level mission, I think it is the level of the 4th level B-level disaster, so it shouldn't force those people to be so embarrassed. But the current situation looks like a large-scale battle. The sound of fighting is everywhere, and both sides are fighting at all costs, but the intelligence said that there are only a small number of demon armies near Iron Forge. Where do these monsters come from? Thinking of this, Ji-sun's expression immediately became subtle. He confirmed that the package was opened. And it was really a bait. Old man, you are selling all the heroes of the kingdom. Thinking of this, Ji-sun narrowed his eyes and complained. But it is precisely because of this confirmation that the scope of previous speculations has been narrowed. His thoughts also began to move, but then again, what is that Ganluobi wizard doing? In a normal war, as long as the military fortress of Iron Forge is destroyed, the goal is achieved. Even the people in the city escape, which is what the demon camp wants to see more. In this way, they can march straight into the heart of the kingdom of Dilan. But now that they are blocking at all costs, it is not difficult for Ji-sun to guess that those demons are blocking some important people or intelligence. The intensity of the ambush further confirmed that the information might be directly related to the Holy Grail. And Ji-sun now speculated that there was a mysterious big man in Iron Forge. Then the idea became clear instantly. The so-called Falcon Legion's dozens of teams went out of the city for reconnaissance, but they were actually scattered baits. This was a tactic of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west. The white-robed magician Ganluobi wanted to escort the big man out of the city. To the north of Iron Forge is the Demon Mountains, to the southeast is the Phantom Wind Mine, and to the southwest is the only way to the Pongwa city they are going to now. Even if he knew it was a feint to the east and attack to the west, the direction was too wide. Ji-sun could not determine the direction of the main force fleeing. Thinking of this, he recalled the military map he had seen in the city lord's mansion before. After the magic was released, his ability to remember everything he saw was strengthened again. Before, he had to read the content carefully before he could remember it. But now, even if he didn't read it carefully, as long as he glanced at it, it would flash in his mind like a camera taking a picture, and he could recall and trace the content he saw within a certain period of time. Ji-sun tried to recall, and the scene in his mind seemed to return to the scene in the city lord's mansion. He looked at the map on the table, and suddenly found something. No, there are traces of fingernails sliding on the map. Oh, that's the tactical route arrangement of the 12 NPC reconnaissance teams. Normally, the first batch of people leaving the city are bait, so these directions can be ruled out. Ji-sun's brain worked quickly, ruling out the possible bait directions. After ruling out, he got 2 coordinates on the map, Twin Tower Cliff and Echo Waterfall. Just like the scale on a dial, the wider the scale extends, the wider the coverage. The 2 coordinates are dozens of kilometers apart. But thinking of this, Ji-sun transformed into a werewolf, without hesitation, and rushed towards Iron Forge. He was still not sure which one it was, so he could only try his luck. At least he had an idea. With a 50% chance, maybe he could meet it. The battle in the forest became more and more intense. After Bai Wei's group blew the gathering fireworks, the thousands of people in the space rushed to the gathering place again. The demon vanguard in the forest also started to move. The flames of war spread all over the forest. Not long after, Ji-sun, who was transformed into a werewolf, suddenly jumped onto a towering rock and looked down at the battle situation around the forest. As he ran, he suddenly realized something else. With the blessing of the aura of the unlucky gambler, he felt that relying on luck would most likely lead to wrong guesses. Moreover, the more he ran, the more he felt that things were not as simple as he thought. Hey, based on the current intelligence, the demons would kill the big man only if he had the key information. So the news of the Holy Grail should have been spread by the human side. That is to say, there is a traitor in the human camp. The intelligence of high-level demons must be high, and they may not be unable to see through the tactics of feinting to the east and attacking in the west. And the intelligence of white-robed mages is also very high. Ji-sun never treats these NPCs as fools. He thinks that what he can think of, others can definitely think of. The competition now is about the details. That Ganluobi mage should have guessed that it is not so easy for them to escape from Iron Forge. Could this be a cover-up? And this battle of Iron Forge is only the beginning of the war, so it is not so easy for the human camp to get the Holy Grail. So, that big shot didn't actually get the Holy Grail, but just got the relevant clues. Could it be that they don't want to escape, but want to take the opportunity to find the Holy Grail? Those guys, won't go to the Phantom Wind Mine. Ji-sun suddenly figured it out. From the perspective of an adventurer, he can see more information. Since the spatial gave Phantom Wind Mine. This clue must be useful. Ji-sun immediately came to a conclusion, Twin Tower Cliff. Here we can avoid the demon army's ambush and go directly over the mountain to the mine. The more we think they have broken through, the safer this plan is. Thinking of this, he rushed directly to the coordinates on the map. Chapter 196. Ji-sun transformed into a sturdy werewolf and ran wildly in the forest, like a ghost hidden in the darkness, accompanied by a strong wind. Acute perception and demon pointer allowed him to easily avoid the demons in the forest, and his speed was extremely fast. Since he had deduced the direction that the white-robed wizard Ganluobi might go, he also planned to go there in advance and wait. See if he could trigger some hidden plots. If not, he also wanted to go directly to the Phantom Wind Mine to explore. After all, he was sure that the main plot this time was in Iron Forge. But the Holy Grail must not be there. However, after running for more than 10 kilometers, in an unnamed canyon that must be passed to the Twin Towers Cliff, Ji-sun actually encountered another hunter team fighting with demons. Huh? Seeing that the direction of this team was consistent with his own, Ji-sun instinctively thought of something else. There are many masters participating in this space, and coincidences usually need to be ruled out first. So, did someone in this team get other information pointing to this route? After all, the people who came in this time were of complex composition, and few of them were good people. Only by being cautious could they survive to the end. Thinking of this, he also wanted to see the situation of this team. Originally, Ji-sun didn't want to meddle in other people's business, and just waited to see the result of the battle. But he saw a mushroom-headed boy in that team. It was Xie Guosheng's assistant Jiayu. This guy is actually in the team. Ji-sun carefully observed the battlefield, and his expression was slightly troubled. The combat power of this team of 30 people is very good. Although there were already 7 or 8 human corpses lying on the ground, the demon corpses had piled up into a mountain. The battle was still fierce. Ji-sun looked at the black-robed elf with a blood shield all over his body, who was fighting against a group of hunters, and murmured in his heart, Level 3B Disaster Blood Elf. This was introduced in detail in the manuscript of Master Ronin. This half-elf high-level demon was not only good at using elemental magic, but also blood magic. Like a vampire, it can remotely absorb the blood of creatures within the range during battle and continuously recover from injuries and status. Melee professions are at a disadvantage against this monster. It can't be killed quickly, and the more you consume, the more effort you have. Ji-sun stood on a big tree and watched for a while, and admired in his heart, but then again, the guys in this group are very strong. Are they private soldiers of the nobles? Although the blood elf is fierce at the moment, the hunters around it are also in order. The Black Knight relies on heavy armor to resist damage, the Warlock releases spells remotely, the Fighter and Weapon Expert, who transform into a monster output on the flank, and the Doctor dispels the negative state. The tactical arrangement is perfect. They looked like an old team with good cooperation. The spell-casting time of the Card Master was very short, and as long as they were well prepared, they were much stronger than the magicians of the same level. Although there might be casualties, the probability of them killing this blood elf was also very high. However, on the other hand, the situation of those unorganized scattered people was not so good. At the moment when Ji-sun was observing, the cold arrows of the dark elves in the forest injured 2 more, and they were torn into pieces by other demons in the blink of an eye. Ji-sun didn't care about others. He looked at the mushroom head, who was fleeing in a panic with the spell shield, and frowned slightly. Jia Yu is an outstanding graduate of the Federal Card Master Academy. He is not good at combat, but rather at auxiliary abilities. Ji-sun's most impressive impression of this guy is his exaggerated memory, which Xie Guozhong teased as memorizing almost the entire Federal Library. Whenever asked questions, this mushroom-headed guy seemed to know everything and could talk about anything. In the future, he will probably go the polymath path, which is a very powerful profession in the late stage. But now, this guy's physical combat power is really too poor. This kind of card master with auxiliary ability has no familiar teammates to cover him, and he is in danger in this melee. In Ji-sun's opinion, he can survive until now because the people in Bureau X are well equipped. Although the mushroom head was a little flustered, the rare cards he took out and the excellent leather armor on his body also allowed him to avoid several fatal crises. But Ji-sun felt that if he really wanted to watch, the next cold arrow might take the life of the mushroom head. After all, the cold death rate in the war mode is there. Almost at the moment when the thought flashed, Ji-sun's wolf eyes shrank slightly, because he happened to see an elite red devil appear behind Jia Yu, swinging a machete and slashing at the back of his head. This kid has no teammates, and this knife is probably unavoidable. If you are hit, you will either die or be disabled. Ji-sun didn't think much, took out an enchanted spear in his hand, and threw it fiercely. Swoosh. The sound of breaking wind swept past. Several veteran hunters in the field heard the sound of the wind, and their expressions changed, thinking that there was another high-level demon attack. But in the blink of an eye, a silver spear pierced the chest of a red devil, and then he realized that it was a human. The mushroom head looked at the spear that almost brushed his scalp, and instinctively shrank his head. A stream of hot blood with a fishy smell rushed to his neck. He looked back and realized what happened. Jia Yu blinked, and tilted his head to look at the direction where the spear flew. Ji-sun originally didn't plan to show up, but he didn't want to expose his position. Almost in an instant, the hair on his back stood up, and he instinctively made a blocking posture. Almost at the same time, there was a muffled sound of a sandbag. Ji-sun was swept by a huge thigh with scales, and the whole person flew backwards. He did not transform, and this huge sweeping leg almost pulled his soul out of his body. With a bang, he fell heavily to the ground. Before Ji-sun could catch his breath, the tall black shadow jumped down from the tree trunk in the distance. It was a lizard man covered with green scales. Ironback Earth Dragon Man detailed explanation, 3rd level sea level disaster, a demon with extremely thin dragon blood, with super strong flesh and scales, dragonborn. Ji-sun frowned as he looked at the information that appeared on Enlightenment. This kind of boss level demon is powerful in itself, and it is a dragonborn. In the manuscript of Master Ronin, the most difficult demon types are recorded, and the danger level of various dragonborn can be ranked in the top few. The dragon in mythology is a perfect creature with almost invincible physical and magical defense, great strength, and magical ability. Therefore, Dragonborn demons have more or less inherited some of the advantages of that god-level bloodline. Ji-sun just experienced the terrifying power contained in that kick, and even after he transformed, his strength did not have any advantage. Hiss. Ji-sun took a breath of cold air, and looked at the lizard man chasing him with his peripheral vision. His eyes turned, and his mind was quickly thinking about how to deal with it. If he really fights with all his strength, he can fight. But if he doesn't transform, he will almost certainly die. At this critical moment, the soil not far in front of him suddenly collapsed slightly. Ji-sun sensed the fluctuation of the earth element, and his eyes narrowed. Quicksand technique. The Earth Dragon Man just landed and wanted to use the ground to rush forward, but he didn't expect to collapse with one foot, and fell to the ground with a stumble. Good trick. Seeing this, Ji-sun secretly praised in his heart. Although the quicksand spell is not an advanced spell, it was used very cleverly just now. It only sanded the bottom soil, and cleverly left the ground as a camouflage. And the timing of the spell was just right. This is just like a textbook spell, which is definitely a perfect score. Looking sideways, it was the mushroom-headed boy who released the spell. The Earth Dragon stumbled and fell to the ground. Ji-sun also took the opportunity to withdraw, avoiding the acid spit, and suddenly retreated a distance. He also made a decision in an instant. If he didn't do his best to kill this dragonborn disaster, and there was the blood elf, one demon and one creature, these people might not survive. At least Jiayu wouldn't survive. Moreover, the materials on the body of the dragonborn disaster would be very rare and precious. Strong strength, strong body, and excellent magic power, this is almost Ji-sun's ideal third-level material. If he can get out alive this time, he will immediately consider the issue of advancing to the third level. If this material can be obtained, you can prepare it first, but just as he was about to take out the scalpel and kill the big lizard, he suddenly heard a sound of breaking wind. The green-scale big lizard pulled its feet out of the sand pit, and a golden feather arrow accurately pierced the right eye of the ugly head. Blood spurted out. Ji-sun was shocked to see that someone had injured this disaster-level monster with one arrow. Relic-level arrow? What a good archery skill. He turned his head, and saw an archer wearing a gas mask, and whose face could not be seen clearly, who was not far away, pulling out the second arrow and putting it on the bowstring. Master! Ji-sun sighed in his heart. The chance of hitting the target with that arrow just now was only a split second. But the archer seized it. This archery skill and sharp combat instinct are enough to kill most of the second-level card masters. A true master. Ji-sun realized that this team was really full of hidden talents. His mind flashed with thoughts, and he rushed forward. At the same time, Jiayu, who was not far away, took out another card. The Earth Dragon Man felt pain in his eyes, and wanted to pull his feet out in anger, but suddenly, vines like octopus spread out on the expanding sand. The vines flexibly climbed up the Earth Dragon Man's legs. Although they were easily torn off, more vines also spread up. Quicksand Technique plus Ghost Vine Technique. This is indeed one of the standard answers in the textbook of the Federal Card Master Academy. Ji-sun himself has also read that version of the textbook. This strong sense of déjà vu of the textbook also made him sigh again that Jiayu has a solid foundation. With such an assistant, it is much easier to kill monsters. Ji-sun also stepped on the vines skillfully, turned around and appeared behind the lizard monster, and rode on its shoulders. There are many locks in fighting that use cleverness to break strength. Almost at the moment of shouldering, Ji-sun used a move. V-shaped head lock to lock up one of the monster's arms and head. The monster was so powerful that it struggled hard even when locked. The muscles of both sides made a crunch. Crunch sound of breaking. Normally, Ji-sun would not be qualified to wrestle with this monster without transforming, and he saw that his arm was about to break. But at this moment, the familiar sound of breaking wind sounded again. Swoosh. A golden feather arrow shot out again, piercing the right eye of the Earth Dragon Man. The timing was still perfect. The monster screamed in pain after its eyes were blinded. Ji-sun was shocked by the huge force, vomited blood and flew out. But the goal has been achieved. The weakness of the demons is actually here. Although their bodies are strong, their methods are far less complex and varied than humans. Usually all combat power is the ability of the body. Although this Iron-back Earth Dragon Man has a high rank, its perception is a weakness. Ronin Mage wrote in his notes that this monster's perception is almost entirely based on its eyes. Now that both eyes have been shot blind, the threat has dropped by 90%. Ji-sun didn't hesitate. He picked up a silver sword and slashed at the blind monster. This was the first time the three of them joined forces, but they seemed to have a tacit understanding of cooperation many times, and they severely damaged this third-level disaster in 2 encounters. This scene was a little incredible even when Ji-sun came to his senses. When he saw the other 2 people take action just now, he had an intuition in his heart that these 2 guys would definitely be able to keep up with his thinking. There seemed to be an inexplicable sense of familiarity that made people trust. So I went up without hesitation. And this is the ending. However, the parties involved could not figure it out, and the others were even more stunned. These 3 unremarkable guys actually severely injured a 3rd level, except for the relic level feather arrow. It seems that the 3 of them don't have any special means. How did they do it? Although there were many doubts in their hearts, this was a good thing. Originally, they were going to face these 2 third-level disasters at the same time, not to mention that they were sure to kill them. Even if it was killed, the battle damage was very serious. The hunters watched the disaster being severely damaged, and one by one they joined the siege. The lizardman attacked randomly, and although he severely damaged a poor guy, he was killed in the end. Enlightenment appeared and killed the third-level disaster Back Earth Dragon Man, and his military merit plus 800. Because it was a joint kill, the military merit obtained was not much. But Ji-sun was also very satisfied, because he peeled off a piece of gold-level material from the monster's corpse as he wished. Back Earth Dragon Man's giant power magic muscle quality, gold. Detailed explanation. The muscle of the high-level demon contains the weak genetic material of the ancient dragon clan, with pure and powerful flesh and extraordinary magic characteristics. The third-level flesh and blood system top-quality material. The third-level disaster has a chance to produce gold material. The probability of high-level materials in war mode is increased, and they are directly available. If this material is really taken to major auction houses, it will definitely be a sky-high price. The most important thing is that the attributes are ideal for Ji-sun, and the degree of fit is extremely high. As for Jia Yu and the archer who helped, Ji-sun only said that they would distribute according to work, and the 2 had no objection at all. And surprisingly, when they saw him put away the extraordinary materials, the others did not say anything. The quality of this group of people is much higher than that of the wild team. And they didn't seem to be short of money. There were fewer conflicts caused by the distribution of benefits. This harmonious atmosphere also made the battle smoother. That blood elf was also killed shortly after the fierce battle. It also produced a top-quality warlock material. Ji-sun had no demand, so he wisely did not participate in the distribution. Complete the D-level task, explore the movements of the demon vanguard, and gain plus 1,000 combat merits. This encounter ended with the complete annihilation of the demon vanguard. The task was completed, and the combat merit reward was not low. Ji-sun and the dozen or so people who were still alive cleaned up the battlefield and rested there. Now they just became 2 groups of people, and the dozen or so people who were still alive seemed to be 2 hunter groups combined. Ji-sun and his 3 companions were a temporary team. The strength of those who could enter the different dimensional space this time was not simple, probably because both sides felt that they had not figured out the strength of the other party, and they tacitly did not have any unpleasant friction. Almost everyone was injured in the previous battle, and after everyone cleaned up the battlefield, they were also recovering from their injuries. Ji-sun was not in a hurry to go. Calculating the time, the bait had just been exposed. If the Ganluobi wizard had just set out secretly, he should not have arrived here yet. And this canyon is the only way to the Twin Towers cliff. If he guessed correctly, he might just be able to encounter them. The breeze was blowing, and the smell of blood was still floating in the air. But it didn't matter. The sound of the battle here had already spread, and there should be no large waves of demons nearby. On a boulder, Ji-sun was drinking a potion to recover from his injuries. At this time, Jia Yu came over, took out a black potion and said, "This is the secret potion of Bureau X, which can speed up the recovery of injuries." As he said that, he looked at Ji-sun, as if he saw something, blinked and said, "Thank you for saving me before." Ji-sun looked at his eyes and guessed something, and asked tentatively, "Why don't you ask why?" Jia Yu didn't say it directly, and said mysteriously, "Because of the captain?" Ji-sun smiled without commenting. This guy is as smart as ever. Although he didn't transform and reveal his identity before, he guessed that Jia Yu might have recognized him from some details in his battle. And Ji-sun always felt that this mushroom head seemed to have a very strong and special perception ability. He looked silly and bookish, but the whole person gave people a feeling of being flawless. Yes, innocent and flawless. But it was this point that made people suspicious. Ji-sun took the potion with a smile, and said nothing more. He glanced at Jia Yu and thought to himself, "I just found out that there is a very powerful guy hiding beside old Xie. Before, he really didn't see anything. But now that he has understood the magic solution, he can absorb people's negative emotions and see them. In the situation just now, facing the devil's stranglehold, almost everyone had fear, horror, worry, despair, and other negative emotional threads emerging. Even the 2/3 level captains had them, but the mushroom-headed boy who seemed to be in danger several times had none of them. Everything can be disguised, but the emotion of fear cannot be disguised. This guy seemed to have no fear at all when facing danger. Ji-sun felt that if he was not as emotionally unstable as himself, then this guy really had no emotions at all. No matter which situation it was, Jiayu was not as simple as he looked. Maybe if he hadn't taken action before, he wouldn't have died. But there was no maybe. Since he had taken action, it was also a gain to test this point. Ji-sun didn't want to ask. After all, he was not an enemy. If he didn't mention other people's secrets, it would be better not to ask. Moreover, there is something even more outrageous. It would be fine if there was one special Jiayu around, but there was actually a second one. In Ji-sun's perception just now, the archer who helped him also did not reveal any negative emotions. This made him feel very outrageous. Ji-sun did not think that just meeting two people with mental problems, like him, was the most likely possibility that this archer was a very powerful master. So much so that the small scene just now did not make him feel anything. TSK, we still can't underestimate others. Ji-sun muttered to himself. When he met Bai Wei before, he felt that the composition of the team was a bit complicated. Now that he met these two, he realized that the composition was more complicated than it seemed. But in the same way, the archer did not show hostility, but helped a lot. Ji-sun did not mean to test it. The more strong people, the better. And his mind instinctively thought of something else. Such an outrageous two people appeared in the team at the same time, and it happened to be this route. Could it be that they also knew the plot development through some channels, and guessed that they would meet the Ganluobi wizard on this road? How did they know? And the team leader did not seem to be them. Why did they take this route? Once a conspiracy was assumed, a series of associations appeared unconsciously in Ji-sun's mind. He even felt that the battle in this nameless canyon was a coincidence after the intervention of some mysterious force. However, before he could think about it, enlightenment appeared again. The Red Robe Shaman has been killed, the team's B-level mission has been completed, and plus 300 combat merits have been obtained. Do you want to choose to settle and exit? Everyone in the space saw enlightenment at the same time. I didn't participate at all, and only 300 combat merits were allocated for the B-level mission. Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly and thought, TSK, I really killed it. It's not a surprise. After all, seeing Bai Wei appear, he knew that this B-level mission was not too difficult to complete. But it was indeed beyond expectations that it was killed so quickly. The bait was given by himself. The Red Robe Shaman was most likely killed while looking for the bait and encountered Bai Wei's elite group. The lineup must be strong. Although he guessed that the casualty rate over there must be high, it was not him who died, so Ji-sun felt gloating. And the second plot with a 100% mortality rate in the legend has now been completed, and everyone is relieved. What's more subtle is that the prompt can now be settled. For those hunters who come in for money and work hard, this is a great opportunity. Having completed the contract and still alive is the greatest luck. As soon as enlightenment appeared, 7 or 8 people who were resting in the canyon suddenly stood up and stepped into the twisted light gate without hesitation. Although they did not get much merit, it was enough for them. So many people died at the beginning of the Battle of Iron Forge. Everyone knows that it is extremely dangerous to stay any longer. Half of the people were gone in an instant. Although the remaining few had a difficult expression, they stayed. Hunters who take the money can leave. Those nobles who raise private soldiers cannot leave. But in a blink of an eye, the 8 people looked at Ji-sun and the other 2. Ji-sun came for the Holy Grail, and he would not leave until his goal was achieved. However, Ji-sun turned his head to look at Jiayu beside him, and then glanced at the archer who had not spoken all the time. The 2 men had no intention of leaving. The 3 of them looked at each other, but they all asked tacitly. Ji-sun smiled when he saw this. Now the motive is clear. So they all came for the Holy Grail. Coincidentally, not long after waiting, Ji-sun's ears moved slightly, and heard the sound of armor, and the smile on his face became more subtle. This is the friction sound of human knight's armor. Now he heard that it was most likely that the big man in Iron Forge had come out. The smile on Ji-sun's face was not the self-satisfaction that he thought he guessed right. Instead, he felt that so many coincidences, masters, and unknown sources of information made the plot of the different dimension more confusing. He liked this challenging feeling. Sure enough, not long after, Ji-sun saw a mysterious team coming out of the forest. He also recognized the white-robed wizard Ganluobi, who was taller than ordinary people despite being covered with a cloak. Chapter 197. Ji-sun looked at the Iron Forge troops coming in from the other side of the canyon, his eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at the old man who had just sold him as bait, he didn't have a good impression at all. However, Ji-sun didn't want to hold any grudges against the NPCs. When he saw these guys appearing here, some hidden plots should be triggered. Jia Yu and the mysterious archer on the side, as well as the private soldiers who should be the Lionheart family, also looked at this group of people with expectation in their eyes. Crack. Crack. The metal friction sound of the armor gave people an unusually steady crushing feeling. Judging from the quality of the armor alone, these were not ordinary soldiers. The soldiers from Iron Forge looked at the piles of demon corpses in the canyon with a slightly surprised expression. They were obviously amazed at the combat power of the reconnaissance soldiers of the kingdom's Falcon Legion in front of them. Generally speaking, this 10 times the number of demon vanguards is enough to kill all these reconnaissance soldiers. I didn't expect the ending to be the opposite. However, the spatial patched up those unnecessary logical flaws, and the NPCs didn't bother about the battle process. The group of people came over, and Ganluobi in the middle of the team directly lifted his cloak, revealing a plain white magic robe. The old face was filled with a faint holy light, giving people the impression of a kind and wise elder. Ji-sun looked at the bottom of his eyes, with a slightly playful look. Ganluobi spoke directly, "Kingdom warriors, your bravery is obvious to all, and your achievements will be recorded in history." Ji-sun couldn't help complaining when he heard this opening. He was also used as bait by this old man's words, "brave demon slayer warriors of the kingdom." This set of rhetoric is really a trick used by the superiors. Unfortunately, there are only some foreign adventurers in front of him. After a set of brainwashing rhetoric, the old man got to the point. "I am completing a top-secret mission under the secret order of His Majesty the King. I need your bravery." In Ganluobi's eyes, those who are fighting against demons are all elite warriors of the kingdom. Since we have met, they are all a force that can be utilized. So I just recruited them. As soon as this guy finished speaking, enlightenment appeared, triggering the A-level mission. The white-robed magician Ganluobi is completing a top-secret mission. You need to follow the instructions and complete the escort mission. Merit plus 10,000. A-level mission? Ji-sun looked at the content of the mission and raised his eyebrows slightly. Where is the Holy Grail? Although he guessed that this team was going to Twin Towers Cliff, the difficulty was A-level, which was obviously not good enough. Thinking of this, he carefully observed all the NPCs in the team. After all, Ji-sun guessed that there was another big shot in Iron Forge, who might be more important than Ganluobi. This white-robed wizard with the strongest combat power known so far has left the city, and that one should have followed him out of the city as well. The few people who survived and did not leave were naturally heading for the Holy Grail. Ganluobi issued an escort mission, and they all set off together, heading southeast. Probably because of the success of the bait tactic, this team of nearly 100 people walked very smoothly in the forest, and soon approached the Twin Towers cliff marked on the map. There was no demonic resistance, thinking that the demon's vanguard had been almost killed by Bai Wei's troops. It was estimated that Gambilo himself had never thought that this group of scouts would be so fierce. It was clearly a bait-and-hold tactic, but it turned into an annihilation war. But Ji-sun also figured that since this escort plot was of A-level difficulty, there must be something worthy of this difficulty. What was the difficulty? Soon, the forest came to the end, and the group had arrived at a cliff. Discovered Twin Towers Cliff, exploration plus 15%. There are 2 towering, dilapidated stone towers on the edge of the cliff, like abandoned beacon towers or windmills. There are also some broken walls covered with glowing moss. This looks like an ancient village that has been abandoned for 100 years. Ji-sun recalled the information marked on the military map in his mind. There is a dark river under the cliff, and the towering mountains opposite are the Holy Spirit Mountains. Going over is the Yufeng mine. Ji-sun frowned and thought, but it shouldn't be planned to go over the mountain, right? Seeing the huge mountain in front of him, he rejected some of his previous ideas. Even military maps are not hand-drawn with high accuracy. Without accurate intelligence, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find a small holy grail in this mountain range. Thinking of this, Ji-sun looked at the 2 temporary teammates not far away. Jia Yu still looked bored, holding his cheek and looking at the mountain, not knowing what he was thinking. The archer not far away was still mysterious and didn't say a word. Originally, Ji-sun wanted to discuss the source of the information with them, but he thought that since they were not familiar with each other, there was no need. He thought that his judgment should be fine. As long as there were people around, he could always see something. Ji-sun turned his eyes to the white-robed wizard. This old man was the key. The sentries had been sent out, and some people had placed some magic cores of different colors around. The old man was holding up a magic wand and casting a spell. A huge hexagram formation lit up under his feet. I don't know what else he was preparing. But the entire deserted village seemed to be shrouded in a strange magical light. His action also attracted the attention of all adventurers. However, Ji-sun had a bad feeling in his heart. The difficulty of the A-level plot was definitely not limited to this, and the big man was not seen. The situation was still shrouded in fog, and it was unclear. He really had no clue now, thinking, where will the danger come from? Where will the Holy Grail appear? However, just as he had this thought, an accident came very suddenly. Ji-sun's night vision was very strong. He had been observing the surroundings, and the devil pointer did not make any movement. He originally thought that there was no trace of demons within at least a few kilometers, and there was no danger. But suddenly, his pupil shrank suddenly, and he exclaimed in his heart, "Flying dragon?" A group of black spots appeared without warning in the sky above the Holy Spirit Mountains in the distance. The black spots were getting bigger and bigger. It seemed that some flying target was flying rapidly towards the Twin Towers cliff. Ji-sun thought he was seeing things, but those black spots were moving very fast and getting closer. His pupils had changed into wolf pupils, and he could see clearly. They were a group of monsters that were dozens of meters long, had fleshy wings, were covered in scales, and had a huge dragon head. Although they were very different from the mythical dragons in the classics, the information of these monsters was also revealed under the blessing of the clown mask. Hellfire Flying Dragon Detailed Explanation, a 3rd level B-level disaster, a mixed blood sub-dragon with a slight dragon bloodline. It has an extremely strong body, and the ability to spit out flaming dragon breath. Although it is not a mythical dragon, it is still terrifying. Just like the Ironback Earth Dragon encountered before, almost all dragon descendants are disaster-level monsters. And not just one, it is a group. It is estimated that there are at least a dozen 3rd-level disasters in front of us. This kind of powerful group of monsters makes people's hearts shrink just by looking at it. Not only Ji-sun saw it, but others also saw it. The crowd was shocked instantly. No one expected that the demon army would suddenly come in this way. Look, what is that? Oh my god, a flying dragon. It's the Hell Dragon of the Demon Legion. Get ready for battle. The Dragon Legion hasn't arrived yet, but the terrifying pressure has already made people's breathing stagnate. Everyone immediately understood where the difficulty of the A-level difficulty plot lies. It's right in front of us. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, a group of flying dragons flew quickly over their heads, bringing with them gusts of wind that seemed to be able to blow off a person's scalp. What followed was a sea of flames and rolling heat waves. The dragon opened its ferocious mouth, and the hot dragon breath was like ink splashing, rendering a large area of fiery red in the dark forest. Almost in the blink of an eye, the huge forest was burning. At the same time, the dragon riders on the dragon's back also jumped down and rushed towards the hundreds of people in the forest. Fortunately, these people are all elite. Even the NPCs are about the 2nd or 3rd level of combat power. And the white-robed wizard Ganluobi also showed the absolute dominance of the magicians in this world in war. He looked at the flying dragon army attacking, his expression changed slightly, and the staff in his hand had already bloomed with holy white light. He raised his hand and grabbed it, and a hand several tens of meters long condensed in the void in an instant. He quickly grabbed a flying dragon that was about to ravage above his head. Then he pulled it hard. A jaw-dropping scene took place. The fat dragon caught by the invisible hand howled, and some red and black thin lines, like space cracks, appeared around its body, and then the huge body could not stop sinking violently. With a falling speed that was almost teleportation, a bang sound was heard. A huge deep pit was smashed heavily on the ground. The flying dragon wailed and tried to struggle, but a mouthful of magma-like blood spurted out, and it staggered and fell into the cracked pit again. Killing a 3rd-level disaster in one move? Ji-sun saw this scene and immediately recognized it in his heart. Mage's hand? Mage Roland's notes recorded this kind of magician's control skill, but it could never be so strong. Ji-sun recalled the moment when the dragon was torn apart and shouted in his heart, "No, it's not just magic, there is also that kind of other law power." The magician's hand does control magic, but it is impossible to catch the hell dragon that is good at strength. And those red and black lines that appeared like space cracks just now are the key. The reason why Ji-sun can recognize it is because he knows what it is, the strange force field contained in the golden ball of power gem. At this moment, the golden ball was still embedded in the alloy vest on his back. Tried countless times, as long as the magic power was infused, it would form a force field that made gravity very strange. And the golden ball was obtained from Outpost Battle. In the same world, it makes sense that Gambilo could do this. Could that golden ball have flowed out of the human kingdom? At this moment, Ji-sun's mind flashed with thoughts. The magician could study the power of the golden ball so thoroughly, which means that he had at least obtained the golden ball before. Otherwise, there must be a similar treasure. No matter what it is, Ji-sun is very interested. He is very curious about the method that killed the third-level disaster in one move just now. Now the golden ball is in his hand. Apart from the research of the effect of infusing spell power to increase weight, he has no idea of other uses. It's just a pearl covered in dust. Now that someone has mastered that power, isn't this a ready-made secret method? And now that it has appeared, as long as he gets out alive, doesn't it mean that there is a chance to get it in the lottery? But now is not the time to think about these things. There is no clue to the Holy Grail, and thinking about anything else is vain. Ji-sun looked at the fierce Ganluobi again, and his eyes showed contemplation. The old man relied on the magic circle under his feet to kill another hell dragon in a short time. Then he held up the magic shield and resisted the dragon's breath. This fierce fighting power also opened Ji-sun's eyes. But he was more curious about whether the two broken stone towers were magic towers. At this moment, the two broken towers have already burst into dazzling magic light, as if they are constantly gathering the elemental power around them. And it just so happens that the two broken magic towers are at the key position of Ganluobi's magic circle. This is a coincidence. Why do I feel that this old man seems to know that there will be a fierce battle? Is it an instinctive and cautious arrangement, or is it a premeditated defense? Before Ji-sun could think about it, a tall red demon appeared in front of him with a big knife. Ji-sun also drew out his two-handed sword to fight back. The demons and humans fought fiercely in this forest of fire. During the battle, Ji-sun also took the opportunity to observe Jiayu beside him. At this moment, he was sure that this guy didn't need his help at all. This mushroom head still looked dangerous, giving people the feeling that he was going to die several times, but he didn't die. It was as if he had an outrageous luck value. Every time the arrow shot, they would always deviate a little bit. When the machete came, he looked embarrassed and dodged, but he could always avoid it without danger. The dragon's breath burned his face black, but it never hit his vitals. If it weren't for his luck, then it is a kind of perfect disguise, as if everything is calculated just right. This guy is very weird. Ji-sun really doesn't understand. It stands to reason that the people who can enter this space are at most third-level card masters. If this guy is a disguise, how strong is his mental arithmetic ability? It feels like a supercomputer without any mistakes. Ji-sun can't imagine that this is a human ability. He thinks it's probably good luck. Ji-sun glanced at the archer again. This guy is still steady, just shooting cold arrows, and then moving flexibly. Ji-sun didn't see anything either. He could only be sure that this guy was very strong and didn't use his full strength. He didn't use it himself either. Because the A-level plot of the war mode at the moment was at its maximum intensity. Transformation couldn't change anything. Ji-sun felt that even if he transformed and fought with his full strength, he would be lucky to be able to deal with one flying dragon. But now there were more than a dozen. Ganluobi, the old wizard, could withstand the attacks of several hell dragons with his bare hands, and the fourth-level deputy city lord and several elite guards also held back a few, but the others couldn't. A third-level disaster usually requires an elite team led by a third-level card master to be able to be safely eliminated. And there are less than 10 adventurers at the moment. Those NPC soldiers also suffered heavy casualties under the attack of the flying dragon. Ganluobi, the magician, has limited magic power and can't see the hope of victory. The more he fights, the smaller his advantage will be. Looking at the current situation, even if he can break through, this team will inevitably suffer extremely heavy losses. The most important thing is that the position has been exposed. Who knows how many hell dragons those demons will reinforce? Ji-sun and his team have already accepted the mission, so they can't run away now. We have to find a way to call some people over. Ji-sun suddenly thought of something. Ironforge is far away, so there is no hope for NPC reinforcements. The only ones who can fight in this alien space now are adventurers. Ji-sun didn't forget that Miss Bai Wei should know his location. Just when he had a flash of thought, a bone spear suddenly shot over. Ji-sun could have dodged it, but a plan flashed through his mind, so he didn't dodge. The bone spear pierced through his lower abdomen, and with great force, it nailed him to the tree stump behind him, and he was about to die on the spot. Almost at the same time, he felt a swelling sensation on the injured part of his shoulder blade. A strange scene took place on the spot. An arm emerged from his skin. Ji-sun was not surprised to see this, and sneered in his heart, The secret fetal parasitic technique is really here. Chapter 198. Last time in the deep pit's secret realm, Ji-sun had seen Bai Wei's secret technique of passing through Katarina's body. Now, seeing this white arm emerging from his collarbone, he was not surprised at all. Bai Wei was scheming and vicious, and Ji-sun was sure that this guy had let him escape before, and probably left some tracking methods. Just now, he let the bone spear pierce himself just to give it a try. I didn't expect it to be true. However, passing through is ultimately an evil technique that harms the host. When the arm appeared, Ji-sun felt like a sprouting bean, and his body seemed to be drained by the new seedling. Fortunately, he had the undead curse, so he could still hold on. In this situation, it would be good to pretend to be a corpse. Ji-sun did not plan to make any moves. Ji-sun shriveled. Corpse was hung on the tree trunk. Bai Wei, covered in snake scales, emerged from the secret fetus, and her expression was very solemn when she looked at the situation in front of her. The hell dragon was riding on her face, and this feeling of oppression was also very stressful for her. She glanced at Ji-sun's body behind her, and instinctively felt that something was wrong. It seemed like too many coincidences. She had intercepted this guy before, and although she got a single A-level mission, she also got into big trouble. The things in the package now seemed to be bait, so the Red Road Shaman of the demon camp found them at the first time. Then a fierce battle broke out. Although the shaman was successfully killed, the demon pioneers were also wiped out. But the team that entered the other dimension suffered heavy losses this time. And now, the trouble is obviously even greater. But before Bai Wei had time to think about it, a flying dragon in the sky had already attacked her fiercely. She had just been born from the secret fetus state, and her skills were very limited. She did not dare to confront the hell dragon that was more than 10 meters long head-on. Seeing the flame dragon breath and strong wind coming, Bai Wei's crystal eyes shone, and while dodging, she bit her finger and drew a spell on her body with blood, and shouted, "Spiritual Shadow Snake." In the blink of an eye, her shadow stretched rapidly, and then turned into two black shadow pythons with clear scales. It was obviously just a shadow, but it looked like a physical python with reduced dimensions. The two shadow pythons spread over, and touched the shadow of the flying dragon in the sky. The giant python opened its mouth, and bit the flying dragon's shadow. A strange scene took place immediately. The shadow was bitten, and the original unrelated body in the sky seemed to be entangled by something at the same time. The body stagnated in midair, and actually fluttered and struggled. However, the hell dragon's physical and demonic defenses were extremely high, so this move only limited its flying attack. It did not cause much damage. Seeing this, Bai Wei condensed the spell drawn with blood again, Spiritual Calling Insect Bite. As soon as the spell was completed, she opened her lower jaw and split it into an exaggerated arc that seemed to tear the whole face in two. From the black hole-like throat, countless black beetles the size of gravel flew out. The swarm of insects hummed like a sandstorm and swept towards the flying dragon that was stagnant in the air. Although the hell dragon was huge, it was completely helpless against these insects. Even though the dragon's breath burned many to death, there were more insects attached to the huge dragon's body. The creepy rustling sound of gnawing could be heard in an instant. After doing all this, Bai Wei did not feel relieved. She frowned and looked at the white-robed wizard Gon Luobi, who was playing games with several dragons not far away, and instantly thought of some ideas. This was a top-level plot mission that had never appeared in their intelligence. This time, they all came for the Sismak Holy Grail, and this old wizard seemed to be the key to the plot. Since she joined the war, she also received the A-level mission of escorting Gon Luobi, so naturally there would be a fierce battle. TSK, this woman is really powerful. Ji-sun saw Bai Wei's evil methods again with his own eyes, and sighed in his heart. As expected of the Bai family, the oldest family in the Federation. She cast 2 spells in a row and severely injured a flying dragon. No wonder she can survive until now after encountering fatal crises many times. Ji-sun was still hanging on the tree trunk, using the fake death technique, and the demon didn't seem to be interested in the corpse. Although the undying curse can keep one alive, it doesn't last long, so he dare not use it too much. He quietly injected the medicine that had been prepared in the mechanical vest into his body, slowly recovering from his injuries. With a glance, the 2 temporary teammates, the mushroom head and the mysterious archer, were still strong. The battle situation also fell into a stalemate. However, it didn't take long before countless cards suddenly flew out of the dense forest. Ji-sun knew that reinforcements had arrived. Since Bai Wei appeared here, the living people of the Bai family and the Lionheart family should also come here. In a blink of an eye, elite teams rushed out from the distance of the dense forest. But the number was not too large. A quick glance showed that the team of 1,000 people now had less than 300 people left. It seemed that the previous hunting of the Red Robe Shaman had caused a lot of losses. The casualties had reached nearly 70%. However, those who survived were all experienced hunters, or well-trained and well-equipped noble private soldiers. Their combat effectiveness was very strong. As soon as these guys joined the battlefield, the situation immediately opened up. All forces spent a lot of money to explore the other dimensional space this time, and everyone brought enough high-level spell cards and equipment. Although the flying dragon is strong, it is only a third-level disaster after all. In the spell bombardment at all costs, flying dragons continue to fall from the sky. Although the battle is still tragic, it seems that this A-level plot will not be a problem to complete. Even if the final mortality rate may reach 80%, or even 90%. Hell-flying dragons fall from the sky from time to time. The materials of this dragon creature are all top-grade, dragon crystal, flesh, blood, and bones are almost all extraordinary materials. There are many military exploits. But Ji-sun was not in a hurry to reap the benefits. According to his experience, the war mode is winner takes all. The person who can survive to the end is the big winner. Moreover, his mind is also thinking about something else. Even if he completes the A-level plot task in front of him, at most, he can get some high-level plot information from the White-Robed Wizard. But most of them are related to the main plot of the Battle of Iron Forge in the other dimension. The Holy Grail is still illusory. So this idea is still wrong. We need to find something that is not related to the main plot, but is related to the entire Holy Grail War. Didn't that big shot come out of Iron Forge? Ji-sun has been watching the battle in the field. He observed almost every NPC, but did not find any suspicious existence of that big shot. Now most of the NPCs are dead, and they can't hide. Looking at the white-robed mage Gambilo, who is still vigorous, Ji-sun's eyes also deepened. What on earth did this old man come here for? Since he used bait and suffered so many casualties to leave the city, he didn't escape. He came to the Twin Towers cliff instead. He didn't come here just to kill some flying dragons, did he? This Twin Towers cliff must be meaningful, and the enlightenment and tips of the Ghost Wind mine must also be meaningful, but it cannot be related to the main plot line. You have to think outside of this closed loop of the plot. Ji-sun gathered all the information in his mind and deduced various possibilities. The battle is still going on. Just when we are about to see the hope of victory, enlightenment suddenly appears. A+ level plot is triggered. Ironforge's defense battle. Ironforge's top-secret intelligence has been transmitted back to the demon base camp, and the Lord of Hell has sent his 35th son, Red Dragon Viscount Yuan, to reinforce the battlefield. He will hunt down the white-robed wizard Ganluobi. At the same time, 200,000 elite demon troops have set out, and will arrive in Ironforge in one day. The reinforcements from the Kingdom of D-Land are on the way, and will arrive in Ironforge in 4 days. If Ganluobi dies during this period, all members will fail the mission, and cannot leave the different dimension. B-level plot mission is triggered. Kill the defector. The warrior of the human camp is bewitched by the demon god, and becomes a member of the demon camp. He lurks in the team to hunt the defector, and the mission reward is plus 3,000. 2 consecutive inspirations. An A+ mission and a B-level mission. When they saw it, everyone's face changed drastically. The difficulty of the A+ mission is extremely high even in other spaces, let alone this war mode. And although this mission is not a mandatory mission, once the key plot character is killed, no one can get out. In other words, from now on, all adventurers must protect the white-robed wizard from being killed. In an instant, the pressure of the high-intensity plot made everyone's chest feel tight. As soon as the mission was triggered, almost everyone's expression became solemn. Only Ji-sun seemed to be thinking about something. This familiar formula came again. Last time, we had to hold on for a few days, and wait for the reinforcements from the kingdom. This time is the same. The main plot he interpreted so far is that everyone retreats to Ironforge, and uses the city's defensive offensive to block the 200,000 demon army for 4 days. Although the death rate of the A+ level plot is extremely high, it is not completely impossible. As long as we can seize all the available resources in Ironforge, it is still possible to complete the mission. The risk is definitely huge, there is no doubt about it. As for the second B-level mission, there is nothing to think about. Ji-sun had previously speculated that there was a traitor in the human camp, and it is normal that it is exposed now, which can be regarded as a side reward for the players. However, enlightenment is just the beginning. The crisis is still to come. Before everyone was shocked, a group of black spots appeared in the sky in the distance again. The perception card Master Sure was the first to discover it, and shouted, "Look, The flying dragon army is coming again. Ji-sun also looked up and saw that, as before, some black spots appeared in the sky again. There weren't many this time, only 3 or 5. However, when everyone saw the leading red-scaled flying dragon covered in black flames, their faces changed. From a distance, people could clearly see the black flames on its body that burned the void and twisted it, as well as the huge dragon body that was nearly 100 meters long and full of oppression. The pressure this guy exuded was completely different from those flying dragons before. Red Dragon Viscount Yuri detailed explanation, 4th level A-class disaster, son of the Lord of Hell, flying dragon commander. It is a high-level demon with the blood of both high-level hellfire demons and mythical dragons, with the ability to control high-level hellfire and the body of a red dragon, 4th level A-class, and a dragon descendant. This monster with the upper limit of the combat power of the other dimension has appeared. Just looking at the content on the Enlightenment, even if a 5th level card master comes, he may not be able to kill the red dragon Yuri. But the other dimension limits the entry of only 3rd level card masters at most. Just the disparity in combat power makes people feel desperate. But Ji-sun is calm, and he still has time to think. Is it another son of the Lord of Hell? Ji-sun killed a red Baron Dodon, who can dominate the body last time, and he was indeed ridiculously strong. In a different dimension, with the same level of catastrophe, this kind of monster is almost invincible. But as I said, crisis is also an opportunity. Since it appears in a different dimension, it must not be a dead end. There must be some way to kill it. For example, with the help of the white-robed wizard Ganluobi and the giant war machines in Iron Forge. There must be a small chance of killing it. It just depends on whether the hunters can seize the opportunity. Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the red dragon and murmured to himself, if you can really kill it, the reward must be amazing. High-level demons are top-quality materials. Having benefited from it last time, he instinctively had this idea this time. Seeing the flying dragons attacking from the horizon, the white-robed wizard Ganluobi's face changed drastically. He made a prompt decision and shouted, quick, return to Iron Forge with light luggage. The old man knocked the last flying dragon entangled with him to the ground with his staff, and then chanted a mysterious spell. Looking again, a hurricane suddenly surrounded his robe, and it became visibly lighter. Then the old man actually floated in the air and retreated without hesitation. The magician was weak, but he could fly very fast. Seeing him leading the retreat, the NPCs also threw away some heavy equipment and followed him. Quick, catch up. Go back to Iron Forge first. The adventurers watched and retreated without hesitation. After all, the plot mission was clear now, and the white-robed wizard Ganluobi could not die. They had to protect the old man, but also rely on his protection. Moreover, anyone with a normal mind can see that the current situation can only revolve around this old man. He is the strongest person known in the human camp of Iron Forge. Even if it is the Holy Grail, I think only he knows it. By way, and a group of elites followed without much hesitation. In a blink of an eye, there were only a pile of corpses and discarded equipment left in the forest. And when there are so many people, the whereabouts cannot be hidden. In addition, Ganluobi, the magician, was surging with magic power, flying fast in the forest, like a big light bulb, which could be sensed from a long distance. Soon, the flying dragons in the sky also flew past quickly, heading towards Iron Forge. Soon, on a messy battlefield. On the trunk of a large tree that was still crackling and burning, a corpse twitched its fingers. Ji-sun stretched out his hand and pulled out the bone spear stuck in his abdomen. A stream of blood spurted out, and his body fell to the ground. Who? The stinging pain of his internal organs made him exhale. With cold sweat on his forehead, Ji-sun took out another special potion and poured it on the gap in his abdomen, where his internal organs were visible. His ears moved slightly, and those people had already run far away. Ji-sun was relieved. He leaned against the tree trunk weakly, and strands of sand lingered around his body. These were elite humans and high-level demon corpses, with amazing extraordinary characteristics. Bai Wei's body-passing secret technique almost killed him. As he devoured, he felt that his physical condition was getting better. After a long while, Ji-sun felt that he could stand up. Dong. Dong. Boom. The battle on the back was still fierce, but it was getting farther and farther away. Ji-sun didn't want to catch up. There were many people over there, so he didn't need to help. And he thought that even if he completed the A+ main task and was lucky enough to get out alive, he would not live long. The Holy Grail was the top priority. And it was very likely that after the A+ task was completed, the Battle of Iron Forge would disappear, and there would be no chance to come next time. So he had to seize this time. And he had been hanging on the tree trunk for so long just now, and he had some ideas. As for guessing wrong, then I'd rather die. While Ji-sun was searching for the extraordinary materials on the dragon's body that those people hadn't taken away in time, he was thinking, TSK, that old man is really determined. I thought he used others as bait, cruel and vicious. I didn't expect that even he himself was a bait. Until just now, Ji-sun had this bold idea in his mind. Only then did he understand why Gon Luobi would come up with such a big show. This magician came to the Twin Towers cliff for a trip, and fled back to Iron Forge in a panic. It looked like nothing was accomplished. But Ji-sun guessed another possibility from some clues. That is, Gon Luobi had actually calculated everything. From the beginning, Ji-sun got the bait, and the other hunter teams were also baits, attracting almost all the firepower of the demon vanguard, which seemed to be to cover the old man to come to the Twin Towers cliff. Then because the position was exposed by the insider, the work failed. But in fact, this is the cleverness of Gon Luobi's calculation. The old man knew that his whereabouts could not be hidden, and the demons even had a lot of key information, so he chose to use the trick against him. He entered the game, and was willing to be a pawn. He used himself as bait to cover up his real purpose. He did come to this place, but not for his own purpose, nor to find the Holy Grail. He came to attract firepower and cover for others. The only person who could make a court magician like Gon Luobi willing to be a bait was that big shot. And that big shot took such a risk to come here, most likely for the Holy Grail. This is not the main plot. It is a hidden plot. Although everything is just speculation. But because Ji-sun had previously deduced the existence of the big man in Iron Forge, he was now certain of his thoughts. Based on the current clues, this is the only possible direction to contact the Holy Grail. Ji-sun sorted out the thoughts in his mind and raised his face. So, the big man should be hiding in the scout team that first explored the cliff. No wonder he has not been discovered. Thinking of this, he has partially transformed into a beast and carefully distinguished the smell in the air. The sense of smell of the atavistic werewolf is so exaggerated that it can almost clearly distinguish the target's scent even after using the deodorizing potion. Although the smell on the battlefield is mixed. But as long as you spend some time, it is still possible to find the whereabouts of the big man. Ji-sun swallowed the extraordinary characteristics around him while looking for the smell. Originally thought that he would have to gamble on his luck alone. But unexpectedly, at this time, a mushroom-headed boy with a deerskin bag suddenly appeared in the woods and asked, "Mr. Ji-sun, do you need my help?" Looking again, it was not only Jiayu, but also the mysterious archer. These two temporary teammates not only knew that he was not dead, but also did not leave. Ji-sun looked at the two guys, raised his eyebrows slightly, and then smiled. Okay. This non-main storyline is very difficult. He needs teammates. Although the purpose of these two guys is unclear. But they are very strong, and there is no hostility at present. Cooperation is enough. Chapter 199. Two temporary teammates appeared. They must have seen through that he was playing dead. Ji-sun did not feel that his motives were exposed and there was trouble, but he felt that the plan to find clues to the Holy Grail was more stable. He looked at Jiayu and asked in a teasing tone, "Why didn't you leave?" The mushroom head shrugged, looked at him with innocence, and responded, "I don't know where to find clues. So I just stayed." As he said that, he looked at Ji-sun and blinked, and then said, "The captain once told me that when I am not sure of the decision, I will find someone who can make the decision for reference. I just watched Mr. Ji-sun pretending to be dead, and I thought you must have a way." Ji-sun listened to this, smiled and helpless. What if I just pretended to be dead to avoid danger? Mushroom Head's idea was not wrong. If he couldn't find the clues, he would keep an eye on those who found the clues. He had the same idea before. These two temporary teammates definitely didn't appear here by chance, they must have mastered something. He just wanted to follow and see. He didn't expect that others would also use him as a reference. Ah. No. Jiayu blinked, and showed a sincere smile of a young man. He said his reasoning, "When I was in Iron Forge before, I saw you enter the city lord's mansion. Later, you went to many places in the city, and came into contact with many key plot tasks. My first reaction was that you wanted the people of the Lionheart family to notice you, so that you could use their power to get rid of some trouble. It is likely that you got some plot task items that you didn't want to take away. Of course, even if those guys guessed it, they would definitely take the bait." Hee. When Ji-sun heard this, his expression became amused. He didn't ask the mushroom head how he locked onto his position. But this guy is really smart, and has a very clear mind. In fact, his previous behavior in Iron Forge was quite obvious in the eyes of a suspicious guy like Bai Wei. But as the mushroom head said, they would definitely take the bait even if they knew it. Jia Yu said again. Later, I found out that you asked some unimportant characters in the plot, and then I guessed that your purpose should not be just to divert the trouble. Rather, I really found some key clues. Later, I saw a war broke out soon after leaving the city, which further proved my idea. Later, you found our team and met the white-robed wizard again. All the plots are connected. Ji-sun listened and smiled without saying anything. After a pause, Jia Yu sighed with admiration. Mr. Ji-sun is really amazing. The Lionheart family spent so much money to investigate the information but failed. You actually cracked so many key plots at once. Ji-sun shook his head slightly, without explanation or denial. It was a coincidence that he could find the clues. In addition to the information from Nanjing's mother, the most important thing was that he got some key props when he cleared the outpost battle last time. So he was able to find the clues in a short time. He didn't think he was that good. But what made him a little confused was that no matter how he looked at it, Jia Yu didn't seem to be pretending. He was really just a vigorous and brave young man. Smart, simple, wise, and a kind of youthful heroism that couldn't be hidden. If someone can disguise to this extent, then his acting skills are too perfect. But Ji-sun himself is a professional actor. He is sure that this guy is definitely not simple. At least it can't be explained by disguise. This is very contradictory. Thinking of this, Ji-sun asked directly, "Then how did you know to come to the Twin Tower Cliff?" It was not easy to ask before, and there is nothing to worry about now. Jia Yu and the mysterious archer seem to know each other. They appear here at the same time, which is definitely not a coincidence. After saying that, Ji-sun observed Jia Yu's expression, thinking that he could find some flaws. However, he didn't expect that the mushroom-headed man didn't hesitate at all and directly said his ability, "I don't know. It's just that my career sequence has an ability to deduce the direction of the subsequent development of the event. So I chose a route that I felt was most likely to trigger the hidden plot. I didn't expect to meet you, Mr. Ji-sun." Ji-sun suddenly understood after listening to this. In layman's terms, it is a guess. He also asked curiously, "Is it divination?" This ability to predict the future is thought to be a certain sequence of card masters with the ability of divination and prediction. It is not strange to have encountered it before. But this ability comes at a high price. It is almost impossible for a third-level card master to divine items of the level of the Holy Grail. However, Jia Yu shook his head and corrected, "It is not divination. It is deduction. The captain told me that the operation of all things has traces and rules. As long as you observe and comprehend carefully, you will find that they will always develop and evolve in a way that looks uncertain in the future, but is actually a fixed trajectory. Just like the end of life is death, this is a trajectory that many people believe in." After saying this, Ji-sun seemed to understand something. It sounds like it's just a little bit smart, but it's actually a kind of extraordinary law. It's a bit like the order path that Xie Guozhong took. Originally, he was quite curious about which career sequence this deduction ability belongs to, but it would be impolite to ask again. Speaking of this question, Jia Yu seemed to remember something and asked, "By the way, Mr. Ji-sun, I heard from the captain. There seems to be something wrong with your lifespan. This time, you should come to find Sismark Holy Grail to solve the problem?" Ji-sun did not deny it, yes. Then he asked casually, "Are you here for the Holy Grail as well?" In this situation, those who stay are all going for the Holy Grail, and there is nothing to hide. Jia Yu and the mysterious archer did not say anything, obviously acquiescing. Mushroom Head also said directly, "But our goals do not conflict." Ji-sun raised his eyebrows. "Oh? Cooperation is fine, but if the goals conflict, there may be unequal distribution of spoils later." He originally wanted to wait and ask, but he didn't expect the other party to say it directly. Jia Yu said, "Sismark Holy Grail, there is another alias that only a few people know, called Royal Holy Grail. Mr. Ji-sun, all you need is the holy water in the cup." This sentence was obviously only half said, but Ji-sun understood a lot of information when he heard it. Royal Holy Grail. This name already explains a lot of things. Jia Yu obviously knows a lot about the Holy Grail. The only thing that can involve the kingship that Ji-sun can think of is K's way to the kingship. There is also the Silver Moon sect. He didn't want to delve into it. Listening to the half-concealed tone, it is probably the same thing that Nanjing's mother is worried about. This is a topic that cannot be mentioned at the moment. After a few simple exchanges, the relationship between the three temporary teams has become more stable. Everyone has the same goal, but there is no conflict. This is the best state of cooperation. Ji-sun looked at the archer who had been silent all the time, and smiled slightly without knowing what he thought of. Jia Yu asked, "So, Mr. Ji-sun, what are we looking for now?" Ji-sun said directly, looking for a certain outer security team that left the team before. I suspect there is a very important person in it. When Jiayu heard this, he suddenly said, I said it was strange. No matter how you look at it, the white-robed wizard should not have failed to calculate that he would be discovered by the demon army. Ji-sun listened and nodded in agreement. In fact, the fact that he could discover it does not mean that he is smarter than Jiayu and the others. It was just because he had been to Iron Forge and had some only clues. After hearing this, the two teammates understood it instantly. The three of them began to search. Before long, the three of them identified 3 suspicious routes from the possible directions of the 6 reconnaissance teams. If Ji-sun was alone, he could only follow the smell along the 3 paths one by one. But this behavior would take a lot of time. In the end, it might be because of that big shot, some misleading means, and completely lost the goal. This is true. The big man obviously also guarded against being tracked by the devil, and did some interference. Ji-sun asked Jiayu to choose one of the 3 paths he judged. Then the 3 followed one of the paths, and walked along the cliff for a long time. But as they walked, they felt something was wrong. They never reached the end, and it was so far away that it seemed to be deliberately luring the pursuers. After a while, the 3 stopped at the edge of the cliff. The wind blew on the robe, making a rustling sound. Their intuition told them that if they continued to search like this, they would definitely get nothing. Just when Ji-sun's subjective consciousness judged that this was most likely a wrong route, and was ready to try another one, Jiayu, who was standing by, observed for a moment and said, if I were that person, I would definitely choose to jump into the dark river. This way, all said tracking would be ineffective. Yeah. Ji-sun's expression was full of helplessness. He felt that if he were that big shot, he would definitely find a way to escape the pursuit. Jumping into the underground river is the best choice. But without any directional clues, he couldn't be sure where those people would jump in this cliff underground river that stretched for dozens of kilometers. And the smell hadn't stopped yet, so it might not be this road at the moment. Or maybe someone jumped in the middle of the way, and the others continued to move forward as bait. But it was expected. The white-robed wizard Gon Luobi could act as bait himself, so it was reasonable for that big shot to leave no flaws. But this made Ji-sun and the other 2 very embarrassed. If we can't find that person, the clues to the Holy Grail may be cut off. However, this almost unsolvable situation improved in just one sentence. The complementary abilities of teammates came in handy. Jiayu's magical deduction ability made him seem to have discovered something, and he said, Mr. Ji-sun, you follow me. I may know where that person jumped down. As he spoke, he closed his eyes, looked dull, and walked on the edge of the cliff like sleepwalking. It seemed that he had used some extraordinary ability. Ji-sun was also curious and followed behind him. However, as they walked, Jiayu suddenly rushed to the edge of the cliff as if he was possessed, and then jumped down. Seeing this, Ji-sun was surprised and said, "Sixth sense?" Although he thought it was too ridiculous to find it like this, there were too many strange and extraordinary abilities in this world, so it seemed normal. Without thinking too much, he and the mysterious archer also jumped down. The 3 of them were masters, so they didn't have to worry about being killed by the fall. The wind whistled in their ears. After falling for nearly 100 meters, the 3 of them fell into the cold dark river. This was the bottom of the canyon. There were no luminous plants, and it was pitch black in front of them. Only the cold river water moistened the skin, shrinking the pores. Jiayu was still immersed in that sleepwalking state, and did not speak. The 3 of them just floated in the dark river, drifting with the river. This dark river was not marked on the map, and no one knew where it led to. Anyway, there were no clues, and Ji-sun was patient enough to appreciate this rare leisure time. As he was floating, he suddenly felt that this experience was also very subtle. The dark river drifted to the unknown distance, like the entrance to hell. It was pitch black in front of him. It was gloomy and terrifying, and the faint mist on the river's surface added a bit of mystery. As he was floating, the sound of water beside his ears changed slightly. Ji-sun then discovered that there was a tributary. Jiayu, the leader, had already floated down the tributary and entered the rock. Ji-sun and the others also floated in. The dark river was completely underground. The wet and cold rocks were about half a meter above his head, giving people a very depressing feeling. The map of this alien space is an open map, so large that there is no boundary at all. The 3 of them didn't know where they would drift to. Ji-sun remembered the path along the way, and observed the scouring marks on the rock wall along the way. There were black metallic lusters on the rock wall. Is this the secret iron ore? It should be inside the Holy Spirit mountain range. Ji-sun estimated the distance, and had a vague sense of expectation. This should be near the Yifeng mine cave. He had thought about crossing the mountain before, but he never thought that he would drift through the underground dark river. Suddenly, the river water became turbulent. There seemed to be a waterfall with a large drop in front of him. The sound of falling water came to his ears, and Ji-sun also found that the drifting speed was getting faster and faster. Facing an unknown waterfall, the feeling of goosebumps instantly reached the extreme. At a certain moment, Ji-sun found himself being carried by the water, and suddenly jumped into the air. This is a very deep underground waterfall. After taking 2 steps in the air, and stopping his body, splash into the water. Listening to the echoes of the surrounding sounds, this seems to be a huge underground cave. Just as Ji-sun was wondering where this was, Chidi also appeared. Discovered the dark river in the Yufeng mine cave. Exploration degree is extra plus 15%. Huh? Seeing Chidi, Ji-sun was delighted. Because only when an unknown map related to the plot is discovered, Chidi will increase the exploration progress. This means that the right place has been found. It is still an extra exploration degree, that is, this is a map outside the main plot. But the hint is underground river in Yufeng mine cave, which is also completely involved in the plot. Jia Yu and the mysterious archer also saw the enlightenment at the first time, and their expressions were lifted at the same time. The 3 of them left the water, and walked to the shore. At this time, Jia Yu discovered something and exclaimed, "Look, footprints." Ji-sun also discovered that there were footprints on the ground here. In this place where no one has been for countless years, all traces are very stable, and any foreign traces can be easily identified. It cannot be hidden or erased. Seeing the footprints means that the big shot really came here. All the previous guesses were correct. When Ji-sun thought of this, he glanced at the mushroom head with wet hair and sighed, "I really found it. It is really outrageous to find it in this way." The 3 of them didn't say much, holding their breath and carefully observing the surroundings. Then, they walked towards the dark passage in the direction of the footprints. The deeper they went, the more mysterious they felt. Ji-sun also guessed what the plot item related to the appearance of the Holy Grail in the hands of the big man in the story was. It might be the map to find this place. Otherwise, this way of entering, this winding path, can't be found without a map. There are natural caves all around, but soon, the 3 of them saw artificial buildings. It was a tombstone with words engraved on it. At the same time, Chi-di appeared again. Discovered Hero's Tomb extra exploration plus 23%. With the hint of enlightenment, Ji-sun and the other 2 guessed that this might be the tomb of a powerful person. It seems that the Holy Grail is in the tomb. The 3 of them did not rush in, but stopped in front of the stone tablet and read it. Jia Yu took out a small notebook and a pen, and seemed to want to record the inscription. The mysterious archer looked silent. Ji-sun himself, however, looked more and more serious, because he understood the content of the inscription. Jia Yu, who was standing by, looked at Ji-sun's solemn expression, guessed something, and asked, "Mr. Ji-sun, can you understand it?" Chidi didn't translate it, so it was a clue outside the main plot. Ji-sun didn't deny it, nodded and said, "Yeah. This is D-Lan language. Last time, after looting the collection of Master Ronin, I almost learned this language while reading those books." Hearing this, Jia Yu did not hide his admiration and exclaimed, "Wow, it's amazing. I have only seen some incomplete rubbings of this ancient language in the Federal Library. But it is too fragmented to be deciphered. And there is no scholar in the Federation who can understand this kind of broken text." Ji-sun listened but said nothing. He always had a feeling that the civilizations in these different dimensions seem to have really existed. Or in some way, they are still existing? He thought of the World Rift, and the upside-down rain at the gold-digging wharf next to the innocent city. It seemed that there was something wrong with the time and space of this world itself. While his mind was racing, he knew that his 2 teammates must be curious about what was written on the inscription. Now this plot is no longer the normal war mode A+. It must be more difficult. It may be the best in the other dimensional space that Ji-sun has participated in. He has seen some of the abilities of his 2 teammates, and they are very strong. He also feels that he needs some help. Ji-sun read out, "In the name of God, killing people, ridiculous kingship." When this first sentence was read out, it seemed as if some big shot was talking to the 3 people across time and space. While showing his domineering attitude, he also made no secret of his mockery of the royal power. Jia Yu and the others also became serious instantly, because they also heard a strong sense of conspiracy. Ji-sun interpreted, "This seems to be the burial of a legendary hero." He could not translate it completely accurately, but he roughly understood it, and translated the epic recorded on the inscription in his own words. 100 years ago, there was also a war around the Sismak Holy Grail, the human kingdom, and the demons fought a war, and the human beings suffered heavy casualties. The epic hero of mankind, the Paladin, the Dragon Slayer, and the Demon Slayer hero Galen defeated the Demon King from Hell, allowing mankind to win the war that lasted for more than 10 years. But the hero was also seriously injured and died here. His followers buried his body under the Holy Spirit Mountain, according to his will, sealing the Holy Grail, and the hell demon that brought disaster to mankind. After reading the inscription, the three of them fell into a moment of contemplation. Although the content is not much, a lot of key information is included. Ji-sun murmured, "If I guess correctly, 100 years ago, it should be the Second Holy Grail War. Now it seems that history is repeating itself. The Holy Grail has appeared in the world, and humans and demons are about to face another war. Judging from the situation, the leaders of both camps are very interested in the Holy Grail, and are willing to do anything to get it. But why did they fight for it at least 3 times? It feels like the prize of the game, letting humans and demons fight for it, and deliberately creating killings. There is another organizer behind the scenes." A light flashed in his mind, and Ji-sun immediately thought of the last sentence of the Enlightenment prompt when he entered the space, that there is the shadow of God behind this war between humans and demons. Look at the content on the inscription again. Was the Holy Grail War launched by the gods behind the scenes? Why? Faith? Or something else? Ji-sun knew that the demon side was Arachne, the Lord of Dreams and Joy of the Silver Moon sect, and there were gods on the human side. Thinking of this, things seemed to be high level. But that level was too high to figure out for a while. At this time, Jia Yu on the side also recorded what he had just heard and thought. It seems that after the hero killed the Demon King, the high-level people in the human kingdom were not particularly friendly to him. Otherwise, with the holy water in the Holy Grail, he would not have been seriously injured and died. "Yeah," Ji-sun nodded. The record part of this inscription was written by the followers of the legendary warrior Garen, and it was full of grievances, unwillingness and injustice. It seemed that the hero Garen had been treated unfairly, but he couldn't write it down. There seemed to be a lot of hidden stories in the last Second Holy Grail War. Perhaps there are some other dimensional spaces related to the plot in the old continent that can explain the reason, but it is no longer the plot that can be involved in this Battle of Iron Forge. However, Ji-sun looked at the title of Demon Slayer, and his eyes slightly raised. Coincidentally, he also had such a title. However, before he could think about it, the hair on Ji-sun's back suddenly stood up, and an indescribable, terrifying, murderous intent pressed over like a mountain. Someone is attacking. Ji-sun realized something instantly. The person coming was very strong. There was no time to think about it. He instinctively made a defensive reaction, and his body quickly transformed into a beast. However, the mysterious archer beside him reacted faster. Almost at the moment when the murderous intent came, an extremely cold air swept the entire cave. She turned around and punched, and it just happened to hit the black hand that attacked from the darkness. It was evenly matched. Seeing this familiar cold air, Ji-sun's mouth corner slightly raised, and his heart was relieved. He murmured, "It's you, Miss Chujio. Long time no see." Chapter 200. Ji-sun had always felt that this mysterious archer was inexplicably familiar. It was as if he had seen him somewhere before. Later, when he pretended to be dead, it was so smooth, thanks to the archer's several arrows to lure the monster away. At that time, Ji-sun guessed that this person probably knew him. He didn't have many friends. Later, he thought about it, and realized that the only person he knew who had such strength below the 4th level was Chujio. It was just that he hadn't seen her for a long time, and he was surprised that she would appear in this different dimension. Moreover, Nanjing's mother specifically asked him to come in this time, so maybe she already knew it. After all, Chujio's real identity is still the princess of the Orlan survivors. There may be some unknown secrets involved. Now looking at the familiar power of the ice law revealed in that punch, Ji-sun also confirmed that it was that old friend. He thought that the reason why Chujio didn't reveal her identity before was probably because she had some concerns. Or maybe there was another point. She didn't know how to face her old friend. After all, Ji-sun had seen Chujio's mother die in the siege of the Lionheart family at Rose Manor. The hysterical grief was still vivid in front of him. Chujio's life had undergone a great change, and his temperament was originally cold. He probably couldn't be happy with this world anymore. Ji-sun wanted to chat with old friends. But now was not the time to reminisce. Bang! The cloaked man who attacked from behind didn't know where he came from. But judging from his vicious means, he was going to kill him with one blow. But I didn't expect Chujio to be so strong that he could block this move. The cloaked man saw that the situation was not good, and retreated violently to distance himself. The three of them could see clearly that it was a hunchback with a strong aura of death. Ji-sun's pupil shrank as he looked at him, and he guessed the identity of this person in his heart, hunchback old Duan? He had seen old Duan several times when he was undercover in the Silver Moon sect, and he was somewhat familiar with this guy. Now looking at the hunchbacked old man in front of him, he had the same gloomy aura as the gravedigger. Wasn't he that guy? Ji-sun thought that the attacker would be a big shot who entered the secret passage, but he didn't expect it to be someone from the Silver Moon sect. At the same time, he was very confused. Hey, weird. How did this guy get in? Ji-sun was sure that Lao Duan definitely didn't come in with the three of them. He was ambushed here in advance, so he was obviously earlier. So thinking about it, this guy can only come in with that big shot. But the three of them have so much unique information, and Jia Yu's special ability, it's not easy to find this place. Lao Duan actually came before them. How did that guy do it? It is impossible to do it through normal means. Ji-sun's mind turned, and he suddenly thought of something. No, this guy is not from the human camp, but a defector. He immediately realized that not all adventurers who enter the alien space are from the human camp. This situation is not uncommon in alien spaces such as camp mode and competitive mode. After the adventurers enter, they may be in 2 or even multiple hostile camps. The Silver Moon cult and the demon clan believe in the same old god, Arachne, the lord of dreams and pleasures. Because of his beliefs, the hunchbacked old Duan is on a different path from the human camp. Therefore, his source of information is most likely the spy of the demon camp in Iron Forge. The mission he received is also different from others. This can also explain why old Duan was able to follow that big shot and come here first. He probably didn't want anyone to ruin his good deeds by taking action now. I originally wanted to sneak attack and kill these guys who were in the way, but I didn't expect them to be so strong. After figuring this out, Ji-sun felt his mind suddenly clear. However, looking at the hunchbacked old Duan who retreated safely under Chujio, he muttered in his heart, the speed at which these Silver Moon believers become stronger is really exaggerated. The destructive power of the punch, just now, is no longer what an ordinary third-level card master can achieve. Obviously, he was only a second level not long ago. However, Chujio, this old friend, has never disappointed people in terms of fighting, so Ji-sun is not too worried. He was more concerned about the difficulty of the plot itself. He glanced at the tombstone from the corner of his eye. Since Lao Duan appeared to stop them, there must be something behind that could not be disturbed. What the enemy wanted to stop was what they wanted to do. The purpose suddenly became clear. It was obvious that the three of them had the same idea. In the blink of an eye, Chujio suddenly condensed wisps of cold air all over his body, and then the whole person turned into cold air and dissipated. Looking again, the whole person had appeared dozens of meters away, as if teleported. Then he punched old Duan. Crack. Crack. The sound of ice cracking was crisp. This time, the shadow of the demon god appeared behind Chujio, and the punch with the power of the demon god directly beat old Duan into a pile of broken ice. But Ji-sun knew that old Duan would not be killed so easily. He looked at Jia Yu, the mushroom-headed man beside him, and rushed towards the corridor behind the tombstone without hesitation. Ji-sun had completely turned into a werewolf, running as fast as a ghost. But in a blink of an eye, he had come to a large cave again. As soon as he got here, Ji-sun immediately knew why Lao Duan had attacked them just now, because there was a hexagram array emitting light here. Ji-sun had seen the teleportation array of the demon camp in Outpost War last time. When he saw the runes on this array, he immediately thought of what it was, Space Teleportation Array. Maybe Lao Duan felt that he couldn't beat the NPC inside, so he planned to teleport the demon helper over? What's even more bizarre is that just now, Chujio had clearly beaten Lao Duan into pieces of ice, but there was actually an identical hunchback cloaked man next to the teleportation array. Before he could think about it, Jia Yu said, "It's too late to stop it. The teleportation array has already started to work." Ji-sun frowned as he listened. The helper that could teleport Lao Duan here must be some difficult high-level demon. Let's go! Let's go in first. Since he couldn't stop it, he thought about it, and rushed into the depths of the cave without caring about the teleportation array. This time, his purpose was to find the Holy Grail, not to kill any monsters. First, confirm whether the Holy Grail is in the hero's tomb. Chujio and Jia Yu had the same idea, and they rushed in as well. This cave under the Holy Spirit mountain range was not a specially built mausoleum, and there were no secret passages. Ji-sun and the other two quickly followed the footprints, and came to a huge space. There were a lot of luminous mosses growing on the rock walls here, and the visibility of the entire space was very high. A strange stone sculpture that was 100 meters high came into view. The stone statue held a shield in its left hand, and a spear in its right hand. It was covered in tattered armor, and there were holes everywhere on its body. Even under the helmet was empty. The carving technique is very sophisticated, as if it is mixed with strong emotions. The story and the picture come out at once. As if the flesh and soul were hollowed out by the devil, he still stood proudly with his iron will, and did not fall down. It makes people see a tragic sense of the hero's end at a glance. When Ji-sun saw this statue, he instinctively determined that this was the epic hero Galen written on the tombstone. But as the tomb of an epic hero, there is only one statue and no other burial objects, which seems too simple. Ji-sun was quite interested in the story of Paladin Galen, but he was more interested in the Holy Grail. The three people's eyes were immediately attracted to it, because there was a glowing cup under the foot of the statue. The Holy Grail was not big, and seemed to be made of mithril. It was engraved with exquisite and mysterious runes, simple and mysterious. Enlightenment showed the name, which was Sismak Holy Grail. It's really here. Ji-sun looked at the thing he was looking for in front of him, and his pupils shrank suddenly. The Holy Grail was filled with a cup of liquid that shone with holy light. This was the holy water of life that could instantly cure all diseases, eliminate all kinds of negative conditions, and repair the loss of lifespan. But his intuition also told him that this item, which was far more difficult than the current plot, was definitely not so easy to get. And when he saw the Holy Grail, Ji-sun glanced at a gorgeously dressed corpse next to the Holy Grail. The princess of the kingdom of Delan? How could she die here? Ji-sun looked at the mummy wearing a gorgeous jeweled dress, and guessed something. The details of the robes are full of holy cross badges. This is the family totem of the Durand royal family. And the three-headed sheepsnake griffin on the golden staff is the devil worshipped by the humans of the Durand kingdom, the king of war and destruction, Akres. Ji-sun had seen the description in the manuscript of Master Ronin before, so he guessed at a glance that the identity of this corpse was not simple. Epic hero and royal princess? Could it be that the person engraved on the monument outside was this princess, not some retainer? Suicide for love or something else? Seeing the scene in front of him, Ji-sun thought of too many stories at once. But each one was very sad. Jia Yu, who was standing next to him, knew more and murmured, the demon god pointed to by the high-level sequence Spade J war god that disappeared in history actually appeared here. Ji-sun was also slightly surprised to hear this. The civilization of the card master has been broken for countless times, and the inheritance has long been fragmented. To this day, not all sequences of the 52 ways to the gods have been passed down in full. There are only about 20 to 30 complete sequences with detailed records in the entire Federation. There are also many sequences that only have names, incomplete professional cards, or even unknown names. And the Spade J War God sequence of the War Path is a legend that only exists in textbooks. No one has seen it, and no one knows what this path is. It has been lost for at least thousands of years. However, the demon god that the Delan dynasty believes in is actually the demon god pointed to by Spade J. Aren't the demon gods of the 52 epic source cards the source of power for card masters? How come they have become old gods? What is going on? This seems to involve some high-end secrets. Ji-sun and Chu Jiao obviously couldn't figure it out. Jia Yu's mobile library guessed their doubts, and took the initiative to explain, this is the loss of control of the divinity. For too long, no human card master confused the source card of that sequence, or some superclass card masters after fusion lose control and distort, and the restrictions of the demon mark on the demon god will be weakened. When the divinity loses control, it will pollute intelligent creatures, and then, there will be believers and old sects. As long as faith is not extinguished, gods will not die, so no matter what civilization's history, there are always some shadows of old gods, and they cannot be extinct. That's the reason. So that's it. This topic is a bit beyond the scope. Ji-sun was confused and felt it was impressive. Then, the mushroom-headed man said, and it's not just this one. Various signs indicate that Arachne, the Lord of Dreams and Joy believed in by the Silver Moon sect, is very likely the demon god pointed to by Plum Blossom Q Moonlight Queen. However, that sequence has been discontinued for tens of thousands of years, and there is no evidence to directly prove this inference. I'm just guessing. Ji-sun's eyes twitched for no reason when he heard this. This is very interesting. The source of the old god turned out to be the mark of the devil whose divinity was out of control. But this is not the time to chat about this. The Holy Grail was right in front of them, and the three did not dare to move rashly. It was not just that their intuition told them that it was fatal to approach the Holy Grail. It was also because a knight in golden armor and brown hair suddenly walked out from the corner. Ji-sun looked at the Holy Cross emblem on the armor and guessed that the person in front of him was a royal family member, thinking that he was a top noble like a prince. Not surprising. Only such a big shot would make a strong man like the white-robed wizard Ganluo be willing to be a bait. The Golden Knight looked at Ji-sun and the other two who suddenly broke in, and instantly drew out the big sword in his hand, and asked coldly, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Ji-sun glanced at the black silk thread that twisted the space on the guy's big sword, and thought, this guy also knows that secret method. He responded calmly, "We are the reconnaissance guards of the Kingdom Falcon Corps, under the order of Wizard Ganluobi to investigate the traces of the demon pioneer. I just tracked down a traitor and came here. This is all true, but I just avoided some key points." Ji-sun also took out the rune mark of Ronan the Mage, which can prove his identity as the demon-slaying hero. The Golden Knight believed it when he saw the magic mark. Although he thought these three people were suspicious, there was something more important at the moment, so he asked in a deep voice, "Has the devil found this place?" "Yes, we have confirmed that the man is a minion of the devil." Ji-sun perfectly played the role of a loyal warrior of the kingdom, and said, "We have just fought with him. But what's worse is that the man has already set up a teleportation array, and it seems that he wants to teleport the demon over." Hearing this, the Golden Knight's face changed drastically, and he knew that there was no time to lose. He turned his eyes, and without asking more questions, he took out an identity emblem and said, "I am sane." Ji-sun looked at the pattern on the seal, and recognized it at a glance. It was indeed a prince. The noble hierarchy of the Delan dynasty was also very strict. There were 5 golden olive branches on the emblem, which meant the 5th son of the king. He protected his chest and saluted, "Greetings, His Royal Highness the 5th Prince." Ji-sun's performance was not redundant, but the most reasonable way he could think of to get the Holy Grail. This hidden plot of the war mode of the 4th level of the catastrophe is definitely not so easy to pass. According to the nature of the will of the other dimensional space, it is impossible for the adventurers to crush the game. Even if there is a person like Chujio, who is far more powerful than the card master of the same level, there will inevitably be equal risks. The Holy Grail must be taken. But now that the hunchbacked old Duan has summoned reinforcements, Ji-sun and the other 3 cannot fight against 2 enemies at the same time. The 5th prince in front of us is definitely not weak. The current situation is unclear, and more helpers will increase the chances of winning. But the 5th prince Sane is not stupid. Seeing these 3 guys appearing here is already suspicious. He directly ordered, "Go stop those demons." Enlightenment also appeared at the first time, and the A+ level opportunity plot was triggered. Kill the demon reinforcements. You and your teammates need to stop the demons from sending reinforcements to the hero's tomb. Additional exploration degree plus 20%, mission completion merit plus 20,000. Another opportunity plot appeared, and as soon as he saw the reward for the mission, he knew how difficult the mission was. Ji-sun responded without hesitation, "Yes." With that, the 3 of them turned around and walked out. They had to stop them. But it was hard to say whether they could stop them. Ji-sun and the other 2 did not want to try their best to complete the mission, nor did they think they could stop them. But the strength of the demon army's reinforcements was far beyond expectations. Not long after the 3 of them returned to the tunnel, the whole cave was filled with boom boom. In a blink of an eye, the scorching dragon breath forced the 3 people whose robes were scorched to retreat in embarrassment. This was not all disguise, but the enemy was really too strong. Not only was there the hunchback old Duan, but the 4th level A-level disaster Red Dragon Viscount Yuri was also here. There were also 4 dragonborn demon commanders, who could also transform into human form. Although there were only 6 enemies in total, this combat power was not something that Ji-sun and the other 2 could directly block. The 5th prince, Sane, originally wanted to take the Holy Grail, but he didn't expect the enemy to attack so soon. He also quickly retreated. Ji-sun also noticed that there seemed to be a strange field area within 100 meters of the Holy Grail. When Sane walked over just now, it was obvious that there were some black lines of space around his body. It seemed that he had to use that ability to resist something. This was also the most important reason why Ji-sun and the other 2 did not dare to grab the Holy Grail before. This 5th prince seemed to know some secrets about the hero's tomb that outsiders did not know. Ji-sun and the other 2 also retreated to the side of the prince tacitly. It looked like he was protecting the royal family, but in fact, he wanted to use his force to contain the enemy. The 2 sides confronted each other. Red Dragon Viscount Yuri, even when transformed into a human form, he was more than 3 meters tall, covered with scales, and looked ferocious. He exuded the pressure of a high-level demon that made people feel suffocated. It looked at the Holy Grail in front of it, and didn't take the humans in front of it seriously. With a loud shout, it seemed to have issued an order to grab the Holy Grail. A demon leader beside it kicked the ground, and rushed towards the Holy Grail under the hero's statue. However, seeing this scene, Prince Sane not only did not stop it, but also flashed a sneer in his eyes. Before the other people on both sides understood what was going on with this weird atmosphere, they suddenly heard a sound of pop, like the sound of flesh and blood falling heavily on the ground. Everyone looked closely, and their eyes froze. But they saw that the demon leader, who had just rushed over, was suddenly tripped and fell to the ground when he ran within 100 meters of the Holy Grail. But after all, it was a third-level demon leader, and it struggled to get up. But the strange thing was that even though its limbs were bulging with veins due to the force, it could only lift its body bit by bit with difficulty. It was as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on it, and it couldn't stand up again. There was another pop sound. The demon leader was pressed to the ground by the strange force, and he couldn't hold back a mouthful of scarlet blood before it was squeezed out. After this fall, he couldn't get up again. Looking at the increasingly smaller breathing arc of its chest, it felt like it was entangled by a giant python. Whenever it exhaled, the breathing space became even smaller. Everyone's eyelids jumped at this strange scene. This is a dragonborn with amazing power, but he can't even stand up? How terrifying is the pressure of the domain field? Ji-sun saw the space threads lingering around the body of the demon leader, and instantly understood something. There is a golden ball of power in that area. The same domain field. He personally experienced the terrifying and strange gravity on the golden ball. With this layer of domain, the Holy Grail is not so easy to get. The enemy went to tread the mine, which also made Ji-sun and the other two know where the danger lies. Chujio looked serious, while Jiayu, who had a mushroom head, seemed to be thinking about something, as if observing something. But what they have to face now are several demons, who are eyeing them covetously. Now both sides know that the Holy Grail cannot be taken easily, so they can only kill the enemy first, and then consider other problems. The good news is that the current strongest demon, the Red Dragon Yuri, has come to the hero's tomb, and the pressure on Iron Forge will be much less. At least the white-robed wizard Genluobi does not have to die, and everyone can get out alive. But the bad news is that this high-level demon is what they have to face now. Red Dragon Yuri was not polite either, and he opened his mouth and spurted out a mouthful of dragon flame. Sane burst out with golden fighting spirit all over his body, and rushed over with a sword. As Ji-sun expected, even if it was a chance plot, there would definitely be no chance of winning. The power that this prince burst out was not much weaker than the 4th order A-level disaster. What Ji-sun and the other two had to do now was to ensure that they would not die in the fierce battle. The two sides were not polite at all, and they fought each other in a blink of an eye, and the battle instantly became white-hot. However, although Ji-sun and the other two looked embarrassed, they were also somewhat confident. Chujio's ice ability just restrained the flame dragon breath. Coincidentally, Ji-sun's advanced 2nd level fusion career card gave him the ability to control hellfire. Although it was not much, the fire damage reduction was very high. So the attack methods of those dragon demons were not too threatening to them. And that mushroom-headed Jiayu. Ji-sun thought that since he knew Chujio, his identity was a bit subtle. This guy's methods were definitely not as simple as they seemed. Chapter 201. Boom boom boom. In the huge cave, the noise of the battle became more and more exaggerated. The rocks broke and fell like rain. The 5th Prince Sane, wearing a golden armor, bravely faced the half-dragon demon Viscount Yuri. The fighting spirit and sword energy slashed continuously, and the dragon flames spurted out, and the two sides fought hard. And Ji-sun and the other two each restrained a demon leader. Chujio had the strongest combat power, and restrained the strongest demon leader Hell Dragon Eagle. Although the battle was fierce, she didn't even use magic solution, and was obviously at ease. No one needs to worry about Jiayu. This guy looks weak, but his ability to save his life is comparable to that of the Dog King Su Lao Tu. He is obviously an ordinary 2nd level mystical card master, but even in the face of the fierce attack of the 3rd level disaster, this mushroom-headed man is in danger, but he can't die. And Ji-sun's own target is a 3rd level B-level dragon demon leader 2-headed dragon lizard. This monster has dragon scales, like heavy armor, and the wolf claws can only leave some shallow marks. This is more difficult than the iron-backed earth dragon man killed before. With his current combat power, if he wanted to kill them alone, both sides would suffer losses. But fortunately, the werewolf's agility was much better than that of the dragonborn, so it was not difficult to contain them. The dragon's breath was spewing continuously behind him, burning his fur, but the extremely high fire resistance made Ji-sun's actual injuries not serious while flying over the eaves and walls. The three did not plan to decide the result in a short time, after all. Whether it was the devil or the 5th human prince, It was absolutely impossible for them to watch them take the Holy Grail away. Only when both sides were injured, there would be a chance. The battle is still going on. The battlegrounds in the Dark Mine were extremely fierce. Ji-sun rushed over to check the teleportation array and found that the energy was exhausted and no more demons would be teleported. He breathed a sigh of relief. Then he pulled the two-headed dragon lizard behind him back to the cave of the hero statue. While fighting, Ji-sun observed the strange field near the Holy Grail and thought to himself, it seems that you can't get close to the Holy Grail by brute force. The demon leader who tried to snatch the Holy Grail before was not dead, but he was dying and couldn't stand up again. It was like being stuck in a swamp with only a head left. This guy even had difficulty breathing. He was squeezed and spit out black blood from time to time. Death was a matter of time. A dragonborn third-level demon leader couldn't even take a few steps, which shows how terrifying this domain field is. Ji-sun didn't think his strength attribute could last for more steps. But Ji-sun and the other two saw the fifth prince Sane come out of the 100-meter range with their own eyes, but he was safe and sound. With this association, he also guessed that only those who know the secret method of distorting gravity can get close to the Holy Grail. Ji-sun thought about it and could understand. This Sismac Holy Grail was obtained by the human hero Garen at the cost of his life. Although I don't know why the Holy Grail was buried in the mausoleum, I guess the epic hero didn't want to be taken by the devil, so this domain field was created, but since Prince Sane didn't get it. But he is strong enough. In other words, it is not only necessary to understand the secret art of gravity, but there may be other conditions? For a moment, Ji-sun's mind was spinning, racking his brains to think about how to get close to the Holy Grail. During the battle, Ji-sun even took the time to exchange glances with Yayu. This mobile library didn't seem to understand anything and was observing. The battle became tense. But the physical strength of the demons was much better than that of humans. After a short fierce battle, the balance of victory and defeat gradually tilted. At first, the fifth prince Sane could fight the demon Yuri on equal terms. But when Yuri transformed into a red dragon, the huge dragon body of more than 100 meters long pressed everyone to the point of suffocation. The power is absolutely overwhelming, and the dragon breath can easily burn the Do-Chi shield. The dragon scale defense is even better than the golden armor. There is simply no weakness. Prince Sane is obviously at a disadvantage. Although the golden heavy armor allows him to protect himself in a short period of time, there is no hope in a protracted war. The demon leader that Ji-sun and the other two held back was not a good person, and the consumption was very large. If they continue to consume like this, it may not be an advantage for them. Before that, Ji-sun's intuition told him that he should think of other ways to break the deadlock. In a blink of an eye, he looked at Prince Sane, who was surrounded by fighting spirit and strange black lines of gravity, but he thought of something and made a decision. He shouted in his heart, "Magic solution." The shadow of the clown with a strange smile on his face suddenly appeared, and he entered a very mysterious state. But not for fighting, but to enter that extraordinary learning state. The only thing that is certain at present is that only by knowing the secret art of gravity can you ensure that you can get close to the Holy Grail safely. Ji-sun doesn't know it, so he is not qualified to get close. But he can try to learn it. He only has this one chance. If he can't get the Holy Grail, he will die. He can only give it a try. This extremely high pressure of death also made Ji-sun smoothly enter the mysterious state of continuous enlightenment last time. The clown mask and the high enlightenment after the Joker magic solution instantly raised his cognitive vision to a level that he could not reach normally. In an instant, all the images in his eyes seemed to be engraved in his mind. Seeing, he automatically deduced. Then it became comprehension. After the magic was released, enlightenment also flashed continuously like a screen refresh. You observed the sword skills and comprehended the entry level of two-handed great sword skills, proficiency plus 133. You comprehended the two-handed sword energy slash, proficiency plus 244. You comprehended the flying dragon attack, proficiency plus 188. You comprehended the intermediate greatsword specialization LV1, 3/400. Ji-sun's eyes appeared with the two shadows that changed rapidly in the battle. Not only the knight's fighting spirit martial arts, but also the attack methods of the demon clan have been comprehended. However, this is only the rapid increase in the proficiency of some basic martial arts. Some martial arts at the ultimate level are still a bit obscure and require a long time to comprehend. Ji-sun is most concerned about Prince Sane's gravity secret technique. After careful observation, he found that the grade of the secret technique is ridiculously high. The ultimate martial arts can still understand a little bit, but this one is almost completely clueless. The black lines that distort the space are like very complex natural spells, making people seem to see some kind of cosmic law. Normally, it is impossible to understand a high-level secret technique completely out of thin air by observing with your eyes. But Ji-sun has some basics. Ever since he got the Golden Ball of Power gem, he has been studying the principle of how the Golden Ball changes gravity. Although he didn't understand it, he carried the Golden Ball with him, and was very familiar with the power of distorting gravity. Now that someone can control this power, everything is more intuitive. It feels like a primitive man picked up a gun and didn't know how to use it before. Now watching someone loading bullets and firing, some completely beyond cognition usage procedures are in front of me. Although I still can't understand it, at least I know how to use it. After the magic solution, Ji-sun's many thoughts were all focused on deducing this secret technique. His super high comprehension made this observation become his own understanding. You observe the 52 forbidden magic techniques of the devil and God inducing the fall of the God of heaven, understanding +1. You observe the 52 forbidden magic techniques of the devil and God inducing the fall of the God of heaven, understanding +2, enlightenment appeared, and Ji-sun knew that this was a forbidden magic technique of the devil and God. And it is a lost forbidden technique that has never been heard of. It seems that what Jia Yu said before is right. The three-headed sheep-snake griffin god worshipped by the Delan dynasty is a certain existence whose divinity has lost control among the 52 magic gods of the card master. But at this moment, Ji-sun has no intention to care about this. The progress of refreshing proficiency is very slow. Judging from the efficiency, it is highly likely that it cannot be learned just by observing. I have to think of other ways. Ji-sun was also thinking in his heart. Ji-sun suddenly released the magic, and this state was very noisy. I don't know if the characters in the plot can see it, but the two temporary teammates can see it. Chujio and Ji-sun haven't seen each other for a long time. When she saw the clown shadow behind him, a strange color flashed across her cold eyes. Looking at the strange clown demon, Chujio was also confused about which one of the 52, but she was more relieved. Only she knew that Ji-sun's demon mark was obtained in the 407 space. But this strange color only flashed away, and the coldness in her eyes was submerged again. Jia Yu, on the other hand, looked at Ji-sun's magic solution with his eyes full of curiosity. Even he was curious about the effect of Joker's magic solution. But since he didn't fight seriously after the magic solution, he guessed that it might be some kind of auxiliary ability. However, just when the battle was fierce, an unexpected situation occurred. Boom! 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 The footsteps were even louder than the noise of the battle, and the whole cave shook. Everyone in the battle looked at it in a blink of an eye, and a giant in a black robe with corpse chi lingering all over his body was rushing towards the Holy Grail. Several people looked at him in surprise. Is this guy going to die? Ji-sun also recognized at a glance that this giant undead was probably the work of the hunchbacked old Duan. This guy disappeared when the battle started before, but he didn't expect that he would go straight to the Holy Grail when he appeared now. Can he withstand the tearing of the strange domain? Ji-sun felt something was wrong instantly. He didn't think those people in the Silver Moon sect were fools. These believers who can directly communicate with the will of the old gods often have some means that card masters can't imagine. Although Ji-sun didn't care about the final ownership of the Holy Grail. But if the holy water inside was drunk by someone, it would be gone. Ji-sun had even guessed what Lao Duan was thinking at the moment. This holy water can cure all injuries. Even if he rushed over and was seriously injured, as long as he still had a breath hanging on, he could survive by drinking the holy water. And judging from this situation, the hunchback Lao Duan would definitely be seriously injured. He would also drink the holy water. However, how does this guy fight against that weird gravity? Although Ji-sun guessed that Lao Duan had some evil means, he couldn't guess it. Just as they looked over, the undead giant strode into the strange field. Ji-sun knew that Lao Duan had some ancient giant corpses that he got from nowhere. But in mythology, giants are also advanced life forms like dragons, elves, dwarves, and other mythological races. The power of giants in mythology is even higher than that of dragons. Ji-sun also guessed instantly that Lao Duan was using the giant corpse to break the law with force. Before he could think about it, the giant undead had already rushed in. With the inertia of the rush that twisted the air, it leaped across and flew up. Although when it first entered the area, it saw the black lines of gravity lingering around its body like ripples, as if an invisible hand was trying to pull it down. But the power of the giant undead was too exaggerated. It jumped more than 10 meters. Bang! There was a dull sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Several people stared in amazement at the giant undead, who actually stood steadily. This distance was much farther than the previous demon leader, who had turned into a corpse on the ground. Moreover, once the giant stood firm, he actually began to walk forward. Bang, bang, bang. Every step he took was like a muffled sound like beating a drum. This giant undead spirit, which was nearly 5 meters tall, could move 2 or 3 meters with one step. After just a few steps, he had already walked more than 10 meters. This made Ji-sun and the others dumbfounded. Is it really possible? No, it's not that simple. Ji-sun took a closer look and found the problem. Although the giant undead spirit was getting closer and closer to the Holy Grail, it was obvious that there were more and more black lines of gravity lingering around its body. In other words, the gravity it was under was tearing more and more. The most obvious thing was that the flesh and the spirit of death on the body of the undead giant were torn off layer by gravity, just like pulling clothes. First, the festering skin flowed down like mud, then the muscles broke, and then the sound of bones breaking under the heavy load was heard. This body was obviously unable to support it. When it walked to a distance of nearly 50 meters, the undead giant fell to the ground with a bang. With a bang, a piece of foul-smelling broken bones and rotten flesh was even splashed. Finished? No, not yet. Ji-sun and the others frowned at the scene. Because almost at the moment when the undead giant fell to the ground, it was squeezed by a huge force, and the giant's neck swelled up, like a toad sticking out its tongue, and suddenly a ball of black substance wrapped in green mucus spurted out. Ji-sun looked at the black shadow, and his pupils shrank suddenly. Old Duan. Looking closely, the hunchback figure protruding from the corpse. Who else could it be but the hunchbacked old Duan? No one expected that this guy would actually use such a bizarre method to get close to the Holy Grail. Ji-sun said in his heart, not good. Although Lao Duan's body is far weaker than the dragon demon, this guy has a very abnormal ability. That is, he can't be killed. Ji-sun still doesn't understand why this guy can't die. Chujio has killed him once before. This thought space has the intervention of the god of the Silver Moon sect. Ji-sun doesn't think that this hunchbacked old man is incapable of approaching the Holy Grail. Thinking of this, Ji-sun didn't care about the two-headed dragon lizard entangled with him, and rushed towards the Holy Grail without hesitation. He had some concerns before, and wanted to observe it more carefully. But now he has no choice. If he doesn't take a gamble, he won't survive. Besides, just now, he vaguely guessed the motive of the hero Garen to leave this domain field, and also saw some special limitations of this gravitational domain field. There may be a way out. Seeing Ji-sun rushing over, Chujio and Jiayu looked solemn, but they didn't stop him. And the demons didn't dare to chase him. Ji-sun's werewolf instantly swelled his muscles to the strongest state, and also jumped up by inertia. Just as he was approaching the 100-meter range, he clearly felt his body being pulled by a strange force, and instantly sank. However, as he had always worn the golden ball of power gem, Ji-sun was already very familiar with the feeling of his body being filled with lead. He even stepped on the air to allow his falling body to jump further. This jump was nearly 30 meters in an instant. When Ji-sun landed, his muscles were knotted like steel, and his blood vessels seemed to be stretched to the extreme by the pressure and could burst at any time. He was seriously injured when he landed, but a wicked smile appeared on his lips. Is that so? As he guessed. In terms of strength, Ji-sun is indeed very strong. But he is definitely not as strong as the dragon demon who died before, and the undead giant. But his jump was farther than the other two. Not only because he had some understanding of this gravitational field. It was also because he saw some clues when he saw the difference between the giant undead and the dragon demon entering the field. The change of gravity is not constant. It is due to individual differences. Although Ji-sun has not figured out the principle, the actual effect is that the higher the level of entering the field, the greater the gravitational pressure. In layman's terms, no matter who comes, they have to bear the pressure corresponding to their own strength. The second level has the second level of pressure, and the third level has the third level. The stronger the corresponding pressure, the stronger it is. Among the second level, Ji-sun's strength is definitely at the top. If he can't do it, others can't do it even more. He was able to do it not only because he was strong, but also because this was a restriction deliberately left by the epic hero Galen. It was not for killing people. It was for screening the identity of those who could get the Holy Grail. As soon as Ji-sun landed, the outrageous gravity put fatal pressure on his body. Not only did the flesh feel like something was trying to tear it off the bones, but the pressure on the internal organs was even more fatal. His heart was pounding, and his head seemed to be about to explode. Hoo. Ji-sun was breathing heavily, but the corners of his mouth were raised higher and higher. Did that epic hero leave his understanding of the secret art of God's meteorite here? Entering the field in person, the distorted gravity around him was clearly visible. Before, it was like seeing flowers in the fog, but now it was like picking flowers in his hands. Seeing this, Ji-sun already understood that this was not only a test, but also a legacy. Because those who can enter this field and still live and go deep must understand the secret art of God's meteorite. Then, if he wants to reach the location of the Holy Grail, that person must carefully sense what the hero Galen left behind, understand, and obtain this inheritance. This secret method can also be passed down in this way. In other words, this is another way to record the mysterious magic of the demons on the bronze tablet. It is currently known that only the Deland royal family has mastered the secret method, and the demon family cannot understand it at all. The hero Galen, who died 100 years ago, probably couldn't have imagined that a person who didn't understand the secret method at all could get close to the Holy Grail alive. But if you didn't understand before, you may not understand later. The magic joker gave Ji-sun the ability to understand everything, and he could understand this hidden expression. After entering the field, enlightenment kept refreshing. Super Pressure Perception 52 Demon God Forbidden Techniques Inducing the Fall of the God of Heaven. Perception plus 28. Super Pressure Perception 52 Demon God Forbidden Techniques Inducing the Fall of the God of Heaven. Perception plus 22. This is greater than the previous death pressure. Now every step he takes, Ji-sun may die at any time. Every step he took was like adding another huge rock to the mountain on his shoulders, and the gravity changed dramatically. Once he fell, he might never stand up again. But desperation is also an opportunity. There were more and more gravitational threads around him, and the perception became clearer and stronger. At first, it was like the sound of mosquitoes flying, but now it was like thunder in his ears, and if he couldn't get the Holy Grail, he would have no choice but to die. Under this high pressure, his perception of the secret technique was more than 10 times deeper than before. Ji-sun's eyes were full of brilliant and hideous smiles. If you can't understand it, then die. Chapter 202. Humpback Old Duan used a strange necromancy to enter the strange gravitational field. At first, the others were just surprised and confused. However, when they saw Ji-sun also rushed in and did not die, their mood became urgent. These two guys were both going for the Holy Grail, but at the same time, everyone suddenly had a thought in their mind. Could it be that this gravitational field is not dangerous? Only Prince Sane did not think so. His expression became very ugly. After all, he was the only one who knew the horror of this heavenly god-falling domain. Paladin Galen from 100 years ago was a hero recorded in history. He was the strongest man in the human kingdom and defeated the great devil of hell. How could the domain he left behind be simple? Anyone who did not understand the secret art of God falling would not be able to get close alive. But that magic secret art was exclusive to the Deland royal family and was never passed on to others. How did these two guys do it without knowing the secret art? But whether or not he could figure it out, the fact was that the two were getting closer and closer to the Holy Grail. Seeing this, Prince Sane's expression became stern, and he knew that he could not delay any longer. He slashed out with a sword, temporarily repelling the red dragon Yuri, and turned around and rushed towards the Holy Grail without hesitation. This Holy Grail was related to the succession of the kingship, and it had long been something he had to get, and he must not let others get it. Prince Sane, who was wearing golden armor, was full of fighting spirit, and he rushed into the gravitational field with a knight's charge. He rushed in step by step, in a completely different way from the tricks used by Ji-sun and the hunchbacked old Duan before. He was already proficient in the secret method of the divine meteorite, and as he entered, strands of gravitational black lines lingered around his body. The strange force did not seem to have much effect on him. He ran for more than 10 meters at a rapid speed. But it was not completely without effect. It was like a swimmer jumping into the water, and at first a few dozen meters seemed easy to swim. However, as Sane approached the Holy Grail, more and more gravitational threads lingered around his body. It was as if the buoyancy of the water was getting smaller and smaller, and his pace was getting harder and harder. However, even so, he soon surpassed Ji-sun and chased after the hunchbacked old Duan in the front. As soon as the human prince withdrew, the battle suddenly stopped. Before, both sides wanted to kill each other and then take the Holy Grail. But now someone broke the rules by running ahead, and the situation changed immediately. Now whoever falls behind may be robbed of the Holy Grail. Seeing this, the red dragon Yuri's amber vertical pupils looked full of cunning and viciousness, and he opened his mouth and spit out a mouthful of hellfire dragon flames. However, an unexpected scene appeared. The hot dragon breath that could burn silver-quality armor into molten iron. Just a few meters into the field, it actually disintegrated. the demon then realized that this gravitational field was not only aimed at humans, but all matter. Whether it was equipment, martial arts, spells, or energy elements, everything would be pulled by that strange force. The dragon breath sprayed over, and the stable element structure was instantly pulled apart, and the flames were extinguished. Seeing this, the red dragon Yuri's expression turned cold. It also knew that it could not stop the three humans by force. Its vertical pupils turned, and it immediately returned to human form and rushed into the field. Although it knew there was danger, it would never let people watch the Holy Grail being taken away. Besides, there were already three humans in front of it, and as a high-level demon, it would never think that low-level humans could do it, but it couldn't. High-level demons are fearless. It was also confident that its power was the strongest among the people in the Mausoleum of Heroes. But it didn't expect that it would suffer a great loss as soon as it entered the field. The gravitational threads instantly wrapped around its body, and its muscles were instantly crushed and crackled. Red Dragon Yuri's face changed drastically. It realized that the gravity in the field was not constant, but changed due to individual differences. It bore the pressure that it should have for its own level. However, after understanding this, Yuri still had no intention of retreating, and walked towards the Holy Grail step by step. Even among the demons of the same level, it is still the strongest. Not far away, Jiayu Chujiya saw this scene, and immediately pulled back. The other three demon leaders, who were fighting with them, also stopped. The two sides distanced themselves. They also knew that it was no longer possible for them to fight and decide the outcome. The lesson from the past was right in front of them, and the three demon leaders did not dare to try to step into the domain easily. Chujiya was not good at strength, and did not see the doorway of that domain. She did not rush in, but carefully observed the surroundings. However, Jiayu threw a few stones into the field with great interest. In his eyes, there were not only the changing stones falling to the ground, but also the laws of the field's operation. On the other side, 3 people and 1 demon entered the god's falling field, and were approaching the Holy Grail step by step. The method of the hunchbacked old Duan, who led the group, was still incredible. He was already within 20 meters of the Holy Grail, and the black gravity lines around his body were as dense as flames. This range had already been subjected to unimaginable pressure. The most obvious thing was that his skin and flesh had been completely deformed, and even torn off piece by piece, revealing the bones and dark red muscle fibers inside. But the weird thing was that no blood flowed out, just like a corpse without pain. Although his body was constantly breaking down, he still walked forward expressionlessly. His body tissues were indeed torn too much, and he couldn't bear it, so he stopped to rest, and then continued walking. His speed was slow, but it was still the fastest among the few people. A few meters behind Lao Duan, Prince San caught up. But he no longer had the momentum he had before, and his face was already red and panting under the golden armor. Even if he knew the secret art of God's fall, he was able to walk here safely, which was already the limit of his body. This domain was left by the epic hero, and the level of the laws contained in it was too high for him to understand. Now, every step he took, he had to stop and rest for a while. I wanted to rest for a while. But the hunchback in front of him had already gone a long way, and there was another guy chasing him from behind. Sane just gritted his teeth and persisted. It showed that he could not stop to catch his breath for too long. Behind Sane was none other than the tall werewolf, with white hair. Ji Sun's understanding of the divine meteorite's secret art was increasing bit by bit, but at this distance, his body had already reached the limit of collapse. He now felt that the air was like stone, and breathing was so difficult that it felt like iron was poured into his lungs. Blood was seeping out of the thousands of pores on his skin, and his bones were cracking and cracking. He walked and walked, and he didn't know which internal organ was torn again. Puff wow! Another mouthful of blood mixed with blood foam spurted out. Ji Sun stopped. His body was surrounded by green light, and the undead curse was also repairing the damaged and broken body tissues. He was gambling his last bit of life, and trying his best. Ji Sun looked at the twisted gravity around him. Under the blessing of the clown mask, the laws of the universe that were usually as imperceptible as dust were now flowing clearly in front of him like a surging river. This is a rare opportunity. Enlightenment also kept refreshing, and his proficiency was visibly increasing. Ji Sun had never seen the power of a certain law so clearly in front of him. Super Pressure Perception 52 Demon God Forbidden Techniques Inducing the Fall of the God of Heaven. Perception plus 111. Super Pressure Perception 52 Demon God Forbidden Techniques Inducing the Fall of the God of Heaven. Perception plus 178. Enlightenment Refreshed Perception Experience is already 10 times the previous one. It seems that there is not much difference. But time is not waiting for him. The situation has become extremely dangerous. Warm blood soaked his chest. Ji-sun narrowed his eyes and murmured in his heart, what a pity. If I had enough life, I should be able to comprehend the secret art of attracting the gods to fall. If he was given enough time, he would definitely be able to comprehend it and get the Holy Grail. But now, he clearly felt that time was running out. The feeling of physical exhaustion caused by the exhaustion of life could no longer be resisted by will. The strong feeling of fatigue swept over his heart like a tide. He also had to maintain the state of magic release and various secret methods to support his body at the same time, and the consumption of spell power was also very exaggerated. Ji-sun's body at this moment was like a flame with the oil running out, already dying. It seemed that if he closed his eyes at this moment, he would be able to gain eternal freedom, but he would never be able to open them again. There was a thought in his heart that kept telling him to give up all the suffering. But there were several other voices that suppressed him. Get out. At the end of life, he must be as bright as a flower. The Holy Grail was right in front of him, and his life had not yet burned to the last second, so how could he give up? Ji-sun smiled grimly, panting, and stepped forward step by step. He had only one thought in his mind. He could only survive if he got the Holy Grail. Behind Ji-sun, the red dragon Yuri seemed to be imprisoned in place by an invisible force. Until now, it took several minutes to take one step. The three people and the demon were deadlocked in this posture, as if they were about to die on the spot. In the cave of the hero's mausoleum, the battle turned into a wrestling match. The four protagonists were all moving forward. The hunchbacked old Duan, who ranked first, was surrounded by divine power, and his ability to not fear physical damage was getting bigger and bigger. At this moment, both of his arms had been torn off and fell to the ground, turning into a pile of mincemeat. But it did not stop him from moving forward. Soon, Lao Duan had walked to the foot of the hero's statue, less than 5 meters away from the Holy Grail. Ji-sun and the other three behind him could do nothing. This competition was a battle of hard power. Now I want to catch up, but I can't catch up. Even though there is only a few meters difference between each of them. But this last distance is fatal. Every step of the gap is the difference between life and death. At this moment, the hunchbacked old Duan had obviously reached his limit. His head was crushed, but he was not dead. He took 2 more difficult steps, and the Holy Grail was already within reach. However, just when everyone thought that this guy would be the first to get the Holy Grail, an unexpected scene appeared. Paw! 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 The sound of small and steady footsteps sounded from the ear. Although the sound was very slight, everyone in this quiet underground mausoleum could hear it clearly. Ji-sun and his companions, who were in life and death agony, watched a young man with a mushroom head leisurely walk into the god meteorite domain. It was Jiayu. This guy just walked step by step, not affected by the domain at all. How is it possible? The three people and the demon all changed color and were dumbfounded. Even Ji-sun couldn't figure out why this mushroom-headed boy was completely unaffected by the domain, but that was the fact. The god meteorite domain seemed to delay everyone's thoughts, and before they could figure it out, Jiayu had already walked over. 100 meters was not far to begin with. In a blink of an eye, he had surpassed the red dragon Yuri, then Ji-sun, Prince Sane, and then he easily surpassed old Duan, whose body had been twisted beyond human form, and stood beside the Holy Grail with great ease. This scene stunned everyone. Although I don't know how this mushroom head did it, I guessed that he had seen through some loopholes in the rules. But surprisingly, Jiayu did not pick up the Holy Grail immediately. Instead, he squatted there. Like a fascinated teenager watching ants moving, he carefully observed the silver rune cup. Time seemed to stand still. Jiayu stared at the cup intently. Others stared at him. No one expected that the guy who seemed the weakest would be the first to approach the Holy Grail. This guy. Ji-sun saw this, and figured out something in his mind. He had been guessing Jiayu's identity before. In the eyes of others, he was just a field agent sent in by the X-Bureau to atone for his sins. Ji-sun thought so before. However, Jiayu knew Chujio. This is very subtle. If nothing unexpected happens, Chujio's current identity is a member of the 13 Kamen Riders. Then, it makes sense that Jiayu is also a member of the 13 Knights. Although this legendary organization is very mysterious to the outside world, the only thing that can be confirmed is that all the members are top-level strongmen, or geniuses who have integrated 52 epic source cards. Is Jiayu the latter? Thinking this way, he seemed to understand that he could see through this gravitational field. Thinking of this, Ji-sun also murmured in his heart, TSK, it's really from that organization. He was not sure before. After all, Jiayu was Xie Guizhong's little follower, and thought that no matter how bold and rampant the 13 Knights were, they were a killer organization wanted by the federal government. They would not go undercover next to the ace agent of the X-Bureau. Now it seems that things are more outrageous than I guessed. I was wrong. Ji-sun thought so. However, before he could think about it, Jia Yu suddenly stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to pick up the Holy Grail. Seeing this, Ji-sun was no longer panicked. But the other three people's expressions suddenly changed. Prince Sane and Red Dragon Yuri were too far apart, so there was nothing they could do even if they were anxious. But seeing that the Holy Grail within reach was about to be snatched away, the hunchbacked old Duan suddenly became angry. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, this guy rushed forward. But in these last few steps, the gravitational field was so terrifying that it could mean the end of Duan's life. As expected, old Duan had just rushed out, and his body suddenly shrank rapidly like an empty can. Then, in the twisted space, his whole body was torn into pieces. However, just when everyone thought that this guy was dead, something strange happened again. The hunchback on old Duan's back was like a burst abscess, and a stream of black liquid splashed out. An even more terrifying scene appeared. In the bursting hunchback, a dark green baby rushed out and headed straight for the Holy Grail. So that's how it is. Ji-sun saw this and shouted in his heart. He also understood why the hunchbacked old Duan could not be killed. It turned out that this lifeless ghost baby was the real body of that guy. Since the hunchbacked old Duan had exposed his real body, he was determined to get the Holy Grail. He was one step faster than Jia Yu, and a green little hand reached for the Holy Grail. But at the same time, something unexpected happened. Old Duan took the Holy Grail with one hand, but it seemed that he touched something horrible. His expression changed instantly, and at the same time, a creepy cry came out of his throat. Ah! He pulled his hand away like lightning, but it was already burnt. Almost at the same time, the originally dark silver Holy Grail suddenly burst into a dazzling white light. As if it was flashed by a flash bomb, the huge cave was lit up. Looking at the retreating old Duan, Ji-sun and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. At least it was not taken by this guy, which is a good thing. Only Jia Yu, who was next to the Holy Grail, was extremely calm, and even pursed his lips, as if to say, "You see, I said there was danger, otherwise why didn't I take it?" With this touch, everyone immediately realized that the Holy Grail was not so easy to take. However, because someone touched the Holy Grail, the three people and the demon felt the pressure on their bodies suddenly relieved. The Godfall domain disappeared. The situation changed again. The moment the terrifying pressure disappeared, Ji-sun also felt a murderous intent attacking his back. Without the restriction of the domain, the strongest red dragon Yuri immediately exploded. It blew out a breath of dragon breath, and the black hell spray came. There was a difference of 2 major levels, and Ji-sun could not avoid it, and was hit by the heat wave and flew backwards. At the same time, Prince Sane, who was not far in front of him, rushed straight towards the Holy Grail without caring about anything. Only he knew why others could not touch the Holy Grail, because this Sismac Holy Grail is the Holy Grail of Kingship that contains the power of God and the law of kingship. The white light just now was the fire of the law of kingship. This kind of high-level law holy weapon is absolutely not something that ordinary people can desecrate. Only his royal bloodline can avoid being burned by the law. However, when Sane was full of confidence and was about to get the Holy Grail, suddenly, the water vapor around Jia Yu quickly condensed into frost, and a figure condensed from the elemental state. In the eyes of everyone in shock, the figure in the complete elemental state reached out to the Holy Grail first. Prince Sane's eyes were stern, and he sneered and cursed in his heart, "You are looking for death. This Holy Grail is not something that everyone can touch." However, before his sarcastic mood appeared in his eyes, it suddenly turned into shock. He watched with his own eyes, as the slender hand actually grasped the Holy Grail, and then easily picked it up. Seeing this scene, Sane's expression changed suddenly. How is it possible? Who is she? He couldn't understand why someone else could ignore the law of kingship and get the Holy Grail. However, Ji-sun, who was blown back by the dragon's breath, suddenly realized it. Just now, when he looked at the holy light, under the blessing of the magic release state, he immediately identified that it was some kind of high-level law thread. Recalling what Jia Yu said before, it was not difficult for him to guess that it was the law of kingship. He had already derived the 2 necessary conditions for getting the Holy Grail: 1. God's falling field; 2. Kingship. And Ji-sun had also seen the elemental spell, which was the ability of Chujo after the magic release. He suddenly realized in his heart, so the White Queen sequence can ignore the law of kingship? Chapter 203. Chujo transformed into a body of frost element, and got the Holy Grail first. This scene made the other three parties look gloomy. They all came for this thing, and it was absolutely impossible for them to take it away so easily. Prince Sarn was the closest, and seeing that the Holy Grail that he was determined to get was taken away, he swung his sword fiercely, and slashed with a sword energy. The distance between the two was only a few meters, and the golden crescent sword energy slashed, and there was no way to avoid this sword. However, what people didn't expect was that the sword energy easily cut Chujio in two. But the wound didn't bleed, but dissipated into wisps of cold air. In the blink of an eye, the cold air lingered again, and in the blink of an eye, she was back to normal. Seeing this, Sane's face changed drastically, and then he realized what kind of opponent he had met. The legendary elemental body. Looking again, Chujio, who was hit by the sword, still stood there expressionlessly. But the breath became more and more ethereal. A head of crystal clear and shining silver hair moved without wind, and behind him was a crowned ice and snow demon god. The shadow of the demon god was so clear that it seemed like a real god descended, and she had an indescribable aura of a superior being on her body. Even Ji-sun, who was lying in a charred state in the corner of the wall, was amazed when he saw the scene. So strong. 100% physical immunity. Just this point alone has already made almost all melee professionals useless. Diamond Q White Queen, it is worthy of being a high-ranking sequence. However, looking at the expression on Chujio's face without any emotion, Ji-sun frowned slightly. It was like meeting this old friend again, with a strange feeling. In those silver eyes, there was indifference to everything in the world. However, the crisis was far from over. Seeing that his sword energy failed to hurt Chujio, Sane immediately stopped and did not dare to move forward rashly. But it was not only this person who was eyeing him, but also the red dragon Yuri. The demon Viscount looked at the Holy Grail being taken away, and opened his mouth to spit out the black fire dragon breath. The elemental body is immune to physical, but not magic. Fire just happens to restrain ice. Boom. The black fire column sprayed and attacked. Chujio looked at it with a blank expression. Frost shield. She raised her hand and punched, and the white cold air seemed to solidify the void, and in a blink of an eye, it condensed into a frost shield with a hidden spell in front of her. The dragon's breath hit the shield in a blink of an eye, and was completely blocked. When ice and fire touched, a large amount of white gas came out. The hellfire was not an ordinary fire element, and the two sides of the contest were one level apart. It seemed that the ice shield was gradually melting under the hot dragon's breath. In a blink of an eye, the black flames had completely enveloped Chujio. It was visible to the naked eye that the figure was rapidly melted. But Chujio in the flames was not afraid at all. She just blocked it slightly, and the spell power in her body was rolling like a tide. The shadow of the demon god was lingering behind her. At the same time, she seemed to murmur, "No life forbidden land." The spell was completed instantly. A strange scene was staged. Although the flames in her eyes were blazing, the few people in the underground palace did not feel the heat. Instead, they felt an extreme chill in the air, which made people have goosebumps all over their bodies. The cold air rushed towards him, and instantly spread throughout the cave. He looked again, and found that the huge cave walls were already covered with icicles. The crisp sound of ice cracking came from his ears, and the deathly cold air was still spreading wildly. The temperature around him dropped rapidly. This was a terrifying chill that made people's thoughts stiff. When this secret method was used, it was as if the Queen of Frost had descended, and Chujio's momentum was so high that it was a little ethereal. Ji-sun had seen this move before. The last time was at Rose Manor, when Chujio killed hundreds of elite knights of the Lionheart family in seconds. Now she was not too surprised to see him, but she thought, the White Queen's exclusive magic secret technique is much stronger than last time. I don't know what happened to make this old friend so strong. But every transformation must have its pain. Ji-sun has experienced it deeply. With this magic secret technique, Chujio's combat power is not inferior to the 4th level in the cave. But she has no intention of fighting. The cold air around her body dissipated, and the whole person appeared 100 meters away like a ghost. Ji-sun, who was lying in the corner with a weak face, looked at Chujio, who came with the Holy Grail, and a bitter smile appeared on his lips. He sighed in his heart, "Be careful. It's strong. But the Holy Grail is not so easy to get." He knew. He also knew that his old friend must know it. The stronger Chujio is, the more difficult the plot of Battle of Ironforge must be. With the combat power she showed just now, even if she faces the 2 known 4th level ones, there is danger, but there is also a chance of winning. The difficulty of the plot in this different dimension has reached A+, and it has also triggered a hidden plot. It is not acceptable to say that it is just a little difficult. Besides, It was written on the tombstone before. This tomb of heroes not only has the Holy Grail, but also seals the devil of hell. Just as Ji-sun expected. Just when Chujio just grabbed the Holy Grail and appeared, Chidi appeared without surprise, the hidden plot was triggered, the seal of the Holy Grail loosened, the tomb barrier was triggered, and the demon who had been silent for 100 years under the tomb of heroes appeared to break the barrier, and the plot ended, and left a different dimension. Ji-sun looked at Chidi. His face was bitter. He didn't care about his own death. He was afraid that his friend would take risks for him. He knew that this old friend saw that he was going to die, so he rashly went to grab the Holy Grail. Otherwise, when the plot character like Prince Sang got it first and understood what would be triggered, the risk would be much smaller. But he couldn't, because the holy water in the Holy Grail would be of great benefit, even to healthy people. No matter who else got the Holy Grail, Ji-sun would never be able to drink the holy water. Then he must die. Chujio obviously knew everything. But she still did it. At the same time when the enlightenment sounded, everyone clearly felt an invisible sense of oppression. The huge mausoleum seemed to be locked up by an invisible cover, and the crisis of death instantly hit their hearts. Ji-sun glanced at the hero statue not far away, and saw a group of black mist lingering on it. Then the black mist quickly condensed, and turned into a murderous undead knight, with hellfire all over his body. Suddenly, it seemed as if she saw the epic hero from 100 years ago crawling out of the tomb, and a terrifying undead pressure made everyone in the mausoleum breathless. Chujio's perception was more sensitive. She noticed the crisis earlier than Ji-sun. She felt a terrifying creature appear behind her, and locked her with murderous intent, but she did not choose to dodge, but handed over the Holy Grail. Her words were still on her lips, but Ji-sun's pupils shrank suddenly. He didn't have time to say be careful at all. The crisis has come. Everyone underestimated the strength of the monster. Even though Chujio could resist the fourth order A-level disaster head-on, she looked so pale at this moment. At this moment, Ji-sun saw strands of gravity lingering on Chujio's body. Then, a knight's spear with black flames pierced through her chest like lightning. I actually saw blood. Chujio's elemental body was seriously injured. The spear passed through her chest, and the raging flames continued to burn her body. Chujio couldn't help but bleed from the corner of his mouth, and didn't care about anything else. He instantly disintegrated into mist. The Holy Grail also flew out of his hand. Only then did everyone see the monster clearly. Everyone's expression changed. Hell Knight Dragon Eagle Garen detailed explanation. 4th Order S-level rule-based disaster. 100 years ago, the hero Garen killed the Hell Lord Dragon Eagle Ziz. His will, and the remaining magic of the demon corpse formed this undead monster. The monster is part of the combat power of both sides in life, and it also guards the Holy Grail of Sismark. The hero's consciousness is immortal, and the guard is eternal. S-level disaster. Ji-sun's face instantly turned ugly. Although he guessed that the monster must be very powerful, he was somewhat surprised by the grade of S. S-level disaster means the existence of space rules. Normally, it is impossible to kill it. This can almost be said to be a dead end. Just like the low-level different dimensional space in Graveyard Maze, only the second-level disaster S Secret Keeper wiped out the Lord of Innocence City Chao Sihai and a group of elites. When encountering this kind of monster, strength has nothing to do with it. Strength only increases your chances of survival. It is not a guarantee of passing the level. Ji-sun frowned as he watched Chujio being hit hard by a blow. Fortunately, he was not killed. 100 meters away, the cold air lingered, and Chujio's figure appeared again. Now that she knew it was an S-level disaster, the best response must be to avoid its edge. But she still had no intention of avoiding it. When she condensed her body again, the spell had been cast. Secret. Triple Frost Realm Gate. It was the place where her body collapsed before that suddenly burst out with a large amount of cold air. Before the Death Knight could draw his gun, the cold air instantly condensed into a thick layer of ice. 3 layers of ice, with gradually darker colors, froze it tightly inside. This ultimate level sealing spell trapped the undead knight, but Ji-sun looked at it without any joy in his heart. This S-level disaster is not so easy to deal with. It is impossible to kill it. He knew why Chujio did this. In fact, it was to cover himself. This tacit understanding seemed to have existed since the first time they met in 407 Abnormal Biology Research Institute. Needless to say, they can understand each other. Ji-sun turned his gaze to the direction of his old friend's thoughts. The Holy Grail was falling from the sky, and everyone's eyes were focused on it. Even though there were monsters staring at him, Prince Sane still rushed over, trying to grab the Holy Grail. The speed of the knight's charge was also very fast, and 100 meters were reached in an instant. However, what was surprising was that at this time, A hand steadily caught the Holy Grail in his hand. The holy flame of kingship did not burn the hand. Seeing this scene, Sane was dumbfounded again. He never expected that there would be a third person who was not afraid of the erosion of the laws on the Holy Grail of kingship. How is it possible? Ji-sun didn't know why he could pick up the Holy Grail. But at that moment, he had no choice. Now his chance of survival depends on the holy water. Seeing the cup fall, he caught it. Thinking that even if it was burned, he had to swallow the holy water in one gulp. But it was unexpectedly smooth. Without even thinking too much, Ji-sun poured it into his mouth in one gulp. The swallowing sound of gurgle, gurgle, was particularly clear in the cold mausoleum. As soon as the holy water was poured into his throat, a cool feeling instantly hit his head, and his entire gray soul was refreshed. Ji-sun only felt that his body, which had been like dry and cracked land, was instantly irrigated and became full of vitality again. It was a healing ability that was more powerful than the secret art of the undead curse. Ji-sun could not describe it clearly. But he also guessed that this holy water contained the power of a high-level law. The effect was also extremely violent. Almost in an instant, he had clearly felt the feeling of all diseases were cured. It was as if he was about to fly, which was extraordinary. What a strong effect! Ji-sun shouted in his heart, unable to hide his joy. The more he experienced the changes, the more he felt that this holy water was incredible. It was like giving people a new life. Not only did his white hair turn black visibly, but the feeling of his body turning from sunset to sunrise, and the feeling of vigor and vitality returned. If enlightenment had not shown the hidden attribute of lifespan, Ji-sun would have probably seen the prompt of lifespan plus 100 at this moment. No, not only has the lost lifespan been restored, but it is also the peak state that has never been seen before. In fact, when Ji-sun first came to this world, and was sucked dry by the fallen witch in space 407, he had already lost too much energy and lifespan. Later, his strength increased too quickly, and he experienced countless fierce battles, and his body had long accumulated many hidden injuries, negative states, and extraordinary pollution. At this moment, it was completely cleared. Ji-sun had never felt so good before, and a very happy smile appeared on his face. Although he was not afraid of death. But this feeling of being reborn really made him feel very happy. But he didn't have time to savor it. At this time, he saw a golden sword coming towards him. This Prince Sane was a top master in the 4th level. He didn't hold back when he shot this sword. Hee. Seeing this, Ji-sun raised an exaggerated arc at the corner of his mouth. The clown phantom, that was unable to support because of exhaustion just now also appeared again. Level 4, although I can't beat him, it's not like I haven't fought before. There was no fear in Ji-sun's eyes. He drew out the useless sword from behind like lightning and blocked it in front of him. Just now, the seriously injured body couldn't block it, but now it's not the same. Clang. The golden sword and the black sword crossed, making a crisp sound. Useless sword. Let's not talk about the other effects of this disaster object, indestructible. The special effects are real. Ji-sun's arm muscles were knotted, and he used this huge sword to block the slash of this opponent, who was 2 levels higher than him. The moment the swords touched, the grim smile in his eyes became even more intense. I tried it, and found that my current state is great. Billions of cells in my body want to have a hearty battle. But now is not the time. Ji-sun was not so arrogant that he thought he had the ability to keep the Holy Grail. He decisively threw the cup down and retreated. Chujio, who was not far away, was also surprised to see Ji-sun drink the holy water smoothly. The appearance of the S-level disaster just now was completely unexpected, so she had no way to control the situation. She could only create as many opportunities as possible for Ji-sun to touch the Holy Grail. Later, even if she sensed Prince Sane's killing intention, she was unable to do anything. After all, she still had to control the Hell Knight on the other side. However, she didn't expect that Ji-sun could easily touch the Holy Grail and resist the 4th level slash with his 2nd level body. How did he do it? The situation changed instantly, but it only took 1 or 2 breaths. Chujio's spell, which had been very reluctant for a long time, could no longer be persisted. Crack. A sound of ice cracking was heard. The Hell Knight had broken through the ice. For a moment, the huge cave became tense in an instant. From the moment this S-level disaster appeared, everyone knew that it was not a match for them. In various parts of the mausoleum, Ji-sun, Chujio, Jiayu, the ghost baby Lao Duan with a burnt hand, Prince Sane, the red dragon Yuri, and its 3 demon commanders, the 4 forces were on guard against each other, but they were also staring at the oppressive monster. No one spoke, and everyone breathed cautiously. Sismac Holy Grail had just fell on the ice, and no one paid attention to it. Now that the holy water was gone, it seemed that there was no rush. Whoever wanted to grab the Holy Grail had to face the monster. But after waiting for a few breaths, the monster stood there but did not move. The undead knight with dragon scales on his horse just stood quietly beside the Holy Grail, and had no intention of attacking anyone. Ji-sun breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. It is absolutely impossible to defeat a monster that can severely injure Chujio with one blow. He also wondered in his heart, is there any special way to trigger hatred? Only by touching the Holy Grail will it be attacked? Everyone thought so. Now the entire Hero King's mausoleum has been trapped by the barrier. Even if you don't take the Holy Grail, you can't get out. It's not a solution to continue like this. Ji-sun looked at the information revealed and thought, for rule-based disasters, it means that a certain rule must be broken to break the situation. S-level disasters are not considered for killing. But another feature is that it is rule-based, so there is still a glimmer of hope. Just like the polluted slit-mouthed woman encountered before, as long as the right method is found, it may survive. Ji-sun thought, glancing at Chujio and Jia Yi not far away. Looking at the thoughtful expressions on the faces of the two teammates, it is obvious that they also think so. The three of them can think of it, and others think so too. The style of the painting in the mausoleum suddenly became harmonious. The two camps of humans and demons did not dare to move, and they just stood there in a stalemate. However, after waiting for a while, something strange happened. The rolling black gas suddenly surged out of the hero statue, and poured into the body of Hell Knight Dragon Eagle Galen. The group of people in the mausoleum watched the S-level aura of disaster rise higher and higher, and it was visible to the naked eye that it was several times stronger than before. But no one dared to make any unusual moves. After all, no one could beat it. It seems that it can't be stopped. Ji-sun was also a little confused. What's going on? It's already an S-level disaster. No one can kill it anyway, so there's not much point in strengthening it, although he couldn't figure out why there was such a change. But he also understood that this monster must have a big move. This bad premonition swept the hearts of everyone in the mausoleum. They guessed right. Not long after, the Hell Knight in front of him seemed to be filled with magic power, and hellfire blazed 3 meters out of his body. The sense of oppression was so strong that it made people feel as if they were seeing the legendary Strawman face to face. What on earth was this monster going to do? Just when everyone was puzzled, suddenly, a flash of light and shadow appeared. As if there were double images in front of them, everyone watched the Hell Knight tremble continuously, and then 1 split into 3, 3 into 9. In the blink of an eye, 9 identical Hell Knights appeared in front of him. Can you split into 2? Ji-sun looked at it, and his eyelids twitched slightly. They are so strong, why are they doing this? Seeing this, everyone felt bad. But they all understood what the monster was going to do. 9 Hell Knights, there are exactly 9 of them. Is this going to be a one-on-one night duel? I don't know if there are any special rules, but the fact is what they guessed. The moment the 9 Hell Knights appeared, their horses neighed and suddenly charged. Ji-sun was locked by the murderous aura of one of the regional knights, and the hair on his back stood up instantly. Without caring about anything else, he instinctively kicked the ground to escape from his current position. However, at the moment when his thigh exerted force, he suddenly found that twisted gravity threads were lingering around his body, and a strange suction force instantly enveloped his whole body. It was as if an invisible big hand pulled him over vigorously. Not good. The god of heaven will fall. Ji-sun shouted in his heart. He was no stranger to this feeling, as he had experienced it for a long time in that field before. But it was different now. That strange force was not only directed toward the ground, but also toward the direction where the knight's spear was stabbing. Ji-sun's body could not resist that exaggerated gravity. Even if he tried his best to resist, he seemed to be trapped in place. The spear was pointed directly at his chest. Ji-sun instantly understood why Chujio could not avoid it before. This gravity was like pulling his body as a fixed target. Anyone with a little martial arts skill would be stabbed, unable to avoid it. He also calmly drew out the useless sword and held it in front of him again. Kung! A sharp sound of metal touching rang out. The indestructible sword once again blocked the fatal blow. But the huge force from the knight's spear still made Ji-sun feel like he was hit by a train in the chest, and his body flew backwards, like a cannonball. Bang! Ji-sun fell heavily on the ice wall dozens of meters away, exploding into ice flowers all over the sky. He quickly stabilized his body, then quickly retreated to distance himself. Hey, that's not right. Ji-sun looked at the Hell Knight rushing towards him, and while on guard, a hint of doubt flashed across his eyes. Because the attack just now was embarrassing, but not fatal, and the power was much less than expected, thinking in his mind, Ji-sun instantly understood where the strange feeling in his heart came from. The power of the spear just now was not the 4th level S level, but more like the 2nd level S level? Did the monster hold back, or was it a feint to test? This was Ji-sun's first reaction. Before, he was able to severely injure Chujio with one blow, and it was absolutely impossible for him to withstand such a shot head-on. I had already prepared for serious injuries, but I didn't expect that I could completely block it. But when this thought came to mind, Ji-sun glanced at the other 8 Hell Knights and instantly rejected this idea. He suddenly understood that it was not that he had sensed it wrong, but the rules of this S-level disaster. Just like the pressure in the previous God's Falling field, the strength of the Hell Knight clones that everyone faced was different. This is the same as the previous God's Falling field. This is a test left by the epic hero Galen, equally deadly. But there is still a glimmer of hope. Only by defeating the Hell Knight of the same level can one be qualified to survive. When the hero Galen placed the Holy Grail here, he never expected that it would not be taken away by others, but to select those who took it. So that's it. Thinking of this, Ji-sun's fighting spirit suddenly burned up and grinned. How lucky it is to be able to fight against such an epic strongman from 100 years ago. Chapter 204. 9 Hell Knights with black flames all over their bodies rushed towards their respective targets. Weapons touched, spells clashed, dragon breath rolled, and the huge mausoleum became lively for a while. However, this was actually a very ideal situation for Ji-sun and the other two. Compared with the previous encounter with the 4th level S-level Hell Knight, who could severely injure Chujio with one blow, the pressure on the 3 of them against their own clones of the same level was much less. After all, the 3 of them were at the peak of their combat power in the same level. Although Ji-sun and Jia Yu are both at the 2nd level, one has an attribute value that is almost unmatched at the same level, and the other is suspected to be a member of the 13th Kamen Rider, with mysterious means. It is difficult to kill monsters within the 2nd level. Although Chujio herself is only at the peak of the 3rd level, her current magic solution level is extremely high, and it is difficult to imagine an enemy at the same level that can pose a threat to her. Although there is no hope of victory for a while. But in the short term, the 3 are not in danger of life. In comparison, the situation of the others is not so good. Although the 9 people in the mausoleum were facing the clones of the Hell Knight of the same level. But this disaster was, after all, a monster formed by the magic power of the strongest man in the human kingdom, and the Lord of Hell 100 years ago. The monster had the martial arts insights of the first paladin, the body of the dragon, the hellfire and the heavenly god's fall, which was already invincible at the same level. The monster also proved its strength with facts. The first encounter of the clone of the disaster was death. The 3rd level B-level demon commander 2-headed dragon lizard was imprisoned on the spot by the gravity secret technique, and was unable to break free. Then he was shot through the chest by a Hell Knight, and died on the spot. Although the other 2 demon leaders were not dead, they were also injured and chased in a miserable state, and the probability of survival was extremely low. Prince Sane and Red Dragon Yuan were both 4th level, and their opponents were also 4th level S-level Hell Knights, and they faced the greatest pressure. Fortunately, one of them knew the secret art of attracting the gods to fall, and the other was a dragonborn with the talent of hellfire. They each had some resistance to the monster's ability, so they could hold on for a while. Although the hunchbacked old Duan was only at the 3rd level, his necromancy was strange and powerful, and he was also proficient in various Shinto mystical arts, and he didn't seem to be defeated. The battle in the cave became lively in an instant. Ji-sun didn't wonder about the situation of others. Now the situation is roughly clear. The rule of this S-level disaster is to defeat the clone first, or you will be killed. There is only one way to fight. Ji-sun's transformed werewolf, and the Hell Knight started fighting. After drinking the water of the Holy Grail before, his physical attributes on the data panel soared by about 5%. At this moment, Ji-sun's fighting state was at its peak. Clang! 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 The sharp sound of metal interlacing was frequent. Ji-sun was torn by the strange gravity, and his agility advantage was greatly limited. The strong body of the werewolf was like rotten wood under that level of attack, and it was injured when touched. He could only be forced to use useless greatsword to block frequently. Fortunately, I had learned a lot of two-handed greatsword skills by observing the Battle of Prince Sarn before. The skill panel showed intermediate greatsword specialization proficiency, which was considered smooth to use. And it was precisely because of this disaster-level sword that he was able to block the deadly knight's spear many times. It is worthy of being a 2nd-level S-level disaster, even though Ji-sun's physical attributes and combat power are already very outrageous. He was still beaten without any chance to fight back. Although they are both 2nd-level monsters, The monsters did not use any moves beyond their level, but with the combat awareness of Garen, there is no flaw in their fighting skills. Even if they use the same martial arts, the power is very different. The martial arts Ji-sun used were just a glimpse of the door. The monster used them, and they were the pinnacle. This kind of suppression at the technical level made Ji-sun see no hope of gaining any advantage with martial arts except being beaten. Moreover, this monster was covered in dragon scales and hellfire, and its physical and demonic defenses were almost invincible. He could not think of any means to cause effective damage to this dragon scale Hell Knight in a short period of time. However, the opponent's strength was not all bad for Ji-sun. As long as he is not dead, the gap will get smaller and smaller. Because the magic solution of Joker allows him to steal other people's martial arts. The more he fights, the less secrets his opponent's methods have in his eyes. Even while fighting fiercely, enlightenment is constantly refreshing. Super Pressure Perception 52 Magic God Forbidden Techniques Inducing the Fall of the God of Heaven, Skill Perception plus 53. Super Pressure Perception 52 Magic God Forbidden Techniques Inducing the Fall of the God of Heaven, Skill Perception plus 81. You have comprehended Night Spear 9 combos in battle, Proficiency plus 244. You have comprehended Do Chi Control Fire, Proficiency plus 188. Your Epiphany in battle, Basic Martial Arts Proficiency plus 985. Ji-sun has already mastered the magic solution, and he was immersed in that mysterious learning state at the first moment of the battle. The negative state of the body was completely cleared, and his current comprehension ability has reached its peak. Ji-sun saw every move of the Hell Knight, and he remembered it all, and immediately imprinted it in his mind. His comprehension was also constantly improving. The martial arts that a second-level knight can master are not difficult. For Ji-sun's current comprehension, he can almost understand 70% at a glance. What is rare is the combat awareness of the epic hero. This is a wonderful experience that Ji-sun has never had before in any opponent he has met. As they fought, they would occasionally have a feeling of a flash of inspiration. The application of fighting skills seemed to have opened a new door. That feeling often made Ji-sun sigh in the battle. Oh, it turns out that this martial art can be used in this way. The two sides kept fighting. Ji-sun also figured out the various skills mastered by the disaster bit by bit. Although he was still suppressed because of his proficiency, after knowing himself and the enemy, the suppression effect became less and less obvious. Moreover, the most important thing is the secret technique of attracting the fall of the gods. When he was fighting for the Holy Grail before, he was trapped in the quagmire of gravity, but he was still passively sensing it. Now in actual combat, the Hell Knight showed the epic hero Garen's proficiency in this magical secret technique, which was reaching the pinnacle. It really opened Ji-sun's eyes. Before, when Ji-sun got the power gem gold ball, he only thought that this kind of gravity could increase the load. Now he knows that it is not only downward gravity, but also various directional gravity, and even using gravity to change the displacement of the target and interrupt certain spells. Combined with some of his own martial arts, it can achieve some unexpected uses. This secret technique is extremely profound. Ji-sun had no idea about the mystery of this secret technique at first, and then he was beaten very badly by the monster and almost died several times. But because of this super high pressure, his progress in understanding the secret technique was several times faster than before. As long as he didn't die on the spot, it would be a protracted battle. Gradually, he mastered some of the essentials of this magic secret technique. This feeling was like a peerless master who was proficient in this technique, showing all the uses of the secret technique in actual combat. Through the continuous fierce battles, this magic secret method gradually unveiled its mystery in Ji-sun's eyes. Bang! Another collision of spears and swords, with a sharp and piercing sound. Ji-sun looked at the bloody hole on his shoulder, and his expression did not dare to relax at all. In the previous fight, even though he had already made a very skilled blocking action to avoid the heavy stab of the prison knight. But at that moment, the sudden change in gravity made the sword in his hand like being sucked away by a magnet, and the inclination angle of the sword suddenly changed. The knight's spear slid across the sword and pierced his left shoulder. Ji-sun quickly retreated and pulled away a distance. He exhaled slightly and sighed in his heart. This monster's combat awareness is really strong. It can keenly capture such a weak point. Not only can he learn. After fighting several times, Ji-sun found that this monster was also familiar with his moves. But this is not because the monster has intelligence, but because of combat instinct. He countered the moves and formed a combat awareness similar to muscle memory. The battle consciousness of the epic hero 100 years ago was no worse than anyone else. It was this point that put Ji-sun in danger. The moment he was injured, the wound on his shoulder was surrounded by a green glow, and it recovered in an instant. If he had not mastered the magical secret of the undying curse, this injury would have been equivalent to a broken arm, which would have been a fatal flaw in the subsequent fight. And he had suffered this serious injury 7 or 8 times. In other words, even though Ji-sun's combat power was almost invincible in the second level, he had died 7 or 8 times when he met this Hell Knight. Hee. But Ji-sun's smile was still bright. It was because of the fight with this top opponent that he felt the pleasure of walking on the line of death. An opponent who was too strong could not give it to him, nor could an opponent who was too weak. This kind of opponent was just right. You could only encounter it once in a while. Even if he lost a lot of life, for Ji-sun, the gains were greater than the costs. He had no intention of cherishing his life. Being able to live brilliantly, the restored lifespan had meaning to him. The only problem is that if we continue to use up our power, the spell power may not be able to sustain. And this is indeed the case. It's not that Ji-sun is not strong enough, but that the S-level disaster is outrageous. With a glance, the bodies of the 2 Hell Lords not far away have been nailed to the wall, and blood is flowing all over the ground. Even Prince Sane and Red Dragon Yuri, the 2 strongest 4th level ones, are now covered with wounds and look like they can't hold on for much longer. Without Ji-sun's healing method that can recover from injuries at any time, any injury will be a weight that tilts the scale towards defeat. While fighting, Ji-sun observed the surroundings. Except for the 2 4th level ones, Chujia was still strong. Her elemental body could hardly hurt her in the same level, and she and the monster clone were also in a stalemate. Mushroom-headed Jia Yu was not affected by the gravitational field. He watched all kinds of embarrassing movements, but he was not injured. Hunchbacked old Duan was proficient in various necromancy. I don't know what secret method he used, but a tombstone appeared beside him. The Hell Knight had killed him several times, but this guy was still alive and kicking. The few people who are still alive are all top masters of different levels, and have life-saving trump cards. But everyone is actually facing the same dilemma. They can't kill the S-level disaster at all. So, if they continue to waste time like this, they will die sooner or later. We must think of other ways. After fighting for so long, Ji-sun is now certain of one thing. This hero Garen wants to pass down the secret art. Only those who inherit it can get the Holy Grail. This is also the only way out he can think of. But it was not enough. And Ji-sun himself was not sure whether he could hold on until then. He also observed the surroundings, trying to see if he could find other breakthrough points. However, it was obvious that someone could not hold on before Ji-sun. The 5th Prince Sane, who was wearing a golden armor, was exhausted at this moment. His armor was full of cracks, his helmet was shattered, and his body was burnt. Although he seemed to have deepened his understanding of the magic secrets after the battle. But the monster could not be killed. The continuously aggravated injuries could no longer support him to continue fighting. So, if this guy is unwilling to die, he will definitely do something. Ji-sun has been staring at this plot character from the beginning. Because his intuition tells him that this Prince Sarn may be the key plot task of the Third Holy Grail War. After all, this Battle of Ironforge is just a small-scale battle in the early stage of the war, and the fight for the Holy Grail has just begun. But since this guy came here and found the Holy Grail, if there were no adventurers like Ji-sun, it might be that he really took the Holy Grail, which would trigger the subsequent fight. Assuming this idea is true, then the question arises. How did Prince San get the Holy Grail and get out alive? This guy should have some key clues in his hand. He should take action, right? Ji-sun guessed so. This place was found by San. He may have a treasure map or something. He didn't reveal his means before. Maybe he wanted to use the hands of the Death Knight to kill everyone who entered the mausoleum. But now seeing that the other few people are still alive, but he is about to die, if he really has some means, it's time to use it now. The fact was just as Ji-sun expected. During the fight, a dazzling fighting spirit suddenly burst out from the mausoleum. Prince Sane suddenly jumped up. He repelled the entangled monsters, and then ran straight to the pile of corpses in court dresses by the hero statue. Before everyone could figure out what he was doing, this guy took out a scroll and spat out a mouthful of blood on it. As if it was some kind of spiritual contract, the scroll exploded in an instant. Then Ji-sun and his companions saw a group of soul shadows appearing on the corpse. The enlightenment showed the guardian spirit of the Delan royal family. Prince San sat beside the corpse with a tired face, muttering something with a pious face. A magical scene appeared. The charging Hell Knight actually stopped and did not chase the guy anymore. The case was solved. When Ji-sun saw this scene, he suddenly realized, so this is the method. He had guessed that this was a princess of the Delan royal family by the clothes on the corpse. Now it is true. It seems that this royal princess and the epic hero Galen from 100 years ago should have a love story. Although from the words on the tombstone, the princess was very dissatisfied with the royal family's behavior. And it seems that she died in this hero's tomb to accompany him in eternal sleep. But after all, he is her blood descendant, and once the contract is issued, she has to protect him. The princess chose to protect him, and the monster has the will of the hero Galen, so naturally he will not harm her blood descendant. But only Sane can use this method. Ji-sun had noticed the corpse before, and guessed that it would be the key to the plot. But it is best not to touch the obvious plot items. At least don't be the first to touch it. Just like Chuchio was the first to get the Holy Grail, and it was also thanks to her strong ability to save her life. If it were someone else, he would have been shot to death by the monster. It is the same now. Except for the royal bloodline, the guardian spirit probably won't protect others. Touching it carelessly may also trigger other bad consequences. This is troublesome. When Ji-sun saw this, he felt that the most likely hope of breaking the situation was shattered. Prince Sane's method could only save him. And judging from the situation, when he recovers, even if Ji-sun and other outsiders who covet the Holy Grail are not killed by the monster, His Royal Highness will definitely come down to help kill them. The sudden change made the situation more urgent than before. Prince Sane found a chance to survive by using a bug, and the other people continued to fight. While Ji-sun was fighting, he was also thinking rapidly about other things in his mind. Tombstones, corpses, statues, domains, these are the only known clues in the mausoleum. Since it is confirmed that this is a test of who is testing the hero, it is definitely not just about being able to overcome the disaster with strength. Then what other conditions should there be? The battle tests force, the domain represents inheritance, the Holy Grail represents royal power, and the statue may represent justice or human hero. So what do the bones represent? Blood, family, love. No, the death of the hero Galen should be related to the dishonorable means of the royal family. He may not want to leave the Holy Grail to the Deland royal family, otherwise he would not have hidden it in the mausoleum. What other conditions are needed? Ji-sun pondered. Since it is confirmed that this barrier is to screen the identity of the person who takes the Holy Grail, then the conditions for passing the level must be met by those screening. Force. Inheritance. It should be confirmed. But to meet these two conditions, you still have to defeat the disaster clone first. The royal power behind whoever can get the Holy Grail should be considered. As for the justice represented by the statue, Ji-sun doesn't think he can be satisfied. But if it represents hero, he has a title of Demon Slayer hero, maybe it can be. But what about the princess's bones? Such an important clue cannot be meaningless. Just when Ji-sun was thinking hard, the eyes of Prince Sane not far away were also observing everyone present. He seemed to have recovered almost completely, and the murderous intent in his eyes gradually became stronger. There was not much time left for Ji-sun and the others. No one present could resist the combined siege of an S-level disaster clone and a 4th-level Great Knight. The only good news was, during the fight, Ji-sun suddenly saw enlightenment, and you realized the heavenly god fall level 0, 8/1000, it's done. Ji-sun was also happy when he saw enlightenment appear. Although his previous battle insights were getting deeper and deeper, and he was less and less affected by the domain, he was still a step away. Just at that moment, he suddenly broke through. It felt like he was learning to ride a bicycle, but suddenly he found a delicate balance point, and was able to ride against the wind. Ji-sun felt great. It was like he was a flame, and in the sea of fire, the flames could not hurt him at all. At least the 2nd-level disaster in front of him could not. At this moment, Ji-sun suddenly felt as light as a swallow, and he did not have the crushing feeling of fighting with a mountain on his shoulders. Just as the enlightenment lit up, the Hell Knight rushed over again. Ji-sun looked at the corner of his mouth and raised it slightly, and he easily turned sideways. Before, he had to try his best to deal with it, so as not to be pulled and seriously injured by the strange gravity that came from nowhere. At this moment, he easily avoided the charge of the Hell Knight, and he was able to backhand a knife and slashed heavily on the knight's horse's leg, causing the disaster to fall to the ground. Ha ha, it worked. Seeing this, Ji-sun was overjoyed. Although this knife did not cause any substantial damage to the disaster, the fallen Hell Knight stood up in an instant. But this also means that the threat of this disaster to him is not fatal. And most importantly, when he comprehended this magic secret art now. Force. Inheritance. The two conditions have been met, however. Ji-sun's excitement lasted only a moment before it was drowned. At present, he can deal with his 2nd-level S disaster, but it does not change the situation at all. And the Prince of Sane obviously noticed his abnormality, and his eyes became more gloomy. The royal secret art was learned by others, and this person has become someone he must kill. Ji-sun was obviously also very aware of this, and had always been on guard. But at this moment, the sudden change shocked everyone. Ji-sun understood the magic secret art of attracting the gods to fall, and was no longer affected by the strange gravity. The living people present were all masters, and they all discovered this. However, almost at the same time, a figure suddenly rushed out. The mushroom-headed Jiayu, who had always been inconspicuous before, actually rushed straight to the Holy Grail and grabbed it. What is this guy going to do? Ji-sun was also very surprised. If you get the Holy Grail, you will be attacked by monsters, and the Holy Grail also has the Holy Flame of Kingship. How can ordinary people get it? Just when he thought the Jiayu had probably seen through some key clues, or maybe wanted to break the situation, an accident happened. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, as soon as Jiayu's hand touched the Holy Grail, a dazzling white light suddenly shone from the Holy Grail, and the flame-like thread of the Law of Kingship burned fiercely. Just like the hunchbacked old Duan before, the mushroom-headed man's hand was burned to a crisp in an instant. And that's not all. The moment he touched the Holy Grail, a 4th Order S-Class Hell Knight appeared out of nowhere, and stabbed Jiayu in the chest with a gun, piercing through. Not everyone has the elemental body of Chujiu to save their lives. This shot killed him on the spot. The body was hanging in the middle of the knight's gun, and blood was flowing all over the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked. The worry and shock on Prince Sane's face in the distance instantly turned into a sneer. He thought he had met another guy who could ignore the holy flame of the king's power, but he didn't expect it to be just a jumping clown. Even Ji-sun's eyes widened when he saw it dead. He looked at the extraordinary characteristics overflowing from the corpse, and confirmed that Jiayu had become a corpse. But it was because he died so easily that Ji-sun felt incredible. This guy is suspected to be a member of 13 Kamen Riders. Such a top genius died just like that? Isn't it too reckless? No, Ji-sun always felt that something was wrong. This reckless behavior was not the same person as the Jiayu he knew. It seems that this guy is conveying some information with this reckless behavior. However, before Ji-sun could figure it out, something unexpected happened again. Seeing Jiayu being killed, Chujiu did not learn her lesson. Her eyes turned, as if she understood something, and she also rushed towards the Holy Grail. Ji-sun looked at her equally incomprehensible behavior, and his eyes suddenly shrank. She also wants to grab the Holy Grail. What is she going to do? But at the same time, looking at the figure rushing away, the familiar tacit understanding surged into his heart. Ji-sun himself suddenly figured out something. Jiayu, that guy, may have found the key to breaking the situation. Chapter 205. Ji-sun felt that since Jiayu was the only one who could see through the flaws in the gravitational field, he would definitely not know that he could not withstand the holy flame of the king's power, and he rashly gave up his life. Therefore, the abnormal behavior of this mushroom head just now must have some deep meaning. However, Ji-sun did not think about whether Jiayu was dead or not. The higher the rank, the more bizarre the extraordinary means. Chujiu with the elemental body, Bai Wei who met before, and Lao Duan who was proficient in the secret art of necromancy in front of him. To some extent, they all have the ability to be immortal. Even if Ji-sun himself had the immortality curse, it would be difficult for him to die. What he was wondering now was, what was Jiayu's motive for committing suicide? But before he could figure it out, Chujiu had already rushed towards the Holy Grail. If nothing unexpected happened, she would be attacked by the 4th Order S-level disaster that appeared out of thin air the moment she touched the Holy Grail, just like Jiayu before. Even if she was so strong, she would probably be severely injured like the last time. Seeing this, Ji-sun didn't hesitate at all, kicked the ground hard, and rushed over. Because his instinct told him that he had to help. Pa! 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 Ji-sun stepped in the air one after another with explosive sounds. Almost at the moment when Chujiu touched the Holy Grail, layers of strange gravitational threads lingered on the ground nearby. But because of his decisive action, Ji-sun also arrived, and at the same time took a breath of cold air. The gravity of the 4th level S disaster is so strong. Trapped in the field, he instantly felt that his body was as heavy as lead, and sank suddenly. No wonder Chujiu couldn't avoid it. The current strength of gravity is several times greater than the pressure Ji-sun endured when he risked his life to get the Holy Grail. If he hadn't just touched the threshold of the magic secret art of guiding the fall of the gods, he would be immune to most of the gravity. This would probably have torn his body apart on the spot. Before he could think about anything, Ji-sun, who appeared behind Chujiu, had already drawn out the useless sword and used it as a shield across his chest. He had already identified the direction of gravity, and predicted the location where the monster would appear. Sure enough, as he blocked, the sharp spear surrounded by black flame stabbed at him like lightning. Clang. Although the spear pierced the sword, the strange penetrating power like second-level collapse passed through his body. The sword body made a series of buzzing, sharp sounds, as if the soul was about to be shaken out of the body. Ji-sun felt that his hands holding the big sword were like being electrocuted, and almost slipped out of his hands. He didn't dare to resist, and the muscles under his feet suddenly burst out with strength, and the whole person flew backwards to use the force to remove the terrifying force that rushed straight into his internal organs. With a bang, Ji-sun hit the rock wall hard. However, because he stood up to block the spear, Chujio successfully got the Holy Grail in his hand. This was the second time she got the Holy Grail, and this time was obviously different. The moment she touched it, the Holy Grail actually lit up. However, it was not the burning flame before, but more like a gentle light like a night pearl. It seemed to indicate that the holy object recognized the identity of the holder. Seeing this, Ji-sun was relieved even though he was confused about what had changed. When he saw this old friend appear in this different dimension, he guessed that the Holy Grail might have some important meaning to her. It seemed that she was determined to get it. However, Chujio frowned slightly when holding the Holy Grail, as if she felt that something was missing. Ji-sun also saw it, because he did not see the message from enlightenment prompting the barrier to be broken. In other words, they did not completely complete the task. Prince Sane looked at the Holy Grail in Chujio's hand, and his face changed drastically. It was obvious that this key plot character knew what this vision meant. His eyes were filled with rage, and he rushed forward with a golden sword in hand. At the same time, the 4th-level Hell Knight also launched a second attack. At this moment, this Sismak Holy Grail is like a bomb in the hand, and anyone who holds it will be in mortal danger. But Chujio did not mean to let it go. The curse power in her body was surging, and she looked like she was going to fight head-on. What is she going to do? Ji-sun looked at her with his pupils shrinking. He still did not understand the meaning of holding the Holy Grail. But seeing that his old friend was about to be besieged, he did not hesitate and rushed forward again. Although his rank was the lowest in the Mausoleum of Heroes, he could still contain one or two. The two did not say a word, but they appeared in another battlefield direction in the Mausoleum at almost the same time in perfect tacit understanding. Here, the red dragon Yuri transformed into a fire dragon, and a disaster clone were fighting fiercely. This demon Viscount was probably the strongest in the Mausoleum, this time in terms of individual strength. After transforming into a giant dragon, almost no one could kill it. However, at this moment, it was tortured by the gravity field of the Hell Knight and suffered terribly. Like being stuck in a quagmire, unable to struggle. At this moment, a worse scene came. Chujio, holding the Holy Grail, rushed straight towards it, and in a blink of an eye, he appeared on the back of the giant dragon. The red dragon Yuri suddenly felt bad. It understood what this human was going to do. But at this moment, it was in a dilemma. If it transformed into a human form, it could not withstand the terrifying gravity at the moment. But if it did not transform, its huge body with a wingspan of nearly 100 meters would be the best target to attract firepower. There was no time to hesitate in a battle of this level. As soon as the thought came to mind, Red Dragon Yuri found that his back was cold for a moment, and then it instantly turned into a heart-wrenching burning pain. Looking closely, Chujio was holding the Holy Grail and touching the back of the demon. It is not easy to break its dragon scales by normal means, but the high-level royal law on the Holy Grail is the best way to break the defense. On. The red dragon let out a sad dragon cry. Even it could not withstand the burning of the royal holy flame, and a large part of its back was burned away in an instant. The worst thing is that it is not facing an opponent. Chujio's move was like a knife to its back, and its magic power instantly became chaotic. The Hell Knight in front also held a spear, and pierced the red dragon's neck with one shot. Seeing this, Ji-sun also grinned and guessed in his heart, to get the recognition of the heroes, well, it seems that you still need to hunt high-level demons? From the moment he saw Chujio take the Holy Grail and disappear, he also guessed that his old friend would kill the red dragon first. The situation is now basically clear. Regardless of whether it is related to the mission or not, dealing with these unexpected factors first is definitely the most correct choice. Prince Sane originally wanted to snatch the Holy Grail, but seeing that Chujio was going to kill the red dragon Yuri, he hesitated. He obviously wanted to wait for both sides to suffer losses. Ji-sun saw this and ignored the guy. What he had to do now was to block the Hell Knight chasing Chujio. Kung! The great sword was hit by the knight's spear again, and Ji-sun flew backwards. But this also bought critical time for Chujio. The red dragon's sad roar was like a mountain torrent in the closed underground palace, shaking eardrums. But it was also getting weaker and weaker. The royal flame on the Holy Grail broke through the dragon scale defense, and Chujio's magic forbidden technique was not vegetarian. The terrifying cold air poured directly into the dragon's body, and the real damage was directly maxed out. Yuri's hellfire became lighter and lighter, and the frost covered the weak points of the dragon's wings and tail in a blink of an eye. And it's not just Chujio, it also has to face the Hell Knight. Under multiple attacks, the red dragon was just a trap beast, and it was getting weaker and weaker. Chujio's ice power can cause stiffness to the target's mental power. The dragon's body is controlled by the gravity field, and Yuri is like flesh and blood on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Finally, after Ji-sun was knocked out for the 4th time, Chujio used some kind of spell, and the red dragon's body was completely turned into an ice sculpture. At the same time, enlightenment also appeared. Kill the 4th level A-level disaster red dragon Yuri, and gain plus 2,000 military merits. Although Ji-sun did not cause direct damage to Yuri, he also helped and got 2,000 military merits. This is a little less merit for killing a disaster of this level, but it is already ideal. Moreover, the rewards for completing the plot mission are the highlight. So far, several demons have been killed. The second inspiration also appeared immediately, completing the A+ opportunity plot, merit plus 20,000, additional plot exploration plus 20%, opportunity treasure chest plus 1. Same as the last plot. Killed the key boss of the opportunity plot, and a treasure chest appeared on the corpse. But now is not the time to check. At the same time, the rich extraordinary characteristics of the red dragon's corpse overflowed. Ji-sun also devoured it from a distance. After Yuri died, Ji-sun and Chujio finally looked at each other. Without saying a word, the two understood instantly. In the different dimension, the most difficult people are never the plot characters, but the adventurers. There is still an enemy alive here. That is the hunchbacked old Duan in the ghost baby state. At this moment, the backbone of the Silver Moon sect is entangled with his own Hell Knight, complaining bitterly. The S-level monster cannot be killed, and it becomes stronger and stronger. With a glance, Lao Duan was frightened to see Chujio rushing over, with a hot holy grail that glowed like a torch. Although he had the means to resist the monster, he would not die for a while. But he had just suffered a loss from the holy grail, so he dared not touch it carelessly. He was also very self-aware, and knew that he would never survive the joint efforts of Chujio and the Hell Knight. He was about to follow the footsteps of the red dragon Yuri. Lao Duan had already prepared himself, and spit out a mouthful of blood. He chanted a spell instantly, and the 6-pointed star magic circle under his feet lit up, and a treasure chest was actually summoned. Before Ji-sun could understand, the treasure chest suddenly opened, revealing densely packed serrated fangs and wriggling eyes. Look at this shape, it's actually a creature, the legendary abyss treasure chest monster that devours flesh and blood. Old Duan jumped into the mouth of the treasure chest monster. Click. The box closed with a sound. The magic circle of the psychic technique just disappeared, and the treasure chest also disappeared. Ji-sun was amazed when he saw this scene. Using reverse psychic technique to escape, this idea is quite novel. Old Duan, the gravedigger, always has some strange things in his hands. But at this time, the crisis is far from over. Just as old Duan was forced to flee, a sword energy suddenly slashed towards Chujio. Prince Sane, dressed in golden armor, turned into a string of afterimages, coming with murderous intent. Now there are no more trash, so this prince also took action. He is protected by the soul of his ancestors, and will not be attacked by the Knights of Hell, nor will he be affected by the law of the Holy Grail Kingship. Once the red dragon Yuri died, his own 4th level strength was already the strongest in this underground palace. Now, what he wanted to do was to kill the two people in front of him. Ji-sun and Chujio never had any luck that the 5th prince would let them leave with the Holy Grail. The two sides fought fiercely in the underground palace. Chujio was under the greatest pressure. She had to deal with a 4th level Hell Knight alone, and also resist the attack of Prince Sane, who was also 4th level. Originally, if she had just thrown away the Holy Grail, she would at least not have to face the strongest S disaster. But Ji-sun knew very well why she didn't give up. Because from the current point of view, the spatial will is somewhat resistance. They got the Sismac Holy Grail in this low-level copy. This is a treasure that must be obtained in a subsequent extremely difficult decisive battle. Therefore, it is very likely that once Prince Sarn, a key plot character, gets the Holy Grail, the plot of Ironforge battle will be forced to end. Although Ji-sun and his team can survive, and get out of the other dimension. But they didn't get the Holy Grail, and their efforts failed. So even if they figured this out, this risk must be taken head-on. And the Holy Grail can only be held by Chujio. If one Jixun holds it, he will be killed in a matter of minutes. What he can do now is to rely on the little gravity secret technique he has learned to help restrain the disaster or Sane occasionally. But there will be no result if he continues to fight like this. Chujio was originally one level lower, and it was unlikely that he could kill Prince Sane, who was at the top of the 4th level. What's more, there was an S-level disaster. However, after just a few encounters, the situation became very critical. Although Jisun and Catalina had fought against the 4th level Lieutenant Colonel Bolton at the risk of their lives, they were both 4th level enemies, but their combat power was very different. In comparison, the two 4th level peak enemies in front of him were at least several times stronger. Just to help contain them for a moment, Jisun was repeatedly hit and knocked away. The injuries caused by suppressing two high-level enemies were also fatal every time. Once his thigh was cut in half, once his abdomen was cut in half, and once his chest was pierced by a spear. Fortunately, he had a secret healing method, otherwise he would have died many times. Chujio herself was also in a very bad state. She could not resist the gravity of the meteorite, and could only resist the suppression of two 4th level gravity secrets, which restricted her fighting. And once Jisun was seriously injured, not only would her pressure increase, but she would also have to help cover him, and at the same time she would be seriously injured several times. The situation was getting worse and worse. Looking at the situation, if the two of them really continued to waste time like this, they would die sooner or later. Or throw away the Holy Grail and give up this space. Bang. Once again, Jisun flew backwards, spitting out a mouthful of old blood. His expression became more and more solemn, and he thought quickly in his heart, strange, where is the breaking point? The two of them did not want to win the battle, but to drag it out. Jisun's intuition told him that even if they killed Prince Sane, they still could not solve any problems. Instead, they would seal the only chance of survival by leaving the space, and in the end, they could only fight the Hell Knight to death. If you want to get the Holy Grail, you can never rely on force alone. Jisun never thought of giving up. The purpose of his visit this time was achieved. After drinking the holy water, his lifespan has been restored. But Chujio obviously came for the Holy Grail this time. She risked her life to come here, so the Holy Grail must be very important to her. The news has leaked out when they went out this time, and there is no chance next time. Jisun definitely can't help but help. All the clues kept thinking in his mind. Tombstone, Holy Grail, bones, statues, domain, force, inheritance, royal power, heroic fate, these conditions should be met in theory. Jisun really can't figure out what is missing. The biggest uncertainty is the corpse of the princess. Since Sarn can survive with it, and even take the Holy Grail, it must be the key clue. But what does it represent? Jisun himself can't figure it out. He kept thinking of a picture in his mind. That is Jia Yu's inexplicable act of committing suicide before. The mushroom-headed corpse is still lying on the ground, as if silently telling something. While fighting, Jisun carefully recalled the scene of Jia Yu committing suicide in his mind, thinking in his heart, Jia Yu must have seen something, otherwise he wouldn't have committed suicide. But what exactly is this hinting at me to do? But it seemed that there was always a little inspiration missing. He couldn't figure it out. Before he knew it, Chujio, who was not far away, was hit hard by the Hell Knight again, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. This old friend of his had no ability to heal his injuries. If he continued to fight, he would really die. Jisun frowned as he looked at it. Although he could take his own life and death lightly, he definitely didn't want to see his friend die in front of him. However, this thought emerged, as if a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. Looking at Jia Yu's behavior again, Jisun suddenly realized it. Death. What that guy wanted to say was just two words. Sacrifice life? Jisun finally understood what Jia Yu wanted to express. This guy's behavior has already hinted very clearly, willingly using death to hint clues to his teammates to break the situation. In an instant. It was as if the most critical piece of the puzzle was found. The clues in Jisun's mind were instantly connected. The most important clues are still in the contents of the tombstone, although we don't know what happened in the Second Holy Grail War 100 years ago. But the hero Galen's achievements are definitely qualified to drink holy water and recover from injuries. But the fact is, he is dead. Jisun remembered that Jia Yu had talked about this issue at that time. Judging from the unwilling words on the tombstone, there is only one possibility. That is, the hero Galen gave the holy water to someone else, so he died. The other person is alive. And the other person is very likely the Princess Delan, who has turned into a corpse. Jisun could even recall the conspiracy story from 100 years ago in his mind. Hero Galen defeated the devil, and got the Holy Grail, but he was also seriously injured. He could have recovered by drinking holy water, but his achievements were so great that the higher-ups were wary of him, or he discovered some dirty deeds of the royal high-ups. What was even more coincidental was that his lover, the princess, was also seriously injured. Hero Galen gave the holy water to his lover, and the princess realized it later, and chose to be buried here. This is why there is a sentence on the tombstone. In the name of God, killing people, ridiculous royal power. The story is not important. The remaining will of the hero Galen guards the Holy Grail, just to select the person who gets the Holy Grail. Someone who can learn his secret inheritance and has a spirit of sacrifice. Ji-sun's eyes were cold, and he understood, thinking, the meaning of the princess's bones is this. The legendary hero wants to get the Holy Grail. The person has the characteristics of sacrificing his life for others, for justice, for love, and for friendship. He finally understood. This is the message Jia Yu wants to convey. But it can't be said openly. That's why Mushroom Head used that almost unbelievable act of sending people to their own death to convey this way to break the situation. Chujio may have guessed it, but she can't say it. Although she spoke up, as a friend who had experienced life and death, Ji-sun would not refuse to give it a try with his life. But in this way, it seems like a friendship bond, or an exchange of interests after weighing the pros and cons because of wanting to get out alive. This subjective act of sending people to their own death is no longer pure. It is very likely that the conditions for breaking the situation cannot be triggered. Therefore, only Ji-sun himself has this realization. Haha, that's how it is. When Ji-sun thought of this, he suddenly laughed wantonly. If it were someone else, they would definitely hesitate to sacrifice their lives for others. But Ji-sun wouldn't, and Ji-sun knew that he was the only one who could be the sacrifice. Because he was the only one who learned the secret method of attracting the gods to fall. Maybe Jia Yu would also know it, and had thought of this a long time ago, but he couldn't. Even if he really couldn't die, he had understood the secret method. But Jia Yu didn't have the pure thought of sacrificing his life for Chujio or Jishuan. No, maybe he had tried. The body was still on the ground. It had been proven that it didn't work. Only Jishuan and Chujio, who had been friends for life and death, could meet this condition. You must learn the secret method and have a spirit of sacrifice. This is the only chance for adventurers in this alternate dimension, the intermediate difficulty alternate dimension of Battle of Iron Forge, to get the Holy Grail. Hee, you're really harsh. Thinking of this, Ji-sun and Chujio looked at each other and rushed over without hesitation. Even if their eyes touched, Chujio knew that he understood. Ji-sun responded with a bright smile. There was never any hesitation. He saw the indescribable tacit understanding in the eyes of this old friend. If there is any friend in this world who is worth Ji-sun dying for, then Chujio is definitely one of them. Similarly, Chujio would not hesitate. Both sides are very clear about this. Ji-sun rushed forward and stood in front of Chujio. Just then, Prince Sane slashed at him with a sword. This sword was very vicious. It was chopped from the head to the coccyx. It was split in two. This kind of injury cannot be cured even by the undead curse. Ji-sun used the same almost suicidal method that Jia Yu used before to test one of their conjectures. If the bet is right, he can live. If the bet is wrong, he will die. Ji-sun grinned. Even at the last moment, when he was cut in two by the sword, he still had a smile on his face. He didn't care about the form, but he was willing to die for others. His eyes went dark, and Ji-sun felt the coming of death again. Well, it feels so good. Ji-sun's soul enjoyed this wonderful experience very much. It's very rare. But this feeling only lasted for a moment. Enlightenment has emerged. Congratulations on getting the recognition of the hero Galen's will, and Ji-sun knows that he has passed the level. Chapter 206. Ji-sun walked around the death line and came back. As soon as the eyes went dark, he watched himself. Resurrected. Enlightenment reminded that the space barrier had been broken, and those Hell Knights with black fire all over their bodies disappeared. Hey, the bet was right. Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly, but there was no ripple in his heart. It seems that he has been used to it. It was also expected. He turned his head and met Chujio's light blue eyes, and nodded slightly. The two old friends, who hadn't seen each other for a long time, didn't say anything, but nodded to express what they wanted to say. Without the restraint of the Hell Knight, Prince San knew he was defeated. Although he was unwilling, he turned around and ran away. Chujio was not in a good condition, so he didn't plan to chase him. And he couldn't chase him. The Spatial will probably thought that Ji-sun and the other two had obtained the most critical plot items in this third Holy Grail war in advance, so there was nothing to challenge. In a blink of an eye, the twisted light gate had appeared. At this point, the plot of the alternate dimension of the Iron Forge battle was forcibly ended. Seeing this, Ji-sun let out a long sigh. He was in a state of nervous tension throughout the whole process. Now that he has come to his senses, he also feels that this Holy Grail is indeed not easy to get. The temporary team of 3 people each has their own unique skills, but they have almost been wiped out here several times. Wanting to learn the lost magic forbidden technique of inducing the fall of the gods, which is not even recorded in any classics, under the deadly threat of the Hell Knight, sounds like a fantasy. I learned it by chance, but I still had to risk my life in the end. If it were someone else, it would be almost impossible to succeed. Fortunately, the 3 of them did it. But this made Ji-sun feel that there were too many coincidences. No matter who was missing from their team of 3, they would not be able to get the Holy Grail. Without Jiayu, not only would they not be able to find the Tomb of Heroes, but they would also not be able to understand the rules of the puzzle. Without Chujio, they would not be able to withstand such a strong enemy. Without Ji-sun, they would not be able to count on the Holy Grail. It was as if invisible lines of fate had brought the 3 of them together, and it just happened to be right. But was it just a coincidence? Ji-sun didn't think it was completely so. He thought of Nanjing's mysterious mother. He chose to come in and explore this different dimension this time, because he listened to the advice of that Aunt Nan. She was the high priest of the Oran dynasty, proficient in all kinds of divination and prophecy secrets. She seemed to have foreseen some unspeakable causes and effects. Even Jiayu and Chujio seemed to know some unknown news. Ji-sun didn't think much about it, because at this time, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in the huge hero mausoleum. It's solved. Ji-sun turned his head, and saw that the mushroom-headed boy patted the dirt on his clothes, and climbed up from the ground. Ji-sun looked at Jiayu, who suddenly resurrected, and his eyes twitched inexplicably. Although he guessed that this guy must not be dead. But looking at the person, who was a corpse just now, and was completely alive and kicking, he was also full of surprise. The wound disappeared, and there was not even a trace of blood. Ji-sun had seen many kinds of immortal abilities, but he had never seen such an outrageous resurrection technique. Just now, his extraordinary characteristics were out of control and overflowed, and he was confirmed to be physically dead. How did he revive? Is it some resurrection prop card? He himself used a death substitute, and was exempted from fatal damage once. But Jiayu's situation is obviously more advanced. This guy is not only completely unharmed, but can also choose the time of resurrection? It feels very strange. It's like an NPC died. Then the system refreshed a new NPC that is exactly the same. Ji-sun also guessed that this must be Jiayu's card master sequence ability. He originally thought it was impolite to ask, but he was still too curious and instinctively cast a curious look. Chujio, who was standing by, looked expressionless, but there was a flash of strangeness in his crystal eyes, and it was obvious that he had never seen it before. Jiayu felt a little embarrassed by being stared at by 2 pairs of eyes, so he walked over, touched the back of his head, and said shyly and modestly, "It's just a little trick." Ji-sun's eyes twitched slightly when he heard it. This is still a little trick. This guy is really outrageous. Coupled with his humble expression, this prestige and mystery are instantly full. But he didn't say much, and Ji-sun didn't really ask. Jiayu also set his eyes on the Holy Grail in Chujio's hand, looking very interested. "Wow, I finally got it." Ji-sun also cast a curious look. The grade of this cup that can condense holy water to restore life is probably outrageous. But I asked before, it seems that these guys are very secretive about this Holy Grail. I didn't expect Jiayu to start talking about science, saying, "This Holy Grail has a more important function besides helping people understand the law of kingship. I once deciphered an ancient document, and there is direct evidence that this Sismac Holy Grail is directly related to breaking through the Card Master's legendary realm. Although I don't know how to use it yet, at least I got it." "I see." After hearing this, Ji-sun finally understood. He was not interested in kingship, legendary realm. It's too far away. This Holy Grail is too high end for him at the moment, and he can't use it. He didn't ask any more questions, and started to deal with the battlefield. There are still some things to do before the settlement. Ji-sun ignored Chujio and Jiayu, who were studying the Holy Grail, and walked directly to the body of the red dragon Yuri. There is also a treasure chest with a charming glow. I encountered it once before, and it opened the bronze fragment of the secret method of dominance. Ji-sun is also looking forward to what this treasure chest can open. The demon was killed by Chujio, and he didn't hesitate to open it directly. His finger touched the lock of the treasure chest. Click. The lock opened, and a dazzling golden light lit up. After seeing the contents of the treasure chest, Ji-sun exclaimed. This was a golden droplet the size of an egg. His first reaction was to think it was some extraordinary equipment. But what enlightenment showed was actually blood. Red dragon blood. Detailed explanation. Epic material, pure red dragon blood, contains a relatively complete ancient dragon gene sequence of the dragon race. This was the first time Ji-sun had seen an epic material. Looking at the golden blood in front of him, his mind became active. Dragons are mythical creatures. The various dragon-born demons encountered in this alien space are so strong just because their blood contains a little bit of dragon genetic material. The enlightenment in front of him shows relatively complete dragon gene blood? Wow, what a treasure! The grade of this material is too high, Ji-sun can't even think of where he can use it. His first reaction is that Master Merlin must have a great use for this thing, right? If I remember correctly, that master likes to study all kinds of strange creatures. Ji-sun looked at Jiayu and Chuchio, and since neither of them had any needs, he put it away first. Then Ji-sun took out a scalpel and began to cut along the glowing chest of the corpse. A heart burning with blazing black fire and mixed with golden light suddenly appeared in front of him. Heart of red dragon, your equality, excellent gold. Detailed explanation. The heart of a high-level demon contains a trace of high-level genetic material of the ancient demon god and the red dragon, with pure and excellent demon power, hellfire blood power, dragon power, and 4th level flesh and blood system top quality material. TSK, it's worthy of being an A+ disaster. Ji-sun looked at the heart in his hand, which was flaming with black fire, and grinned, revealing 2 rows of neat white teeth. He had visited the Hunters Guild countless times. But the materials of excellent gold, except for the war mode, have never been heard of anywhere else. Dragonborn materials are almost all strong in flesh and magic. This is very consistent with Ji-sun's career path. It's a pity that it is a 4th level material, and he can't use it now. He took out the few top level containment cards in his hand, and sealed them in the card. Ji-sun dealt with other corpses. There were 3 more dragon demon corpses in the mausoleum. After some tinkering, he got 3 more gold materials. 1 spiritual material dragon power, gold, 1 flesh material magic dragon eagle bone, silver, and 1 elemental material fire dragon's magic stomach, gold. Ji-sun also happily put them away. Now, the materials for the 3rd level career card are almost complete. They are all dragon materials. It must be said that the probability of producing top quality products in war mode is really too high. Normally, the 3rd level disaster has an average probability of about 10% to produce gold materials. But now these 4 dragon demons have a gold rate of 75%. But it is normal. The higher the monster's rank, the higher the grade of the materials it produces. These dragons also met Ji-sun and his 3 companions, and it was a coincidence that they were killed. Otherwise, any 3rd level dragon disaster would be enough to wipe out an ordinary medium-sized hunter group. Any material harvested this time would definitely be a heavy treasure that would make a sensation in the auction house. But Ji-sun felt calm instead. A piece of gold placed in a pile of silver is very eye-catching. A pile of gold placed in front of you, suddenly it is hard to tell which one is better. Ji-sun cleaned up the body and asked Jiayu again. This mushroom-headed man didn't have much demand for the spoils, or maybe because of the Holy Grail. He said he didn't need to distribute them. And Chuchio is one of us. She will tell you directly if she needs it. There is no need to ask. Ji-sun didn't say anything more, and packed them all up. After dealing with the body, he continued to search in the mausoleum. The most important treasure in the Tomb of Heroes is the Sismak Holy Grail. That thing has been taken. But he did not forget that the S-level disaster Hell Knight had appeared in this tomb before. The different dimensional space looks like a low-dimensional world, a second-class space, but all the logic is self-consistent. In other words, as the tombstone said, the tomb also sealed the demon lord killed by the hero Galen. This is also the source of energy for the previous Hell Knight. Ji-sun followed it to find it. Sure enough, in the crack under the hero's statue, he saw something good. A large piece of crystal-like magic crystal. Magic meteorite. Medium detailed explanation. The magic crystal condensed after the death of Hell Lord Dragon Eagles is, there is a trace of dragon power and hell filth, with strong pollution characteristics. Good stuff. Ji-sun's eyes lit up when he saw this thing. In the eyes of others, this is just a piece of black energy stone. But in his eyes, it is full of overflowing extraordinary characteristics. Although enlightenment showed contamination, it was not a big problem for Ji-sun's current situation. Any contamination without mentioning the dosage was a hooligan. The main material of his 2nd level fusion occupation card was the Hell Demon, which was highly resistant to this kind of contamination. As long as you absorb it slowly, there is no such thing as contamination or no contamination. After trying to absorb it, the pure extraordinary characteristics were poured into the body, and enlightenment lit up. You use Feast Devour, Constitution plus 0.05. You use Feast Devour, Strength plus 0.06. You use Feast Devour, Toughness plus 0.08. You used So Strong. Ji-sun's eyes lit up. It had been a long time since I had seen data soar so fast. Ever since the physical attribute broke through 40 points in all dimensions, the extraordinary characteristics obtained by absorbing a single second-level corpse had increased by 3 decimal places. And the demon meteorite medium in front of him was of high enough grade that any sip would increase the grade by nearly 10 times. It was so high that after absorbing a few sips, the panel showed a slightly contaminated prompt. It was like drinking rice soup after being used to it, and suddenly having a dry meal, which made Ji-sun a little unable to digest. But this is a good thing. The higher the quality of the extraordinary characteristics, the more he can fill the attributes that his body can currently bear to the upper limit. Thinking that if he absorbs this, he should be able to try to advance to the 3rd level. Ji-sun was not idle either. He took out the tools and started to dig. Not long after, Ji-sun dug 2 large backpacks. Jia Yu had already gone out. Now that the different dimensional space has been cleared in advance, the living people must have taken the information out. In this abnormal situation, the people of the Lionheart family must know that something is wrong in the space. Someone must come to help. Chujio sat cross-legged to heal her wounds and waited. After watching Ji-sun finish his work, she stood up silently. The two nodded and walked into the twisted light gate. At this time, the settlement prompt also appeared. Congratulations on clearing the 3rd Holy Grail War, Ironforge campaign. Space exploration 51%, sea level reward, fixed reward 50%, additional exploration 48%, A-level reward, additional rare card draw plus 35%. Super level plot explorer, advanced card draw probability plus 11%. Plot terminator, additional rare card draw probability plus 5%. Tacit teammates, rare card draw reward plus 4%. Boss kill, 4th level A-level red dragon Yuri special reward plus 4%. 3rd level B-level blood elf reward plus 2%. 3rd level C-level ironback earth dragon reward plus 3%. Complete opportunity plot *1, hidden plot *1, special card probability plus 22%, A plus plot *1, B-level plot task *1, C-level task *1, D-level task *1 treasure chest draw rare probability plus 8%. Comprehensive evaluation B+, get clearance settlement treasure chest *2, Ji-sun looked at it, with a half smile, B-level. He remembered correctly, and after so many experiences in other dimensions, this was the first time he got a B-level rating. But it was expected that it was low. After all, from the beginning when they entered the other dimension, Ji-sun and his companions did not follow the main storyline of Ironforge. Instead, they were looking for the Holy Grail everywhere along the way. They didn't kill many monsters, nor did they complete the main quests. They got a B+ rating purely because they killed a few key bosses. Ji-sun didn't bother about this rating at all, as he had gained enough anyway. Lifespan has been restored, and so many precious materials have been obtained. Even if nothing is drawn in the settlement, it is completely acceptable. But it is impossible not to draw. Although the clearance evaluation is low, the probability of special card drawing is high. The different dimensional space encourages adventurers to explore high difficulty plots. Ji-sun and his 3 friends found these hidden maps and hidden plots this time, which brought extremely high card drawing probability rewards. Especially the probability of drawing special cards and high-level cards is almost the highest in the different dimensional space that Ji-sun has encountered. He didn't think much about it, and casually clicked on the settlement treasure box. Enlightenment tips, open the clearance treasure box, and get the Yaoyin martial arts card skill two-handed sword chi/. A skill card? Ji-sun looked at the silver card that appeared, his expression normal. This is the martial arts of Prince Sane. He was killed by this move just now. Maybe there was a surprise before, but now there is not much fluctuation. After Joker's magic solution, his martial arts comprehension reached an incredible height. Ordinary skill cards are not as good as those that you can comprehend thoroughly. But it's not bad. Ji-sun didn't feel unsatisfied. Although he didn't focus on swordsmanship. But at least it's cool. Sword chi/ for ordinary people, it is already a very powerful and cool martial art. It is a rare long-range attack method for melee professionals. And now he has studied Qigong very deeply. This sword chi weapon medium is different, but the principles have many commonalities. After looking at the learning conditions, Sword Chi / requires Advanced Two-Handed Swordsmanship Specialization and Advanced Qigong Specialization. Ji-sun glanced at his panel again. Although his sword skills were still a little short of proficiency, he had the understanding after the magic release, and he would soon reach the requirements with a little practice. He put away the skill card and clicked on the second treasure chest. He didn't see the golden light. Just when Ji-sun thought he was unlucky and didn't draw a good card, he saw a book in the box. Open the clearance treasure chest and get the only special item, the manuscript of the hero Garen's Godfall training experience. Beginner, huh? Seeing the handwriting on the manuscript clearly, Ji-sun's pupil shrank suddenly, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. I really drew it. In his opinion, even if he draws some kind of special card, it is not as useful as this booklet. Ji-sun had learned the secret art of attracting the gods in battle before, but he had just started and did not know anything. He learned it in a muddle. He had no idea how to improve, how to use, and how to practice. It was like getting a piece of black technology, and he could only figure out its use by himself. Now there is a manual. All of a sudden, everything is done. He had experienced the power of this secret art before, and it has both offensive and defensive capabilities. Ji-sun felt that if he could really master it, his combat power would reach another level at the same level. What a good thing. Ji-sun sighed in his heart, and put it away without taking a closer look. The 2 card draws with AB+ rating really got good things. Ji-sun was already satisfied. But there is another reward in the war mode, that is, military merit. Although Ji-sun did not participate in the main story, the hidden tasks he completed and the bosses he killed were all very high military merits. Ji-sun looked at himself and found that he had accumulated more than 50,000 war merits without realizing it. In this alien space, if one wants to collect so many war merits by killing laughing monsters, one person would probably have to kill tens of thousands of demons. And the good thing about war merit exchange is that what appears in the list must have what you need. There are many good things, from martial arts to materials, which are dazzling. Ji-sun had taken a rough look before, and remembered them in his mind. There are not many war merit products worth more than 50,000. He screened them in his mind, and locked in a suitable choice. That's the career card. Consume 50,000 combat merits to obtain Miracle Path 10 of Hearts Hero Level 3 Career Card Dragon Slayer Beowulf, Special Template. There are many different career cards on the market. Even the same career template has dozens or hundreds of versions. Ji-sun himself may not know what sequence is most suitable for his level 3. But the will of the different dimension is clear. When Ji-sun thought of this card in the combat merit exchange panel, he knew that this career card was definitely the most suitable for his current physical condition. Dragon Slayer Beowulf Quality Gold. Detailed explanation. Career card refining template. This is an exclusive career card improved by a certain epic card master Beowulf. He killed a dragon with force, and later generations named the career card of this sequence after him. After integrating dragon materials of no less than gold quality, it can be refined into a finished career card Dragon Catcher. Fusion requires extremely high physical attributes. After fusion, it will gain a huge increase in all attributes of the body, increase in spell power, obtain the growth limit of the dragon related to the material grade, and obtain related mysterious abilities such as fearlessness, will, dragon power, and giant food. Dragon growth limit. Ji-sun's expression was stern. This is what he needed. After exchanging it, and looking at the detailed information of enlightenment, he knew that he had made the right choice. Huge physical attribute growth, huge spell power growth, super high mystical growth. These are all what he needs. Most importantly, the upper limit must be high. So far, Ji-sun has not seen any material with a higher upper limit than Dragonborn. But correspondingly, there must also be a career card that can perfectly stimulate the extraordinary characteristics of those materials. Just like the same few medicinal materials, different formulas will give different medicinal effects. Before, I was still struggling whether he should choose the subsequent career of 4 of Spades Beast Walker, 8 of Spades Magic Warrior, or 3 of Hearts Paladin at the 3rd level. These advanced paths are all quite suitable. Now there is no need to choose at all. Just this Dragon Slayer. The various dragon materials just obtained are still hot, and the attributes are perfectly up to expectations. Ji-sun has now deeply experienced the outrageous feastability brought by Joker. The reason why his combat power is so strong now is that he devours the attributes to the limit as much as possible at each level. These attributes will snowball and become stronger after future advancement. And the most important thing about this extreme hardware condition is the professional card with a high growth limit, and the Red Heart 10 Hero sequence of the Miracle Path perfectly meets this requirement. This is a 52 card master sequence that has been lost in history. Almost no one in the market takes this path, because the materials required for this path are very demanding, and there is no complete subsequent advancement. Moreover, the occupation cards named after ancient powerful people are all top-notch in the legend. These are strategic materials that the top nobles have spent a lot of money to purchase for many years. The refining template that Ji-sun has in his hand is probably the only one in the entire Federation. He didn't expect to get it in the war mode. Ji-sun also felt it was an unexpected surprise. However, this is just a refining template, and it is hard to say what the effect of the finished product will be. He plans to go back to Innocent City and ask Master Merlin for help. That master must be happy to refine this kind of out-of-generation occupation card. Ji-sun didn't waste much time. After collecting the spoils, he stepped into the distorted aperture and left this different dimensional space. Chapter 207. The surrounding scene changed, and Ji-sun and Chu-Jio appeared in the city ruins. It took a little time to dig Demon Meteoric Medium in the hero's mausoleum, and they were the last to come out. But it didn't matter. When they came out, they were not at the entrance, and the Battle of Iron Forge, this other dimensional space, disappeared. As expected, Sismac Holy Grail, this most important plot item, was taken away, the entire Third Holy Grail War. The plot of the previous space is meaningless. Just like Ji-sun took away the Golden Ball of Power Gem, which affected the plot of the subsequent space. He even suspected that there would be no more large-scale battles after Iron Forge. Pa pa pa! As soon as he came out, the sound of gunfire was dense, and the flares illuminated the camp. I don't know what Jiayu did when he came out early. Now the camp is in chaos, and all kinds of disasters, and wild monsters are attacking the camp walls like crazy. Although the top leaders of the Lionheart family knew that there was a big change in the space, the army was busy guarding the camp, and couldn't take care of themselves. Even though the sentry on the Arrow Tower discovered Ji-sun and Chu-Jio, who suddenly appeared, no one could capture them in time. The two of them flashed and disappeared in the ruins of the city. Perhaps the people of the Lionheart family did not expect that this difficult war mode would be suddenly broken. Or maybe the trouble Jiayu created was big enough. In short, the two of them evacuated smoothly. Ji-sun and Chu-Jio rushed along the ruined streets. Soon, the gunshots beside their ears could no longer be heard. They stopped in front of a broken building. Chu-Jio's perception ability is very strong. After confirming that the surroundings are safe, the two found a hidden room on the top floor of the dilapidated building that can be entered and retreated, intending to repair it. In the dim room, the two sat on the ground. Chu-Jio's injuries have not recovered yet, so he sat cross-legged and meditated. As soon as he sat down, he was like an ice sculpture, with no breath at all. Although the temperature of the room did not change, just looking at it would make people feel a strange chill as if their souls were frozen. Ji-sun glanced at her, and then looked away. He guessed that it was because of the magic secret art she practiced. Ji-sun himself was in good condition. After all, his serious injuries were healed by the undead curse. The remaining minor injuries were not worth mentioning for his current body's recovery ability. However, the stronger the body, the greater the demand for food. After fighting and killing all the way in the different dimension, his stomach was already rumbling. Ji-sun took out the outdoor boiler in the storage ring and boiled a pot of pre-made stew. Soon, the broth in the pot on the campfire was bubbling and emitting a tempting aroma. Ji-sun took out the tableware, filled a bowl, and asked Chu-Jio, "Want to eat something?" Until now, this was the first sentence they said after reuniting. However, the tacit understanding between old friends did not require those hypocritical courtesies. Hearing this, Chu-Jio opened his eyes and became a little angry. He did not show any desire for food, but nodded, as if lightly. At this time, she reached out and unfastened the buckle of the gas mask that had been worn on her face. With a slight lift, the beautiful silver long hair fell down silkily. Ji-sun looked at the exquisite and beautiful face and raised his eyebrows slightly. It was the old friend he was familiar with. But it was a little strange. There was no emotion on that pretty face. It was a kind of indifference that had no interest in the world. Although she was cold before, it was not like this. Now she was so ethereal that people felt that she was not related to the world. She felt just like the ice and snow demon after she was released from the magic. Even though she met her old friend again, Chu-Jio did not show any joy. Ji-sun knew what happened to her and understood it. He did not care at all and handed the food to her just like before. Chu-Jio nodded and took it, chewing it slowly. Ji-sun took out a few pieces of black bread and ate it with big mouthfuls of meat soup. As for what happened to Chu-Jio during this period, whether she joined the 13 Kamen Rider organization or any other questions, Ji-sun did not ask. The two had always been used to this way of getting along, doing their own things. They felt happy getting along without saying anything. After filling his stomach, Chujio continued to meditate and heal his wounds. Ji-sun sat next to the backpack full of magic meteorite medium. While consuming the extraordinary characteristics of these energy crystals, he took out the hero, Garen God meteorite cultivation experience manuscript he had obtained before. He opened the manuscript. This is a cultivation log. It does not record the cultivation formula, but some of the experience of the hero Garen in cultivation. There are also some stories about the origin of this secret technique. It was also thanks to Ji-sun that he had already mastered this magic secret technique, otherwise this manuscript would be really useless. That year, I became the youngest knight commander of the kingdom's Golden Griffin Corps, and was appreciated by His Majesty the King. I was fortunate to be able to practice this divinely bestowed secret technique. The divine technique of falling gods is really the strongest divine technique I have ever seen. The most critical step for me to enter the realm of legendary knights is to rely on this secret technique to comprehend the divine falling realm. But later when I entered the epic, I felt more and more deeply. I only touched some superficial applications of this secret technique, and I didn't have time to read it carefully before. Now, after reading the description at the beginning, Ji-sun's interest increased greatly, and he sighed in his heart. The 52 secret magics, the epic master said that they only touched the surface. TSK. I had experienced the domain left by the hero's will in the mausoleum before, and this rough application sounded like the modesty of the strongest. According to current speculation, the hero Garen's combat power during his lifetime was definitely above the legendary card master. Ji-sun continued to read. It was very difficult to get started with this secret art at first, and it took me many years. Later, when I was meditating in the garden, a ripe apple fell on my head, and I suddenly realized that I only got part of the secret formula of the royal family, so I could only explore it by myself. Later, in battle after battle, I also found some tricks to use and practice, but there was also a problem that always bothered me. After I entered the Holy Realm, I became more and more aware that this divine secret method had some fatal flaws. Once discovered by others, the consequences would be very fatal. Although I tried my best to make up for it, I could not completely repair this divine art with my ability. When Ji-sun saw this, he also felt a pang in his heart. Is there a flaw in this secret method? He immediately thought of the scene in which Jia Yu was not affected by the domain in the mausoleum. Previously, he had speculated that it might be that the mushroom head had special extraordinary abilities. Now seeing this passage, Ji-sun finally understood that the hero Garen also left that flaw behind, so that later generations can discover it. To teach the secret method, it is also necessary to let the learner see through the flaw as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Ji-sun's heart suddenly became not so good. It was like getting a piece of precious jade, which was originally flawless. But now I see a crack. This crack is very deadly. Although this gravity's secret method is very powerful. But if you really encounter someone who can see through it, it will be a big hidden danger. Ji-sun frowned. As the extraordinary level rises, the opponents he will meet will become stronger and stronger. Those who can advance to high-level card masters are all extremely talented. If there is a flaw in yourself, it is like a time bomb. You can't be sure when someone who knows how to fire it will explode. The most troublesome thing is that the tone of the hero Garen is powerless, and this flaw may really be irreparable. After all, how can human cognition repair divine arts? This is a big problem. However, Ji-sun's brows were not frowned, but suddenly relaxed, because he turned the page and saw something familiar. The content is as follows. Later, I looked through the royal books and found the root of the problem. In the historical books of the Oxai tribe 300 years ago, I learned that there was once a sacred object in the human kingdom that was used to practice secret methods. It is said that because the divine secret art cannot be recorded in words, a certain ancient great man condensed the law into a golden ball to let future generations understand the true meaning of the divine secret art. Unfortunately, the legendary golden ball of power gem has been lost for hundreds of years in a dynasty change, and its whereabouts are still unknown. If I can get the golden ball, maybe I can get a glimpse of the complete divine secret art. When Ji-sun saw this, his eyes suddenly twitched. Oh, what a coincidence. If the things recorded in this manuscript are not the same name, then it must be the golden ball of power gem embedded in his mechanical skeleton. It is most likely the same thing. The same plot world, the same weird gravity. It would be strange if this golden ball had nothing to do with the secret art of attracting the gods to fall, but Ji-sun was also very surprised. The two are actually related in this way. Thinking of this, he took off the golden ball and held it in his hand. He looked at the golden ball in front of him, and his eyes became very strange. The last time I ventured to the Demon Clan's transmission channel to steal something in Outpost War, I actually saw its true purpose in Galen's manuscript. After infusing the spell power, the heavy feeling in his hands came back immediately. However, because he had already started to learn the magic secret art, Ji-sun felt something else from that feeling at this moment. That feeling was very subtle, and it was not clear and accurate to describe it in words. It was like the teacher in class telling you that the sun emits light and heats up. But the listener's concept was very vague. After all, candlelight also emits light and heats up. But if you go out in the sun and the warmth hits your skin, you can immediately feel exactly what the teacher wants to express. Yes, it is the feeling of experience. So that's how it is. Instantly, Ji-sun understood the function of this golden ball of power gem. It turned out to be a training item for the magic secret art. After understanding this, Ji-sun immediately understood what the flaw was. The reason is that the 52 magic secret arts cannot be completely recorded in written secret books. Ji-sun has the copper piece of the undead curse secret art in his hand. It is recorded in the advanced demon language. But the words of the gods in this legend record not only the intention, but also the laws of the universe and some indescribable contents that mortals cannot bear. It's a bit inaccurate, but let's take an analogy. It's like Ji-sun's famous saying in his previous life, "If I hear the truth in the morning, I can die in the evening." The same sentence in classical Chinese. Some people can understand it as, "If you understand the truth in the morning, you will be willing to die that night." Some people can understand it as, "If you find out the way to your home in the morning, you will die in the evening." There is no problem in translating literally. No one is the author of the book, so who can be sure that what he understands is what the author wants to express? Moreover, people's cognition and understanding are different, and their understanding of the laws of the universe is also different. This misunderstanding will spread over time, and the difference will become greater and greater. After thinking about it, Ji-sun suddenly realized it. It turns out that the hero Garen is not being modest. It's just that he only has the written book of the God Meteorite secret method in his hand, not the original version on the bronze plate. It is not wrong to say that he has only understood the superficial use of this secret method. Just like the immortal spell that Ji-sun can understand, even with the copper piece, what Ji-sun has learned so far is only his limited understanding of this secret method, rather than the original power of this magic. At least the shortcoming of consuming too much lifespan, Ji-sun thinks this is the big flaw. So with the golden ball, this flaw can be made up? The little bit of depression that Ji-sun had just felt disappeared immediately. The problem that troubled the hero Garen no longer existed for him. Now he had some experience in practicing divine arts, and he also had the golden ball to assist in practice. These conditions were much better than relying entirely on self-comprehension. There was a lot to look forward to in the future. Ji-sun thought of something else, but then again, I don't know where to find the bronze piece of the divine meteorite secret art. This thought also flashed away. This mysterious art of attracting gods and demons to fall has been lost, and no one has even heard of its name now. No one in the entire Federation has ever heard of someone who has mastered this ability. It is a great opportunity for Ji-sun to get it. As for the original copper piece, he could only rely on luck. Now the excavation of the old world is in full swing, and there are new discoveries every day. There may be opportunities in the future. Ji-sun did not think too much about it. After all, what he had in his hands was enough for him to digest for a long time. Many of the contents in the back of the classics are tips for cultivation. The shadow of the clown appeared behind Ji-sun, and in a blink of an eye he was immersed in learning this magic secret art. Enlightenment also surged. You comprehended the 52 forbidden magic techniques of the demon gods, inducing the fall of the gods, experience plus 199. Comprehended the 52 forbidden magic techniques of the demon gods, inducing the fall of the gods, skill proficiency plus 88, I have to say. The difficulty of learning each of the magic secret arts is really very great. This secret method that does not belong to any element or common law, temporarily called the law of gravity, is even more difficult. Normally, even if the classics are placed in front of him, it is extremely difficult for Ji-sun to learn. Back then, the hero Garen took several years just to get started. With this training manuscript, and the golden ball of strength, and the magic solution joker, Ji-sun really avoided too many detours. The proficiency on the attribute panel also continued to soar visibly. With the guidance of the content in the manuscript, it was like someone paved the way for you, and the efficiency was completely different from blazing a trail by yourself. There were also many mature combat skills and training tips, which saved Ji-sun too much time and energy in exploring. As time went by, His mastery of this secret technique also increased rapidly. Time passed in a flash. Ji-sun and Chu-jio stayed in the broken house for 3 days. They were completely unaware of the time. After 3 days of continuous absorption, the overflowing magic power of the 2 backpacks of magic meteorite medium was almost calmed down. This was the longest time that Ji-sun had absorbed continuously using the feast. But it was visible to the naked eye that the attribute panel had undergone earth-shaking changes. Ji-sun. Strength, 65.41. Constitution, 63.22. Agility, 60.11. Toughness, 58.99. Skill, 49. Spirit, 32. Spell power, 15664. Aura, Doomed Gambler. Element Affinity, Dark 48/Light 20/Earth 33/Wine 35/Water 31/Fire 60/Thunder 19/Wood 24/Gold 17/Unknown Dark Energy plus 55/Time Law Affinity plus 18. Professional term, Flesh Growth, Qigong Strengthening, Dark Beast, Werewolf Form, Wild Growth, Qigong Master, Hellfire. The quality of the Demon Meteorite medium is high enough, and the absorption is very smooth. The attribute has soared from 40 plus to 60 plus. This has reached the limit of what his body can bear now. The increase in attribute will also be directly reflected in combat power. However, Ji-sun is now indifferent to this surge. After all, it has happened many times. The secret of Joker, as the strength increases, can be understood more and more. Feasted seems to be above the 52 magic secrets, a very special existence. The muscles all over the body are very hot. This is the manifestation of absorption overload. Perhaps there is still a little room for slight increase, but Ji-sun did not try to continue absorbing. In a blink of an eye, he looked at the flying knife lingering on his body, and played with it with interest. He controlled the flying knife to stab forward. But suddenly, with a whoosh, a strange ripple lingered on the silver-shining flying knife, but it flew back at dozens of times the speed. Seeing this, Ji-sun grinned. This is the effect he wanted. Even he himself couldn't avoid this outrageous speed. Because this was the speed of the spiritual power, and the divine meteorite secret technique. This was also a trick of controlling objects learned from Galen's manuscript. Originally, Ji-sun wanted to control the flying knife, which looked like flying, but in fact, the spiritual power was like an invisible big hand holding the flying knife to stab. Although the speed was fast, it was not too threatening to high-level card masters. However, with the gravitational pull of the divine meteorite secret technique, the speed increased to a level that was difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Although it can only be released and pulled back by gravity at present, once it is used well, it will definitely make card masters of the same level suffer a great loss. The power of the accelerated bullet and the bullet in the hand is completely different. The current scalpel is a deadly threat to high-level card masters. Hee. After the proficiency of the God Meteorite secret art has increased, Ji-sun has become more and more adept at playing with flying knives. These 6 flying knives are definitely another killer. Moreover, the God Meteorite secret art has a wide range of uses, and can also be used for boxing, martial arts, and swordsmanship. There is still a lot of room for future combat power improvement. But the only problem is that the mana consumption of this magic secret technique is very exaggerated. It is simply the highest of any skill he has ever learned. Ji-sun watched himself play with a flying knife for a while, and consumed a large part of the mana value. He thought of something and said in distress, but the mana value is a big problem. I have to find a way to find a follow-up breathing method. If this problem is not solved, he is currently at the 2nd level, and cannot use the God Meteorite secret technique to create a strong gravity. Before, because of his lifespan, he didn't think about this problem. Now that his lifespan has been restored, the breathing method must be put on the agenda. That guy Atai should still be in Lion City now, Ji-sun thought instinctively. After all, the secret method of gluttony came from that guy, and it's time to find him and ask about the situation. I failed to kill him last time, and now his strength has increased dramatically, and I am sure of it. Ji-sun stopped devouring the medium, and Chu-jio on the opposite side obviously noticed it. She suddenly stood up. Her injuries had almost healed 2 days ago. By now, Ji-sun knew that this old friend was protecting him. After all, the energy fluctuations of the 2 large bags of psychics were not small. If someone really caught up with them during the absorption process, it would be a big trouble. Not to mention the danger, but it is not worth losing the treasure that you risked your life to get. Seeing Chu-jio getting up, Ji-sun knew that she was leaving and cast a glance at her. Are you leaving? Chu-jio's blue eyes only became a little lively when she saw Ji-sun, and nodded. As cold as ever. Ji-sun didn't mind and asked one more question. Where are you going? He learned from Nanjing that his old friend was a fugitive princess, and she definitely couldn't go back to the Orlan survivors. There weren't many friends in Innocent City. It's not an exaggeration to say that she was homeless. Ji-sun wasn't meddling in other people's business, he was just concerned about his friend. Chujio obviously understood the concern in his question, and her expression didn't change. Probably because of the magic of the devil, her current mood has always been in a mysterious and cold state. She didn't want to talk, but she hesitated for a moment and replied, "I'm going to advance. Then I'm going to kill someone." Ji-sun raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard it. He didn't need to ask, he guessed who Chujio was going to kill. It was either the Lionheart family, who forced her mother to death, or the survivors of Orlan. But for that level of battle, Ji-sun is very self-aware at the moment. He didn't ask. He didn't persuade her. Ji-sun just smiled and said, "It just so happens that I also want to go to Lion City to kill someone." Chujio didn't say much when he heard it, just faintly, "Yeah." But after a moment of silence, she said one more sentence, "Take care." As soon as these words came out, Ji-sun suddenly grinned. That familiar feeling came back. Although his old friend had undergone a great change. But she was still herself. No matter what Chujio became in the future, Ji-sun recognized her as his friend. Suddenly, Ji-sun saw something out of the corner of his eye, pointed to the windowsill full of spider webs, and reminded, "Look, the weed on the windowsill has bloomed." Chujio seemed to have seen it from the corner of his eye. "Yeah." Ji-sun continued to ask, "How many are there?" Chujio's eyes obviously paused for a moment, and he obviously didn't expect him to ask this question. "It seems very boring." "Oh, it's been a long time since I talked to anyone." Chujio's crystal eyes trembled slightly, as if he had taken another look, and responded, 5. Hearing this, Ji-sun grinned and said, "The white one is pretty." Chujio, "Yeah." Even though they thought it was a boring topic, the two continued chatting. The atmosphere was not so boring. On the contrary, it was very harmonious. Ji-sun looked at Chujio answering his question, and the smile on his lips became brighter. He suddenly added, "As beautiful as you?" Clown, his occupational disease has come back again. He is obviously not in good mental health, but he always can't bear to see others unhappy. Chujio didn't respond. But he also glanced at Ji-sun. She knew he was concerned about her. No one spoke. It seemed that the topic was exhausted in just a few words. All that should be said was said. Ji-sun didn't say anything more, smiled and said goodbye, "Take care." Chujio's eyes fell on Ji-sun's face, and he was more lively than before, and nodded, "Okay." As soon as he finished speaking, he had already dissipated into cold air, and disappeared in the room. Ji-sun watched his old friend leave, and the smile on his face faded. He sighed slightly in his heart. In these 3 days of getting along, how could he not find that the pain Chujio endured in her heart was 100 times worse than her coldness? Without thinking much, he cleaned up the traces in the temporary residence and jumped out of the window. Chapter 208. Ji-sun changed into a very ordinary hunter outfit, and soon returned to Lion City. The threads of fear above the city still gathered in the branch building of Golden Oak Security Company. Ji-sun had asked Chujio before, and knew that this was a guy from the Oran royal family, who was collecting fear emotions. The purpose? This also involves some royal secrets. The epic original card Spade K Tyrant inherited by the Oran dynasty is royal power and fear. The dual law path. The conditions for fusing this high-level demon mark are also very harsh. Not only does it require a royal fate, but it also requires a high tolerance for the power of fear. Normally, it may take 100 years to find a suitable person with these conditions, let alone a member of the Augustus royal family. But many kings in the Orlan dynasty were able to fuse successfully. This involves some secrets of the royal family. With the help of that secret method, the tyrant mark can be forcibly fused. Although Chujio didn't say it explicitly, Ji-sun guessed that the person who collected these fear laws was Arthur, the new king of the Oran survivors mentioned by Xie Guozhong before. At the city gate, Ji-sun once again stood under the notice board where hunters were shoulder to shoulder. Seeing that his S-level bounty was still hanging on the top row, his expression was not abnormal at all, but rather he was very interested. The bounty amount has increased again, reaching 400 million. Currently, he is the leader among the second-level wanted criminals. Moreover, the content of the wanted order is more detailed, and the photos are also the latest. Whether it was the werewolf's atavistic form or his original appearance, everything was clear. Ji-sun carefully looked at his photo and smacked his lips. Not to mention, the dark filter used for wanted criminals on the notice made him look quite handsome. Listening to the emotional discussions of the people around him, Ji-sun now understood the mentality of the bigwigs of the Revolutionary Army, who not only did not think that wanted criminals were a bad thing, but instead thought that the bounty amount was a disguised form of honor. The higher the bounty, the more it proves the enemy's helplessness. However, it's fine if I'm wanted. When Ji-sun saw the wanted posters for Jiayu and Chujio, his expression became strange. Strange? Why are they wanted by the authorities? Ji-sun frowned slightly. Chujio's ice ability is highly recognizable, and it's normal to be recognized once he fights. Although Jiayu is the 13th Kamen Rider undercover in the X-Bureau, he usually disguises himself very perfectly, and even Xieguozhong didn't see it. It won't be exposed so easily. Ji-sun thought, but how come these two guys are wanted with me? The wanted posters are very close, which means related persons. This thought is obviously the reason for the previous battle of Iron Forge. But this is exactly what Ji-sun is puzzled about. In the other dimension, the only one who really saw Chujio, and the other to take action was the hunchback old Duan. But isn't that guy a member of the Silver Moon sect? All the members of the Silver Moon sect are wanted criminals. How could they leak the news to the official people? Could it be that the Silver Moon cult has colluded with an official noble? This is the only reasonable explanation that Ji-sun can think of. Contaminated by faith, or some other dirty political conspiracy? The moment he saw the wanted order, Ji-sun immediately felt that the matter had become complicated. But with a raised eyebrow he smiled. Ah, I really like this world more and more. The old continent was developed, and the situation in the Federation became visibly chaotic. But Ji-sun also liked this chaotic dark order. It seems that after dying several times, this thought has become stronger. Ji-sun knew that he would die soon, and he would spend the rest of his life again. But this time he was reborn, and for the first time he felt that it was quite good to be alive. In the previous life, there were not many things that human beings could reach, and the earth was not big. It felt like after exploring the world dungeon, there was limited fun to find, and more of a mental consumption to find some excitement for yourself. And this world of card masters, with extraordinary powers, is still full of expectations for Ji-sun. The more I understand the world, the more I feel I am shallow and ignorant. Above human power, there are extraordinary powers. Above extraordinary powers, there are gods. There are still many mysteries. How did the 52 demon god sequences come from? Who is the Mr. M who signed on the Joker? Why did the 3,000 years of the Talon dynasty end? What secrets are hidden in the depths of the old continent? What are the world rifts and upside-down rain? What kind of existence are those indescribable gods? What is above this cave world? Mysteries are in front of us, like stars in the sky. The more you count, the more you get. Ji-sun looked up at the sky, and felt more and more fascinated, and yearned for it. But these secrets are not out of reach. The 52 extraordinary paths are the latter. And it feels as if you explore and climb in this direction, you can touch it. This is a very strong sense of expectation. Like the world map of the game in the previous life, Ji-sun felt that he had only uncovered a little fog in the novice village. And further away, there is an extremely vast unknown black fog area to be explored. This confusing sense of mystery also creates a stronger desire to explore. If possible, Ji-sun really wants to lift the veil of mystery of this world and see it. Ji-sun walked into the Lion City. The steel structure's houses were built very quickly. After not coming back for a few days, various buildings sprang up like mushrooms after rain. Various giant steam machines were rumbling with white smoke, carrying heavy objects, and busy at construction sites on street corners. The Lionheart family invested heavily in this pioneering city in the old continent, and it has already had the climate of a large city. The streets were crowded with people, not just the hunters who had exiled criminals from Innocent City, but also many well-equipped large hunter groups and elite mercenary groups, as well as some nobles and merchants. A casual inquiry revealed that the news of the appearance of the Xiamu City ruins had spread throughout the Federation. The appearance of this superclass wild ruins caused all parties to become restless. Even the other 5 members of the Federation had stepped up to send people over. Various noble private soldiers and hunter groups have now become the main force in the land reclamation. After all, too many high-level treasures have been discovered in these super-level ruins. This may be a major opportunity to change the structure of the upper class of the Federation, and it is also a great opportunity for those high-level card masters to seek breakthroughs. Lion City has surpassed the new city developed by the Chow family in Devil's Cross just for this reason. Ji-sun walked around the Hunters' Union and inquired about the recent movements of various forces in the ruins. Then he went to the tavern, had a drink, and asked about Atai's news. Soon, useful information was obtained. Atai has recently become a celebrity in Lion City. The Brotherhood had previously clung to the Lionheart family, and was already the largest gang in Innocent City. Atai, a gang leader, followed Master Kak to Lion City, and has been doing well recently. Snakes have their own ways, and rats have their own ways. The new city was established, the order was chaotic, and there were too many shady things to do. The gangs had to step in to deal with things that the nobles' private soldiers and the public security department could not handle. Only those ruthless guys could deter those unruly guys. Atai is a capable fighter and ruthless. He is now almost the top gang leader in Lion City. But Ji-sun came here to cause trouble for this guy. It is not easy to kill him in the city. Ji-sun was not in a hurry. While asking for information, he also digested the hidden dangers after the sudden increase of physical attributes. This squatting lasted for 4 days. This day, Rusty Gear Tavern. Hunter Tavern is very lively no matter day or night. Ji-sun has roughly figured out Atai's action pattern. He came to this tavern to try his luck and see if he can squat on that guy. He habitually sat in a corner in an inconspicuous position with a wide view. He ordered some wine, and a pretty girl, who was wearing a short skirt and half her buttocks was exposed. This is the standard of Hunter Taverns. While drinking, Ji-sun also listened to other hunters chatting. Oh, you just came and didn't know that yesterday, the White Wolf Hunter Group discovered a special space in the eastern suburbs, which produced a gold quality 6 of spades mark and several silver materials. This news has set the Hunter Circle on fire. It is said that a great noble has now offered a reward of over 100 million for high-level materials. Oh my god, if I can get a piece of gold equipment, I won't have to worry for several lifetimes. Really? Gold materials are out? Of course. My cousin is the outer vanguard hunter of the White Wolf Group. That guy just went to the other dimension to hang out for a while, and his clearance evaluation was very low. But because the main group released a gold mark, he also got a lot of money from the dividends. And that guy was extremely lucky, and he drew a small top-grade ultimate spell card when he settled the card draw. It was purchased by the Hyacinth Chamber of Commerce for more than 5 million, and he went back to Innocent City today to be cool and carefree. Oh, stop being envious. Drink this wine. Let's go to the Hunters Guild and see if there are any suitable land reclamation tasks. The hunters talk most about various land reclamation tasks, women and treasures. There are legends of getting rich every day in the vibrant new city of Lion City. This is true. But there is also a survivor bias. Only those who survived are qualified to brag to others. Ji-sun listened and smiled without saying anything. He had just returned from outside the city and knew the danger of this piece of ruins. The deeper you go into the old world, the more high-level different dimensional spaces you will find. Every hunter who comes to Innocent City will be overwhelmed by the news that there is gold everywhere. Although the news is true, many of them are deliberately spread by the upper nobles to attract hunters to risk their lives to open up wasteland. After all, if the really good things in the ruins are really discovered, they will eventually flow into the hands of the upper nobles. Ji-sun has seen him several times and recognized that the guy who boasted the most just now is an intelligence dealer who deliberately fanned the flames, rather than a hunter. Ji-sun did not mind his own business, sitting in the tavern, drinking leisurely, occasionally absorbing a little bit of the strong terror in the city to enhance his understanding of the law. Today he was just trying his luck. Ji-sun was not sure that he would be able to wait for a tie. However, as he drank, something unexpected happened. Instead of waiting for the person he was waiting for, he waited for an uninvited guest. Although Ji-sun's eyes were scattered, he was actually observing and looking at everyone who entered and left the tavern carefully. At a certain moment, I caught a tall and thin guy walking in. Mustache, hooked nose, very thin, high cheekbones, and three-dimensional facial features. He wore a deerstalker hat on his head, a brown cloak, a brown pipe in the corner of his mouth, and a black umbrella with a silver handle in his hand. There was no disguise at all in his attire. Anyone could recognize the profession represented by this outfit. This guy is a detective. Seeing this familiar outfit, Ji-sun's eyes froze for a moment, and he immediately recognized the person. Isn't this the famous Detective Robin from Dragon City? Ji-sun's thoughts also raced. I've seen him twice in total. The first time, they had a fight, and he was almost killed by the guy. The second time was when he and Katarina were surrounded and killed by a group of masters led by Kak, and this guy inexplicably saved them. Although Lion City is not big and there are not many taverns, he doesn't think it's a coincidence that this famous detective appeared here. Sure enough. Although Ji-sun didn't reveal any flaws, he just glanced at him, and then retracted his gaze, and lowered his head to drink. But before long, he heard the sound of leather shoes coming towards him. He raised his eyebrows slightly, and watched the guy with a pipe put the black umbrella in his hand next to the table. Then he pulled out a chair and sat on the table. Ji-sun saw this guy sitting at the table opposite him, and immediately guessed that he was coming for him. He didn't play dumb, raised his hand to signal the girl to leave, and then called the bartender to serve the wine. The two didn't speak. Ji-sun just took a look and didn't say much. This famous detective is very powerful. If he really wants to fight, he can't escape. When the wine was served, Robin raised his glass and clinked it, and was the first to speak. "Thank you for inviting me to drink." Ji-sun smiled. Sitting at the same table with such a mentally distorted patient, there was no obstacle to communication. With just one look, he knew that the other party really recognized him. However, Ji-sun also pretended to test. "What do you want to talk to me about, detective?" "Business at work." Robin didn't hide it, took out a business card, and said, "If you have any trouble, you can contact me. As long as you tear up this business card in Lion City, I can sense it at any time." Ji-sun looked at the business card on the table and realized that this guy was here to help him. What does it mean? He is afraid that I will get into trouble and can't handle it, so he will help? Is this protection? Just now he said it was. Detective business? Ji-sun didn't think he had such a big face to let a 5th-level strongman protect him. But this sentence also contains a lot of information. It seems that an important person hired this famous detective to protect him. However, Ji-sun was more curious about something else. He asked directly, "How did you recognize me?" The clown mask has the ability to change a person's appearance and aura, and Ji-sun also deliberately paid attention to some details. Theoretically, it is impossible for people to recognize him. At least he, a wanted criminal, can wander around the city without any problems these days. But this guy came to his door directly. Ji-sun also wanted to know where his flaw was. Hearing this question, Robin showed his signature gentleman smile. He looked Ji-sun up and down, without any intention of hiding, and praised, "It's a very clever disguise. It should be some kind of high-level relic. However, there are still some small flaws." Ji-sun looked at him, but didn't say anything, waiting for the next words. Robin took another sip of wine and smiled. "It's not a powerful secret technique. It's just the professional ability of a detective. Appearance can be changed, but habits are difficult to deliberately conceal. I observed carefully the last 2 times we met. You walk lightly, and your left heel is lower than your right, so there are some differences in your footprints. It's not a big problem, but I'm used to using my right arm as the main force. I've observed your fighting state after you turned into a werewolf, so I remember it. And your breathing is extremely steady and long, which is a small detail of a Qigong master. In addition, your alertness is also a little different from the people in the tavern. A small detail may be a coincidence, but when multiple details are combined, it is almost unique." As he said that, he added, "Of course, there are also some of my professional abilities." Ji-sun raised his eyebrows when he heard this. As expected of a famous detective, professionalism is indeed professionalism. With this observation ability, no matter what disguise, it is difficult to hide from this guy's eyes. As expected, the extraordinary card masters in this world should not be underestimated. Ji-sun listened to the other party's explanation, and smiled with relief. However, recognition is recognition. Ji-sun didn't think that it was just this observation that he could find him here. He was very careful along the way, but he didn't feel that he left any traces that could be tracked. It seemed that this guy was here to stake out like himself. Ji-sun was here to stake out a tie. This guy was here to stake out him. Robin saw his confusion and asked directly without being mysterious, "Are you here to find a tie?" Ji-sun didn't answer but asked curiously, "Oh, how did you get here?" He sighed in his heart. As expected, because he came here to stake out a tie, he was also staked out by others. Robin said, "I have carefully analyzed your wanted file. The breathing method you learned is the golden secret method in Atai's hand." "Oh, it is said to be the golden secret method. But in fact, it should be the breathing method of the first martial arts genius, who suddenly disappeared in the Federation 80 years ago, Ace of Clubs fighter, the 52 magic secrets exclusive to the sequence, Gluttony." As he said, he looked at Ji-sun and said, "The last time I saw you fight, you studied the breathing method very thoroughly, but you should have reached a bottleneck. Only Atai knows the subsequent skills, and as far as I know, he and you still have a little old grudge. I guess you've returned to Innocent City, and you're definitely going to kill him. So I checked Atai's whereabouts, and luckily, I ran into you." Uh-huh. Ji-sun also laughed when he heard this guy being so honest. Once this line of thought came to mind, it wouldn't be surprising to run into him. Atai's life pattern in the city can be traced, and as long as you can predict that he's going to kill someone, it wouldn't be surprising to see him. And Robin said this, in fact, There is another layer of meaning these flaws. I said that I wanted to remind Ji-sun that this idea has flaws. But Ji-sun also has his own plan, so it's not a big problem. Besides, not everyone is as observant as this mentally distorted guy. Robin himself said casually, but you don't have to worry too much. In my eyes, it's hard for others to have secrets. But not everyone has the ability I have. Ji-sun also heard that this guy is still changing his way to protect himself. He became more curious and said directly, "Thank you for your help last time. But may I ask, who commissioned Mr. Robin?" While speaking, he also tried to recall the 2 times they met. The first time they met, the guy stopped him because he was hired to rob Angel Feather. They fought, and he was completely killed. At that time, he didn't show any mercy. But the strange thing is that the second time they met, he helped at the risk of his life. It seemed that he recognized something, which led to such a drastic change in attitude. This was also what Ji-sun was very confused about. What did Robin recognize? Or maybe he just knew who he was? But Ji-sun knew very well that he was just a low-level hunter, and he was wearing a uniform, not the illegitimate son of a big shot who had wandered into the mortal world. With this background, he didn't have the face to invite this person. Hearing this, Robin smiled and said, "Yes?" Ji-sun smiled and shook his head when he heard this. He didn't ask any more questions tactfully. He could tell that Robin didn't want to say it. There was no point in asking. Instead, he asked another question, saying, "Actually, I'm also curious. Why is your excellency not wanted?" Last time, this guy helped him and Katarina stop a group of high-level fighters from Master Kak. It was like blocking everyone and slapping the Lionheart family in the face. According to the character of the young master, who would never give up, he would definitely send this troublesome guy to the gallows. At least, he should go somewhere else to avoid the limelight. But he didn't. This guy is still swaggering around the tavern in Lion City. Robin shrugged and smiled without saying anything. He knew that Ji-sun was testing the identity of his employer behind him. He didn't say it clearly. After a moment of silence, he also revealed a little, "My employer behind me is very powerful. Although the Lionheart family is powerful, it is not something that Master Kak can do anything about." Oh! After hearing this, Ji-sun was sure that there was really a top boss helping him. Powerful. For this person to say so, it is possible that there are not many hidden bigwigs in the entire Federation who can match this name. And the one who can make the Lionheart family lose face must be a powerful person. Ji-sun racked his brains to think about it. Among the people he knew, there were not many who could be considered as the kind of political tycoons who could change the situation. Nanjing's mother? Or Catalina? Or Qin Rushi from the Revolutionary Army? It seems that none of them fit completely. Robin drank very quickly, and soon finished his glass. He didn't want to stay any longer, and after finishing his business, he stood up neatly. "Okay. I've explained the matter, and I should leave too." Ji-sun also stood up and nodded, "Thank you." "Yeah." Robin nodded, picked up the black umbrella, and turned around and left his seat without hesitation. Ji-sun didn't see that after the great detective left his seat, his eagle-like pupils sparkled. During this conversation, Robin seemed to be completely certain of something. As he turned to leave, he murmured in a voice that only he could hear, "I didn't expect that Mr. Chaoyang, who I have been looking for so many years, would be here." Hee, what an interesting case. Ji-sun watched Robin walk out of the tavern, glanced at the business card on the table, and quietly put it away. Although the motives of this detective Robin gave people a very strange feeling. But Ji-sun also believed in his intuition that this guy was not an enemy. At least not for the time being. However, since he was found by someone, Ji-sun did not plan to stay in the Rusty Gear Tavern for long, so as not to be noticed by other people with ulterior motives. However, it was a coincidence that just when he was about to leave, he suddenly saw a group of gangsters wearing iron-studded leather jackets and driving steam motorcycles park their cars in front of the tavern. Ji-sun looked at the fierce-looking guy in the lead. Wasn't he the Atai he was waiting for? Chapter 209. Outside the Rusty Gear Tavern, the gangsters of the Brotherhood parked their motorcycles at the door. Holding guns and clubs, they walked into the Iron Fist Casino opposite with shouts. Ji-sun was waiting for this opportunity. He inquired about the news for a few days, and found out that the Iron Fist Casino was a base of the Brotherhood. A card master of the fighter sequence needs frequent actual combat and hard training to maintain his condition and improve his strength. Atai himself is a fighting master, and he also needs training in the gym. So there is a closed underground training hall on the 3rd floor of this gambling house. It is said that Atai would come here to practice boxing from time to time. This is also the only place where Ji-sun can kill this guy in the city, without causing trouble after analyzing his whereabouts. Seeing that the target has appeared, Ji-sun continued to sit in the tavern for a while, and then walk out. The decoration of the Iron Fist Casino is full of strong industrial style, and the steel structure frame builds this simple casino. The underground black boxing of life and death has always been the favorite gambling method of hunters. Even in the daytime, there are crowds of people here. However, that kind of low-level fighting is no longer of interest to Atai, who is now at the 3rd level. The 3rd floor of the boxing gym. There is a closed private training ground here. Bang, 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 the muffled sound of hitting a sandbag resounded throughout the training hall. However, this is not the sound of a sandbag. It is the sound of the flesh and tissue being broken when a fist hits a human body. Looking closely, Atai, with his bare chest revealing his dark muscles like iron, is punching a human fist target. He was blasted so hard that he vomited blood and flew backwards. The huge training ground was covered with blood, and there were already 4 bodies lying there. The 5th one was also killed by the last punch. Atai looked at the boxing target that couldn't stand up, and the murderous aura in his eyes was finally restrained. He glanced at his fist from the corner of his eye, and a wisp of red blood lingered around, and he felt a little bit of pleasure after pulling the thread. Only a living target would make those guys fight desperately, and the killing moves he had just learned also required a living sacrifice. But the hunter target he found was too low level, and it was really not good enough for him now. Just when he felt warmed up, all 5 targets were dead. Atai wiped the blood on his hand bandages, not feeling too satisfied, so he prepared to practice airstrike boxing by himself. However, at this moment, he suddenly heard the iron door of the training room being opened from the outside with a click. Atai frowned and showed an unhappy expression. Everyone in the gang knew that he didn't like to be disturbed when he was practicing, and they also explicitly forbade anyone to come in when he was training. But now someone came in without even knocking on the door? Just when Atai looked over coldly, wanting to see which blind guy was seeking death like this. But he saw a guy dressed as a hunter with ordinary features walked in. The person who came was none other than Ji-sun in disguise. He entered the training room and closed the heavy iron door with his backhand. Glancing at the corpses on the ground, Ji-sun saw some blood-red threads that ordinary people could not see, and said in his heart, "Practicing boxing with evil spirit? They are all fighters. This is not a secret. Some ruthless ancient boxing techniques cultivate evil spirits. However, it seems that this guy Atai has practiced some new moves." No wonder the field was cleared to prevent others from observing the training. Ji-sun only took a look at the penetrating wounds on the corpse, and guessed something. This boxing technique is not simple to be able to blast a human body with bare hands. But he didn't think it was bad, but thought it was a bit interesting. Otherwise, the 3rd level Atai is really not good enough. Atai looked at the person in front of him, and his expression became solemn in an instant, even though he wanted to be angry. Because the guy in front of him looked so calm. Ji-sun didn't say anything more, and walked directly to a few meters away from Atai, and said straight to the point, "I give you a chance. Let's have a fair fight. If you win, I won't kill you." After a pause, he said the second half of the sentence, "If you lose, I need some information." Atai listened to this, and his cold eyes, like a hungry wolf, shrank slightly. He guessed that the visitor had bad intentions, but he didn't hide his murderous intentions, and asked back without any politeness, "Who are you?" With his current strength and status, there are not many people who dare to say such things to him. Not to mention in the Lion City of the Lionheart family. As he spoke, Atai looked at the person in front of him, and he couldn't remember when he had this enemy. Me, heh? Ji-sun had no intention of hiding his identity, and he couldn't hide it in a fight. Hearing this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and his whole face was visibly twisted. Not only the face, but also the body frame shrank slightly, and he had changed from a sturdy hunter to his original appearance. "It's you?" Seeing the familiar face on the wanted poster, Atai's pupils shrank suddenly. Almost reflexively, the magic power on his body condensed into a force, and he entered the fighting state in an instant. He didn't forget the previous battle in the ruins. It was this guy in front of him who beat him so hard that he'd lost all confidence. This was his most humiliating battle so far. Atai was the fighting king of Innocent City. He had killed countless card masters of the same level, and he had never been suppressed by an opponent of a lower level than himself. More importantly, the shadow of being restrained by others still lingers in his nightmares. He never expected that this guy would be so bold to come to him. Ji-sun looked at Atai's expression and smiled disapprovingly, saying a more shocking idea, "I won't transform this time, nor will I use some relics. I will only compare fighting skills. If you can beat me, I will give you a chance to live." This is also the purpose of his trip. Not only did he want to learn the breathing technique, he also wanted to fight. After absorbing the batch of demon meteorite mediums, his naked attributes were almost the same as those of a melee 3rd level card master. If he transformed into a werewolf, his attributes would be completely overwhelming, and Atai would have no chance at all. Ji-sun also felt that this way of killing was too boring. It was not easy to meet an opponent who was suitable, and it would be best if he could fight. Moreover, the skyrocketing physical attributes were like an iron embryo with impurities, which just needed a suitable opponent to temper it. Don't transform? Atai's expression darkened instantly when he heard this. For a master of his level, this kind of words is nothing short of humiliation. It's roughly the same as when the opponent says, "I give you a few chess pieces" when playing chess. And it came from a guy who was a big rank lower than him. If it were anyone else, he would have been furious and attacked. But when he thought of the previous battle, Atai's eyes twitched inexplicably. He knew very well that if he continued to fight last time, he would have lost 80% of the time. Don't transform now. Humph. Since you are so arrogant and want to die, then give it a try. Atai shouted angrily and agreed, okay. He didn't even ask Ji-sun what information he needed. After all, there was no point in asking. He knew very well that if he lost, he would die. So any information didn't matter. Hey, smart choice. Ji-sun smiled with satisfaction when he heard Atai agreed. It was also expected. They are all 3rd level card masters, and they are also cadres of the gang. They always have their own blood and pride. If this guy calls for reinforcements, Ji-sun really has to transform and kill quickly. But in this way, the intelligence may not be obtained, and the fun is gone. And Ji-sun did not lie. If he really did not transform, Atai still had a chance to survive. Just as these 2 sentences fell, Atai suddenly rushed over, and his legs like steel whips slashed across the wind. Ji-sun, who had not transformed, could not avoid this kick, so he made a blocking gesture on the spot. Snap. With a sound. The whip kick swept across his right upper arm, and Ji-sun immediately felt his entire arm numb and almost lost consciousness. If this kick was used by an ordinary 2nd level warrior, he would definitely be blown away by the hidden internal energy in the martial arts. However, Ji-sun stood firmly in place. Looking closely, a layer of special spiral spells had condensed on his skin. Seeing this, Atai suddenly pulled away, his face suddenly became surprised. You actually condensed a spell? Looking at the spell pattern, that was somewhat similar to his own, how could he not guess that this guy also learned the spell from the useless great sword, and the pattern is more complicated than his own, which means that this guy has absorbed many more elements through breathing practice than him. Not too surprising, but I didn't expect him to comprehend it so quickly. Atai thought about it. It's only been a few days since he lost the big sword. He also knew that this guy was only a step away from the 3rd level, and he didn't have a fusion profession card. No wonder he had the confidence to say that. Yeah. Ji-sun didn't hesitate to say a few more words. Without the domain seal to bless his body's defense, he was not sure that he could withstand such a fierce whip kick. But it doesn't stop there. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and the power of the curse surged all over his body, and he shouted softly, "Demon release." Suddenly, a clown with a strange smile on his face suddenly appeared behind him. Both the man and the demon god showed the same playful smile, staring at their opponents. At the same time, an indescribable sense of terror swept the entire training room. Atai looked at the shadow of the demon god, and his eyes twitched suddenly. Although he still didn't know which sequence of demon god this clown was, the smile on his face, that was so wide that it made his back numb. That familiar and panic-inducing oppressive feeling came back. It was at this moment of magic release that Atai felt that he was being stared at by countless eyes, and there was no secret left in his body. Before he even started, he felt as if all his moves had been seen through. Hey. Ji-sun looked at Atai with a stiff expression and chuckled. But he didn't think of using magic release to bully others. He just thought that magic release could increase his understanding and cognition, so that he could learn all the hidden skills of Atai in the battle, and at the same time accelerate his understanding of various martial arts. Atai knew that he would die if he couldn't win today, so he gritted his teeth and a bloody look lingered in his eyes. At the beginning, he used a killing move. Seeing this, Ji-sun murmured in his heart, "Hey, a new move." After the magic was released, the world in his eyes became clearer, and he clearly saw that the evil spirit on Atai was getting stronger and stronger. This was a move he had never seen before. Although he was not afraid, Ji-sun did not despise it at all. He saw some traces of high-level laws in this evil spirit. Atai did not hold back and rushed forward. Even during the rush, the evil spirit on his body could be seen with the naked eye, lingering on his fists, and forming several blood-red skulls. Evil spirit takes shape? Seeing this, Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly. He encountered the first surprise of the day in A-Tai. At the same time, this also made him instinctively think of Xie Guizhong's killing godlike means. But that was the power of the devil to activate the Heavenly King cursed body. The ace agent of the X-Bureau, financial resources, military power, and resources are not lacking. Countless geniuses have piled up such as Xie Guizhong. What's going on with A-Tai, a gangster? Hey, how come A-Tai has mastered such powerful moves in the past few days? Ji-sun was confused. Just from the current posture, it is probably a secret martial art. Normally, it takes a long time to comprehend and practice a secret martial art to master it. But Ji-sun remembered clearly that when he fought with this guy last time, A-Tai showed no signs of mastering the evil spirit fist. How come he has mastered a new secret after not seeing him for a few days? This speed of comprehension is too outrageous. Ji-sun himself has such an exaggerated learning ability because of the Joker mark of magic solution. But let alone the 52 epic demon marks, ordinary people can't touch the ordinary gold marks. He remembered that the intelligence said that A-Tai merged the silver mark. Could it be that he recently received the reward from the Lionheart family and got the ultimate skill card? But that kind of card is extremely scarce and a one-time consumable. The top nobles don't have many cards in their hands, so are they willing to give them to a gangster thug? Ji-sun had too many doubts in his mind. Before he could figure it out, A-Tai's attack came again. Ji-sun did not retreat at all and fought head-on. Pip, pip, snap, snap. The sound of fists and feet hitting each other rang in his ears. After the last fight, Ji-sun had a very thorough understanding of A-Tai's boxing style. Although he was still a little less skilled than the opponent in terms of skills, knowing both himself and the enemy also made up for some shortcomings. It was hard to tell who was better in a short period of time. Both sides used a fist-to-flesh fighting style, and the battle was extremely fierce. Various martial arts, boxing, wrestling, and killer moves were used. Fists, feet, knees, and elbows are all deadly weapons for fighters. Martial arts are even sharper than weapons, and often a touch will result in death or disability. The two people's intertwined figures are getting faster and faster, leaving traces of battle everywhere in the training ground of several hundred square meters. In such a fierce battle, the cement walls and ground seemed to be bombarded by artillery. It was a mess soon. There were flying stones and debris everywhere, and the ground was bumpy. Enlightenment was constantly refreshing. You observed the spell power transformation, skill comprehension plus 154. You comprehended the air control technique, proficiency plus 116. You gained experience plus 43 in battle, Tiger Cannon Fist LV1, 88,800, gain comprehension in battle, Palace Style, 32 movements of the body palm proficiency plus 113. At this time. Bang. The sound. Ji-sun flew backwards, creating spiderweb-like cracks on the wall. Although blood was flowing from the corners of his mouth, the smile on his mouth became brighter and brighter. After the magic was released, Ji-sun's eyes were firm and deep, as if he had the wisdom to see through all the falsehoods. The battle was very difficult. As he expected, if he didn't turn into a werewolf, this A-Tai really had a chance to survive. But it was this kind of life and death fight that made the opponent fight to the death, and various trump cards were frequently revealed. This is what Ji-sun was waiting for. A-Tai's fighting skills were honed through life and death battles, which could not be brought by skill cards. His proficiency increased visibly, and A-Tai's various special skills were also learned. What about Tiger Cannon Fist, Gun Kick, 16 Style on Fist, and Curse Power Transformation? These famous skills of A-Tai have all been mastered. The proficiency of those who have been learned has also increased rapidly. This is what Ji-sun expected. However, what should be obtained has been obtained. What he was looking forward to the most now was A-Tai's new secret that he had been accumulating but not releasing. He kept muttering in his heart, "It's not charged yet, okay?" He also saw that A-Tai was still accumulating power and must be waiting for a chance to kill with one strike. The other party also guessed that he would give this opportunity. When Ji-sun saw this, he not only did not feel the crisis, but expected the other party to use it. A-Tai's curse power was much more abundant than Ji-sun's. If he had dragged it on, he would have had a chance to win in theory. But gradually, as time went by, he also found that Ji-sun had completely copied all his moves. The idea of squeezing out everything was like a naked humiliation. A-Tai knew that he was the opponent's human target. The humiliation turned into anger. Finally, he seized the opportunity. The secret that had been accumulated for a long time was punched out. The bloody skull lingering on the fist rushed over like a tiger released from a seal. Instantly, a sense of terror like a dam breaking swept across the entire training hall. Here it comes! Ji-sun felt the murderous aura erupting like a volcano. He already knew that the opponent was going to make a final effort. He also had to admit that fighting with such an experienced enemy, he could not be careless at all. The timing this guy was looking for was very subtle, and this punch was unavoidable. However, Ji-sun also had his own trump card. The career sequence of a fighter is strength, toughness, physique. 3 main attributes, the semi-tank career route. However, Ji-sun's physical attributes are not only strong in these 3 aspects, he is strong in all attributes. He also has the extraordinary agility like an assassin. I have been hiding some of it before, waiting for now. Paw! The air exploded. Seeing the punch suddenly rushing, Ji-sun kicked the ground hard, and the whole person instantly moved sideways for more than 10 meters. According to his calculations, this is enough to dodge the punch. However, as soon as Ji-sun retreated, his expression changed instantly. He realized that he had miscalculated. Not good, the secret of directional. Ji-sun saw that he had not avoided the punch after retreating violently, but the bloody ghost skeleton in front of him was getting bigger and bigger. He immediately realized that something was wrong. This punch actually locked his displacement trajectory. How is it possible? Magic spells do have some directional ability to lock on to a person's aura. But where does the term locking on a target come from in martial arts? However, the facts are right in front of us. At that moment, Arteist's punch, with an incredible ability to change direction, accurately hit Ji-sun's chest while he was retreating. When the fist touched the skin, there was a bang, as if the chest was exploding. Ji-sun's entire chest was collapsed by the strange force, and there was a lingering evil spirit running around in his chest, and he was about to die on the spot. Even at such a critical moment, he still carefully observed every detail of Arteist, and enlightenment appeared at the same time. You have observed the ultimate Ralph's fist, skill comprehension plus 99. Bang! The penetrating force made Ji-sun blast out like a sandbag, smashing a hole several meters in diameter on the wall. Puff! Ji-sun was like a balloon that was blown up, and a mouthful of blood foam mixed with internal organs spurted out. However, this punch consumed a lot of energy. After a tie punched, he stood there exhausted, and he no longer had the energy to chase after him and hit him again. He looked at the hole on the wall expectantly and murmured, "Did you kill it?" However, he was disappointed. After a breath or two, the training ground was filled with wild laughter. It sounded like mocking the enemy, or mocking himself. TSK, so that's how it is. Ji-sun pulled his body out of the gravel, looked at the dent in his chest, and smiled brilliantly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth covered in blood. I've waited so long just for this punch. And this punch really didn't disappoint. I almost died just now. That guy had been preparing for so long, and he had already calculated that even if he turned into a werewolf, this punch would definitely hit. Directional boxing? I've never seen it before. What a plan. What a secret. Unfortunately, Ji-sun also found that Atai had just learned it not long ago, and the accumulated evil spirit was not strong enough, so the power of this punch was a little bit lacking. If the skill was more proficient, maybe he would have died suddenly with one blow. If you are willing to gamble, you must bear the consequences. Ji-sun was not afraid at all, but became excited. He felt that this kind of life and death excitement was the biggest surprise that Atai brought him today. I never thought that this guy could really threaten my life. But the fact is, he did it. TSK. Sure enough, you can't underestimate anyone. Ji-sun walked out of the pit with a grim smile. After a few steps, the injury on his chest had recovered. If it were someone else, even if they were level 3, this punch would have killed them. It's a pity that Ji-sun knows the secret immortal spell. As long as he doesn't die on the spot, he won't die. This battle taught me another impressive lesson. Ji-sun really felt that this fight was worth it. However, Atai, who was already exhausted not far away, looked ashen and said to himself, what a monster. He never thought that someone could survive this punch. But now that things have come to this, he also knows that he is doomed. Ji-sun walked over and murmured, prediction at the level of law, it must be right. Prophecy, or what? He didn't expect the other party to explain anything. But he had seen through that. Mystery Ralph's fist. It is indeed of a very high grade. The last move of Atai in front of him has been used, and there is no possibility of any surprise. Besides, the battle just now was very noisy, and many people have gathered outside the training ground. Ji-sun directly asked the most critical question, where did you learn your breathing method? Atai smiled bitterly. He had guessed the other party's intention a long time ago, but he didn't want to break the contract, and said lightly, Innocent City, Shangbunk Prison. As he said this, the underground fighting king of Innocent City was also very decisive. The cursed power went backwards, bleeding from all 7 orifices, and he died instantly. Ji-sun looked at a Thai who was about to commit suicide. His expression did not change. It was normal for a master who had come from a fighting arena to have such a life and death awareness. But when Ji-sun heard the guy say Shangbunk Prison, his brows slightly frowned. What does that mean? The secret method of gluttony was obtained in prison? Judging from what Dong Jui said when he avoided the senior, this secret method should involve a mysterious big shot. However, how could such a big shot be in prison? Ji-sun didn't think about it. The people at the door heard the end of the battle, and their footsteps were approaching. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for Ji-sun to kill someone and escape quietly. However, he was prepared. He collected the spoils on a Thai's body, and carefully observed the details of the body. Ji-sun raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and twisted his joints, making a crackling sound. When he looked up again, his entire skeleton and appearance had become a Thai. Even the sinister temperament was exactly the same. Chapter 210. Boss, what's wrong? The younger brother at the door heard no movement in the training room, so he asked tentatively. But due to the rule that Thai didn't allow anyone to disturb him while he was practicing, no one dared to rush in. Ji-sun's hearing was very sensitive, and he could even hear the swish of the bolt being pulled. There were obviously a lot of people blocking the door. But he didn't panic at all, and stuffed Thai's body into the storage ring, then walked over and opened the door directly. Click. When the heavy iron door was opened, more than 20 nervous Brotherhood members were seen holding knives and guns, as if they were facing a great enemy. These people also saw the murderous face of Thai, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. The disguise was flawless. No one was suspicious. Ji-sun glanced at the group of people with an indifferent face, as if he was dissatisfied with being disturbed, and said in a deep voice, Scarface, what's the matter? Before he came, he had obtained detailed information about the Brotherhood in Lion City from the intelligence dealer. After looking at them once, he could almost call out the names of these people in front of him. The leader was Thai's deputy, who was also a backbone of the Brotherhood. His name was Scarface Rock, and he was quite powerful. This guy listened to Thai's question and said awkwardly, it's okay. Boss. We just heard a lot of noise and thought that. Ji-sun interrupted their speculation and explained casually, we met a guy who didn't know how to see. We have killed him. Oh! Hearing this, the gang members suddenly understood. They glanced at the messy training ground behind the door, swallowed unconsciously, and praised him. Boss, you are awesome. Ji-sun didn't say much. After all, he was also my brother. He just replied expressionlessly, don't bother me when I'm practicing in the future. Hearing this, Scarface Rock led everyone to smile and said, yes, boss. Since he was pretending to be a Thai, Ji-sun didn't want to say more and expose himself. He waved his hand to signal everyone to disperse, and he closed the door directly. Seeing that their boss was fine, the group of people didn't think much about it. They left while shouting, saying from time to time, I said it, how could the boss be in trouble when he is so powerful? But the boss's boxing skills are really getting better and better. After meeting Robin, the great detective, who could see through the details, Ji-sun became more cautious. After closing the door, he calmly dealt with the bodies in the training ground, covering up some traces of battle that might expose his identity. While cleaning up, he also calculated what he had gained just now. It was worthwhile to spend so many days stalking Thai. This duel was really fruitful. Not only did all kinds of martial arts improve, but even Thai's various fighting skills were replicated. Hey, I found it. Ji-sun looked through the storage ring. In addition to some money and potions, he also found a secret book as he wished. This was the gluttony breathing method that Thai practiced. However, after flipping through it, Ji-sun was greatly disappointed. And the more he looked, the more his brows furrowed. In addition to the 12-level formula that he already knew, there were some other contents at the back. But Ji-sun now has a very deep understanding of gluttony, so he found the problem at first sight. This is a 52-level magic secret technique. The first 12 levels are all fine, but the subsequent ones are just a waste of effort. Too superficial. If the previous secret techniques are legendary quality, the ones after them are at most silver. Ji-sun thought he had misunderstood, but after the magic solution was opened, with the blessing of super high cognition, he did find that the quality of the previous and next formulas was obviously wrong. After thinking for a while, a thought popped up in his mind. Could it be that Thai figured this out himself? Ji-sun's eyelids twitched for no reason. It seemed that only this possibility could explain why the quality was so different. Atai obviously didn't learn the full secret method of gluttony. Then he pieced together the subsequent several levels of formulas based on his own understanding. Thinking of this, Ji-sun's expression became very strange. He carefully read the contents of the booklet in his hand again, and found that there were many handwritten cultivation experiences and ideas on it, and he immediately confirmed his guess. The subsequent formulas were really compiled by this guy through some fragments of formulas, but then again, Atai was able to advance to the third level with the meager resources of Innocent City, so his aptitude is not bad. It's a pity that this guy committed suicide too decisively, and there was no chance to torture him. Fortunately, the origin of the gluttony breathing method was known. Innocent City, Shangbang Prison. But thinking of the attitude of the senior mentioned by Dong Ji before, Ji-sun also guessed that this secret method might not be easy to obtain. Fortunately, we have roughly known the direction. We can go back to Innocent City and slowly figure out a solution. Ji-sun stopped worrying about the breathing method and rubbed his chest. In order to make the disguise more real, the injury was not completely healed. The punch on the chest still hurts. Ji-sun thought of something else and thought, but then again, how did this guy Atai learn this secret Ralph fist? There was no secret manual for cultivation in the storage ring. This martial art is either a skill card or who taught me. Ji-sun also felt it was a pity. The punch just now shattered his body protection seal and body dominance secret method. This was the strongest punch he had ever seen. Moreover, directional martial arts, even Ji-sun had never heard of it before. I thought that Atai must have been lucky and got a new skill card from the ruins through some channel. Ji-sun cleaned up the scene and walked out of the training ground in a swagger. He closed the door and told his younger brother not to go in and clean up. There won't be any problems in a short time. As he walked up, everyone in the Iron Fist Casino knew Atai, and his ears were filled with all kinds of flattering flattery. Ji-sun also found it very interesting. He himself is a professional actor, but this performance is a new experience. Unlike the last time when he pretended to be Baron Charlie who no one knew, this time he was not only acting, but also replacing. It was like a new role-playing game. At this moment, he really was Atai. He really enjoyed the feeling of replacing someone else's life story. It was as if there was another vicious and cold gangster character in his soul. Once he blended in, he really became another person. All around him were Atai's acquaintances. There was a different kind of excitement that if you didn't act well, you would mess it up immediately. Originally, Ji-sun's plan was to kill someone and leave, but now Ji-sun really enjoyed the feeling of this perfect performance. He thought, why not go and plunder Atai's small treasury? Now that Lion City is developing so well, Atai is the gang leader in the city, and he must have all kinds of good things in his hands. What if there is a secret card like the one before? Wouldn't it be missed? Thinking of this, Ji-sun was not in a hurry to leave. Walking up to the second floor, the deputy Scarface Rock came up to him. Boss, have you finished your training? Ji-sun nodded lightly yes. Scarface Rock seemed to have something important to do, and reported directly just now, the mangy dog sent another batch of goods, which had been placed in the basement of the 9th block. Yes. Ji-sun didn't know what the goods this guy was talking about, but he also responded ambiguously. Hearing the nickname Scaly Dog, he thought of a notorious human trafficker on the street. The Brotherhood has always been involved in human trafficking, so it's not surprising. At this point, Scarface Rock winked and said, hey, I picked 2 good ones for you, boss. Please see if you like them. Yeah. Ji-sun listened expressionlessly, neither refusing nor expressing his opinion. He was not familiar with Atai's private life. But judging from the deputy's attitude, he should not refuse. Ji-sun had figured out Atai's daily routine. He would only stay at the training ground for a few hours on weekdays. He did not delay for long. He left the Iron Fist gambling den and led a group of his brothers to the 9th block. Lion City was newly built. The city roads had basically no names, and were almost all numbers. The 9th block was considered a mid-range block, and Atai was now a person of status. His apartment was over there. Not long after, a group of people drove there. At number 16 in the 9th block, there was a small black single-family building. Ji-sun had thought about waiting for Atai here before. But this place is very close to the rich neighborhood, and a fight would easily alert the patrolling guards of the Lionheart family. Now that the person is dead, he wants to see if there are any good things in Atai's house. The motorcycle stopped at the door, and there were already 2 good-looking maids waiting here. Servants are standard equipment for the upper class, and it seems that Atai also wants to clean up his whiteness and squeeze into the upper-class circle. At least he is learning the cards. When they got home, the minions dispersed on their own. Ji-sun walked to the door and heard the two maids bowing and greeting him. "Master, you are back." He walked in without saying anything. However, at this moment, the werewolf's intuition made him suddenly sense a sense of danger. Huh? Is there a murderous aura? Ji-sun obviously sensed the murderous intent, but he continued to walk without making a sound. The murderous intent was exposed too early, and it seemed that the assassin was not too difficult. Sure enough, the moment he stepped into the hallway, a transparent air above his head suddenly twisted. The assassin in stealth suddenly launched an attack. Like a ghost, a dagger stabbed towards Ji-sun's neck. A second-level assassin? Ji-sun looked at the rolling curse power and had already estimated in his mind that the guy above him was a relatively normal second-level assassin. Relying on sneak attacks, there is still a chance to kill a Tai, a third-level assassin. However, for Ji-sun's keen perception, since he was discovered, there is no chance. This person came to assassinate a Tai, so Ji-sun would certainly not kill him. He dodged the dagger and punched with the black curse power in his hand. He deliberately used a Tai's famous skill Tiger Cannon Fist. This punch also hit the assassin's chest from a distance. With a muffled groan, he could no longer stand up. The figure under the cloak was petite and graceful. Only then did he realize that the assassin was a woman. The sudden appearance of the assassin also made Scarface Rock and his brothers, who had not left yet, nervous. They drew their guns and rushed over. "Boss." Ji-sun didn't want to make a big deal, so he waved his hand. The killer would surely die if he fell into the hands of the Brotherhood, but he had not thought of dealing with the killer in this way, so he could only find an excuse to take him in. "It's okay here, you go first. I have something to ask her." "Yes, boss." The younger brothers listened to this, and didn't think much about it. After all, it's normal for gangs to encounter revenge. Ji-sun picked up the man and carried him on his shoulders, and walked into the apartment. He went all the way up to the second floor. Ji-sun saw the two stripped women shivering in the bedroom, and he was not interested. He carried the assassin directly to the master bedroom, and told the maid not to disturb him. Ji-sun came to the bedroom, and threw the person on the bed. Then he began to observe the room, to find out where the secret compartment was. After looking around, he heard a movement on the bed behind him. Without turning his head, he said, "I know you should have recovered by now. If I were you, it would be best not to try again." Ji-sun did not intend to embarrass the assassin. Originally, he thought that she knew the difference in strength, and would quietly find an opportunity to escape. However, the female assassin rushed over again without hesitation. She looked like she was ready to fight to the death. This time, there was no need to act. Ji-sun's agility attribute was pulled to the extreme. He twisted his body to block the dagger, and then grabbed the assassin's neck. He originally wanted to let this guy stay quiet for a while, but knocking him out didn't seem to be a good option. He had to leave after finding something, and it was not convenient to carry a fainted burden. But looking at the hatred in the eyes, Ji-sun suddenly became curious about what hatred made her want to kill a Tai at the cost of her life. So he asked casually, "Why do you want to kill me?" The female assassin knew that she probably wouldn't survive today, so she didn't hide it and cursed, "You damn bastard. Where did your Brotherhood take my friends?" It sounded like the Brotherhood killed her members? Ji-sun didn't find it strange at all. Gangs have done too many murders to silence witnesses, so it's common to encounter revenge. He lost interest after hearing that, and just said, "I don't want to kill you. So you better be quiet." Ji-sun was a little embarrassed and punched her in the abdomen again. It wasn't a serious injury, but it would keep him quiet for a while. He continued to look for the secret compartment. There were no Brotherhood members, so Ji-sun started to search everywhere. Seeing this, the assassin was confused. Why did it look like he had stolen something? Isn't this the villain's own home? But hatred still made her furious. "Why did you kidnap my friends? I know they are here." Ji-sun was not interested in listening to the curses, because at this time, he found the secret compartment behind an oil painting. The advantage of reading a lot of books is that he is also very proficient in architecture. It is easy to judge the mechanical interlayer that will be overlooked. "Hey, found it." Ji-sun saw the safe. He took out the key from a Tai's storage ring and started trying. After trying several times, it was correct. Click. It opened with a sound, and Ji-sun saw a lot of valuable things in the safe. Cards, materials, jewelry, stocks and bonds, bank deposits. As Ji-sun guessed, a Tai is now worth a lot of money, and these things alone are worth a lot. However, Ji-sun had no interest in the treasure, but his eyes were attracted by a moon necklace. Enlightenment also reminded that you have been exempted from the pollution of faith in the old god Arachne. Huh, the token of the Silver Moon sect? Ji-sun was really surprised. He never expected to find such a thing in a Tai's safe. Just like the cross, the old god believers often have some iconic sect ornaments. And Ji-sun has been undercover in the Silver Moon sect for a while, and he knows very well that this kind of ornament is the symbol of the Silver Moon believers. But how could Atai, a gangster, have something from an old god believer? And when he looked again, there was a book-sized stone slab next to the token. The stone slab was engraved with several little people punching. Ji-sun looked at the stone carvings intently, and his eyes seemed to be attracted. A mysterious and ancient feeling came over him. It was like something dug out from a grave, and some extraordinary properties were left. This stone slab is not simple. After looking at it for 2 seconds, Ji-sun suddenly realized, Mystery Ralph's fist? Isn't this the killing move that Atai used before? But the first moment he saw the stone tablet, Ji-sun was even more shocked. Atai didn't use the skill card, but learned the martial arts by himself through the stone tablet? How is it possible? How could such an obviously super difficult ultimate martial arts be learned in such a short time? But his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the Silver Moon necklace. In an instant, Ji-sun suddenly figured out something, and his thoughts were completely clear. This guy is really a Silver Moon believer. Ji-sun also understood why Atai suddenly comprehended the mysterious secret of Ralph's fist. It turned out that he had borrowed the power of faith from the old god. The method was the same as when the plague Dr. Heisen comprehended cellular activity boiling. Humans were originally unable to understand the advanced demon language. However, the knowledge blessed by the demon god allowed him to interpret some of the contents on the bronze tablet, and then he comprehended some of the uses of that secret technique. Atai also learned this secret through the power of faith. After figuring this out, Ji-sun suddenly felt that something was not right. The leader of the Silver Moon sect was surrounded and killed by the masters of Bureau X in the Deep Pit secret realm last time, and the ending was definitely not good. The hunchbacked old Duan who I met before also escaped with serious injuries. Ji-sun thought that these old god believers should be quiet, but he didn't expect that Atai was actually a Silver Moon believer. When you see a cockroach, there may be a group of them in the dark. Thinking about the previous wanted order, Chuzhou and Jia, you were also wanted, and the news was probably from old Duan. Ji-sun felt that this matter was a bit complicated. His thoughts were racing, and he was still cursing. Ji-sun suddenly had an idea, and turned around and asked, What did you say just now? Is your partner here? The female assassin snorted coldly, with an expression of you ask even though you know the answer. Ji-sun's eyes turned, and a plan came into his mind. He said directly, If your partner is not dead, I might be able to help you get him out. But you have to tell me what happened first. The female assassin was also very confused by Ji-sun's strange attitude, but she was not stupid. She understood something in an instant and said in surprise, You are not Atai. Who are you? She suddenly realized. No wonder this guy kept looking for the secret compartment and inserted the wrong key. The most important thing is, when you think about it, this guy obviously left room for both punches. If it is really that ruthless gangster, it is absolutely impossible. No wonder. This guy is also a fake. She suddenly felt that things seemed to have taken a turn for the better. Ji-sun didn't want to waste time explaining, and said lightly, I only ask once. If you don't want to say it, then you can do it yourself. The things have been obtained. If he can't hear something that interests him, he doesn't want to delay any longer. Although the female assassin was full of doubts at the moment, she had no choice. She turned her eyes and said directly, I am Bonnie, the leader of the Great Sword Hunter group, a few days ago. Ji-sun also understood this. It turned out that a hunter group was deceived by the gang's human traffickers, and the entire group disappeared. The leader escaped because he had a temporary mission. Later, it was investigated and brought to Atai by the human traffickers. This is also the last news. After listening, Ji-sun asked, So, are you sure your team members are still here? The assassin said, Yes. My team members, and I have a secret blood connection. I'm sure they are nearby. It should be a basement. So I'm not sure where exactly. After hearing this, Ji-sun had guessed everything. He had previously thought that Atai was trafficking in people just to make money. Now that he had confirmed that this guy was a believer of the old god, he suddenly knew what those people were doing. According to the nature of those guys in the Silver Moon sect, they must be sacrificed. Ji-sun put the things in the safe into the storage ring and said, I roughly know where it is. Come with me. The female assassin thought this man was also suspicious, but she had no choice. Okay. Ji-sun didn't say anything more, just carried this man, told him his plan, and walked out of the apartment. When I came here before, I told you that the basement of the warehouse is at number 11, block 9. Ji-sun went all the way and opened the apartment that was used as a warehouse. However, after entering, he did not find anyone. According to what the scarred man said, there should be a batch of goods here. Ji-sun did not feel that he had walked empty-handed. Rather, there was a very sophisticated magic barrier here. Since it was a basement, Ji-sun went all the way down. Soon he found a secret door in the basement. After opening the secret door, Ji-sun walked all the way in. Not long after, the female assassin on his shoulder also sensed something and said excitedly, "My partner is in there." Ji-sun signaled him not to speak and to try to block his senses. He walked all the way in. After going down for about a few dozen meters, he had already reached a very deep place underground. Some barrier magic patterns also appeared on the surrounding rock walls. Ji-sun knew a lot about the Silver Moon sect. Looking at the layout, he guessed that there must be an altar underneath. Sure enough. Not long after walking, the familiar and disgusting smell gradually became stronger. When Ji-sun first went to the Silver Moon sect base, he smelled the smell of a living person being skinned. The enlightenment prompt was also displayed. You are exempt from the slight mental pollution attack. It seems that we have arrived. There is a space like a dungeon under the stairs. There are several simple cells. Not long after Ji-sun walked, a cloaked man appeared and asked, "Why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to come here if you have nothing to do?" Ji-sun knew that he was now Atai, and said casually, "I caught an assassin and thought he could be useful, so I brought him here." The cloaked man glanced at him and said, "Yeah. Second-level sacrifices are rare." It is indeed rare. The two walked in. At a glance, there were hundreds of people imprisoned in the room. They all seemed to have been injected with anesthetics, and were all unconscious. On the other side of the prison, a familiar scene was right in front of him. Although it was dim, Ji-sun could see clearly that there were dozens of skinned corpses hanging in the air. This was indeed the altar of the Silver Moon sect. Those guys were doing this weird sacrifice again. Ji-sun glanced around and confirmed that there were no masters in the base. There are 3 cloaked men in total. 2 are skinning, and the other one is the one in front of him. It looks like he is at most level 2. It's expected. After all, there are not many masters in the Silver Moon sect that he really fears. And this is the territory of the Lionheart family. If any master dares to stay here and act rampant, he will definitely not survive if he is discovered. This kind of altar probably only has some low-level believers. This basement is not large, and there is nothing to check. However, just when Ji-sun was about to take action, the cloaked man suddenly said, "There is news from the black market that the 13 Cayman riders have accepted the bounty. Someone should come to assassinate that person soon. The leader asked you to prepare and try to locate the suspicious person first. This time, no one must escape. Also, the Lionheart family is stepping up their infiltration." Ji-sun originally just came to see this base and confirm whether Atai is a member of the Silver Moon sect. Now he heard this news unexpectedly. When he heard about the 13th Cayman rider, his first reaction was Chujio. When they parted before, didn't Chujio say that he was going to kill someone? The people who can be killed are not the Lionheart family, but what is the relationship between the Orlan survivors and the Silver Moon sect? Ji-sun suddenly seemed to understand something. Could it be that the Silver Moon sect and the Orlan survivors are colluding? The cloaked man said, "Also, be careful with the Bai family. There are masters over there. The Bai family's spells have a great restraint on our Shinto secrets. They may have found some traces." Before he finished speaking, he suddenly discovered something and exclaimed, "Hey, this assassin is pretending to be unconscious." Hearing this, the female assassin Bonnie suddenly exploded. However, Ji-sun's action was faster. He attacked from behind the cloaked man with a punch. With a bang, before anyone could react, the cloaked man's head exploded in an instant. At the same time, he rushed forward like a ghost, and before the other 2 cloaked men could react, he made 2 more moves, and blood splattered on the spot. Seeing Ji-sun kill 3 people instantly, Bonnie, who was holding a dagger and preparing to fight, was dumbfounded. Only then did she realize that this guy was so ridiculously strong. Who is he? Ji-sun had already done what he promised. He didn't say much nonsense, and didn't plan to stay for long to deal with the scene. "I leave it to you here." Bonnie wanted to ask something else. "Excuse me, who are you?" She wanted to ask a name, so that she could repay him in the future. But the figure had disappeared. Ji-sun didn't plan to get any reward, and saving people was just a matter of convenience. Moreover, he also felt that he had some other important things to do. Now no matter how you look at it, there are some people waiting for the 13 Cayman riders to assassinate someone. And Chujio is probably the killer who did it. Chapter 211. Ji-sun decisively left the secret altar of the Silver Moon sect. On second thought, it was not without reason that Atai became an old one. When Ji-sun was undercover in the Silver Moon sect, the leader of the Silver Moon sect had a very clear goal, which was to get close to young Master Kak and get into the circle of high-ranking nobles. But the people of the Lionheart family were not stupid, and they were not completely defenseless against the pollution of faith, so it was difficult to pollute the core layer. At present, it seems that the people of the Silver Moon sect should have infiltrated part of the Lionheart family. That Silver Moon leader has a far-reaching plan. Ji-sun also thought that the Silver Moon sect was a big trouble. As for how the leader of the Great Sword Hunter group, Bonnie, would save people, that was her business. What should be done has been done. Ji-sun did not intend to meddle in other people's business. Even if it was exposed, it didn't matter. Anyway, the killing of Atai could not be concealed, and the Silver Moon Old Sect itself was the enemy. He didn't care about a higher bounty on his head. What Ji-sun had to do now was to go to the Hunter Guild to post encrypted intelligence and pass the news to Chujio. 13 Kamen Riders. Although mysterious and powerful, they may not know the situation of the Silver Moon sect. The old believers have faith pollution, and it is very difficult to obtain information. Even a powerful official organization like Bureau X finds it difficult to obtain accurate information about the Silver Moon sect. The current situation is a bit complicated. Ji-sun basically confirmed that the Silver Moon sect and a certain noble had secretly colluded, or infiltrated. And because of the gods, the Silver Moon believers themselves have mastered some unknown special means. Ji-sun had no interest in those conspiracies, but he thought that Chujio might encounter trouble in this assassination. Not long after, Ji-sun walked out of the crowded Hunter Guild. The intelligence had been posted in an encrypted way to recruit teammates. As long as Chujio came to the city, he would have a high probability of seeing it. After making this preparation, Ji-sun also breathed a sigh of relief and strolled on the street. After he killed Atai and got the origin of the gluttony breathing method, he originally planned to return to Innocent City immediately and go to Shangbang prison to see who the mysterious master was. But now the plan has changed. He plans to stay a few more days. Just now, he also asked the intelligence dealer for some news on the black market. Now Lionheart City is very lively. It seems that many nobles and masters have come. The more lively it is, the more people feel that a storm is coming. Based on Ji-sun's understanding of Chujio's character, even if she knows the danger, she will not give up the assassination. After all, it is a blood feud. And 13 Kamen Riders. There is also a legend in the black market that they will complete any mission they accept. They will definitely go on the 9th day of the first month, and someone is waiting for them to go. So there will definitely be a shocking battle in the Lion City recently. Ji-sun is very interested in this level of battle. Thinking of this, he changed his clothes and went to the tavern to mingle. Ji-sun has been in the aristocratic circle for a while. He thinks that if he really wants to assassinate a high-ranking noble, the probability is the highest only in some public places. For example, dinners, dances, etc. Such places have complicated personnel, and it is easy to get close to the target. He had previously heard some news from an intelligence dealer, and learned that the Lionheart family would hold a charity auction in 2 days. At that time, almost all the nobles in Lion City would receive an invitation. Ji-sun was now a wanted criminal, so he had to be careful everywhere. He wanted to find a suitable identity to disguise himself, sneak into the charity auction, and see the excitement. He waited in the tavern for half a day. The street finally became lively. The gang members of the Brotherhood were furiously looking for people all over the street. Others didn't know what this gangster group was going to do, but Ji-sun knew that the news of Atai's murder had finally been exposed. But this time was already very ideal. Even if someone guessed who did it, they would probably think that the murderer had left Lion City after such a long time. At the same time, he also felt that the female leader of the Great Sword Group did a good job, bringing so many people with her without being exposed in advance. Ji-sun ignored the gangsters, who were looking for people next to the bar, and drank leisurely by himself. Around midnight, Ji-sun found his target. A man in a luxurious classic suit walked into the bar. Coincidentally, Ji-sun also knew this guy, who he had met twice before in Rose Manor. A poor manor owner, Baron Cotton. 2 days later. The wealthy area of the 8th block. In a luxurious apartment. Ji-sun stuffed the unconscious Baron Cotton into the closet, closed the door, and said with a smile, "Sorry, Baron, have a good rest." As soon as the voice fell, the muscles on Ji-sun's face began to change, and in a blink of an eye he turned into a slightly fat middle-aged man with a mustache. He had met this guy twice before, and when they were bragging about business, He wrote down almost all the deeds of this fifth-generation baron of the Bolton family, a large planter from the Federation's Yoshing City. He followed him again these 2 days, and observed his living habits. For example, he likes to stare at young girls with lustful eyes, and always likes to hold a handkerchief with his orchid fingers. Now there is no flaw at all. Ji-sun looked at himself in the dressing mirror and tried his accent. Oh, I'm Cotton, from Yoshing City. You may have heard the story of the Sugar Cane King. That was my grandfather. 50% of the sugar in the entire southern part of the Federation was produced by my grandfather. The little mustache in the mirror was beaming with joy, exactly like Baron Cotton in his memory. Even the micro-expressions of muscle twitching were flawless. After saying that, he grinned. Ji-sun felt that he seemed to like this role-playing game more and more. After changing into a suit that looked relatively new and taking the invitation, he put on his hat and walked out the door. After going downstairs, a car from the Lionheart family took us to the banquet venue. This charity auction was the same as the last one, both held at the Lionheart family's base camp. Lion City has been changing every day recently. There are more and more nobles coming here to make money. Ji-sun arrived half an hour early, but there were already many masters and ladies in gorgeous dresses. However, there are only so many people in the upper-class circle, especially in the remote exile place of Innocent City. I have seen most of them in Rose Manor before. As soon as Ji-sun got off the car, he immediately discovered that the security standards tonight were very high. The werewolf intuition made him aware of the spying of some high-level card masters in the dark. However, the Baron Cotton he played was not afraid of the stage at all, and he had long been accustomed to the social skills of the upper class. When he met someone he knew, he would start by saying hello with a bunch of rainbow farts. Anyway, even if the commercial flattery was wrong, due to the gentlemanly manners, those gentlemen would correct the mistakes with a smile, and they could integrate into the circle faster. When he met someone who knew Cotton, but Ji-sun himself didn't, he could also deftly resolve the awkwardness through performance. In this way, Ji-sun integrated into the circle of tonight's banquet in a short time. He also clearly noticed that after talking with the acquaintances, several eyes that scrutinized him quietly withdrew. There was singing and dancing in the banquet hall, and Ji-sun was also looking for Chuchio and those who might be the protagonists of tonight in the crowd. And not long after Ji-sun got off the car, an inconspicuous car also stopped in front of the Lionheart building. A girl in a black princess dress said softly, "I'm going up." An old man in the carriage, half of his face was shrouded in shadows, and his appearance could not be seen clearly, nodded yes. "Little Carter, be careful, it will be very lively tonight." There was a hint of pampering in his words, but also a sense of dominance from a superior. The girl smiled obediently, "Yes. I know, Grandpa." This girl was none other than Catalina, who had disappeared for a long time. But at this moment, she was not her original appearance with blonde hair and blue eyes, but disguised as a plain-looking brown-haired girl. The moment she got off the car, she looked at the family building, and the brilliance in her crystal eyes flashed and disappeared. But she restrained herself in an instant, and walked onto the red carpet with a smile under the support of the butler. "Oh, Mr. Temple, I heard that your Red Deer Chamber of Commerce has recently collected a lot of good goods in Xiamu City, and made a fortune. Sir Moria, long time no see. I heard that your family hunter group wants to explore the ruins recently." In the banquet hall, dance music was melodious. Ji-sun was mixed in the crowd without any attention. As time went by, more and more people came to the ballroom. Ji-sun also saw some key figures. After all, it was the home court of the Lionheart family. Many direct descendants of the Lionheart family came, such as the eldest son of the eldest house, Kak, the seventh daughter, Sebiara, and Catalina's eldest brother Herman, and the third brother Mandel. These noble descendants were surrounded by high-ranking nobles. Ji-sun also saw Bai Wei, an old acquaintance next to Kak. There were also a few people with the Bai family's exclusive noble emblems on their buttons, and he paid more attention to them. If a real fight breaks out, these guys are all enemies. He pricked up his ears and listened. These guys only talked about the development of the ruins, and there was no useful information. The so-called charity auction house is just a gimmick for the upper class to socialize. Everyone meets up and exchanges resource information. Sell some things by the way, and donate some money to the lower class symbolically. Everyone is happy. Ji-sun looked at the items on the auction list. They were all good things produced by the ruins. The quality was good, but he didn't have much demand for them. He was just there to watch the fun, and didn't plan to buy anything. But he didn't see Chuchio. He didn't know if she had sneaked in, or if she chose to do it today. After a quick look, Ji-sun didn't see any targets that Chuchio might want to kill. He guessed that the target Chuchio wanted to kill the most was probably Catalina's father, The second head of the Lionheart family, the Golden Lion Carlo. When he thought of this question, Ji-sun suddenly murmured in his heart, I don't know how Catalina is doing now. There has been no news since Nanjing's mother rescued her last time. Now seeing the presence of Mr. Kak and others, I thought that Katerina would not show up. However, it was a coincidence. When Ji-sun thought of the silver mist rose in his mind, he saw a noble girl in a black dress, who saw him. The two looked at each other. Ji-sun looked at the girl in the black dress, who seemed to hesitate for a moment, and then walked towards him. Katerina did not recognize the disguised Baron Cotton. Ji-sun, however, after entering the venue, the fate coin in her hand began to tremble. After successfully condensing the hero's fate, she was recognized by the demon god and her ability was greatly improved. This also made her confirm that the trembling of the coin was because she met someone very important. Then after searching in the crowd, Katerina saw the inconspicuous mustache. Originally, she was not sure who this guy belonged to. But just when they looked at each other, the gold coin between her fingers trembled violently again. Catalina suddenly realized that this guy might be someone she knew, someone very familiar and important. She did know Baron Cotton, but she had only seen him at the ball. Since the gold coin hinted, then this guy was definitely not the Baron Cotton. Disguise? He dared to come in so brazenly in disguise. Catalina's first reaction was, that guy is here too? Catalina thought of this, her eyes turned, she smiled, and walked over directly. Baron Cotton, long time no see, can you ask me to dance? Ji-sun looked at the girl in black dress in front of him, and his mind was a little confused. He didn't know this woman. His first reaction was that she was an old acquaintance of Baron Cotton. The private life of the upper class was chaotic, and it was normal for nobles to have several lovers. Ji-sun did not expose any flaws, and readily agreed, of course. He extended his hand gentlemanly, led the girl in black dress into the dance floor, and mixed in a large group of dancers. Although Ji-sun had a smile on his face, he didn't say anything. Originally, he wanted to wait for the other party to speak, confirm her relationship with Baron Cotton, and then think about how to deal with it. However, looking at the pair of crystal eyes in front of him that were also looking at him, he was also confused. What did this woman want to confirm? And as he looked at them, Ji-sun felt that he had a very familiar feeling when looking at these eyes. Although the color of the pupils can be disguised, the depth of the eyes goes straight to the soul. If it is a familiar person, that feeling cannot be faked. I think I should know her, and from the perspective of a professional actor, that kind of arrogant and determined gaze is not something that ordinary noble girls can have. This woman is not quite right. Before Ji-sun could observe more, the girl in black dress smiled teasingly, as if she had confirmed something, and took the initiative to ask, haven't you recognized her yet? Ji-sun heard this obviously hint, and suddenly realized that the other party was also in disguise. Moreover, he could talk in this tone, and he immediately realized that this woman knew him, not Cotton. Ji-sun instantly guessed who it was, Miss Carter. Catalina didn't want to tease him anymore, and said directly, I heard that Atai was killed a few days ago, and I guessed it was you who did it. I just didn't expect you to come here instead of leaving Lion City. The voice was heard, but Ji-sun laughed at himself. He was recognized again. But he didn't think that Katerina had seen through his disguise. After the reminder from the famous Detective Robin last time, he paid more attention to some details of the disguise, and now his performance has almost no flaws. And Ji-sun also knew that Katerina had a special relic destiny coin. That thing has some magical effects. For example, fortune-telling. But being recognized, Ji-sun didn't feel anything. Having gone through life and death together, their relationship was not unfamiliar. Ji-sun had a good impression of this noble lady. Moreover, looking at the ordinary-looking girl in black dress in front of him, his expression became playful. This is the base camp of the Lionheart family. As the eldest lady, Catalina disguised herself and came in. It seems that she is here to cause trouble. Like a friend meeting, Catalina asked casually, why are you here? Ji-sun responded truthfully, come and watch the fun. Katrina raised her eyebrows slightly, which was in line with this guy's character. Ji-sun also asked, what about you, Miss Carter? Katrina didn't mean to hide anything and said bluntly, come to kill a few people. Oh! Ji-sun heard the murderous intent under this calm tone, and suddenly laughed. No need to ask, you know who she came to kill. The last hero trial, those people in Catalina's family were restless, and it was not just young Master Kak who was surrounded and killed. Now that he survived, he naturally came back to find a place to fight. Everyone is here tonight, so it's a good time to take them down all at once. TSK, the aristocratic circle is really chaotic. Ji-sun felt that he might see a lot of excitement tonight. But the moment he saw Katerina appear, he was almost certain that Chujio would most likely appear tonight. He even guessed that Katerina might want to take advantage of the chaos tonight to kill people. This woman is very cunning. Neither of them talked much about this topic. After talking a little, both sides actually guessed most of it. Catalina talked about something else, then said, "Thanks to you and your friend, I survived last time." Ji-sun listened and smiled without comment. It was Nanjing's mother who saved the two people, and he didn't dare to take credit. But he didn't explain much. He was thinking about something else. Ji-sun suddenly said, "By the way, did you know that a Tai was a member of the Silver Moon sect?" "Yes. After you killed a Tai, I heard some news. I also knew about the Silver Moon base." Catalina's expression became slightly serious. She pondered for a moment, then said, "This is a hidden agent planted by the Silver Moon cult to infiltrate our Lionheart family. But it seems that the Orlan survivors are behind this. The Lionheart family is a top noble family, and their intelligence channels are obviously more accurate than what Ji-sun speculated." He heard that this was pointing to the Orlan survivors, and although he had guessed it long ago, he also cast a puzzled look. Oh! If it were someone else, Catalina would never tell this top secret. But since Ji-sun wanted to know, she responded, "Those Orlan survivors are very ambitious. They probably want to use faith to restore their country." Ji-sun frowned slightly when he heard this. Faith pollution is definitely a disaster that will destroy civilization for card masters. In order to restore their country, those guys in the Orlan dynasty even want to use such reckless means? A trace of confusion floated in Catalina's crystal eyes, and she explained, "The specific situation is still unclear. After all, the Orlan survivors have almost all the top-secret information of the old continent in their hands, and no one knows the harm of faith better than them. But according to more and more evidence, the Orlan dynasty has a direct relationship with the ancient Tarun kingdom that perished 3,000 years ago. Even the Orlan royal family today is the descendant of the Augustus royal family of the Tarun dynasty." Ji-sun's mood became interesting when he heard this. "I thought it was just the belief pollution of the old god sect, but I didn't expect it to involve such a historical secret. In this way, things become complicated. This is not simply a matter of faith. If the Orlan royal family today is really the Augustus royal family 3,000 years ago, then the Orlan survivors may not only have the information of the old continent in their hands, but also the great cataclysm of that year. Secrets, and some truly divine secrets? Ji-sun took a breath of cold air in his heart. He seemed to see a dormant and sinister lion. When it wakes up, the entire Federation will face a devastating blow. But knowing this situation, the Lionheart family still dares to fight with the Orlan survivors? Katerina seemed to have guessed Ji-sun's thoughts and explained, "We just learned this information, and a lot of it is just speculation. And now my father is in a dilemma. The eldest house and the Bai family joined forces, so we had to make some compromises." Ji-sun also guessed this after listening. He was not interested in political intrigues, and it didn't matter who was in power. But the pollution of faith was a big problem. However, unexpectedly, at this time, Catalina added lightly, "But after I take power, these problems will be dealt with directly." When Ji-sun heard this, he looked over and his mouth corners gradually rose. Although the tone was calm, it made people hear the arrogance of looking down on the world. TSK. This woman is really different after her heroic fate has been condensed. After one dance, another one. The two chatted intermittently. However, as the banquet time approached, the big shots also entered one after another. The most important person in Lion City at present is naturally the second head of the Lionheart family, Catalina's father, the Golden Lion Carlo. The golden hair and the domineering aura also announced his identity. Seeing the host enter, everyone present saluted. However, Ji-sun's side-eye was that he saw a beautiful woman with charm next to Carlo. The one who can enter the venue with Carlo must be a big shot. Ji-sun asked curiously, "Who is that?" Not only him, almost everyone present didn't know this mysterious lady. However, Catalina's voice reached her ears and responded, "The queen of the Oran dynasty, Catherine." What? The moment he heard the name, Ji-sun knew who Chujio was going to kill tonight. Nanjing had previously talked about the tragic experience of Chujio, the illegitimate princess of the royal family. In the story, Queen Catherine is the poisonous queen. A general key villain. If we talk about who is the culprit who killed Chujio's mother, it is this Queen Oren. Since this person has appeared, Chujio will definitely come to kill her. A strange color flashed in Ji-sun's eyes. Originally, he knew that Chujio would definitely kill Catherine, so it was not particularly surprising. It was just unexpected that she would appear here. At this moment, Ji-sun's mind now thought of something else. Looking at the black-dressed girl in front of him disguised as Catalina, he thought of the previous conversation. Could it be a bounty on the black market that Catalina set it up herself to clip the wings of the Orlan dynasty? Anyway, it wasn't her own doing, and when this thought came up, Ji-sun really thought it was possible. Although Chujio came to seek revenge on the surface, 13 Kamen Riders usually cover up their own purpose by accepting bounties when killing people. Just like Xie Guizhong analyzed before, when Chao Sihai was killed in Graveyard Labyrinth, it was because someone offered a bounty on the black market that the 13 Riders took action. But in fact, this also concealed the 13 Riders' original intention to cause unrest in the situation of Innocent City. Although it was a borrowed knife to kill someone, it could also be regarded as a disguised cooperation in which all parties could achieve their respective goals. One took the blame, and the other took action. Thinking of this, Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly. The situation tonight was more complicated than expected. Chapter 212. Catherine, Queen of Oran, stood under the spotlight in a luxurious court dress. Her figure was beautiful and plump, the gems were dazzling, and she looked noble. It must be said that the aura of the queen was indeed full and dazzling. Catalina's father, the Golden Lion Carlo, solemnly introduced this distinguished guest. But he only said that this Mrs. Catherine had a mysterious noble surname with a long history, but did not mention her true identity. There are countless surnames that can be called old nobles in the Federation. The Orlan dynasty once ruled for more than 2,000 years, and various old nobles of all sizes were buried in history. Suddenly someone became rich, and the surname of that noble would appear in the public eye again. Even many nouveau riches like to explore their blood relationship and give themselves the title of an ancient noble to show the orthodoxy of their noble blood. This is not surprising in the upper class of the Federation today. So no one suspected the origin of this Lady Catherine. Probably thought this was Carlo's lover. However, seeing this person appear, Ji-sun's expression became subtle. This woman is quite courageous, using herself as bait. The other party obviously knows that the hatred of killing the mother is irreconcilable, and Chujio will definitely come to seek revenge. Last time, he didn't kill her in Rose Manor, which has left a huge hidden danger. Instead of hiding all the time, it is better to solve this hidden danger as soon as possible. Once and for all. After all, Chujio merged the epic source card Q of Diamonds White Queen inherited by the royal court. Not to mention the special meaning of this card in the royal court, its combat power is also very outrageous. If she continues to grow, it will be more and more difficult to get rid of her in the future. Ji-sun watched the target appear on the stage and applauded like other guests. But his peripheral vision was searching for Chujio's trace in the crowd. Seeing the slightly ambiguous exchange of eyes between the two high-ranking people on the stage, Ji-sun casually asked curiously, "Your father and this Lady Catherine are having an affair?" Catalina rolled her eyes, as if she felt that having an affair. This adjective is not very appropriate for the high nobles. But she did not deny it, and responded, "Who knows? Anyway, there is nothing strange about it. The interests of the nobles want to be stable, not only relying on interests, but also some complicated private lives and blood relations." Ji-sun laughed when he heard it. He didn't care about other people's private lives. He just wanted to see what the Lionheart family's attitude towards 13 Kamen Riders was. After all, that killer organization is not unfamiliar to the top nobles. But they are all used as tools that can be used. Chujio and Ji-sun are his friends, so Ji-sun's position is naturally on the side of his friends. If there is a real hostility, he should be prepared early. Catalina is also very smart. When she heard Ji-sun asking this, she tilted her head and asked curiously, "Are you interested in this?" Before Ji-sun answered, she had already guessed something and said, "Although that is my father. But it does not represent my position." This kind of tacit understanding seems to have existed after life and death. Ji-sun listened and smiled without saying anything. Because at this moment, he felt a familiar chill sweeping across the banquet hall, and shouted in his heart, "It's coming." At the same time, Catalina beside him narrowed her eyes slightly. The next moment, the temperature in the originally warm and harmonious banquet hall dropped sharply. Frost flowers were visible in the air. Those noble ladies with bare chests and backs were shivering with cold. The guards also became alert at the first time, and drew their swords and patrolled the whole place. What happened? Why is it so cold all of a sudden? Such a strong murderous intent. Is there an assassin? Some of the guests also sensed something was wrong and whispered. Ji-sun and Catalina had already chosen a safe corner. Now watching the incident, the two cleverly avoided the main venue where a fight might break out. On the stage, Carlo and Catherine, who were heavily protected by guards, also had calm expressions. After all, these two were the ones who planned this game. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, under the huge crystal lamp, the cold air in the air quickly condensed into a ball, and then solidified into a human form. Looking again, it was a person wearing a black cloak and a white mask with special runes. Behind her, there was a shadow of an ice demon wearing a crown. Even if he couldn't see her face, Ji-sun knew it was Chujio by looking at her ice ability. This elemental ability was really convenient, and he could go anywhere freely. When seeing the spell on the mask, Katarina frowned and whispered, "Exile." Ji-sun cast a puzzled look. This nickname was the first time he heard it. What was the deep meaning? Catalina transmitted the message, "I have read some top-secret files. 200 years ago, during the bloody coup that destroyed the Orlan dynasty, one of the 13 knights wore a mask with this pattern, codenamed the Exile. It is said that he was good at killing. The knight who wore this mask killed several Orlan royal legions in the coup. But for 200 years, this mask has not appeared again. I didn't expect it to appear now." Ji-sun was also slightly surprised when he heard it. When Xie Guozhong talked about the history of the 13 knights, he knew that each mask seemed to represent some special meaning and inheritance. I didn't ask much at that time. But before I could think about it, the battle started. As soon as Chujio showed up, the guests around him were scared and fled. But the guards rushed over immediately, trying to capture him. However, the cold air around Chujio seemed to be a circle of restricted areas for living things. As soon as the guards in armor approached, they suddenly heard the sound of crackling of ice. The expressions of the guards froze instantly, from confusion to fear. Visibly, a layer of white frost quickly condensed on their bodies, and in an instant the whole person turned into an ice sculpture, and died on the spot. Ji-sun watched the captain of the third-level guards freeze to death, without any struggle, and murmured in his heart, "Hey, he has become stronger again." It can be seen that Chujio has indeed advanced to the 4th level. However, if it is only the 4th level, it is obviously not enough to deal with today's situation. Chujio's body can be transformed into elements. If she wants to escape, it is difficult to stop her by ordinary means. Moreover, with her current cloak and mask, everyone knows that her identity represents that organization. There are more than one Kamen Rider 13. Just like the last time at Rose Manor, the strongest ranger in the world showed up and forcibly rescued the people right under Carlo's nose, and no one could do anything about it. Queen Orlan set up this game, obviously wanting to kill them all. They were also prepared. There was no surprise at all, and the sudden change happened. Watching the prey fall into the trap, the lights around the entire banquet hall became strangely soft. In a very short time, the colors of the crystal lamps, the silver tableware on the table, and all kinds of jewelry and other luminous objects became distorted. Become colorful. The world in front of him suddenly turned into an abstract oil painting with thick ink and heavy colors. The senses of the World Cup were distorted, and all the guests on the scene were terrified. However, Ji-sun was not unfamiliar with this feeling. Or rather, he might be one of the few people in the world who had seen the scene and was still alive. Did the people from Bureau X get involved? Ji-sun frowned slightly. The current scene was the effect of the sealing barrier of the disaster object X-215 Monet's sunrise. All of them are now confined in the barrier formed by the disaster. This move is also to prevent the assassin from escaping. This is an expected idea. Once the barrier is formed. Carlo, as the master, also spoke up and said in a deep voice, "You killers are too rampant, since you dare to run wild in my Lionheart family." Ji-sun listened to this righteous speech and suddenly felt that these politicians in high positions are all real actors. They could always perform a role that is completely different from their inner selves in certain occasions. However, Chujio had no intention of talking nonsense with this group of people. With a flip of her slender hand, a crystal ice card appeared in her hand, and she murmured, "Secret, 1,000 frost thorns." The card disintegrated, and a foot-long ice spear quickly condensed in the air. It was visible to the naked eye that the ice spear exuded a chill that distorted the air. Before anyone could react, with a whoosh, the spear pierced Catherine not far away. The guards also reacted very quickly. The heavily armored black knights raised their shields together. The ice crystal spear cracked on the shield. Clang. A crisp sound like glass breaking sounded. Not only did this block fail, but something even more terrifying happened. The ice spear exploded into countless tiny ice needles, as thin as cow hair in the fog, shooting out like a rainstorm. Take advantage of every opportunity. The ice needles pierced through the gaps in the armor of the heavily armored knights, and drilled into their flesh. The cold air in the ice spear suddenly exploded. Even with the armor with super high magic immunity, the Black Knights did not react at all at this moment. They felt that their minds and bodies were frozen. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen senior guards had turned into ice sculptures. Even if they were not dead, they were too stiff to move. But it was not over yet. The countless ice needles that exploded penetrated the shield wall and pierced Carlo and Catherine behind them. Facing such a dangerous situation, the two did not panic at all. Because at this moment, a man in a black robe appeared beside Catherine like a ghost. He spread his hands forward, and the dark yellow earth-type magic power condensed into a magic power shield in front of him. The countless white hair like ice needles pierced the spell shield and condensed into an ice wall in an instant. But it could no longer be violent. The mysterious cloaked man who suddenly appeared easily blocked this profound secret technique. Ji-sun looked at the rolling earth-type spell power on the cloaked man and guessed who it was. He thought, legendary strongman. Last time in the cave of the deep pit ruins, there was a group of cloaked men who wanted to subdue the angel's body. One of them was a legendary strongman who used an unparalleled earth-type spell. Ji-sun had a photographic memory, so he recognized it at a glance. Seeing the legendary strongman show up, Ji-sun also wondered in his heart, who would come out from the 13 Knights. With this person, Chujio couldn't kill the Queen of Orlan. Although he had the protection of the legendary strongman, his life seemed safe. However, Queen Catherine's face was not very good. She looked at the ethereal Chujio in front of her, and the murderous intent hidden in her eyes was as real as substance. She didn't expect that Chujio would advance to the 4th level so quickly, and would be so strong. Just one move caused heavy losses to the elite guards of the Lionheart family. The original plan was that this group of guards was enough to capture and kill Chujio. The rest of the arrangements were to deal with the other difficult guys of the 13 Knights. But the current situation does not look good. General Carlo on the side also had a gloomy face. After all, he was the master and should express his position. He shouted, "Kill her!" Not far away, several figures suddenly condensed in the void, and the senior secret guards of the Lionheart family also took action. However, within a few meters of Chujio, there seemed to be a restricted area. Those secret guards were frozen stiff before they even approached. They were high-level assassins who moved as swiftly as ghosts, but at this moment, they were all moving in slow motion. The closer they got to Chujio, the slower they moved. Chujio didn't even move to dodge, but raised his hand and quickly condensed an ice spear in his hand, stabbing 3 people in a row, killing 2 and escaping 1 instantly. The dead were 2 third-level ones, and the one who escaped was seriously injured and a 4th-level one. Seeing this scene, Carlo's expression also sank. Although he didn't say anything, he was shocked at his heart. Has it formed its own domain? How is it possible? This has already touched the threshold of the realm. Even a 6th-level person like me is only at this level now. A guy who has just entered the 4th level is so strong. Not only Carlo, almost all card masters who can understand the scene just now realize that the assassin in front of them is not simple. Not everyone knows Chujio, and very few people know her true identity. But the onlookers also whispered. The nobles may not be strong in combat, but their knowledge is definitely among the small group of people at the top of the pyramid. There were also people who had heard of the 13 Kamen Riders organization. Is the rumor about another epic source card fusion true? All the people in that organization are source card fusions. Yes, it's ridiculously strong. It would be difficult for a 5th-level card master to kill her with this ability. Strange, I've never seen this ice ability before. Which professional sequence is it? Everyone whispered to themselves and quietly hid further away. Chujio didn't hesitate at all. After killing a few secret guards, he suddenly rushed forward. Her target was Queen Catherine. The Lionheart family's guard corps was not without experts. Seeing the assassin rushing towards the 2 people on the podium, several guard captains bursting with magical power also rushed over at the first time. However, just when everyone thought that the assassin would be stopped, suddenly, an accident happened again. A melodious and low spell guidance sounded in the banquet hall spell. This place is a prison. The voice was obviously not loud, but everyone seemed to hear a kind of speech that was like a whisper from a god, shocking people. And that speech seemed to contain some kind of rule power. Once the words were spoken, certain rules came into effect in the huge twisted space. The moment everyone heard the sound, the figures of the top-level guards, who rushed over suddenly stopped in midair. It was as if they were trapped in an invisible cage. If someone recognized the origin of this spell, it was the word Spirit Curse, one of the 52 forbidden magic spells of the demon god. Not good, protect the adults. The face of the 6th-level guard captain changed drastically. Only a master of his level could understand how powerful this move was. The person who took action must be a top-level expert. The spectators in the banquet hall did not understand why several guards were suddenly trapped in the air. But the sensitive people immediately saw a figure in the crowd following the sound. A strange man wearing a cloak and his eyes covered with black cloth. Behind him, there was a demon, an angel, a three-headed statue of a blindfolded human face, and a huge demon with a snake tail. Cloak, mask, demon shadow, standard 13 Knights outfit. Ji-sun looked at the expression and suddenly became subtle. This one is here too. Although he had never seen him. But he had seen him many times on the wanted list. Lantern bearer Liu Yu, a member of the 13 Knights. There are still S-level wanted criminals, with a bounty of over 100 million on the wanted list. It was this man who assassinated young Master Khan, and made the Lionheart family's heavy troops enter the old continent as soon as possible. Speaking of which, this man killed Khan, and diverted a large part of his firepower. Ji-sun looked at this person, and raised his mouth slightly. He thought of something else. Now the situation is becoming clearer and clearer. When Khan was assassinated, it seemed that he hired someone to kill him. Now it seems that the identity of the mastermind behind the murder of young Master Khan is very subtle. At the beginning, Ji-sun didn't know much about this world, and didn't know the dirty secrets of the aristocracy. Now he can almost be sure that the person who hired the murder may not be an outsider. And most likely, it is someone from the Lionheart family. For example, the second head of the Lionheart family, who benefited the most, and the angry General Carlo not far away. Thinking of this, Ji-sun glanced at Catalina beside him. After all, they were friends, and Catalina guessed what he wanted to say. Although she didn't say anything, she also raised her eyebrows. I don't know what she said, but it may be what you think. I don't know where the lantern bearer Liu came from, but as soon as he made a move, he restricted several high-level guards. Chujio was only a few feet away from Queen Catherine. Originally, the legendary master in black robe was ready to attack, but at this moment, Carlo took the lead. His whole body was filled with spell power, and he shouted, looking for death. After all, he was a 4-star general of the Federation, and his strength was also the best in the world. He punched out, and Chujio, who had condensed an ice shield all over his body, flew dozens of meters. Bang! With a sound, it penetrated the wall, allowing people to see the equally distorted world outside. Carlo took advantage of the victory to chase, kicked the ground hard, and the whole person had already chased out. In the eyes of others, this scene was seen as the second head of the Lionheart family, who wanted to protect the family's dignity, and was furious and murderous. However, Ji-sun now knew that this was a trap. He also felt that the acting skills of these big guys were really flawless. He obviously wanted to take the opportunity to get away from the Queen Catherine, who was targeted by the 13 Knights. But now he acted as if he wanted to kill Chujio. Carlo took action, and the lion-like pressure instantly shocked the whole audience. Even Ji-sun frowned as he watched, and sighed in his heart, so strong. He carefully sensed the pressure of these top masters, and his eyes reflected the shadows that passed by quickly. If he was not afraid to reveal his identity, he really wanted to observe it, to see what the world of the strong is like. However, just when everyone thought that the overall situation was settled, an unexpected accident happened again. Those who really understand the 13 Knights know that their missions have never failed. Just like this, it's not enough to kill Catherine. There must be a backup plan. As expected, in the few eyes that were expecting something, Carlo, who had just rushed out, suddenly flew back in a mess. It seemed that he was hit. Everyone looked closely and saw Chujio, who was covered in cold air, and another masked man wearing the same style of cloak rushed in. The third one. With this standard outfit, everyone's eyelids twitched. Another killer from the 13 Knights came. And this guy is not a stranger. Looking at the unique pattern on this guy's mask, and the strange dagger that seems to be able to cut through the void, even if you haven't seen it, you have seen it on the wanted posters on the black market. This is the infamous #1 killer among the 13 Kamen Riders, the world's strongest ranger, the legendary card master Knight Master Rim. Nowadays, the 13 Knights are stereotyped by outsiders as a killer organization, and their greatest merit is the guy in front of them, who has hunted countless masters. No one knows his face, but he has received no bounties alive. This is a dangerous person, who makes countless top dignitaries in the Federation feel cold at the sound of their name. Ji-sun had met this legendary ranger once before in Rose Manor, but they didn't fight at that time, and he knew how strong he was. Now that his cognition has improved, watching the scene of this man forcing Carlo back with a dagger, Ji-sun also truly felt the terrifying oppression of being killed without any ability to fight back. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, hey, is this the first ranger? But then again, the 13 knights are ready to do something big today? According to Sieguajong, it is hard to say whether there are 6 of the 13 knights now. 3 members have appeared now, which is no small matter. It seems that they are determined to do something big today. Seeing the appearance of this legendary ranger, everyone in the banquet hall took a breath. Even the royal court attendant beside Catherine was not sure to stop Brim, the night keeper, who was also a legend and good at assassination. Queen Catherine sensed the hint from the old man beside her and frowned. Originally, she only wanted to kill Chujio and get rid of 1 or 2 of the 13 knights. The goal has been achieved. But now, seeing the postures coming one after another, she also realized that something seemed wrong. People in such a high position as her would never take any chances. She instinctively smelled a scent of conspiracy. It seemed that it was not just her who was making the plan, but there was also one or several big hands in the dark who were making the plan. Although she couldn't see what was going on in the confusing situation. But she clearly felt that the target was against her. Thinking of this moment, Queen Catherine had already begun to retreat. She could be the bait. But now the prey had come. Her mission was completed. The royal court attendant beside her also immediately understood and prepared to send the people out of the barrier first. As for the 13 knights here, they might be killed at a cost. However, it was too late. The more she thought about quitting, the more uneasy she felt. Just as the cloaked man beside her took out the card and prepared to cast a spell, a low voice guiding the spell sounded. Domain I am the world. This time everyone heard it clearly. It was like a demon descending, whispering in her ear, lingering. And the lazy response that sounded like an old friend for a long time. Ah, since you want to use this barrier to have a life and death duel, how can you quit early? Before he finished speaking, an invisible field covered the entire banquet hall. The distorted oil painting world seemed to be covered by a filter, and the sensory world became even more distorted. Oh no! To be precise, it was like a prison. The original disaster object X215 Monet's sunrise formed a barrier to prevent people from escaping. But the owner had the key. And now, the door was locked, and a new lock was installed by another person. This is good? No one can get out. Almost at the same time when the field was formed, the cards in the hands of the cloaked man beside Queen Catherine also shattered. He was the first to discover something, and his expression changed drastically. Not good, another legendary strongman. Everyone turned around and saw a mysterious man wearing a black cloak and a mask appeared in the banquet hall. The fourth one. The difference is that this 13th knight seems to be not tall. Like a half-grown boy. And the strange thing is that there is no shadow of the demon behind him. But as soon as he appeared, the indescribable invisible sense of oppression swept everyone's heart. The higher the rank of the card master, the more clearly he could feel the terrifying pressure like a prison. Obviously, that person did nothing, but he made people feel like they were trapped in a quagmire and couldn't extricate themselves, and their breathing became more and more rapid. Legendary strongman. Everyone immediately realized something. Although Ji-sun didn't know what happened for a moment just now. But looking at the Queen Catherine whose face changed drastically, he also realized that it seemed that this mysterious person, who suddenly appeared, blocked the idea of some people to escape. And when he looked at the short-cloaked man again, Ji-sun felt something was wrong. After all, he knew someone among the 13 knights. He was about this tall. But it shouldn't be. Isn't that mushroom head a level 3? Ji-sun was very sure of this. Because the previous battle of Ironforge restricted the entry level. Jia Yu could enter, so he must be only level 3. However, before he could think about it, Katarina beside him looked very shocked. She recognized the person, her crystal eyes trembled, and she couldn't help but shouting, "Light Chaser." Ji-sun himself didn't understand, and cast a questioning look. This eldest daughter of the Lionheart family knows a lot of high-level secrets. I didn't expect this person to come too. Catalina was obviously also very surprised, and murmured. She explained, if I remember correctly, this mask is the Light Chaser among the 13 knights. Ji-sun didn't know what special meaning these titles had. He just listened to Catalina's surprise, and sigh as she continued to popularize science. It is said that the Light Chasers of all generations are the leaders of the 13 knights, and all of them are the strongest. Leader? Ji-sun's expression was even more strange now. It's not that he couldn't figure out what the leader was. He just thought, it shouldn't be Jia Yu's mushroom head, right? But then he thought of that guy's ability to revive in the other dimensional space. It seems that some strange and contradictory thoughts have emerged. Katarina said, looking at the twisted space around her, and sighed meaningfully, the legendary unsolvable field I am the world. I didn't expect to finally see it. Unsolvable? Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard it. I still don't understand his realm, but it sounds so powerful. This is a good sign for those who are watching the fun. TSK TSK. The leaders of the 13 Knights are here. This is going to be a big fun. Ji-sun was secretly happy. On the other side, Queen Catherine's expression was not so happy. No one knows the origin of the 13 Kamen Riders better than them, the Orin survivors. After all, the powerful Orin dynasty collapsed more than 200 years ago, and this organization was one of the culprits. As the Queen of Orin, she knows the meaning of the Light Chaser better than anyone else, but at the same time, Queen Catherine was surprised and suspicious. But didn't the Light Chaser Gunny die a few years ago? How could he appear here? Chapter 213. Who is this person? There's a second legendary master among the 13 Kamen Riders? I've never heard of him. This is not good. The 4 of the 13 Kamen Riders must have completed the assassination. That Lady Catherine must be someone of great importance. The crowd watching the 4th masked man who suppressed the whole scene suddenly realized that something was wrong. The one who can cast the field must be a legendary card master. One of the 13 Kamen Riders, Rem, is a legendary ranger, which has long been recorded in the intelligence. But this second legend, and it seems to have a great background. The situation suddenly became unpredictable. Originally, Ji-sun was still guessing that the person behind the scenes of the Lionheart family might not have taken advantage of this plan to severely damage the Orlan survivors, and make the 13 Kamen Riders lose both sides. But now, he looked at Katarina's equally surprised eyes, and realized that she, the person behind the plan, did not know that the leader of the 13 Knights, the Light Chaser, would come. But regardless of whether they knew each other or not, this posture had already made everyone in the banquet hall feel a fatal crisis. Even the guests who were involved without knowing anything had realized that something was wrong. The battle between the legendary masters could easily destroy mountains and cities. This was not something that could be watched casually. But now all of them were trapped in this space barrier, and there was nowhere to escape. The 3 legends and many masters were confronting each other, and the pressure was not something that low-level card masters could bear. Those fat nobles were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they were shaking like sieves. Even Ji-sun felt the sharp edge like a needle, and his pupils shrank slightly. If a fight really broke out like this, he was also thinking about where to hide to save his life. However, the situation was not as bad as it seemed. The 13 Knights did not seem to want to hurt innocent people. As soon as the Light Chaser appeared, he controlled the whole scene with a hand that no one could understand, and then smiled easily, looking at the group of people in front of him who were facing a great enemy, and comforted them very considerately. Don't be so nervous. I'm not the protagonist today. As he spoke, the eyes under the mask smiled playfully. He took out another dark gold poker card, which shone brightly after being infused with spell power, and chanted the spell, Poker Game Snow White. The dark gold poker collapsed on the spot. A magical scene took place. The sensory world around them, which was like an abstract oil painting, changed again. In the blink of an eye, everyone saw that the banquet hall in front of them turned into a huge green table. Some familiar squares appeared on it. Isn't this a casino card table? After taking a closer look, everyone realized that they had appeared next to a huge gambling table. Seeing the mysterious Light Chaser take action, the Orin court priest was ready to stop him. But when the spell was completed, the old man was horrified to find that he could do nothing, and could only watch the huge gambling table appear. The rules were forcibly changed. But this was just the beginning. Before Queen Catherine had any reaction, she found that she had appeared on one side of the gambling table and became a gambler. On the other side, Chujio also appeared in the gambling position. Poker Game Snow White. Ji-sun felt that if he had heard correctly, it should be this name. Not only him, but all the guests were dumbfounded. Because this name is a very common 2-person gambling poker game on the market. Both gamblers have 5 hands, and the gambling is round-based. In the first 4 hands, both parties picked up random cards, some big and some small, but the overall card strength is almost equal. The 2 gamblers combine their cards and decide the order of playing cards. The winner kills the card and eats the chips bet by the other party. Finally, the princess faces the queen. A life or death duel? Simply put, the rules of the game are round-based, single player. Seeing this, Ji-sun's expression became subtle. Because looking at the 2 parties gambling, he immediately thought of the ancient story behind this poker game. It is said that in a certain ancient kingdom, a vicious and aggressive queen poisoned the beautiful and kind princess because of jealousy. The princess wandered among the people and met a righteous warrior. Then the princess took the warrior back to fight the poisonous queen. In the end, justice defeated evil. As far as the current situation is concerned, the 2 protagonists, Chujio and Queen Catherine, have already sat at the table. Isn't this a story in line with the gambling game? How did they do this? Ji-sun didn't think it was a coincidence. It seemed that this story corresponded to some kind of rules. The Earth-based legend of the Orin dynasty couldn't break the game. Ji-sun didn't hesitate. Let's not talk about the fairy tale behind the poker gambling method for now, but he was amazed. Is this forcing the melee into a turn-based system? The two gamblers came to the table, and everyone saw clearly that the light chaser had changed the rules of the battle with a spell. The situation improved immediately. Ji-sun had just thought that if it was a melee, Chujio's side might not necessarily be able to kill Queen Catherine. And even if she was killed, the 13 knights would definitely suffer damage in the melee. It might not be worth it. However, seeing this spell that forcibly changed the rules of the battle, it completely solved the problem. The enemy must follow the rules of the game he set. The onlookers were also relieved. It seems that they will not be affected. As for why this happened, Ji-sun also saw that this rule was probably tailored for Chujio. She wanted to kill Queen Catherine herself. This spell that forcibly changed the rules of the battle was too incredible. Ji-sun couldn't help asking, what exactly is the ability of this I am the world domain? He had read some about domain in the classics before. A simple description. It basically means that after a card master comprehends the laws of the universe to a certain level, he can control part of the laws of the universe and use them for his own benefit. That kind of control ability is called domain. But that realm is too ethereal, and low-level card masters can't understand it at all. Fortunately, there is a noble lady with a top-level inheritance around him. However, Catalina looked at the gambling table in front of her and was also puzzled, and responded, I don't know either. Ji-sun was surprised, don't know? Katarina, yeah. My grandfather has seen this field before. But he couldn't tell me what was so powerful about it. He only told me 2 words. This field has no solution. No solution. Has explained this problem. Ji-sun didn't get too hung up on it. But looking at this ability to change the rules, he felt more and more strange. Could it really be that mushroom head? This move looks very familiar. This reminded Ji-sun of the previous time in the hero's tomb in Battle of Iron Forge. Didn't Jia, you completely ignore the gravity field? I thought that guy had seen through the flaws of the domain. Now it seems that maybe this guy has changed some rules? The situation suddenly changed in a wonderful way. The expressions of the Orlan survivors all changed drastically, because they found that no matter how hard they tried, they could not figure out the rules of this poker game. Queen Catherine stood beside the gambling table with a grim face. She felt deeply humiliated. 13 Cayman riders? These guys really thought they were going to win. Humph! Catherine snorted coldly. She is the Queen of Orin, and her knowledge is beyond the reach of ordinary people. After all, the Illumination Hermitage is not a secret in the thousands of years of inheritance of the Orin royal family. Others are confused, but she knows the essence of this spell very well. Even if she is forced into this gambling game with specific rules, the odds of winning or losing are still 50-50. Otherwise, if the rules of the game are really changed to benefit one party, the price paid by the other party will be much greater than a direct battle. Since there is no way to avoid the gambling game, Catherine gathered her thoughts and focused her attention on the 4 colorful playing cards that had appeared in front of her. When she saw the cards, her eyes turned, without panic, thinking about how to play the cards to win. The 13 knights came prepared, and she also had a trump card. Moreover, the queen's side was the defender, and the cards could be played later in the first 2 rounds. This gave her the initiative. The gambling game began. Chujio did not hesitate, and gently opened the round of cards in front of him. The colorful poker lights dissipated and gradually transformed into a human figure. A blindfolded cloaked man appeared on the poker table. It was the lantern-bearer Liu Yu. Looking at the wanted criminal who suddenly appeared on the field, Catherine had no strange expression on her face. She thought, this one? She also clicked on a card. How could she not see that this blind man? Although the ability after the magic solution is very special, the rank is currently only the 5th rank. The colorful cards dissipated, and it was the Golden Lion Carlo who appeared. After this hand of cards came out, Ji-sun and the crowd of onlookers also saw Catherine's intention. After all, Carlo is a genuine 4-star general of the Federation, and is very powerful. Although his opponent is the mysterious lantern-bearer Liu Yu, even if he cannot win, he will not lose in a short time. As soon as the 2 sides met, they disappeared on the spot, and started fighting immediately. Dong. Dong. Dong, the battle between the top strong men was very fierce. However, despite the huge movement, the fluctuations of the battle did not spread beyond the gambling table at all. The 2 sides of the battle seemed to be confined in an independent space. No matter how they fought, it would not affect the outside world. Seeing this scene, Ji-sun and the other spectators breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, everyone was amazed. The first round of the game looked like a tie for the time being. The second round was still the princess side that played first. Chujio clicked on another card. The cards fell apart, and Rem, the night keeper holding a dagger, appeared on the gambling table. Although the first ranger looked lazy and had not woken up, the pressure of the legendary strongman was real. This guy is on the field. If he is not a legend, whoever goes will die. According to the rules of this poker game Snow White, even if it is front bet, if you really lose, you will lose your luck. Every round is crucial. Catherine is not sure what the other party will do, but for the sake of safety, she also points out another safe card. The luster dissipated, and an old man in a cloak appeared. He had already made a move just now, and everyone knew which Earth-type legendary card master this was. As soon as both sides showed their cards, Rem disappeared on the spot. The old man in the cloak did not dare to be careless. His domain expanded instantly, and the rock shadows all over his body condensed, blocking the dagger that had already appeared on his neck. Legend versus legend. Although it was a warlock against a ranger, there was a certain professional restraint. But it was still difficult to tell the winner in a short time. This second round still looked like a draw for the time being. Princess Chujio, as the attacker, used both opportunities to play first. Now it was Queen Catherine's turn to play first. Once the order of playing cards was reversed, the situation suddenly became subtle. Because everyone knows that the princess has a powerful card called Light Chaser. This is a test of the skills of the card player. But there is another problem. There are only 4 people who have appeared in the 13 nights. 1 princess and 3 knights. But the rules are for 4 knights. 2 knight cards have been played, and the only known knight left is Light Chaser. The 4th card is a hidden card. No one knows what it is. But according to the rules of the game, all the cards on the gambling table must belong to people who have appeared in the hall. Everyone guessed that there was a hidden 5th 13 knights. Catherine also fell into deep thought. Among the 2 cards played by the opponent, there must be a famous Light Chaser. She is not stupid. Although she doesn't know who the Light Chaser in front of her is. But since she has comprehended the field, she knows that no matter who faces this person, they can't win. Rather than burying the big cards in her hand, it is better to sacrifice some small cards and at least lose only 1 round. After all, judging from the cards in her hand, the remaining hidden card of the opponent should not be strong. She played first, showing her small cards. If the opponent played the Light Chaser, she would win the game, and she would be guaranteed to lose only 1 game. If the opponent did not play, it would at least be a tie. 3 ties and 1 loss, still acceptable. Thinking of this, Catherine clicked on her 3rd card. The colorful poker cards fell apart, and a full-scale group of 20 to 30 knights appeared on the huge gambling table. Seeing this, the onlookers were surprised. What's going on? Is this a straight hand of miscellaneous cards? So the other party's card is also a mixed card? There are many guests in the banquet hall who are proficient in this kind of gambling. When they saw the cards, they immediately guessed something. In the corner, Ji-sun was also stunned. He was also thinking about the situation of the 13 knights hidden card. But when he saw Queen Catherine played a straight, he realized that the hidden card might be different from what he expected. It won't be a top-level strongman like just now. But it was a person whose rank was not too high. A miscellaneous brand. Suddenly Ji-sun had a strong premonition in his heart. Those who can sit on the gambling table must be present, including himself. Coincidentally, he and Chujio are very familiar with each other, and are good friends. Others don't know that Ji-sun is here, but Chujio must know. It can't really be me, right? Ji-sun thought of this and grinned. More of a self-deprecation. I am a miscellaneous brand? Ha ha ha, it seems not bad to be considered a miscellaneous brand on this table. A sense of tacit understanding came over him. He felt that the old friend would do this. Besides, he was looking forward to it. He had been eager to try such a big scene. He felt that he could not get involved before. But now it seems that this round-based system can be used. As soon as the thought came, he could not suppress his desire to fight. The clown's fate is dancing on the stage. Even if he dies on the stage, it is the most splendid curtain call of his life. And Ji-sun also vaguely realized that the layout of this gambling game is more complicated than what he saw before. This hand of cards has a deeper meaning. But no matter what, being able to personally participate in this level of wrestling is a wonderful experience that makes people excited. Katarina on the side was also thinking hard about what the 13 knights' hidden cards would be. Suddenly, she noticed the change in Ji-sun's expression beside her, and suddenly woke up. You don't know those people, do you? She realized that she hadn't asked yet. But thinking about the mysterious man who saved her last time, and all the things before, this guy's identity and background are very complicated. Maybe he really knows him. Hee. Ji-sun tilted his head and smiled. Already responded? Because at this time, he also noticed the look of the old friend at the gambling table, and smiled slightly. There was a sense of connection. Chujio opened the third poker in front of him. Just when everyone was guessing what hidden card she would play, a funny clown suddenly appeared. Catalina looked at the person who suddenly disappeared beside her, and her expression became subtle. I really know the guy. Who is this guy? Strange, I haven't heard of such a mask among the 13 knights. The clown? I think I've seen him somewhere recently. The crowd watched a stranger wearing a clown mask appear at the gambling table, and they immediately started whispering. The one who appeared was not the light chaser, so this was the 13 knights' hidden card. Who is he? Why was he sent out? What abilities does this person have? Questions lingered in everyone's mind. Ji-sun stood at the gambling table, proudly. Even though he was surrounded by top experts, he was not afraid at all. The rules of the gambling game were like a spotlight, shining on him. He became the focus of the whole audience. At this moment, as if possessed by a demon, his body twitched slightly strangely, but it was not fear or cowardice, but excited laughter. Because the moment he stepped onto the stage, that familiar feeling instantly surged into his heart like a hot flame. This reminded him of the first time he played a clown and performed on the circus stage. Nervous, timid, curious, and anxious, he also had a strong desire to express himself, although he was immature. But in that first performance, he received a tide of applause. Clowns are born for the stage. But now, he has already been on the stage of life for countless times, and he has long been calm. He felt the strong heat from those pairs of eager eyes. These audiences are also looking forward to a wonderful performance. And Ji-sun has never disappointed people on the stage. Ha ha, that's the feeling. How lucky is it for an unknown little actor to be able to act with a group of top stars? It's time to dance. Ji-sun's exaggerated grin made the corners of his mouth pull to his ears. He suddenly looked up outside the gambling table, then bowed deeply to the audience, performing a professional actor's opening ceremony before the performance. It was this opening ceremony that stunned everyone present. When Ji-sun first came on stage, they felt an undisguised arrogance, brutality, and hideousness from the clown in front of them. That was a kind of edge that could not be concealed even under the aura of a group of top powerhouses. However, in the salute just now, the impression was suddenly violently reversed. Did they see the elegance and extreme gentlemanly demeanor under the calmness? No one could figure out how the two obviously conflicting temperaments of cunning and elegance could appear in one person at the same time. However, the shock had just begun. Just after the opening ceremony of the clown on the gambling table, everyone suddenly saw a phantom of a demon god behind him suddenly appear. The clown looked at everyone and laughed. The demon behind him also looked at everyone and laughed. For a moment, an indescribable sense of weirdness suddenly hit everyone's heart. Look at the demon phantom. It's the wanted criminal S. Seeing the clown demon phantom, someone immediately recognized Ji-sun's identity. Appearance can be disguised, but the demon phantom is unique. Now the Lion City is full of wanted posters. They immediately identified themselves. But the guests also understood at the same time. It turns out that this person is really a member of the 13 Knights. Only a member of that legendary organization could be so outrageous. As the drama began, the anticipation grew stronger and stronger. The guests' eyes also became more and more expectant. Only Queen Catherine on the opposite side saw this scene, and her expression was not very good. The appearance of this hidden card disrupted her original plan. Now the cards are exposed, and the fourth card in her hand will definitely face the light chaser. In the fourth round, no matter who goes, they can't win. The first and second rounds are still tense. It seems that the only variable is the third round. But if I am not mistaken, this clown man is not even at the third level? How can the rules of the game allow the power of this card to be equal to that of a reorganized guard corps? Not only the queen can't figure it out, but all the audience present can't figure it out. Because the wanted poster has clearly marked that this S-level wanted criminal does have the strength of a third-level card master. But that's all. In front of him, there is a guard corps led by a third-level elite commander. Ji-sun didn't mind at all that he was related to the 13 Knights. Anyway, when Khan was assassinated, the authorities had already linked him to that organization. Now that the relationship has been confirmed, the wanted status will not change at all. At most, the bounty will be increased. Looking at the heavily armored knights in front of him, Ji-sun's eyes were full of teasing, and his performance began. He kicked the ground hard, bang. With a sound, he stepped into the air and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he had turned into a ferocious werewolf as strong as steel. The Knight's Corps is not only large in number, but also good at the tactic of joint attack by the Corps. This reorganized team is enough to surround and kill enemies that are several times stronger than them. Seeing Ji-sun rushing straight at him, the Knight's captain also shouted, "Form a formation!" The Knights had been prepared for a long time, and they changed their formations quickly. More than 20 people formed an iron barrel formation in an instant. This turtle formation is enough to respond to the charge of the Corps or the attack of the Masters. Ji-sun saw the iron battle formation with nowhere to go, and his eyes were full of sneers. He rushed forward like a cannonball without flinching. Bang! The collision was like a hammer hitting a shield, making a dull sound like a landslide. This foolish and brutal fighting style also made the heavy person watching the battle outside the gambling table full of doubts. Is this guy going to die? However, in the next scene, after seeing that majestic werewolf really knock open a gap in the battle formation, everyone was instantly shocked. What a terrifying power! Being able to forcefully break through the shield formation means that the werewolf's strength attribute must be several times that of the knight behind the shield. However, the knights were well prepared. When the flaws were exposed by the collision, several sharp spears had already stabbed out from behind the shield. This kind of defensive counterattack chain-killing move is tried and tested on the battlefield. There is no way back from the brutal collision. There is no time to withdraw, and it will inevitably be stabbed. This is the fact. Several sharp spears hit the werewolf's body accurately. But just when everyone outside the gambling table thought they would see blood flying everywhere, suddenly, a sharp metallic sound of clang 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 came from their ears. The spear pierced the werewolf's body, as if it was not a flesh and blood body, but a steel body. Even if a few spears could break the skin and flesh, they could not penetrate it at all, and only a little blood could be seen. Everyone looked at the bizarre scene in front of them, and their breathing could not help but stagnate. Take a closer look. Under the steel needle-like wolf hair, a layer of bronze skin and layers of extremely mysterious curse marks can be seen with the naked eye. Catalina was very familiar with Ji-sun, and she frowned slightly when she saw him, and was very suspicious. Curse seal and supreme dominant body, this guy condensed the curse seal so quickly? Just now, she was a little worried that Ji-sun would suffer a loss on the field. But now seeing this exaggerated defense, that thought disappeared in an instant. With just this move, it would be difficult for a third-level card master to kill him without special abilities. Ji-sun didn't care about the minor injuries on his body. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the spear, and pulled it hard, and several heavily armored knights were pulled out. Almost in midair, his fists lingered with ripples of power, and he punched the chest of the heavily armored knight with both fists. Bang! Ji-sun's current 2 polarity collapse proficiency has reached LV5, and the skills have long been integrated. With the blessing of magic release, the 2 punches instantly injected power into the armor. The 2 heavily armored knights in midair had no chance to defend and block, and a mouthful of blood sprayed on the mask. Ji-sun had no intention of wasting time, and after killing 2 people in a row, he had already broken the knight's battle formation. Before the iron barrel closed again, strands of black silk suddenly lingered on his fist. This distance was close enough, his 5 fingers grasped, as if pulling something real. Suddenly, a strange suction force formed in the void. The several heavily armored knights in front of him hadn't figured out what was happening, but suddenly they felt their body's center of gravity was unstable, and they stumbled out. Ji-sun looked at the enemy, who was sent to his chest. His eyes were cold. Bang! Bang! 2 more punches hit him. Killed 2 more people. The secret method of attracting the gods to fall that I have been practicing these days is really useful. Although it is just a little bit of fur, the effect of breaking the formation is really excellent. And even if the enemy knows it, it is impossible to prevent it. Ji-sun's purpose is very clear. He ignored the 3rd-level knight commander, and killed these shield formation members first. Once the battle formation is broken, these people will be lambs to be slaughtered sooner or later. The same trick is used again. Gravity pulls, and the collapse fist kills. In just a blink of an eye, he has broken a gap in the battle formation and is still killing. This scene stunned all the onlookers. In one careless move, he really broke through the iron bucket formation. This was obviously the least impressive round of the 4 rounds of gambling, and both opponents were of low rank, but it made people see the most exciting performance. It was this rude style of play and exaggerated fighting power that made Ji-sun's 3rd round of cards seem to see the outcome at once. This scene was not only the guests outside the gambling table dumbfounded. As one of the few people who knew Ji-sun, Catalina's eyes were full of disbelief at this moment. What kind of ability is that? Also, when did this guy become so strong? She never expected that, after not seeing him for such a long time, Ji-sun's fighting power was so outrageous. Chapter 214. After Ji-sun transformed into a werewolf, he fought his way in and out of the Knight's Core. The Knight's Core's iron barrel formation was like a steel turtle, but he used this brutal fighting method, sucking with gravity and smashing with heavy punches, and in a blink of an eye, the ground was full of corpses. This method was visibly brutal. It was like peeling off the scales of a steel turtle piece by piece until blood was dripping. After all, actual combat is required to deepen the understanding of martial arts. In the fierce battle, enlightenment was constantly refreshed. You comprehend Knight Shield Defense in battle, experience plus 122. You comprehend Knight Spear Thrust Triple Hit in battle, proficiency plus 39. You gain in battle. Not only his own skill proficiency was visibly raised, he was also continuously learning new skills. With the help of magic, the martial arts of these knights were completely secretive in his eyes. These would also be the stepping stones for him to climb higher in the future. After a few encounters, Ji-sun's advantage became bigger and bigger. Even though the third-level knight leader was still leading a few elite soldiers to fight back, they were not able to kill Ji-sun. The ending was actually predictable. Under the gambling table, the spectators were already stunned. This kind of violent scene of fist-to-flesh combat was more shocking to the visual senses than the two top-level card master fights next door that few people could understand. It was one thing to see the description on the wanted poster. When they saw the brutality of this S-level wanted criminal with their own eyes, all the noble lords and ladies could not help but gasp. Only the nobles knew that the elite knights of the Lionheart family were not weak in combat power, but extremely strong. But they were killed by a second-level knight? The murderous aura and brutality revealed by the clown on the stage made everyone's backs cold, even through the barrier, as if they had seen a real bloodthirsty devil. But at the same time, it gives people a sense of the art of the performance of a stage actor. The elegance is real, and the killing is also real. The clown on the stage is full of strong contradictions. Among the audience, only Catalina is really familiar with Ji-sun. But at this moment, there is also a lot of shock in her crystal eyes. But after watching for a while, she also smiled with relief, and said in her heart, "What a special guy." But the bet continues. The third round, Princess. One side played this hidden card, and had the upper hand. Queen Catherine's face became more and more gloomy. But she had to turn over the last colored poker in front of her. Just as everyone was guessing what cards this mysterious lady would play, everyone saw a person wearing a silver cloak appear on the gambling table. The silver cloak covered his whole body, and his identity was completely unrecognizable. However, the mysterious feeling that came over him made people realize instantly that this person was very powerful. While in the fierce battle, Ji-sun also took a moment to glance at the last round of candidates. He was just guessing who the queen would send. After all, the last card of Chujio was the leader of her organization, the Light Chaser. Although we don't know how strong this is, we know that it must be extremely strong when we see the means of controlling the field. If anyone else goes, I'm afraid they will be sent. But looking at this guy in a silver cloak, Ji-sun also let out a light huh and guessed in his heart, is he from the Silver Moon sect? Others may not be able to guess who this silver cloak man is, but as a former undercover of the Silver Moon sect, he is familiar with him at first sight. And after the magic is released, Ji-sun can see the moon-like faith power surging from this man. Now it is confirmed. The Silver Moon sect has indeed colluded with the Orlan survivors. It is estimated that Queen Catherine did not want to expose this relationship. But in the current situation, it seems that if she does not ask this person to take action, her own life will be in danger. Seeing this, Ji-sun also thought in his heart, it's really hard to say in this case. With such a strong power of faith, it is difficult to kill him. Perhaps the queen hoped that she could drag the game to a draw. The other party played a card, and Chujio also clicked on the last card. The cloaked man wearing the Light Chaser mask appeared on the gambling table as expected. He also saw through the other party's identity, as a believer of the old gods at a glance. However, there was no surprise in the eyes revealed by the mask, but a kind of interesting teasing, muttering, "Silver Moon power." The expression of the mysterious man in the silver cloak opposite was not very good after his identity was revealed at a glance. If he hadn't been summoned by force, who would have thought of fighting this guy in front of him? As soon as he finished speaking, Silver Cloak took the lead, chanting the magic spell in his mouth instantly, and raised his hand to reveal a silver 8-pointed star array, ultimate secret, God's protection. Instantly, rolling magic power surged. Seeing this scene, the light chaser tilted his head to look at it, and muttered to himself in a tone of laughter and tears, using the secret method of saving life as soon as he arrived. Ah, it's really boring. I wanted to see the legendary art of pleasure. The silver cloak didn't seem to have any strange color, and it accelerated the gathering of divine power. Hey! The light chaser sighed helplessly, as if he felt that the other party's response was a bit of a trick. He changed the subject. Forget it. Since you play like this, I will also try your Shinto secret art of this level. Is it really invincible? While speaking, he casually changed a card in his hand. He also glanced at it. It seemed to be randomly drawn from his own deck. Only when I saw it did I know what kind of spell it was. Oh, that's this one. The spell power was poured in, and the cards in her hand collapsed. She seemed to hear a mysterious chanting beside her ear, Void Anti-Water Blade. Not good. Seeing this scene, the silver cloak's expression changed suddenly. Because she suddenly felt that the space around her seemed to be solidified, she quickly crushed a hidden scroll in her hand, and a hexagram formation lit up under her feet. Secret Mirror Flower and Water Moon. As soon as this secret technique came out, she found that her body was suddenly torn apart by a strange spatial force. Before he had any chance to resist, his body was torn into pieces. Killed? This scene made all the spectators hold their breath. When the two players in the fourth round came on the stage, everyone knew that they might witness a battle between the world's top masters. Even Ji-sun next door was very curious and watched attentively. But he found that he didn't understand it at all. As soon as the unknown spell was cast, the person was torn into pieces. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't even have a chance to escape. Although Ji-sun didn't think the Silver Moon cultists died so easily. But it's not easy to stay alive. As expected, the one who could force Queen Catherine to expose her trump card must have strong means. In the instant, when the silver cloak's body was torn, ripples in the air surged, like a broken moon in the water, and it returned to its original state in an instant. A living silver cloak appeared in front of everyone again. However, looking at her violent breathing, it was not difficult to see that the previous move was very burdensome. On the other side, the light chaser did not kill the other party as expected, but instead sighed, illusion of consciousness? TSK, this technique is indeed a bit tricky. While speaking, he had already drawn another card. Seeing this, the silver cloak, who was surrounded by the moonlight, had a very ugly expression. When this card appeared, the oppressive feeling of death, like a dam breaking, came to her heart again. She had been chased by the people of Bureau X so many times, but she had never felt so palpitating at this moment. No matter how strong the opponent was, she felt that she had the protection of the gods, and had hope of survival. However, this field was like a bird in a cage. No matter how she flapped her wings, she could not see the hope of flying out. It was completely impeccable. In a blink of an eye, the cards collapsed, and the body of the silver cloak instantly burned with flames. Ji-sun, who was standing aside, did not understand the means of the two people's fight, but he understood the futile struggle of the Silver Moon cultist, who was in despair. And looking at the rich moonlight, he also guessed that it was probably the previous Silver Moon leader. I felt that this guy was really lucky and hadn't died yet. But this time, it's hard to say. In just a few encounters, he has died 3 times. No matter how many life-saving secrets there are limits. Seeing this, Ji-sun was also full of emotion. This eye in the world is really unsolvable. Although he didn't understand it, it didn't prevent him from knowing how powerful it was. Because next door, there is a good comparison. In the same field, in the second battlefield next door, 2 legends, Ren the Nightbringer and the Old Man of the Earth Element, were fighting fiercely. Although they were both top-level masters, their methods were hard to explain, but at least others could see that one used a domain that could control the laws of space, and the other used a domain that controlled Earth elements. In contrast, no one could understand the domain of the Light Chaser. Everyone knew that they were in the domain, but they could not see any signs of the domain. It was an inexplicable fear of being dominated that seemed to have no influence, but seemed to be affecting everything. Ji-sun also understood what Catalina said before, I am the world, this domain has no solution. But the one who has to worry about this now is the Silver Moon leader. While Ji-sun was distracted watching the battle, he was also stepping up his killing. He knew that his battle would affect the success rate of Chujio's assassination of Queen Orlan. In the first round, Carlo was the one who planned the game tonight. He had no intention of fighting to the death, and the probability was a draw. In the second round, the 2 legends could not tell the winner for a while. Only in this third round, it seems that the winner can be seen in a short time. The rule of the Snow White poker game is that winning a game will get corresponding chips, and at the same time increase. Princess. One side has a chance of winning. He was also curious about what would happen to the queen if he won. Thinking of this, Ji-sun punched again, and 2 more heavily armored knights died on the spot. Once the knight battle formation was broken, fewer and fewer people were left alive. The noble knights were indeed powerful. But there was still that shortcoming. In order to pursue the unified coordination and cooperation ability of the Legion, the members of a Knight Legion almost all practiced the same breathing method and martial arts, and their equipment was also standard equipment. Even if the great sword in the knight's hand was a first-level relic, it was not a big threat to Ji-sun. He has the secret method of domineering body and curse seal, and the immortal curse. If you don't have the ability to kill him instantly, you can't kill him. After another fierce battle, the knights were killed or wounded. However, the third-level knight leader was well equipped and took the durable Ace of Spades Black Knight route, so it took a lot of effort to kill him. Fortunately, after killing a Tai before, Ji-sun plagiarized too much experience in Qigong. A punch with the left hand Tiger Cannon Fist, a punch with the right hand Second Extreme Collapse, both are extremely proficient. Then, there is the Palace-style 32 moves of the body moving palm, which has already begun to gain some basic skills, and each move breaks the defense. Qigong masters attack not only the enemy's body, but also the enemy's Qi. Once the Qi collapses, the person is almost dead. Under the super agility of Ji-sun after he turned into a werewolf, the heavily armored knight seemed particularly clumsy in a one-on-one fight. This can also be considered as professional restraint. The enemy has no chance of winning. Dong. Dong. Dong, the deep sound like ringing a bell filled the eardrums. Finally, the battle was over. After the knight took 180 punches, he suddenly half-knelt on the ground, and a mouthful of blood sprayed on the armor mask. Ji-sun showed no mercy and punched him in the head again, killing him on the spot. It's over. Outside the venue, the onlookers also had different expressions. According to the rules of poker, the knight card will decide the winner, and the queen and the princess will face off. Regardless of their position, they are all looking forward to it at this moment. Almost at the moment when the winner was decided, Queen Catherine on the gambling table seemed to be cursed by a mysterious force, and she spit out a mouthful of blood, and her face instantly turned pale. Ji-sun, who was swaggering around collecting his spoils at the gambling table, felt a strong murderous intent. He glanced at it with his peripheral vision, thinking about the rules of the game he had seen through. Not only is the luck damaged, but the body itself is also backlashed by the rules. Ignoring the sharp eyes, he continued to collect on his own. He also absorbed the extraordinary characteristics of the corpse, and observed the 3 battlefields next door that were still fighting. At this time, Chujio also moved. She was surrounded by cold air, and countless ice cones swished and stabbed at Queen Catherine on the opposite side. This attack attracted everyone's attention. Now with the restrictions of the game rules of Snow White, without the help of guards, everyone thought that Lady Catherine was no match for Chujio. After all, although the rank of women in noble families may be high due to the accumulation of resources, they usually don't have to fight for life and death, and there are few real strong ones. Even Ji-sun felt that with Chujio's current combat power, it should be easy to kill a queen. But the next second, a scene that amazed everyone appeared. Watching the ice cones coming at her, Queen Catherine did not dodge, her eyes full of sarcasm, and said coldly, "Do you think you can kill me?" This confident tone surprised everyone. Before she finished speaking, the ice cones had already rushed over Boom, and exploded into a white mist. Seeing this, Ji-sun's pupil shrank. What a strong demon power. Just a moment ago, he, who had been released from the magic, clearly felt a strange and surging demon power. Looking closely, he saw Queen Catherine standing still in the distance. And in the mist behind her, a shadow with great pressure appeared in the haze. This woman is also a 4th-level card master? Ji-sun looked at the shadow, and then watched her take Chujio's killing move lightly, and then he confirmed that the queen was also a powerful 4th-level master. However, when he saw clearly that her magic shadow was a 9-headed monster bird, Ji-sun suddenly matched it with an extremely rare sequence in the classics, and shouted in his heart, "The legendary mark of destruction path spade 9 calamity points to the devil bird cuckoo." Although the shadow of the demon god was still a little blurry, the long-necked 9-headed bird was the real demon god. This meant that the queen had merged with a legendary mark. The fact that she could merge with a mark of this quality showed that she had great talent and strength. However, it was not this that shocked Ji-sun. His eyes were firmly attracted by the pair of wings burning with gray-black flames behind Catherine. After all, she was the queen of Orin, with countless resources accumulated, so it was reasonable for her to have a legendary mark. But the wings. Ji-sun recognized them at a glance, thinking, angel wings. He had obtained an angel feather before, which he used to open the ruins of Xiaomaicheng. However, in front of him was a pair of genuine angel wings, a pair of complete wings. This woman has fused the angel's wings onto herself? After confirming it again, Ji-sun was really surprised. He was one of the few people present who had seen the angel soul, angel's body, and angel's feathers still alive. He was also very clear about the forbidden power. How high is the status of an angel? These wings are also part of the angel's body, and they have divine power. How can a mortal body transplant this? Although after watching Queen Catherine transform into this vision, the feathers on her body seemed to spread and shrink uncontrollably, and there were signs of distortion and uncontrollability. But the fact is that she really succeeded in the fusion. How did she do it? Suddenly, Ji-sun had a flash of thought. Silver Moon Sect. The Silver Moon Sect is good at controlling and utilizing various divine powers. There are many similar secrets recorded in the Silver Moon secret book in his hand. Catherine's ability to fuse angel wings must be related to those old god believers. No wonder they cooperated. The Orlan royal family seems to have some special confidence and methods to control those old god believers. However, it is meaningless to think about these now. This angel wings is a killer move that no one expected. Catherine, who has fused angel feathers, is definitely not as powerful as common sense. Seeing this scene, even the two top strongmen next door, Lantern Bearer Lu Yu and Night Bearer Rem, looked sideways and looked embarrassed. Under the ring, Katarina's expression instantly became serious, and she murmured in her heart, "This is troublesome." As the person who planned tonight, she did not expect this to happen. Angel wings, even in the intelligence of their Lionheart family, there was a complete blank. Although she had never seen it, it did not prevent her from knowing the horror of the forbidden power. If the 13th Kamen Rider lost, the variables of tonight would be great. However, no one saw that under the mask of the Light Chaser, there was a hint of playfulness, finally forced out. Chujio looked at Catherine's wings. Her breath was still calm. At this time, she slowly took out a silver holy grail full of mysterious runes. As soon as the holy grail came out, the royal holy flame bloomed with a soft and domineering light. For a moment, Chujio was shrouded in a holy light, majestic and noble. As if she was a queen in charge of the royal power, her supreme momentum was even higher than that of Queen Catherine opposite. Sismac Holy Grail, did you expect it long ago? Ji-sun also breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know whether the Holy Grail could restrain the angel's wings, but he saw the calmness and preparedness in Chujio. He also realized that Chujio and his companions had gone to find the Holy Grail, not only for the Holy Grail itself. They might have known some of Queen Orlan's trump cards and thought of targeted measures. Huh? However, as soon as this thought came out, Ji-sun seemed to feel that various events were connected again by coincidence. Not only Chujio, but he himself was also involved in a series of events related to the Holy Grail. As soon as this thought came up, it flew around uncontrollably. Ji-sun couldn't help but think of this person, who was closely related to the Holy Grail, Nanjing's mother. The dozen thoughts in his mind flew around, connecting all the details. In a flash, he came to a shocking conclusion. This was definitely not a coincidence. That Auntie Nan was one of the original planners. Before she set up this borrowing a knife to kill plan at the Lionheart family tonight, she had already set up another big plan. She also wants to get rid of Queen Orlan. A key idea came to him, and he suddenly understood. Is this the top strategist? Ji-sun narrowed his eyes slightly, and the more he thought about the connection, the more shocked he was. It seemed that everything was the path he chose. But everything was connected by coincidence. He went to find the Holy Grail, met Chujio and Jiayu, and successfully extended his life. Then the Holy Grail was taken away by Chujio and appeared here, just in time to deal with the angel's wings. Looking at this series of stories, it seemed to happen naturally. However, there is a premise that cannot be ignored. The initial message to take the Holy Grail was given by Nanjing's mother. In other words, she is the source of a series of events. She is also the High Priest of Orlan. Ji-sun does not think this is a coincidence. Rather, he has entered someone else's game, and he will inevitably come to this step and take every step that follows. It's like a chess piece on a chessboard, which looks like there are countless changes. But the route of movement has been set by the rules set by the chess player, and according to the position of the opponent's piece, it is actually only moving on a specific route. From this perspective, Ji-sun found that it was inevitable for him to kill a Tai. And he knew that Chujio would come to assassinate him, so he would definitely appear at the banquet tonight. Everything seemed to be his subjective cause, but in fact it was the inevitable result. Maybe some chess pieces will deviate from the trajectory, but there are still hidden lines in the dark to correct this deviation. This is a big chess game that cannot be seen through. Chujio may not know the whole plan, but as the leader of the 13 Knights, the Light Chaser probably knows it. He and Aunt Nan may not have any communication, but they have the same goal, so let's follow the trend. This is the layout of the top strategist. This plan is more than that. At this moment, Ji-sun suddenly realized that he was called up by Chujio to help, and it was definitely not just to win a fight. There may be a deeper plan. Ji-sun instantly thought that he still had the soul of the weeping angel in his body. Thinking of this, Ji-sun's expression was shining, and he couldn't suppress the burning excitement. He didn't feel the frustration of being treated as a chess piece. Instead, he felt a sense of enlightenment after seeing the skills of this top strategist. It seems that I have understood something. Ji-sun suddenly realized. He understood a little bit of the way of the field of I am the world. But then he had a hunch, and even this understanding was a kind of guidance. It's hard to explain. Ji-sun knew that he played a very important role in this game. Neither Aunt Nan nor the Light Chaser had any reason to hide their own reasons. But they didn't say it. Because they couldn't say it. Thinking of this, Ji-sun's joy of performing on stage became excited again. Ha ha ha, a high-end game. For an actor who pursues performing arts, he is more eager to encounter a good script than the opportunity to perform on stage. Chapter 215. If Ji-sun hadn't known about the existence of Nan Jing's mother, and she had secretly interfered with the ownership of the Sismak Holy Grail, the mastermind of the whole plan would not have shown up from beginning to end, and no one would have noticed any trace of her existence. In this way, divination, prophecy, spiritual perception and other mysterious spells would not be able to obtain any directional information. The plan can be implemented smoothly. After all, the identity of the target Queen Catherine is too special. This may also be the only chance to kill her. This also made Ji-sun experience the tactics of these high-level scheming people for the first time. If you don't see through it, you may really think it's just an ordinary assassination revenge. Seeing through it, you will benefit a lot. But the most important thing at the moment is the battle between Chujio and Queen Catherine. There must be a life-and-death battle between the two. On the gambling table, the other 3 night card battles are still in full swing. And Ji-sun is already leisurely collecting the spoils. While thinking, he also carefully observed the surrounding casino barrier. At the same time, some special places found before were also confirmed. At the same time, Queen Catherine began to fight back. After the magic was released, the shadow of the 9-headed demon bird surged with the power of the demon god. With the blessing of the angel's power, it was domineering. The dark gray wings on the queen's back spread out, as if a real angel had descended, and an indescribable sense of oppression suddenly rose. Just by looking directly, the pressure of the high-level creature also hit everyone's heart in an instant, making people instinctively feel a fear from the depths of their souls. Even Ji-sun saw the negative status of shock on his panel. On the other side, Chujio held the Sismak Holy Grail, and the icy spell power rolled like a tide. She also activated the power of the kingship in the Holy Grail, and the whole person was lingering in a holy silver light. Queen Catherine turned her hand and pointed it like a sword. A golden card appeared in her hand. After the spell power was infused, she chanted the spell, Forbidden Spell, 10,000 Crows Inferno. The card collapsed, and the spell was instantly completed. Everyone watched the gray-black feathers on her wings stand up like a blast, and then whizzed away in the wind like an arrow shot from a bow. The shadows of feathers were heavy in their eyes. As they quickly broke through the air, they watched the feathers suddenly transform into crows with gray-black flames all over their bodies. Cack, clack, clack. There were countless crows, covering the sky like a rainstorm. Even through the barrier, the onlookers could feel the terrifying heat from the fire crows that burned the void and distorted it. This spell is of extremely high grade. Ji-sun was also surprised when he saw it. Is it a forbidden spell? He had seen the introduction of this spell in the palace secret books given by Nan Jing. This is definitely a forbidden spell. Normally, a 6th level fire card master must be cautious when using it, but this 4th level Queen Orlan can do it with just a wave of her hand. Borrowed the power of angels? So strong. Ji-sun himself is a werewolf, and he knows very well the improvement this mutation brings to himself. He looked at the sky full of fire crows, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Suddenly I understand why the queen wants to fuse the angel wings. This exaggerated increase in combat power is simply outrageous. It seems that she wants to break through the human rank limit, or improve the human blood level to achieve some special purpose. When the forbidden spell is cast, the huge gambling table is enchanted with a sea of fire. When the audience guests realized that the mysterious Lady Catherine was so strong, even the Golden Lion Carlo, who was pretending to fight fiercely, was slightly shaken when he saw this scene, wondering if his decision was correct this time. The methods revealed by these Orlan survivors have far exceeded his expectations. If this plan fails, their Lionheart family may be hit hard by the backlash. But at the same time, his eyes became fierce. If they really can't kill them, there will be more trouble in the future. Not only the Lionheart family, but also the guests of the Bai family, the Chow family, and other top dignitaries of the Federation all have different expressions. The former Orlan royal family ruled the New World for more than 2,000 years, and controlled almost all the top card master resources. Those Orlan survivors have too many top-level card masters in their hands, even super level. Secret. This is the foundation that none of their great counselors' families have ever had. For a moment, everyone was in a different mood. Almost no one present understood the cause and effect behind Catherine's spell. But in the corner, the light chaser who killed the Silver Moon leader again saw the scene, and seemed to see through something. He muttered to himself in a voice as thin as a mosquito, "Hey, stealing god, stepping into the god level, so you want to rely on the power of angels to directly cross the legend. TSK, these Orlan survivors really have some secret methods to break through the 6th level. If it hadn't been exposed in advance this time, it would be hard to say what the consequences would be if it really became a big deal. If Queen Catherine was just an ordinary 4th level card master, it would be easy for Chuchio to kill her. However, the fact is that everyone miscalculated. The strength of Queen Orlan is so strong that it can no longer be judged by the normal card master level. The fire crows came overwhelmingly, and crashed into Chuchio's elemental barrier blessed by the Holy Grail. Bang! 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 The collision of ice and fire caused a white mist to burst in the barrier. But it was obvious that even with the blessing of the Holy Grail, Chuchio was at a disadvantage in this forbidden spell. The silver light emitted by the Holy Grail was quickly suppressed by the gray-black flames, and shrank into a silver light ball that was getting smaller and smaller. After all, the Weeping Angel was a super-level being. How could a mortal resist such power? Queen Catherine succeeded in her attack, and sneered with sarcasm on her face. The angel's wings fluttered, and the whole person rushed over forcefully. In the fog, two figures quickly crossed each other. Various spells and martial arts were used in a fierce battle. Since it was a poker game, everyone had to abide by the rules of the game. Since it was a Snow-White game, no one could interfere with the fight between the queen and the princess. This was also the reason why Catherine had been so fearless before. After successfully integrating the angel wings, there were not many people who could threaten her with her current combat power. Not to mention a 4th level person, there were not many in the entire Federation. She felt from the beginning to the end that the only person who posed a real fatal threat to her was the Light Chaser. But due to the rules of the poker game, that guy couldn't intervene at all. But Catherine didn't dare to be careless. Her intuition told her that things might change. Thinking of this, she became more vicious and threw away all kinds of top-level cards without paying. In addition to the rank, there is another most important factor in judging the combat power of a card master. That is the quantity and quality of the cards. As the Queen of Orin, although she does not have as much power as these federal nobles, her financial resources are unmatched by anyone in the world. Moreover, the royal family also has various top-secret inheritances unknown to outsiders, and there are also legendary card makers who tailor-made spell decks for her. The cards in her hand are all customized spell decks that can bring out the power of angels to the extreme. This kind of firepower coverage style of play also makes the battle extremely fierce and one-sided. The His Orin royal family is really not to be underestimated. Ji-sun cleaned up the battlefield and looked at the endless secret cards of the queen. He couldn't help but sigh at the foundation of those remnants of the old era. Secret Technique Master Cannon, Secret Technique Flame Shuriken, Secret Technique Volcano Fist, Forbidden Spell Wrath of the Sun God, cards, and secret techniques dazzle people. Borrowing the power of angels, these spells that were only introduced in classics, or even in ancient books and legends, were performed by the queen. Ji-sun also knew the names of these spells because he had read some palace classics. Others had never even heard of them. Looking at the two sides in the fierce battle, the guests under the gambling table were all shocked and confused. Catherine was like a knowledgeable professor of spells, performing one after another palace secrets that no one had ever seen before. But everyone saw one thing. The reason why Lady Catherine played so aggressively was that she wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. After all, everyone knew that she was afraid that the Light Chaser of the 4th round of night cards would be free. Ji-sun looked at Chuchio, who was retreating step by step, and frowned slightly. Strange. Where is the chance of winning? Although he guessed that the 13 knights came prepared. But the fact is that Chujio's injuries are gradually increasing. If the battle continues like this, Chujio may not win. Although the grade of Holy Grail is also very high, it is not necessarily as high as angel wings. And after all, it is an external object. Chujio has only obtained it not long ago, and it is obvious that she is not familiar with the kingly law that controls the Holy Grail. She is a 4th level person, and the power she can control is not much. It is already a stretch to use the Holy Grail to resist the pollution of the angel wings. Ji-sun also saw that Chujio's plan was to drain the cursed power of Queen Orlan. After all, although the power of angels is strong, it seems that the consumption is also very great. With such a fierce attack, her cursed power was consumed greatly, and the black feathers on her body were spreading more and more deformed. Ji-sun could even see that the queen's curse power was slightly out of control. This fighting style would definitely not last long. But Chujio's condition was not good either. If they really fought to the end, it was hard to say who would die. Ji-sun frowned slightly when he thought of this. He always felt that this game was not that simple. It was obviously the final showdown, but he felt that there seemed to be some hidden plots that had not been triggered. This Queen Catherine looked fierce, but if you follow the conspiracy of the previous game, you will find that she is actually a chess piece driven by the plot. The Light Chaser arranged the field to control the whole field. She sent the Silver Moon leader to the field. Chujio was strong, so she showed her angel wings. It seemed that it was Catherine's own choice, but in fact she had no other choice. Forced by the situation, this is the only choice to survive. So Ji-sun also felt that the chess player behind the scenes seemed to force her to reveal some cards, and Ji-sun also felt that he must play other important roles when he appeared at the gambling table. Thinking of this, he looked at the knight card in the 4th round and thought, it should be decided. Judging from this situation, Chujio is currently unable to defeat Queen Oren, who has angel wings and huge financial resources. Then, it can only be the Light Chaser who takes action to break the situation. As expected, just when Ji-sun thought of this, the battle next door suddenly ended. Maybe it was killed 7 times, or 8 times. The Light Chaser used another card, and the silver-cloaked man on the opposite side turned into a pile of yellow sand, and never resurrected again. The Light Chaser tilted his head and looked at the pile of yellow sand, seemed a little bored, and shrugged. He turned his eyes, seemingly to Ji-sun who was watching the fun, and to others, and explained, she is quite powerful. I didn't kill him either. It's just that her divine power couldn't support the body to condense again. She admitted defeat. Ji-sun, Katrina, guests, everyone's eyes twitched when they heard the understatement. I'm afraid only the Silver Cloak knows how much pressure there is to face this person's death. But the fact is that the 4th game of Knight cards also decided the winner. Almost at the same time, Queen Catherine, who was fighting fiercely not far away, received the backlash of the rules, and spurted out a mouthful of old blood. She originally thought that the Silver Moon leader could hold out until Chujio was killed by her. Unexpectedly, it ended early. However, a more shocking plot happened next. Originally, the battle of the Knight card was over, the barrier was still there, and the Light Chaser could only watch. But in the eyes of everyone in astonishment, he swaggered towards the barrier of the green light curtain. It seemed that he had carefully tested it. And then, a hand actually reached out. In full view of the crowd, his hand actually penetrated the barrier. How is this possible? According to the rules of poker, after the knight wins, he can only watch. This guy actually walked out of the barrier? However, the fact is in front of us. The cloaked man easily stepped through the barrier and appeared in the battlefield between the queen and the princess. It can't be him. Seeing this, Ji-sun's eyes twitched slightly. Although he guessed that this guy would break the situation, he felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu again when he saw this guy passing through the barrier so easily. I was sure that this guy was probably the mushroom-headed one. At the Tomb of Heroes, Jia Yu completely ignored the rules of the gravitational field and went directly to the Holy Grail. The means are unknown, but the effect is exactly the same. On the other side, Queen Catherine's expression changed drastically when she saw this scene. She didn't care about the embarrassing state of vomiting blood and suddenly pulled back. From the beginning of the battle, she had been watching the movements of the leader of the 13 Knights. Now seeing this man breaking through the barrier, Catherine felt a strong sense of death crisis in her heart, and shouted in her heart, "It turns out to be a new generation of Light Chaser, but this guy's domain has reached this level? The domain of I am the world that others can't understand at all." But she knows something. For thousands of years, the court worshippers of the Orlan royal family have fought against the Light Chasers of successive generations many times. Some fragments of information were also passed down in the secret book of the court. It is said that if this domain is comprehended to a very high level, the rules can be distorted, and even the power of the rules can be modified. This is the real horror of this domain. The guy just now ignored the rules of poker and broke the barrier, which was exactly in line with the secrets in those records. Damn it! Catherine cursed inwardly when she saw this. This meant that the guy was very likely to ignore the pollution of the high-level law of angel wings and directly attack his body. After becoming the queen, it was the first time that Catherine truly felt the crisis of death, and it was also the first time that she lost her composure like this. Then how could that guy leave the barrier? The barrier is still there. In other words, he can actually leave the barrier all the time? What exactly is this guy's ability? The guests at the gambling table were all stunned. Some high-level card masters also noticed something unusual. However, in the eyes of Ji-sun, who knew the situation, other thoughts emerged. Seeing that the light chaser had carefully tested and then broke the barrier, Ji-sun knew that if it was really Jia Yu, that guy would probably be able to step out in one step. Acting this drama was actually to deliberately give the enemy time to react. When Ji-sun thought of this, his eyes also flashed with a playful look. In this situation, if Queen Orin has a trump card, she should take it out. Even bystanders can detect abnormalities, so how could Queen Catherine, who has been in a high position for a long time, not know about it? But even if she noticed it, she could do nothing about it. This feeling of death oppression is no second choice for anyone. The ability of the light chaser allows him to ignore the rules, but others cannot. At this moment, even if someone outside the game wants to save her, it is impossible. The Queen of Orlan can only rely on herself. At the critical moment of life and death, reality did not give her any time to hesitate. Watching the light chaser's hand stretching out the barrier, Catherine bit her finger while spitting blood and retreating violently. Then she took out a scroll in a flash, and wrote a string of spells on it with her own blood, and her eyes shone. Spiritualism, angels descend. The scroll glowed brightly, and the spell was completed instantly. At that moment, a huge silver 9-pointed star formation suddenly lit up in the sky. At the same time, it was as if the gates of hell were opened, and violent and rich dead spirits gushed out like a dam bursting. The dead spirits swirled in the air, forming a black cyclone with a diameter of tens of meters and countless ghost faces. Even though they were separated by the barrier, everyone felt a great sense of terror, as if the end of the world was coming. What exactly is Lady Catherine going to summon? Is it not a bone dragon or something? I was there when the bone dragon attacked the Innocent City auction house last time. The noise was not so exaggerated. It seemed to be a superclass creature. In the barrier, it shouldn't affect us, right? The guests watching outside the gambling table were pale. Before, they were just watching the show. Now they all felt the real and fatal crisis. Everyone had an ominous premonition, as if the superclass spiritual creature appeared, the space rules might not be able to restrict it. The cloud of death lingered in their hearts. Even the golden lion Carlos saw this, and felt cold sweat on his back. The situation seemed to be out of control. Angel wings, that's fine. If the queen really summoned some terrifying existence, they would be trapped in the oil painting barrier, and have nowhere to escape. Carlo also hoped that it was not a difficult spiritual object. But thinking carefully, he felt even more desperate. If she had not communicated with some super-level beings, how could the queen survive in the hands of the leader of the 13 Knights? The existence in the silver spiritual formation must be something. Great terror. Others did not know what this terrifying spiritual technique pointed to, but Ji-sun looked at it and raised his eyelids slightly. He always felt that this spiritual ritual was inexplicably familiar. Could it be that person? Looking at the familiar silver moon power, feeling the familiar high-level creature's oppression. That's right. It's probably what he thought. As expected, a dead spirit slowly appeared in the spiritual formation. First the feet, then the body. A corpse with female characteristics, without a head. The whole body was full of death, but the death was emitting holy light. It felt very strange. Although the body was wrapped in a dark yellow shroud, it was completely a mummy. But Ji-sun looked at the light and dark shroud that he had held for a few days, and guessed that it must be the headless body of the weeping angel. He? Ji-sun laughed at himself in his heart. Although he was of low rank, he was probably the only one here who had seen the remains of various angels. Looking at this headless angel being summoned, Ji-sun's mood also became strange. He had seen this person's power in the secret palace of Xia Maicheng. He could teleport. As for combat power, the old man next door has the say. This legendary Earth-type strongman had personally experienced it last time, and he almost died in one encounter. Even the legend is like this. If it is really released, It will be out of control. Everyone in this banquet hall will probably die. Last time, Ji-sun himself was entangled with Nanjing's fate, so he was spared. Hey Nanjing, since there is a plan by Nanjing's mother behind this, the real purpose is actually for the present? So that's it. This is to force her to take out the remains of the angel. Seeing this, Ji-sun finally figured out everything. He also suddenly knew his own use. Thinking of this, Ji-sun also walked towards the edge of the barrier. When all the guests were completely focused on the headless angel, they found that the clown, who was supposed to leave the stage, was now on the stage again and standing under the spotlight. He was originally an insignificant supporting role, but now he was involved in the key plot twist. Queen Catherine was at the end of her rope when she channeled this existence. Angel wings are not a big deal, after all, they are just a limb at most. And this headless body is the carrier of the angel's divine power. Catherine can fuse the angel's wings, but it doesn't mean she can control the angel's body. At least not for the time being. Ji-sun is not sure what the purpose of the people of the Oran dynasty is to collect the angel's body. But it is obvious that Nanjing's mother and the 13 Knights don't want those remnants of the old era to get it smoothly. So they set up this game. They want to grab the angel's wings and the angel's body at once. And only on Queen Oran will it explode. Equipment of this level. The hidden clues are far-reaching. At this moment, all the cause and effect are clear. Since the light chaser has gone out, Ji-sun is not afraid of going to die. He walked out with a swagger. Suddenly, another person walked out of the barrier, and everyone was shocked. Everyone was suspicious. Could it be that the barrier of the gambling game does not restrict people from coming out? However, the fact is that the Earth-based legend wanted to protect his master, and tried, but he could not leave the range of the barrier. Ji-sun actually didn't know why he could get out. But from the beginning, he knew that the barrier couldn't trap him. Because in his eyes, the barrier was just an ordinary barrier that could be passed through, which was within the scope allowed by the rules. Later, after thinking about it, he guessed a possibility. The light chaser was able to get out because of his super high understanding of the rules. But Ji-sun didn't understand the essence of the barrier at all. He felt that he could ignore the barrier only because of the special terms of the Joker mark. The Joker is a random card in many poker games. It can replace any points, and can be matched with almost any card type. It is not bound by rules, it is a free card. This is the rule of the poker game itself. Ji-sun's role in this game is the knight, who accompanies the princess in fighting the poisonous queen. This is the whole background story of poker game Snow White. Ji-sun participated in this game, and gradually realized the true meaning of the universal card entry of the Joker mark. Chapter 216. Queen Catherine summoned a corpse wrapped in bandages. Before she showed her face, everyone was shocked by the super-level pressure of light and darkness. Those nobles, and ladies, who had not experienced bloodshed were so scared that their faces turned pale. But when Ji-sun saw this, he was envious. The Oran royal family has so many good things. The spell card that the Queen of Oran just took out might be worth the life savings of an ordinary hunter. Now it has angel wings and angel body, which are full of treasures. It's like playing a game, and the boss is covered with top-grade equipment. How can you not be envious? The most important thing is that she, a 4th-level card master, can really make use of these super-level existences that ordinary people can only hear about in ancient books and legends. This is outrageous. It's not just about treasures, but also royal heritage. This made Ji-sun immediately feel like a country boy. He has a lot of treasures on him, but in comparison, he is just a nouveau riche with no background. The foundation of the Orlan royal family can be seen from this. However, Ji-sun was not idle. Once the angel's body came out, there must be something to counterbalance it. He immediately took out the light and dark holy nail that he had been carrying with him. The residual soul of the weeping angel was sealed inside. Ji-sun was not sure that the soul of the god of heaven could restrain his own residual body. But he could make a blind guess. After all, if the light chaser was really Jiayu, he knew that the weeping angel's soul was in his body. Even if not, as team members, this important information should be known to each other. This is also the most important reason why Ji-sun feels that he can join the game. Seeing the light and dark holy nail taken out, the light chaser did not express any other opinions, and Ji-sun also knew that his idea was correct. Thinking of this, he poured the spell power into the holy nail without hesitation. In a blink of an eye, the black and white luster on the holy nail became stronger, and an indescribable breath of a high-level creature rolled out. If the mummy corpse makes people's scalps numb, then this is a great horror that shocks people's souls. And coincidentally, both feelings are the ultimate interweaving of holiness and evil in the world. Seeing this scene, the guests outside the gambling table looked petrified. What is the wanted criminal doing? It seems that he has communicated with another super-level existence. No way, how can he, a second level, hold such a terrifying existence? The audience looked at the light that Ji-sun took out and temporarily released the holy nail, and immediately realized that something was wrong. Originally, it was thought that Lady Catherine had communicated with some taboo existence, which might turn the tide of the battle. This is enough to make people despair. But as soon as this thought came up, the clown immediately took out the same means of response. From this posture, both sides have a lot of taboo against taboo thinking. This is not a good sign. In a battle of this level, no matter who wins or loses, they, the bystanders, are likely to be affected. Even Catalina didn't know that Ji-sun had such a dangerous thing on him, and her eyelids twitched. In this premeditated assassination tonight, too many unexpected things happened. She even suspected that there was a third party secretly trying to wipe out the Lionheart family. Before she could think about it, the forbidden being summoned by both sides at the gambling table showed up. Queen Catherine was originally on guard against the Light Chaser's attack, and she had already activated a specific relic and made sufficient preparations for resistance to the mysterious spell. However, she never expected that the clown who suddenly appeared would actually take out the light and dark holy nail. Although the top leaders of the X-Bureau knew that Ji-sun had the information about the Weeping Angel, others might not have the channels to know it. At least, the Queen of Oran obviously didn't know. Catherine looked at the holy nail of light and darkness, and immediately realized that something was wrong. Before she could remove the shroud from the angel's body, she suddenly saw an angel with a pair of gray wings on his back, bandages wrapped around his eyes, and a mixture of death and holy light all over his body in the light of the holy nail. How could Catherine not know that this was the Weeping Angel? In the books of the Oran royal family, there is a detailed description of this angel who protects the country. Others don't know how to control this angel's body, but they, the Oran royal family, know it very well. The reason why she found this body at all costs was because it could provide superclass combat power for the restoration of the country. As the queen, she was the only one who could control this body. Originally, she wanted to wait until the fit was high enough before showing it to shock those arrogant federal senators. Now she had to take it out in advance. However, the change came more suddenly. Seeing the sudden appearance of the angel phantom, she immediately realized that something was wrong, and she instantly realized in her mind that this game tonight was aimed at her. In addition to wanting to kill her, the 13 Knights also wanted to take away the angel's body. Damn it! Didn't the guys from the Silver Moon sect say that the holy nail was taken away by the people from Bureau X? How could it appear here? Queen Catherine's eyes trembled, and countless thoughts flashed through her mind in an instant. However, the facts did not give her any time to think. The contract scroll in her hand broke, and she tried to forcefully say, "Ask the angel to kill." Queen Oran had no other choice. If she wanted to survive, she could only count on the angel. However, things were developing in the direction of her ominous premonition. With her command, the shroud on the angel's body also fell apart. Originally, once the shroud was removed, the super-level angel power burst out, enough to kill the people in front of her. Even break the barrier. As long as the barrier is broken, life will be saved. But she never expected that the angel's body, which was surrounded by holy light, would freeze in midair as soon as it appeared. The power of the contract made him want to move, but it seemed that there was a contradictory command that made him stay where he was. The angel's body was twitching in midair, and the terrifying super-level light and dark power in its body was dissipating uncontrollably. Queen Catherine's expression changed drastically, and she quickly withdrew and retreated, and she couldn't help but be furious in her heart. Damn it! Damn it! With a glance, she immediately understood that the soul of the weeping angel was restraining the body. Even the angel wings on her back showed signs of being out of control. On the other side, since he had waited until this last step, Chujio no longer passively defended. 2 ice crystal cards condensed in her hands, infused with spell power, and the shadow of the demon behind her suddenly burst out with a deadly cold air. Forbidden zone of no life open. The secret technique triggered the power of the demon, and a blizzard fell suddenly over the huge casino barrier. Secret solution Ice Queen. A layer of icy flames lingered around Chujio's body. As the second card in her hand shattered, the violent ice law poured over herself, and in a blink of an eye, she had transformed into a 5-meter-tall ice demon wearing a crown. The holy flame of the Holy Grail in her hand shone brightly, and she turned from Snow White into the Ice Queen. Her momentum surged several times. Chujio raised his hand to draw the bow, and a long bow with a spell in it suddenly appeared in his hand. The bow was like a full moon. The extreme cold air gathered on the arrow, forming a blue cone-shaped cyclone. Whoosh! It flew away in an instant. Not far away, Queen Catherine looked horrified. Originally, she wanted to use the spell activated by the angel's power to resist, but she found that her control over the angel's wings was getting weaker and weaker, as if it would break at any time. It was this moment of delay that caused the ice arrow to hit her chest. Crack. Although the cold air dissipated instantly, blood with ice still seeped out of Queen Catherine's robe. She covered her chest injury and spurted out blood at the same time. She was a little unbelievable. Was she injured? She, the Queen of Orlan, was actually injured by someone? Catherine was shocked and angry. But before she could take a sip of the potion, the deathly cold air had already hit her face. Ji-sun didn't pay much attention to the main battlefield where the fighting was going on. Anyone can see the dilemma that Queen Catherine is in at the moment. Queen Orlan relied too much on the power of the angel's wings, so now that the angel's power is restricted, she dared not even release some exclusive spells, and her combat power was greatly affected. If we really talk about the combat power of the body, this one may not be able to beat Chuchio. Ji-sun focused his attention on the angel's body that was still twitching in the air not far away, and muttered in his heart, "Is it really possible?" The facts prove that the soul of the weeping angel really suppressed the angel's body. He also guessed some reasons. There has always been a saying in the extraordinary ancient books. The body is the soul's anchor, and the soul is the body's rudder. In other words, the soul is the existence with the highest priority in controlling the body, rather than some spiritual contract. Maybe some other means were done on the body? After all, that Auntie Nan was the first to go to the underground palace where the angel was sealed. This angel's body could appear in the hands of Queen Orin, and she didn't want the royal family to get it, so she must have left some arrangements. Ji-sun's thoughts flashed through his mind, but his brows gradually knitted. He had controlled it. The body didn't teleport around to kill people like it did in the underground palace. But the trembling body made it visible to the naked eye that a thick light and dark pollution was constantly leaking out. It was like a bomb barrel with an ignited fuse that could explode at any time. If it wasn't stopped, there was a fear that something big would happen to the body in the next moment. Ji-sun couldn't understand the pollution at this level at all. He could only turn his inquiring eyes to the other side, to the light chaser, who had already withdrawn and retreated far away. The leader of the 13 Knights had unpredictable abilities, so he must have a way. But at this moment, this guy had no intention of helping Chuchio, nor did he intend to deal with the remains of the angel. He put on a layer of brown leather armor like cowhide to resist the pollution of the angel, and carefully became a bystander. The two looked at each other. The guy shrugged directly, indicating that there was nothing I could do. Ji-sun's eyelids twitched. This guy has an eccentric personality, and he is reliable but often reveals an unreliable feeling. He gestured again. "What should we do?" The light chaser responded. "Why don't you try it?" Ji-sun's clown smile turned into an awkward smile. "Can you try it?" The light chaser gestured to the weeping angel floating on the holy nail. "You have the protection of the angel's soul, you can try it." Ji-sun, the two did not say a word, but the eye contact already understood everything. Ji-sun looked at the angel's body that was polluted on the edge of losing control, thought about it, and took the holy nail and prepared to try it. Under the gambling table, a group of onlookers also witnessed the eye contact between Ji-sun and the light chaser. Originally, everyone thought that only the leader of the 13 Knights would deal with this situation, but unexpectedly, it was the second level clown who came out. Although they didn't understand what happened, everyone was looking forward to this person really being able to solve the problem. After all, no one wants to see a mutual destruction ending. The weeping angel's soul did not open its eyes, and the attack method was curse, which Ji-sun could be exempted from with the pottery jar. He picked up the holy nail directly, and then asked the angel, "Shall I take you to find the body?" He also discovered that after absorbing the souls of nearly 100,000 people in the Thunder Fortress camp last time, the angel seemed to have recovered a little bit of intelligence and some instinctive reactions. For example, the perception of good and evil. Ji-sun had no evil thoughts towards the angel itself. He had brought him with him from the beginning, but he was forced to do so, not to use him. Humans may not be sensitive enough to such good and evil thoughts, but angels of this status must be able to detect them, even though he is already in a state of incompleteness. After saying this, the angel did not respond, but the curse immunity prompt displayed by enlightenment suddenly stopped. Ji-sun was relieved when he saw this. It seemed that the weeping angel approved and expressed goodwill. Thinking of this, he walked directly towards the remains in the distance. The fierce battle between Chuchio and Queen Catherine continued, and the barrier was full of violent ice and fire elements. But with the protection of the angel, Ji-sun was like walking into a turbulent river, and the angel's power directly separated the ice and fire waves that were enough to make it fatal. Queen Catherine could not hide Ji-sun's actions. She also guessed that this action was aimed at the angel's body. If the body was really taken, Queen Orlan knew that she would die today. But with the weeping angel soul beside Ji-sun, Catherine did not dare to approach rashly. From a distance, a few carts flew over. However, Chuchio was not idle either. Before the cars approached, they were covered by the ubiquitous ice, and the flames burst into the wind and snow. Ji-sun walked smoothly all the way. The light and dark pollution here is already very strong. Even though it is not fatal with the protection of the residual soul, Ji-sun still feels like walking into magma, and feels like being burned all over. But since he is not dead, pain is not a problem for Ji-sun. Just change to a personality that likes to be masochistic. Moreover, in the state of magic release, he understands the law appearance flowing on the surface of the light and dark pollution. Enlightenment is also flashing constantly. You are polluted by light and dark, pain +1, high-level brutal law comprehension +111. You are polluted by light and dark, holy light burning +2%, high-level holy light law comprehension +88. You are polluted by light and dark, dark energy corrosion +3%, high-level black law comprehension +95. The level of this light and dark pollution law is too high. Ji-sun cannot accurately describe what he has comprehended. It was like looking at flowers in the fog, as if seeing some scenery from a high place in the mist. This feeling was very wonderful. But Ji-sun's body could not sustain him for too long. Just a few breaths of time near the body, black and white burning wounds appeared on his body. There was no time to lose. This was the second time he saw the angel's body. At this distance, he could already see the holy body through the holy light. Ji-sun did not dare to delay, and picked up the light and dark shroud on the ground. The body of the weeping angel was already tall, and it was still floating in the air, with its crystal fingers 1 foot above the ground. Ji-sun could only start from the feet, and wrap the shroud around it little by little. It was like putting clothes on the corpse, giving the angel some dignity, and the previous needle-like resentment of death was also appeased a lot. Seeing Ji-sun's action, Queen Catherine over there wanted to stop him even more frantically, and she used various secret methods to activate the angel's body, and the angel's body also became agitated a few times. However, neither Chuchio nor the light chaser could let her succeed. Although Ji-sun was injured by several sudden bursts of light and dark pollution, he finally successfully wrapped the shroud around the body. Once again in a mummy state, the pollution spilling out of the body was limited by 99%. But if it was just a shroud, Ji-sun could not guarantee whether Queen Orlan had left any backdoors. Thinking of this, he looked at the remaining soul of the weeping angel again. Seeing that he did not show any reaction, Ji-sun took out a card, infused it with spell power, resolve. Looking again, a huge cross appeared in his hand. It was the light and dark cross. This cross was a bit too big for a human body, but it was just right for the remaining body of an angel. This is also one of the 3 sets that once sealed the angel. Light and dark cross, light and dark holy nail, light and dark shroud. The work is complete. Not far away, Queen Catherine looked at the cross that Ji-sun suddenly took out, and the anxiety in her eyes turned into despair. Damn it! How could this thing be here? Didn't the people of the Silver Moon sect say that this thing was also taken away by the people of Bureau X? There are not many relics in the entire Federation that can restrain superclass existences such as the Weeping Angel. How come these 3 sealed relics that have sealed him for 3,000 years all appear here at the same time? Queen Catherine couldn't understand why a wanted criminal would have these things in his hands. But the fact is, she has no chance. When the cross appeared, she instantly felt a kind of despair of God wants to kill me. It was just a coincidence, like fate. Originally, there was still a little trick left, waiting for the light chaser to get close to the body, and there was still a chance to kill him. Now the cross has completely sealed the angel power of the body, and the last bit of hope has been shattered. Ji-sun also saw the anxiety of Queen Catherine. But the more the enemy wants to stop, the more he will do it. Ji-sun tied the mummy to the cross without panic. It fits perfectly. Even the bloodstains on the cross are exactly the same as the position of the wounds on the body. The moment the body was tied to the cross, the last bit of light and dark pollution completely disappeared. The corpse that just exuded the most evil resentment in the world suddenly became peaceful. And the remaining soul of the weeping angel beside Ji-sun also disappeared, and returned to the holy nails again. Almost at the same time when the angel was sealed, a dong sound of ice cracking was heard. Not far away, a figure fell from a height, and hit the ground heavily. The ground was covered with broken ice. Queen Catherine stood up in the broken ice. At this moment, she had already shown signs of being out of control, and her body was covered with black feathers. Even her face, which originally had some charm, was densely covered with feathers, like a black swan burning in flames. The Ice Queen incarnated by Chujio accompanied her as she wished. The power of the angel was out of control, and it was difficult for Queen Orin to use any high-level spells to resist. Moreover, she had paid a great price to successfully contract with the angel's body, and her soul was also involved with the angel. Now the angel's body was sealed by Ji-sun, and the host Queen Catherine was immediately attacked by the curse. She was injured internally and externally, and she could not help but spit out a mouthful of thick blood. In the moment when her expression was dazed, a swish sound of brocade piercing sounded, and an ice spear had pierced her chest. The desperate expression of Queen Orin froze on her face, and she died without struggling. Killed? Really killed. The angel was sealed. That's good, finally saved. Yes. Although the 13th Kamen Rider is a killer organization, it is said that they only kill the targets of the mission. We have nothing to do with that Lady Catherine, so we shouldn't be implicated. But then again, who is that Lady Catherine? She is so powerful, and can even control angels. She'll stop talking. I think it's better for us not to know her background. The guests watched Queen Catherine being killed, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from the situation just now, the mysterious lady wanted to survive, but she didn't care about them at all, and used all kinds of taboos. Just watching the battle just now, everyone was actually hovering on the line of life and death several times. When they came to their senses, everyone felt a chill on their backs. It turned out that cold sweat had soaked the luxurious dress. When had these noble lords and ladies ever experienced such a shock? The timid ones were even so scared that they collapsed to the ground. In the crowd, Katarina looked at him with a gleam in her eyes, muttering to herself, "Kill him." A top killer organization that is not under her control is a threat to the powerful class. Originally, she really wanted to make the 13 Kamen Riders lose both. But now this idea has disappeared. After seeing the domain of the leader of the 13 Knights, the Light Chaser, who dares to take action without full confidence, and this battle also exposed too many things that she cannot control at present. Fortunately, despite many unexpected events, the main purpose was completed as planned. Queen Catherine has been killed, conflicts have been aroused, and the Federation will be lively in the future. But that is a matter for the future. Catalina still has some important things to do. The next chaos will be to deal with the internal problems of the Lionheart family. Thinking of this, she glanced at the brothers of Kak. On the other side, Ji-sun was relieved when he saw the sudden death of Queen Catherine. He saw the extraordinary characteristics emanating from the corpse, and confirmed that the woman was really dead. Chujio also came into contact with the magic release state, and fell to the ground immediately. Then she took out a bunch of spell scrolls, and slapped them on the wings behind the corpse. Without the human body to contain it, the angel power on the wings instantly went out of control. Fortunately, it was sealed in advance, and did not cause any bad effects. Ji-sun originally just glanced at it. However, his eyes suddenly stagnated, and he found that the extraordinary characteristics on the corpse gradually gathered together, and condensed into a scarlet card. Is this a bloody card? Ji-sun blinked, also very curious about this scene. Not long after, the card condensed and became clear, and a top-quality professional card appeared in front of him. Scourge Golem, Remnant, Quality Dark Gold. Detailed explanation, Path of Destruction Spade 9 Scourge Sequence 4th Order Semi-Finished Professional Card, Original Template. After integrating with Scourge materials of no less than gold quality, you can get Spade 9 Scourge Golem, and after integration, you can get a large-scale flesh and blood growth, and get the golem body. Ji-sun looked at it, and looked happy. Chapter 217. Not one card, but two. After the extraordinary characteristics converged, not only did the occupation card Scourge Golem appear on Queen Catherine's body, but her legendary mark card 9 of Spades Scourger was also analyzed. It is reasonable. The Queen of Orlan fused the best quality cards that she could fuse at her level. The structure of both the mark and the occupation card is very stable, and the extraordinary characteristics are rich, so the probability of analyzing is much higher than that of ordinary people. Ji-sun had no idea about the priceless legendary demon mark. But looking at the natural Scourge Golem, his thoughts became active. This is a professional card that has never appeared on the market, a unique product exclusive to the Orin royal family. 200 years ago, the Orin dynasty collapsed and the federal government was established. From a certain perspective, the essence of this coup is to divide the property of the gentry. But it seems that the property of the local tyrants has been divided, but in fact, the remnants of the old era have already transferred most of the good things that have been passed down for thousands of years in advance. Now that the Orlan royal family has emerged, these good things have reappeared in the world. At least tonight, Ji-sun was greatly enlightened by this Queen Catherine. Dark gold quality. Ji-sun's pupils shrank slightly. This is the first time he has seen a card of this quality. Dark gold quality can be said to be the best among gold, or it can be said to be a degraded version of legend, which is hard to come by. It is still the original template. Needless to say, the basic attributes are absolutely maxed out. Otherwise, Queen Catherine would not be able to withstand the pollution of the angel wings. Of course, the most important thing is the professional ability attached to the card itself. Although this is an incomplete bloody card, the specific professional enhancement cannot be seen. But Ji-sun has read various card master encyclopedias and heard about this natural disaster sequence. Although the card master world has always said that there is no strongest sequence, only the strongest card master. But in fact, there is also a general understanding in people's minds, that is, the combat power of high sequences is usually stronger than that of low sequences, and the professional ability is also more bizarre. This 9 spades natural disaster is already a high-order profession. It is said that after fusion, one can master the true power of natural disasters. For example, earthquakes, volcanoes, storms, extreme cold, burning cities, plagues, famines, and the fire-forbidden spells that Catherine used before are the abilities of this professional sequence. It is said that the spells of this natural disaster sequence can be commonly understood as the ultimate version of elemental spells. What a card! Ji-sun was really envious when he saw it. Although the 4th level is still far away, he has not decided what direction to advance to. But it would be a lie to not be envious of the ability to control natural disasters. He is a joker, so there is no need to consider the issue of containment. This card is naturally extremely suitable. Chujio sealed the angel wings, and then completely wrapped them with a scroll of spells. The main story of this poker game is coming to an end. Snow White defeated the Poison Queen with the help of the Knight, and became the Ice Queen. Ji-sun also discovered that after killing Catherine, Chujio's aura was obviously much more ethereal. It seems that this assassination is not just revenge, but also fits in with some special advanced ritual. Maybe that is the meaning of this card game? But now is not the time to consider other things. Ji-sun seemed to understand. The story is coming to an end, and this card game is over. Although they succeeded in killing the target, this is Lion City after all. The area outside the barrier is now surrounded by heavy troops. Not only Queen Catherine came to the Oran dynasty, but also the new king and many court masters, who are also in the city. Ji-sun had previously thought that the Orlan side was really what the federal government called the old era remnants. At most, they were some exiled remnants hiding here and there, and their overall strength should not be strong. However, he has changed his mind now. The mother of Nanjing that he had met, and the old man of the earth element, who was fighting furiously next door, there are at least 2 legends on the surface. From this point of view, there are definitely many top-level strongmen among the Orlan survivors. The killing of the queen will inevitably lead to a counterattack at all costs. After all, the 13th Kamen Rider is still an independent small organization, and it is definitely unwise to confront such a behemoth. The leader, the Light Chaser, had obviously planned the same thing. Now that the people were killed, they were going to escape. As soon as Chujio sealed the angel wings, the Light Chaser beside him took out a card and shouted, "Spell. Blurred 5 senses." As soon as the words fell, the barrier of the gambling game dimmed, and seemed to be about to collapse. At the same time, the entire banquet hall. Bang. Bang. Bang, explosions sounded everywhere. The fog of war also instantly enveloped the entire venue, and it was pitch dark in an instant. This is not just ordinary fog. Even the 5 senses such as hearing and smell are limited to a very small range. Because of being in the fog, his mind is even in a trance. Ji-sun's perception of transforming into a werewolf is so strong, let alone others. However, this smoke bomb is just right. It confuses everyone's perception. This is the best chance to escape. Just when Ji-sun was thinking about how to run, a cold breath approached him. In the mist, Chujio whispered in his ear, "Ji-sun, borrow the cross for a moment. This angel's body they will never give up. They are surrounded outside. Let's go out and attract enemy fire. Be careful." "Yes." Ji-sun listened and nodded. He also understood that the 13 knights had a complete plan, and taking the angel's body with them would definitely attract fire. His current strength was not qualified to be compared with the 13 knights. If they went together, they would simply be a burden. On the contrary, if he stayed, others would think he had escaped with his accomplice, which would be safer. There was no need for the two to say more. While communicating, Ji-sun found 2 more things in his hand. a package sealed with a spell, and a card. As expected of an old friend, Chujio completely understood what he wanted. He didn't know what was in the package, but the card was the dark gold quality natural disaster golem. The chill disappeared, Ji-sun reached out and touched it, and the cross beside him was gone. He was also relieved. He was still worried about this body falling into the hands of others, but Chujio said that it would be fine. As for the other spoils on Queen Catherine's body, he didn't ask for them, and he didn't dare to touch them. There is no need to think about it. There must be a lot of good things in the Queen's storage ring. Not to mention the valuable treasures. Those superclass secret books that only the royal family knows are priceless treasures. Even the things in the storage ring can change the existing card master world to a certain extent. But those things are definitely hot potatoes now, and no one can hold them firmly except the 13 knights. Ji-sun didn't feel sorry at all. Let's not talk about Chujio, an old friend. If the light chaser is really Jiayu, the mushroom-headed man, then they have some friendship. It doesn't make much difference if they take it or if I take it. If there is a chance in the future, it should be no problem to borrow some classics. Ji-sun thought about it, and instantly changed from the werewolf state back to human form. The clown mask on his face has changed into a stranger's face. The barrier has disappeared, and he also took advantage of the chaos to blend into the crowd. The fog filled the whole venue in an instant, and the whole banquet hall was in chaos. Oh no, Master Kak has been assassinated. Master Herman, be careful, there is an assassin. Count Judd is injured, doctor. Damn it, guards, where are the guards? Ji-sun was mixed in the crowd, and clearly felt some murderous intent. Someone was taking advantage of the chaos to assassinate some of the guests. The top combat forces in the banquet hall were previously restrained by the 13 Kamen Riders. Now that the barrier was broken, no one dared to be careless, protecting several top figures and not daring to leave even a step. Those young masters and young ladies with lower priority did not have such treatment. No one knew who started the fight first, but in a blink of an eye, everything became a mess. The banquet hall was shrouded in fog, and most people could not tell whether it was the assassin or the guard who suddenly attacked. Be on guard against each other, everyone is an enemy. The nerves have been tense for a long time, but any action around them will immediately cause a chain reaction. The sound of gunfire, the sound of knife tips crossing, and the sound of cards breaking through the air are endless. Ji-sun watched the banquet hall become lively, and guessed that it was Katarina who took action. After all, where else could one find such a good opportunity to kill those young masters and young ladies who were heavily guarded? Now that they were killed, the crime could be put on the assassin. Killing two birds with one stone. Ji-sun ignored the commotion, but found a corner by the wall and carefully observed the surroundings. The distorted colors on the wall had faded, and everyone came out of the enchantment of the disaster object X215 Monet's sunrise. But at the same time, Ji-sun immediately sensed a strong and murderous aura sweeping the entire place. Judging from the situation, it must be the strong reinforcements from the Orlan dynasty or other nobles. Almost at the same time, a fierce battle broke out not far away. In an instant, most of the powerful auras were attracted over there, and the two sides fought further and further away. Ji-sun also knew that it was Chujio and the others who attracted the firepower. The shockwave shattered the glass of the building, and the fog in the banquet hall gradually blew away. Ji-sun looked at the panicked noble masters and ladies, and his mind was also thinking quickly about a safe retreat. But now there are still heavy guards outside, and it is not a good choice to go out rashly. If he stays, although he thinks his disguise is fine. But the assassination of the queen is such a big thing. Both the Lionheart family and the Orlan survivors will definitely investigate it to the end. At that time, seal off the scene and check one by one. It may not be impossible to find him. Ji-sun was thinking of a more comprehensive plan, thinking of finding a corpse on the ground and changing to a suitable identity. Coincidentally, at this time, a girl in a black skirt bumped into him from the fog. It was Katarina in disguise. She didn't recognize Ji-sun, who had changed his appearance, but when she got closer, the golden coin of destiny in her hand began to tremble. Looking at the way Ji-sun looked at her, Katarina immediately realized who this person was and said in surprise, "Why are you still here?" The puzzled look clearly meant, "Aren't you a member of the 13 Kamen Rider organization? Why did you leave someone here?" But on second thought, after all, although this guy had just made a big splash, his strength was still inferior to the others. It is indeed safer to stay. Ji-sun smiled and shrugged without explaining. Catalina did not ask any more questions. This was not the time to chat. She turned her eyes, and made a decision in an instant. She said directly, "Follow me." Ji-sun knew that she wanted to help him get out of trouble, so he followed her immediately without thinking too much. Just now, I thought it was a bit troublesome to hide my identity, but now that I met the eldest daughter of the Lionheart family, the problem seemed to be solved. Ji-sun and Catalina did not leave the building, but went upstairs along a hidden staircase. After going up to the 3rd floor, there was no fog at all. This seemed to be the residence of the senior members of the Lionheart family, and the decoration style was steady and luxurious. Ji-sun stepped on the soft and precious carpet on the ground, and followed the eldest lady of the Lionheart family to walk around in the maze-like corridor. After walking to an inconspicuous room and observing that there was no one around, Catalina opened the wooden door in front of her with an identity card. Ji-sun also rushed into this antique-decorated room. As soon as Ji-sun looked around, he also found that although the room was not big, it was very cleverly arranged. There were several bookshelves filled with various classics on the wall, and it looked like an ordinary study. But if you look closely, you can see spells hidden everywhere. After closing the door, everything in the outside world seemed to be isolated. Seeing Ji-sun looking around curiously, Catalina also explained, "Don't worry. This is a confidential study, protected by special relics and barriers, and will not be detected by the outside world. Only my father can come in on weekdays." "Oh!" Ji-sun understood after listening. This is a bit like safe house. He glanced at those things like glowing ghost candlestick which can block light, ancient record player which can interfere with sound waves, and Sarek's fountain pen, which can be used for rest and self-cultivation. All rare ancient relics. The furniture of the top nobles is so simple and unpretentious. If you take a few of them, ordinary people can have no worries about food and clothing for a lifetime. After entering the room, Catalina also relaxed. She ignored Ji-sun who was looking around and took off her hood, revealing her wavy golden hair and her pretty face. "Huh?" Catalina breathed a sigh of relief after regaining her original appearance. Her own plan tonight went smoothly, and she was in a good mood. But there was no time to lose, and the two of them could not stay here for long. Some traces had been exposed in the banquet hall before, so this outfit and the black dress on her body could not be worn anymore. But there was no place to change clothes in this study. Originally, I only planned to come alone, but now there was one more person. Catalina frowned slightly. She looked in the mirror and glanced at the books on the bookshelf that Ji-sun was curious about. She wanted to say something, but she swallowed it. It seems that after getting familiar with this guy, many things are no longer important to me. Her crystal eyes turned, and the hesitation disappeared. She reached out and untied the drawstring of the palace skirt. Without the restraint, the long skirt slipped off her delicate skin. She was wearing a thin undergarment, and even through the clothes, she could still vaguely see her majestic figure. If it had been before, she would never have been so bold as a lady from a noble family. But now she was so natural. Just after taking off her skirt, Catalina raised her hand and was about to untie her silk lining, but she saw a pair of eyes in the mirror that were looking at her with interest. Ji-sun heard the rustling sound behind him, so he naturally noticed it. Turning around, he saw that it was Catalina changing her clothes, and he also understood that she wanted to change her clothes and leave. Changing clothes inside and outside is a necessary process. This can eliminate all exposure factors as much as possible. They had been in the banquet hall for a long time before, and they might have been stained with some special marks, such as smells, dust marks, and food residues. Not to mention the Orlan survivors, other nobles also have perception masters around them. It would be a big problem if people knew that they had been to the banquet hall. Originally, I wanted to avoid it. But looking at the calm expression of the eldest lady of the Lionheart family, Ji-sun felt that he was avoiding it too much. I simply took another look with an admiring gaze. The atmosphere in the room did not change at all because of this glance. Both of them had natural expressions. Catalina only glanced at the mirror and continued to unbutton her lining. But at the same time, she thought of something, raised her eyebrows slightly, and reminded him with her back turned, "This gentleman?" The world's views on gender are open, but as a noble lady, she has her own reserve. I have to say something after all. Although he said so, there was no emotion in his tone. Ji-sun was still interested. "I'm not a gentleman." "Huh?" Catalina seemed to be laughing, but she was thick-skinned. But she didn't correct him, and she didn't stop the action in her hands. After unbuttoning 2 or 3 secret buttons, a snow-white and delicate scene came into view. Just as she was about to unbutton it completely, Catalina seemed to have thought of something and said, "But, if you really want to see it, can it return to its original appearance?" Ji-sun was also curious. "Why?" Katarina asked in a nonchalant tone, What do you think? Ji-sun laughed when he heard it. Originally, it was just an appreciation of beauty. If he really wanted to be rude, he would restrain himself. But obviously, this person didn't mind exposing his beauty. While speaking, Catalina had already unbuttoned the last button of her soft lining. With a glance in the mirror, someone had already restored her original appearance. The last trace of hesitation in the crystal eyes of the eldest lady of the Lionheart family also disappeared, and her pretty face was extremely natural. No wonder I always felt something was wrong just now, it was because of this. She complained again, with a slightly helpless tone, "You are really rude." As she said that, a pair of jade-like fingers lifted the soft lining without hesitation, and the majestic chest was completely exposed to the air. The entire upper body was exposed to the air. The flawless beautiful back, the skin was as delicate as warm jade. Although her back was facing Ji-sun, the front was clearly visible in the mirror in the corner. Katarina stood proudly, looked at herself in the mirror, and her crystal eyes were slightly restrained. She did not feel awkward at all and continued openly. She bent down slightly, hooked her fingers to lower the thin leggings, bent her legs and hooked them, and the soft shorts fell to the side. At this moment, her beautiful figure was completely exposed. There was a faint fragrance in the air. This also allowed the man behind her to look down from her back along her smooth skin, from her beautiful back to her slender waist, and then from her straight body to her long straight legs, just like the morning dew gently sliding down from the petals of a rose, and the eyes were filled with a delicate and beautiful beauty. How could Catalina not know that the eyes behind her were admiring her? She would have felt uncomfortable before. But now she stood there calmly. It was like the most beautiful silver mist rose blooming proudly among the colorful flowers in the garden. She could even ask casually, "How is it?" "Very good." Ji-sun raised his eyebrows in approval. Her figure was round and straight, and her appearance was impeccable. This figure was indeed flawless. Although it was not the first time to see it, it was the first time to look at it carefully with appreciation. The most important thing is that her temperament is different. He also found that this Silver Mist Rose felt completely different after the hero trial, and she obviously had a calm and confident feeling that was hard to describe. Katarina heard the tone of sincere praise, and did not compare with anyone else, and smiled confidently, "Thank you." This smile seemed to say that it was a nice word after all. However, this charming scene did not last long. Katarina naturally changed out of tonight's dress, and put on another luxurious gold silk dress. She also lit the ancient lamp of a relic in the study, and while the smell that interfered with perception filled the room, she warned, "You should also change your clothes. If you want to leave Lion City safely, you better take advantage of the current chaotic situation. Otherwise, it will be difficult for Orlan to react." "Yes." Ji-sun also nodded. He also knew that it would not be so troublesome for Katarina to be alone. Now that he has an assassin with a sensitive identity, many plans will have to be reconsidered. Ji-sun and Katarina stayed in the study, and didn't care about the chaos outside. Being able to enter this safe house means that Katarina chose to shelter with the face of her Lionheart family. With this guarantee, Ji-sun is actually safe. Even if the Orlan survivors really suspect that there are accomplices of the 13 Knights in this building, they can't find it here. Wait until it's a little quiet outside before going out. After chatting about the situation tonight, Ji-sun also confirmed some of his previous guesses. Although the Lionheart family and the Orlan survivors are allies, the assassination of Queen Catherine is indeed the intention of the Lionheart family's top leaders. The reason is that the ally is too strong. They chose to cooperate before, and all they needed were the resources and files of the Orlan royal family. Of course, they don't mind treating those impoverished royal families as vassals, rather than looking for some uncontrollable ambitious people. Now it seems that after 200 years of exile, the Orlan survivors have accumulated strength that is so strong that people are a little afraid. So they have to clip the wings of those ambitious people and give them a beating. By the way, Catalina also took advantage of the situation and rectified the situation of the heirs within the Lionheart family. What the Lionheart family needs is a lion. Catalina, who has the fate of a hero, is just the right person. Whether in terms of skills or strength, she has been recognized by the top leaders of the Lionheart family. Ji-sun had no interest in these political topics, and did not ask in detail. Not long after, the two changed their clothes and left the study. The 13 Knights ran all the way to the ruins, and the masters of the Orlan survivors also chased them relentlessly, and the entire line was in chaos. This is the best opportunity to evacuate. As long as they leave the Lionheart building, the danger will be reduced by half. Ji-sun did not plan to stay in the city for long. He wanted to go back to the Innocent City, and find Master Merlin to refine a third-level career card. After advancing, he planned to go to Shangbang prison to find out where the gluttony breathing method came from. Chapter 218. The train station of Lion City. A steam car with the brass emblem of the Lionheart family stopped at the entrance of the VIP passage. With the face of the Lionheart family, there were no accidents along the way. In the back seat of the car, Ji-sun and Catalina sat side by side, chatting from time to time. Everything went smoothly tonight, and both of them were in a good mood. Lion City is in the period of rapid development, with a large number of people coming and going. There is a train leaving for Innocent City almost every half an hour. After waiting for a few minutes, 3 whistle sounds were heard outside the window. Woo, woo, woo. Catalina saw this, with a trace of regret between her eyebrows, and said goodbye. The train is about to leave. I will take you here, please be careful. Ji-sun nodded. Thank you, Miss Carter. It is a great favor to be able to take you here in person. Hearing this, Catalina's beautiful blue eyes were slightly blurred, and she said nonchalantly, You have saved me many times. It's just a small favor. There's no need to be so polite. Besides, I think we are already friends, right? If you need help in the future, you can come to me. I should be able to help. Okay. Ji-sun smiled slightly. After getting out of the car and closing the door, he waved goodbye to the beautiful blonde eldest daughter of the Lionheart family. Katarina also responded with a faint smile and whispered, See you later. When he turned around, Ji-sun raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking about something. He walked straight to the train. I have to admit that the two of them got along very well along the way. But in fact, when they were in the study before, Ji-sun had already noticed some changes in Catalina. The eldest daughter of the Lionheart family was completely defenseless against him. She could take off her clothes and change clothes openly. She might have some other ideas. It's true that she didn't mind. It's also true that she did it on purpose. She didn't mind because the two of them had experienced life and death, and she really regarded herself as a good friend. Besides, he had already seen it, so it didn't seem a big deal to show off her figure and let him feast his eyes. And doing it on purpose, maybe it was due to the mood, but maybe there was another motive? Ji-sun knew that his current identity was a bit special. After all, he had a close relationship with 13 Kamen Riders. In addition to being friends, he was definitely a good strategic ally. Seduction? Let's just say it. But to say it alone is too superficial and underestimates that person. The elegance and reserve of a lady, the frankness of a friend, and a hint of cunning teasing with a little spring in her heart, Katarina showed all of these just right. Even if Ji-sun found out, he didn't think it was bad. From the first time he knew her identity at the Hongwu Casino, Ji-sun could see that the Silver Mist Rose had strong skills and scheming. But she was still a little immature at that time. But now, Katarina, who has a heroic fate, has already transformed into a superior. Her ability to control and master power, and everything around her is slowly emerging. Under that elegant and beautiful appearance, there is also a kind of domineering aura that looks down on the world. Just like the chaos in the banquet hall, just now, she killed several brothers and sisters who were threatening her. Anyone who is in a high position must have this trait. An absolutely kind person cannot hold that position. From the beginning, Catalina did not hide her purpose in front of him. So Ji-sun found out, but he didn't care at all. That just right scale, on the contrary, I think it is a kind of personality charm that makes people get along well. However, Ji-sun really has no interest in politics and power. He cares more about extraordinary power. I can't say I'm happy, but I'm not unhappy either. Catalina is indeed a good friend. And after tonight, the Lionheart family may change. My friend will probably shine. Ji-sun thought, and stepped on the train. Ji-sun was riding in the VIP car arranged by Catalina. This can also save a lot of trouble. At least, he doesn't have to squeeze in the ordinary car and face the investigation of various forces in turn. The VIP car has a dedicated service maid. After serving a pot of hot tea, Ji-sun didn't let her stay in the car. It takes most of the day for the train to return to Innocent City. Ji-sun flipped through the latest special edition of the Noble newspaper on the shelf and learned about some recent events in the upper class. After a while, he had almost finished reading the newspaper, and then he took out the gift he had given before the 9th day of the lunar year. Let's not talk about the bloody card. Ji-sun was more curious about what was in the spell package. Thinking that the train had left Lion City far away, he opened the package. When he looked inside, he found a gray-black feather floating in the air. Angel feather? Ji-sun looked at the feathers with light and dark energy in front of him, and recognized a feather on the angel's wing at a glance. This was not the first time he got this kind of feather. But this one has several times more extraordinary characteristics than the last one. Although it is just a small feather, the last time the hunchback old Duan touched it, the black flame on it burned his hand. Ji-sun did not dare to be careless, and the hellfire instantly covered his palm, and he gently touched the feather. Immediately, I felt a burning pain, but fortunately it was not fatal. He thought to himself, it seems to be a flame with a higher law level than hellfire. This is the energy and law source that Queen Catherine used to use the fire forbidden spell at will. Last time, I didn't have time to observe it carefully, and couldn't understand it. Now that I have plenty of time, Ji-sun thought of something, put on the clown mask, and the power of the spell surged all over my body, magic release. A terrifying atmosphere swept through the carriage, and the phantom of the clown appeared behind him. With the blessing of the super high understanding and cognition of the magic release, Ji-sun looked at the feather again, and the picture in front of him was different again. On the blade-like feathers, a few delicate textures were clearly visible, and under the light, a few soft law threads could be seen with the naked eye. Seeing this, Ji-sun was also surprised. It's not the fire element. Originally thought that the flame was a certain fire element. It turned out not to be. It was something he still couldn't understand. The angel's status was beyond cognition, so it was normal that he couldn't understand this gray flame. But he looked at the free law threads on the feathers, and felt vaguely familiar. Thinking carefully, hey, isn't this the unknown dark energy in the dark matter crystals stripped from the monster corpses in the ruins of Xiaomaicheng? Is it a high-level law? Ji-sun didn't bother with things he couldn't understand. Instead, he was more interested in the state of the feather floating in the air. He had tried it last time, and holding the feather would make people feel weightless. Now he tried it, and it still worked. Is this repulsion or something else? Ji-sun was also very curious. After comprehending the mysterious art of attracting gods and demons, he has mastered a certain kind of gravity to a certain extent. He clearly feels that this power, and the power on the feather are two completely different laws. Just like the water and fire elements, they are completely opposite laws. Thinking of this, Ji-sun played with the feather and became more and more curious. TSK, this is interesting. He thought to himself, if he could comprehend this kind of repulsion, wouldn't he be able to fly? Once he comprehends it, he can use gravity on one hand and repulsion on the other. That scene is exciting to think about. And Ji-sun's intuition told him that these high-level laws that have never been recorded in various extraordinary books must involve higher-level secrets of this world. It is worth exploring carefully. Ji-sun meditated, read books, and studied feathers in the carriage. Time passed quickly without him noticing, until the long whistle sound of woo-woo-woo came to his ears again. Ji-sun realized that the train had arrived at the gold-digging dock of Innocent City. He got off the train. Ji-sun followed the crowd of people who were full of joy and laughter out of the station, and was also slightly side-eyed by the lively scene of the station. Steel and rivets built a new building, and the area of the station was expanded nearly 10 times compared to the last time he left. The number of trains parked in the train station has also increased by dozens of times. Profits are the best driving force for development. Now the old continent is completely like an open-air gold mine. Anyone who goes there can find gold. This has therefore attracted people from the entire Federation. The workers at the Gold Nugget Wharf were operating various heavy mechanical arms, busy unloading the bulk cargo excavated from the ruins of the old world from the train. Ji-sun walked out in the crowd, listening to the topics of the returning hunters and mercenaries. Only then did he realize that it was not just the Lion City of the Lionheart family, and the Cross-Demon New City of the Chow family, but almost the entire old world was being excavated. There were wasteland camps everywhere. The ruins, treasures, secret realms, and mysterious legends made people seem to see the glory of the discontinued Talon dynasty 3,000 years ago, which was gradually unveiling its mystery. These adventurers, who came back alive, brought back too many treasures and information, and also attracted more and more people to go deep into the old continent. Ji-sun listened all the way, and unknowingly came to the Abyss Rift. After the fall of Honglu, the Brotherhood also became a vassal of the Lionheart family, and the City of Innocence was completely controlled by the federal nobles. The garrison troops here are obviously countless times more than before. Not only the dock was built into a steel castle. Various well-equipped Noble Legion patrols can be seen everywhere, just like a military fortress. Ji-sun had read the newspaper before, and knew the reason for the strict defense. The most important reason was that some unknown forces had tried to blow up the dock, wanting to completely destroy the passage to the old continent. Although they were unknown forces, Ji-sun guessed that they must be some great nobles. After all, in just a few months, too many mechanical drawings, high-level, and even super-level secret treasures were discovered in the old continent. Families like the Chow family and the Lionheart family, who had made arrangements first, had already gained huge benefits. This has given them the sign of threatening the status of other dignitaries. And they have the momentum to lead. It is foreseeable that if the development of the old continent continues, the entire upper class of the Federation will inevitably usher in a major reshuffle. Naturally, many conservatives do not want to see this scene. It is also expected that they will make trouble. Ji-sun took the cable car again to cross the bottomless rift, and soon he returned to the City of Innocence. Too many outsiders have poured in, and this once exiled city is now a prosperous place with bright lights. Downing Street is much more lively than before. Various pubs, gambling dens, and brothels have sprung up like mushrooms after rain, and the streets are crowded with people. The pedestrians are no longer all adventurers, and there are more well-dressed gentlemen and ladies on the street, who are obviously rich people from other places. The once dilapidated buildings have also been renovated and repaired in large numbers, and beautiful small Western-style buildings are lined up one after another. Without Hong Lu, the Wuzhou City Gang Brotherhood is the only one in power, and gang members can be seen everywhere on the street. But now you can also see sheriffs patrolling on steam motorcycles on the streets. Chaos and order coexist. All signs indicate that Innocent City is developing towards a prosperous new city. Ji-sun took a general tour of Downing Street, bought a bunch of the latest intelligence from the intelligence dealer, and then rode his motorcycle straight to the Hunter Union headquarters on Grove Street in the South City without delay. Master Merlin's laboratory is underground in this block. Ji-sun skillfully used the steel cable to slide down the pipeline for 100 meters, and soon came to the huge abandoned sewage pipe. Master Malin doesn't see outsiders. Last time, he and Dong Qi were able to meet because of an appointment with Master Dong Jiu. This time, Ji-sun didn't know whether Master Malin was in the laboratory, and he knew that it was not easy to enter, so he simply waited at the pipe entrance. He could stand the loneliness. While waiting, he continued to read books and study classics. It was a good luck. Not long after waiting, there was a slight sound of footsteps coming from the pipe entrance. Ji-sun looked up and saw a fat, tall and cute chinchilla holding an orange lantern appeared in his sight. This was the second time he had seen this chinchilla. He also knew that this chinchilla could talk, so he stood up and said hello with a smile. "Hello, Mr. Chinchilla." The fat chinchilla seemed to remember the last time he had seen this human, and glanced at him. "My master asked me to take you in." As he spoke, he turned around with a lantern and walked into the depths of the dark corridor. Ji-sun followed him. The last time he came, he was still preparing to refine the career card for the advanced second-level Qigong master. Now his strength is more than 10 times stronger than before. But the stronger you are, the more you can clearly perceive the deadly dangers hidden around you when walking in the dark corridor. It was right not to rush in. Following the familiar road down, Ji-sun soon came to a familiar super laboratory. What caught his eyes were still those large and small experimental jars, with all kinds of strange creatures soaked in green liquid. However, Ji-sun took a glance and obviously found that it was different from the last time. There were obviously some black technology equipment that did not conform to this era in the research equipment, and some of the soaked specimens were obviously the limbs of superclass unknown creatures. After a little thought, Ji-sun guessed that this was probably a new treasure discovered in the old continent. Now the land reclamation is in full swing, and a large number of high-level treasures have been found and transported back to Innocent City. Master Merlin is one of the 3 legendary card makers of the Federation, and is also at the front line of the ruins of Innocent City. Naturally, he has a lot of first-hand good things in his hands. Moreover, those top treasures can only be truly valuable in the hands of masters of this level. When Ji-sun came in, he was watching Master Merlin in a white coat busy next to an instrument. He didn't interrupt, just waiting quietly by the side. This wait lasted for half an hour. Master Merlin was immersed in his research and seemed to have completely forgotten that a guest had come. When the work in his hands seemed to have come to an end, the old man finally breathed a sigh of relief, then suddenly realized and looked back at Ji-sun and said, "Oh, I almost forgot that someone is coming." Ji-sun didn't find it strange, and smiled and saluted, "Hello, Master Merlin." Master Merlin has a bad temper, but Ji-sun thinks he is easy to get along with. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't play those empty words. The old man took a look at Ji-sun and understood what he said. He said directly, "Are you here to ask me to refine a 3rd-level professional card?" He also praised him. "You are in very good condition." But that was all. After saying that, he turned around and continued to be busy with his research. Ji-sun was not surprised that the other party could see it. Now his condition attribute is already full. He did not hide his purpose and said directly, "I do need the master's help." But he also knew the rules of equal exchange. Last time, Master Dong Jiu had to pay a lot of favors to get this master to help, and Ji-sun didn't think he had that face. Asking others to do things requires a little etiquette. He directly took out a containment card and said, I went to the old world and met some dragon creatures in an alien space. I was lucky enough to get some material samples. Dragon? When Master Merlin heard this, he immediately became interested. He turned his head and looked over. Originally, he was just a little interested. After all, he had received too many good things recently, and couldn't study them all. But when he saw the storage card in Ji-sun's hand, the old man's pupil shrank. Obviously, epic material? What Ji-sun took out was naturally the red dragon blood obtained in the Battle of Ironforge last time. This kind of relatively pure dragon blood is definitely a fatal temptation for a top master like Master Merlin. As expected, Ji-sun had just taken out the card, and before he could react, whoosh, he saw Master Merlin, who was just a few dozen meters away, suddenly appear in front of him. The old man snatched the containment card with shining eyes, checked it, and exclaimed, It's really the blood of the dragon. Yeah. Ji-sun didn't mind the things being snatched away. He originally wanted to give it to this person. After all, the career cards and spell cards that might be needed in the future will all depend on this person. And looking at Master Merlin's expression, you can tell that this favor is not small. But at the same time, he also exclaimed in his heart, What a fast speed. This legendary card maker is also very powerful. Master Merlin got the red dragon blood and teleported in front of the instrument in a blink of an eye, muttering to himself as he prepared to start researching immediately. Ha ha ha, it's really the legendary dragon blood. I finally have a sample of this mythical creature with a complete gene chain. That's good now, the plan can finally enter the experimental stage. Ah, such a good material. Which direction should I start researching? Ji-sun saw this. The old man was about to immerse himself in the experiment again, and seemed to forget him again. He quickly said, Master, I have another favor to ask this time. I want you to help me refine a career card. Ji-sun took out the refining template of Dragon Slayer Beowulf. Sure enough, he forgot it. Master Merlin slapped his head and said, Oh, I almost forgot again. You sent this good thing to refine a career card. He originally thought that Ji-sun needed his advice, and then refine the card like last time. But when he looked back, Ji-sun had already taken out a template. Master Merlin took a look and his eyes lit up again. Wow, it's the exclusive version for legendary heroes? It's very rare. He teleported again, and took the information in his hand. He took a look and confirmed, TSK, this is a rare and unique template that has no record so far. It's a great thing. There are not many things in the entire Federation that can attract the attention of such a legendary card maker. This unique refining template is one of them. This kind of happiness, like stamp collecting, is something that ordinary people can't experience at all. Master Merlin looked at the template, then looked at Ji-sun, and couldn't help but praise him again. You have experienced a very difficult different dimension? Otherwise, it would be impossible to get a career card of this quality. Hey kid, your strength is not bad. Ji-sun smiled and agreed. As he said that, Master Merlin had already taken a closer look and said, This template is more suitable for your current situation than any career card I know. TSK, what a great opportunity. However, to bring out the best effect of this occupation card, the required materials are very difficult to find. Before the old man finished speaking, Ji-sun took out a bunch of dragon materials he had obtained before and said, Master, do you think these are okay? Such as scissors of the slit woman, golden, power of the earth dragon, gold, magic dragon eagle claw, silver, magic stomach of the fire dragon, gold. In addition to the materials, some corpse materials were also taken out. Anyway, Ji-sun can only sell these things for money, so he might as well do a favor. Seeing so many dragonborn materials in front of him, Master Merlin's expression suddenly became rich. He looked at Ji-sun, as if he saw a treasure, and was surprised and happy. You kid actually have so many dragonborn materials? Just now, I thought one drop of dragon blood was not enough. Now there are so many transitional materials that can be used. It's perfect. Chapter 219. Master Merlin looked at the dragonborn materials that Ji-sun had taken out, and his expression was very real, not hiding his emotion and expectation. He looked at Ji-sun and praised him generously, and said with emotion, You really gave me a big surprise. But then again, the old world is indeed a good place. Even if I wanted these materials before, I couldn't find them anywhere. These dragonborn materials are enough for him to complete too many experimental projects. Not to mention its value, its research significance is even immeasurable to the entire card master world. Ji-sun listened and smiled modestly. This master seemed to have a strange temper to outsiders. In fact, Those guys tried their best to curry favor with him, but they didn't use their efforts in the right place. Little did they know that such a legendary figure really cared about things other than power, money, and sex in the secular world, and would easily accept favors. Although Ji-sun also wanted to ask him for help, his subjective intention was not so utilitarian. He simply felt that treasures of this level, such as red dragon blood, would only be meaningful if they were in the hands of valuable people. Just give it away, even if there is no return. Master Merlin, a master of this level, can easily detect that kind of thought, so he gave such a friendly attitude. In that pile of storage cards, the 4 major materials of elements, flesh, mystery, and spirit are all complete. Master Merlin took a look and readily agreed, I will help you refine your career card. The finished product will definitely have a very ideal effect. As he said, he also looked at Ji-sun, of course, if you don't mind testing your physical attributes, perhaps the career card will be more accurate. Ji-sun naturally had no objection to this and said, thank you, master. As for exposing privacy, there is no need to consider it at all. Even if it was Joker, Ji-sun felt that this master had already guessed that the demon mark he had fused was different. After all, the 3 ranks he had fused were all different professional cards, which could explain a lot of problems. Demon marks are very special things, and you can't just use them if you snatch them. On the contrary, for this legendary card maker, it is more meaningful to see a living fusion sample for research. As he said that, Master Merlin turned around and started to fiddle with the instrument. Ji-sun also sat on the instrument that was specially used to test physical attributes. He had seen Dong-chi use these instruments last time. He also connected the lines, cannulas, helmets, etc. to himself according to the usage in his memory. Master Merlin felt that he had saved a lot of effort when he saw Ji-sun could solve it himself, and he was in a better mood. While putting the dragon blood into a more stable culture dish, he couldn't help but feel excited and said, by the way, do you know what this drop of dragon blood you brought me means? Ji-sun guessed casually, does it mean that we can peek into the secrets of the bloodline genes of some higher creatures? Hearing this, Master Merlin glanced at him and said, you have a good insight. Most people would only think that this is an epic material, but would not see its research value. Ji-sun smiled and said nothing. The genetic technology in the previous life was not weak. It is normal for him to have this understanding. On the contrary, in this steampunk level of magic card master world, the person in front of him has this idea, which is truly alternative. At this time, Master Merlin's wise eyes flashed with wisdom, and he said meaningfully, and not only that. This means that I may have found the most important secret for card masters to stably enter the 7th level without distortion. 7th level? Hearing this, Ji-sun was really surprised. That is the realm above the legend? Thinking about it, he couldn't think of what these dragon materials had to do with breaking through the legend. But he also thought of an unsolved mystery in the card master world. The card masters in this world are indeed stuck at the 6th level, and the legendary level is already the peak. No, to be precise, the card masters of this era. Various signs show that the card masters in ancient times were truly super-level masters comparable to gods. So when he heard this, Ji-sun was instantly filled with curiosity. That is, why are the current card masters stuck at the 6th level? There are not many people in the world who can answer this question. But the legend in front of him is definitely qualified. Before he could think about it, Master Merlin explained, yes. There are countless predecessors who are stuck at the bottleneck of the 6th level, and even legendary card masters have tried it. But without exception, they all ended up distorted. Ji-sun had a curious expression on his face, waiting for the next question, and asked, 100% distorted? Why? Is it because the body can't withstand the extraordinary characteristics? After breaking through the 6th level, will it be 100% distorted? His intuition told him that this might not be a problem of physical tolerance. It is probably a problem in some unknown link. Yes, 100% distorted. Master Merlin said with regret, because there is no inheritance above the legend among the people, we can only explore blindly. This kind of exploration is like pioneering, and it has also led to the death of countless talented ancestors when exploring unknown areas. Ji-sun frowned and fell into thought after hearing this. What exactly caused it? When talking about this topic, Master Merlin's tone became unusually angry, and he said, and as far as I know, the Orin royal family actually has some inheritance about the super class. But those guys never thought of making those things public for the sake of their own stable rule. Speaking of this, the wise man who had originally looked down on everything, his tone was full of anger. This is also the most important reason why the Kashi civilization has not made any progress, but has regressed more and more after the Orlan royal family ruled the East continent for more than 2,000 years. The selfish Augustus royal family only thought about the stability of their own royal power, and never considered the future of civilization. Humph, they are simply a group of historical sinners. After hearing this, Ji-sun also understood why the Orlan royal family was overthrown by a coup. That kind of feudal lord power is indeed a stumbling block to social progress. This is a problem that has existed for more than 2,000 years, and has restricted the development of card masters. But that was in the past. Now the old world has been discovered. It's like discovering an ancient library, and people have found a door that can finally open the superclass knowledge. In those ruins and the different dimensional space, although it is dangerous, there are countless treasures of civilization left over from ancient times. The royal family has mastered some superclass inheritances, and Ji-sun agrees with this statement. After all, 10 hours ago, he witnessed the exaggerated background of Queen Orin with his own eyes. The technical blockade of the Orin royal family is indeed a thorn in the throat. But the world can't do anything about them. After all, the dynasty has collapsed. Ji-sun also guessed and asked curiously, "So master, this dragon blood is the key to the 7th level? Is it a problem with the card master's bloodline? Although the 6th level is still out of reach, the dream still needs to be there." One day, he felt that he would definitely touch the bottleneck that strangled the neck of civilization. Yes. Master Merlin listened with a look of awe, but not completely. This is already the knowledge of the top card masters. Ji-sun looked humble and asked for advice, waiting for the next step. Master Merlin said lightly, "Since you have obtained the blood of the dragon, you must have seen the dragon's might." Ji-sun had seen it, and was a little confused about the relationship between the two. It's not just the might of dragons, but also the might of angels and old gods. The pressure from higher beings is still fresh in my memory. Master Merlin suddenly asked a question that Ji-sun had never thought about. Have you ever thought about the essence of dragon might? The essence of dragon might? When Ji-sun heard this question, it was as if a stick hit him, and he felt that he was getting closer to the truth. He thought about it, and responded, "The suppression of higher beings at the level of laws? That is indeed one aspect, but it is not accurate. And my research direction is what is the essence of this kind of suppression." Master Merlin nodded and corrected. He added, "The secret of the pressure of higher creatures on lower creatures may be hidden in the blood gene chain. This is a kind of suppression that exists in genetic inheritance. Not only dragons, but also some other higher creatures, such as the legendary high elves, giants, old gods, etc. They all have an instinctive suppression that makes lower creatures submit." Ji-sun also understood a little bit, so it's a bloodline problem. This sounds a bit like racial differences. Like the difference between insects and elephants? This is just one aspect. After all, low-level creatures, like humans, can also enter the god level by acquiring extraordinary powers in the universe. So, bloodline is not the only problem, but this is another research direction. Master Merlin said this, he hesitated. It seems that there are too many things to say about this issue, and it can't be explained clearly in a short time. After a moment of silence, he returned to the topic and continued, "My current focus is on the relationship between Long Wei and the suppression of distortion after the card master advances to the 7th level." Ji-sun did not speak, and continued to listen. This is also a question he is concerned about. Master Merlin said, "As far as I know, all the strong men and predecessors who have tried to break through the 7th level have been distorted without exception, so I have been looking for the cause of distortion all my life. Even in recent years, several legendary strong men have been willing to be research materials and let me dissect them. I used to unilaterally speculate that distortion was just the loss of control of extraordinary power at the physical level." Ji-sun listened with awe. In just a few simple words, he saw the efforts and contributions made by countless top card masters to overcome the bottleneck of civilization. But isn't the definition of distortion the extraordinary loss of control of the body? After all the classics say so. Is there any other reason? Master Merlin seemed to be trying to point out something, saying, "Recently, some new documents were accidentally discovered from the ruins of the old continent. I confirmed that my previous research was indeed too one-sided." At this point, he didn't rush to say more, but asked, "Have you heard of the saying that the body is the anchor of the soul, and the soul is the rudder of the body?" Ji-sun nodded, realizing something, and said, "You mean the reason for the loss of control is the soul?" Master Merlin neither denied nor confirmed, but said, "In fact, the human body bearing extraordinary characteristics is only one of the causes of distortion. But research has shown that some strong people's bodies can bear related extraordinary characteristics, but they are still bound to lose control. I didn't find the reason before, but now I think it may be a problem at the consciousness level." As he said, he added, because the source of Master Ka's extraordinary power is the 52-order demon god. The 7th level involves the real power of the demon god. That may be the realm of the demigod in the epic legend, and it must be considered a higher-level creature. In ancient mythological books, we often see epics of dragon slayers, and those are usually humans who are demigods. I thought it was a myth before. Now it seems to refer to some super-level secrets. But Ji-sun was really confused after listening to it. These are not recorded in any books, and they are already beyond the outline. And even though this scholar stood at the top of the pyramid of the contemporary academic world, he also used a lot of uncertain words, like maybe perhaps. This is even more difficult to understand. I have a guess that dragon power may be a manifestation of the super-level consciousness of higher creatures such as dragons. Master Merlin did not want to explain the complex academic issues and returned to the topic. He said earnestly, "So, I think these dragon materials you brought to me are so important. The dragon has the most complete gene chain of superior organisms, which may be the key. Of course, this is just some unverified inspiration from ancient books. Before the research results come out, I can't be sure which research direction is the correct answer." After saying this, he didn't say more about professional knowledge. This is exactly what he is currently studying. These words are just the guide to the next topic. Looking at Ji-sun, Merlin said like a kind elder, "Your foundation is very good. There will be a chance to see the peak scenery in the future. You will definitely face this problem at that time. But I can give you a suggestion. From now on, you can start to cultivate your mind." Ji-sun didn't quite understand what the mind meant, so he asked directly, "Do you mean the mental visualization method?" Master Merlin not only knows how to study, but also has legendary strength. He immediately corrected, "It's not just the amount of mental power. A more accurate description is consciousness, or the height of the soul." Ji-sun thought that his comprehension and understanding ability were far beyond ordinary people, but he was also confused when he heard about the fields that only top-level card masters could touch. Master Merlin looked at his confusion and continued to explain, "The intention mentioned by melee card masters refers to fist intention, sword intention, killing intention, etc. The spiritual power, divine storage, artistic conception, and will of warlocks are all the same thing. If my guess is correct, this may be a crucial direction for breaking through the super level. Besides, even if it is not, it is also crucial to your own practice, and it will not hurt to master it." Ji-sun finally understood why the master wasted his precious time talking so much. It was not just to popularize some high-end knowledge. He also wanted to point out a path for himself to practice. Ji-sun thought of this and said respectfully, "Thank you for your guidance, senior." Hearing this, Master Merlin shook his head slightly and didn't care. He just met a young man who he thought had good potential and was special, so he was interested in giving him some advice. He had met too many such amazing juniors over the years. Some died young, and some became the cornerstone of civilization. Perhaps there is an idea that one day when I am no longer here, someone can pass on this spirit of exploration. But after saying that, he thought about it and asked another question. "Since we are talking about this, let me ask you another question." "Ji-sun, please go ahead." Master Merlin smiled meaningfully. "Consciousness, to some extent, refers to the soul. Then everyone knows that living things have souls, just like humans. So where is the soul?" Ji-sun did not expect Master Merlin to ask this question. In the previous life, it can be said that the soul may not exist. But in this world, he has seen all kinds of vengeful spirits, evil ghosts, and dead spirits with his own eyes. This is the product of the soul after the death of a living thing. Then the question is, where is the soul? Master Merlin himself obviously did not figure out this question, and did not expect to get an answer, so he said, "I always thought it was in the body. But I have dissected many people and creatures, and I found that even if there is only a head left, as long as the living thing is still conscious, it has a complete soul." At this point, he left a suspense and asked again, "Do you think the soul might be in the brain?" "Yes." Ji-sun also thought that if it was not in the hands and feet, it might be in the brain, but Master Merlin immediately smiled mysteriously. "No. I'm sure it's not there." "Not there?" Ji-sun also found it incredible. If it's not in the body, not in the brain, then where can it be? But after thinking carefully, his eyes twitched slightly again. The firmness in his tone made him feel that Master Merlin himself had probably come to this conclusion after conducting actual research. No wonder he was expelled from the Card Master Association and exiled to Innocent City. Those related studies are probably a bit shocking. Master Merlin seemed like a qualified mentor. He couldn't answer this question, but he gave his students a direction, saying, "Consciousness is not in the dimension we know. But I'm not sure where it is. I guess that when we know where consciousness is, we can accurately know the realm of the super class. That way, there will be no rudder that can control the body with superpower, and it will not be out of control. Forget it, let's stop here. If I say more, you will be confused. After hearing this, Ji-sun seemed to understand suddenly. The body is the anchor of the soul, and the soul is the rudder of the body. It turns out that the meaning of this sentence is so profound. After a conversation, Ji-sun also truly realized the significance of the development of the old continent to the top powerhouses. After saying so much, Master Merlin did not want to continue chatting, and focused on his various experiments. Ji-sun did not interrupt, and practiced quietly in the laboratory and waited. One day later, Master Merlin did not disappoint. He refined a perfectly matching career card according to Ji-sun's physical evaluation data. Ji-sun got this gold career card with an effect that exceeded expectations. Dragon Catcher Quality Gold. Detailed explanation, exclusive third-level career card for Dragon Slayer Beowulf. Fusion requires strength of no less than 60, agility, constitution attributes of no less than 55, and animal tolerance of no less than 15. After fusion, you will gain the power of dragon hunting, gain 30 to 41% strength increase, 18% to 27% increase in all flesh attributes. After fusion, you will subsequently gain a huge amount of all-element spell power and continuous growth limit in the direction of flesh and blood, and gain hard armor, physical toughness, forbidden magic, element resistance, pseudo-dragon power, mental strength and resistance, giant food, chi and blood, healing and body absorption, dark mystery, unknown dark energy, ability. The effects of the materials invested are brought to the extreme. As expected, the Dragonborn main material has received dragon-related enhancements, especially the strength, which is simply exaggerated. For the mainstream third-level professional cards on the market, a normal enhancement of about 25% is already a top quality. And the lower limit of the direct strength enhancement of this gold card is 30%, and the enhancement of other attributes is also in the top quality range. And Slit Woman Scissors is also the finishing touch. This golden material has triggered the spiritual characteristics of the Dragonborn material, greatly enhancing pseudo-dragon power. Items, and the advanced dark matter crystal obtained from the ruins of Xiaomaicheng. This never-before-seen elemental material also gave the finished professional card a new item of dark mystery. Ji-sun was very satisfied with all the attributes. But at the same time, Ji-sun was also amazed. His physical fitness was so strong, and the materials he invested should not be as strong as those in ancient times. It felt that he barely met the fusion conditions. How exaggerated were the physical fitness of those card masters in ancient times? Without further delay, the body had already adjusted to the best state. Ji-sun got the card and immediately began to merge it on the spot. In the entire Innocent City, there is no place safer than Master Merlin's laboratory. The card collapsed, and the extraordinary characteristics merged into the body. The familiar feeling came again. The energy of the dam bursting washed over the body again. But the stronger the extraordinary characteristics of the professional card, the greater the pain of advancement. Moreover, the third level is a big bottleneck, and the various pains that the body has to endure are several times worse than before the second level. Pain, burning, bone cracking, muscle tearing, and because the fusion was dragon material, this high-level material is like poison to humans. At the moment when the occupation card collapsed, it was as if there was a trapped fire dragon in his body, rushing around, spewing flames, burning his body, trying to break through the cage of the body, but after all, it has been advanced twice. This third time, Ji-sun didn't feel any surprise at all. The pain was also within the range that his will could bear. The only difference was that he understood. Curse seal. The curse was like a layer of armor on the body, preventing it from being blown up by the violent supernatural characteristics. The whole fusion process was painful, and made people feel the strong expectation of transformation. 2 days later, the supernatural characteristics in the body finally subsided. Ji-sun opened his eyes from meditation. He immediately felt the swelling of the muscles. He looked at the brand new panel, breathed a sigh of relief, and murmured in his heart, finally, it's the third level. The customized professional card with high compatibility was successfully advanced with almost no accidents during the fusion. Ji-sun. Strength, 91.56. Constitution, 80.46. Agility, 80.23. Toughness, 80.11. Skill, 52. Spirit, 49. Spell power, 16888. Aura, Doomed Gambler. Elemental Affinity, Dark 51/Light. Professional items, Flesh Growth, Qigong strengthening, dark beast, werewolf form, wild growth, Qigong master, hellfire, hard armor, forbidden magic, pseudo-dragon power, giant food, dark mystery so strong. Ji-sun's eyes were full of energy. Looking at the changes in his body after the fusion, he truly felt the powerful improvement brought by this occupation card. The effect of the dragonborn material was fully exerted. All attributes soared from 60 plus to 80 plus. The most exaggerated was strength, which directly soared to 90 plus. This almost reached the theoretical 30 to 41% increase limit of the Dragon Catcher occupation card. It was simply perfect. Moreover, after the advancement, a lot of various occupation entries were also added. The most important thing is that the upper limit of the rank has been opened. Ji-sun clearly felt the hunger that could become stronger, instead of the satisfaction of the previous second-level bottleneck period. Not only did his body become stronger, but standing at a high rank, Ji-sun also clearly felt that his understanding of the laws of the universe had reached a new level again. This is a completely different and mysterious experience. No wonder the rank gap has such a great impact on combat power. At this moment, he clearly felt that the third-level body and the second-level body were like an iron sword and a wooden sword, with a world of difference. Seeing this, Ji-sun grinned. Is this the third level? Now that he has successfully advanced, he can try the matter of Shengbang prison that he has been thinking about. He has been in the laboratory for a few days, and the master has been busy all the time. Ji-sun didn't want to stay there shamelessly. He walked into the laboratory, looked at the busy back, and greeted Master Merlin. Thank you for your help this time. Merlin looked back at Ji-sun, as if he just remembered that there was such a person in the laboratory. After a pause, he also praised, wow, the advancement is successful. You are in very good condition. Ji-sun said respectfully, thanks to the professional card you made, Master. Merlin smiled without comment. He made the professional card himself, so he knew how exaggerated the attributes of this card were. He did help, but not all. After all, this card cannot be fused by just anyone. To have such a good effect, the fusionist must be very good. Ji-sun came to say hello and leave, and did not want to delay Master Merlin's time. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly thought of something and tried to ask, Master Merlin, I'm going to Shengbang prison this time. I want to ask if you know anything about that place. He thought about Master Merlin's status, and he had been in Wuzhu City for so many years, so he might not be unaware of the gluttony breathing method. Master Dongjio was reluctant to talk about it before. Maybe this person doesn't know, but Ji-sun was afraid that the other party would be embarrassed, so he didn't make his purpose clear. However, Master Merlin answered this kind of indirect question very directly. Hearing the name of the place Shengbang prison, he thought of something, and looked at Ji-sun with a meaningful look, and said directly, I know what you want to ask. But I can't give you an answer. Ji-sun didn't say anything more when he heard this, and bowed decisively to say goodbye. I am a little rude. The master obviously knew it, but didn't say it. In other words, the identity of the big man in prison is really special. When Ji-sun thought of this, he didn't feel that he had encountered an insurmountable difficulty, but instead, he had a strong interest in exploring. He bowed and said, Master Merlin, I'm leaving. Master Merlin listened to this, nodded, turned around and continued to do his own things. But when he looked back, Ji-sun didn't see a smile on the old face, and said to himself, that weird old man, he shouldn't be dead yet. Chapter 220. Ji-sun left the laboratory. Master Merlin soon immersed himself in his own experiments again after decades of concentration and passion. The dragonborn materials did bring him too many surprises. Decomposing the gene sequence of this mythical creature also confirmed his wild conjectures. But at his age, his energy is gradually weakening. Even if he raised a few spiritual disasters, like evil god tentacles to nourish his soul. But I always feel that I am not energetic enough. Just like now, I often forget something. I don't know how long it has been, but the pet said that there are humans outside. Master Merlin suddenly remembered something and slapped his head. Oh, I almost forgot, there are distinguished guests today. Ever since he made the first legendary card and became one of the 3 legendary card makers, those who wanted to see him had to visit him in person. Even the top dignitaries in the Federation had to be respectful. But this time, he put down all the experiments in his hands and hurried out of the laboratory. He was going to greet the distinguished guest he hadn't seen for a long time. At this moment, the sewer exit of the laboratory. A fat boy in a tuxedo stood slightly stiffly beside a cloaked man. Grandma, do you want me to go in and say hello first? I made an appointment for today, but... No. Just wait. My old friend must have forgotten again. Oh. If Ji-sun was here, He would recognize at a glance that this little fat man was Song Can, the owner of Big Ivan's secret treasure shop. Although the cloaked person beside him could not see her face and her voice was old, even if she just stood there, people could feel that she had an extremely quiet and elegant temperament. Soon, footsteps were heard. A dark figure walked quickly from the depths of the sewer into the field of vision. Looking closely, it was Master Merlin, who came in a hurry. The wise man looked at the cloaked person waiting in front of him, recognized his old friend at a glance, greeted him warmly, and said with apologetic heart, "Ah, how rude. You actually let the young lady come here. Sorry, I clearly remember that you were going to come to Innocent City today, but I happen to have an experiment in my hands these days, and my memory is not very good because I am old." Before Master Merlin finished speaking, the cloaked man smiled and shook his head. "Merlin, you are still the same." She didn't care at all, because she knew the character of her old friend very well. Real friends never need to be so polite. Master Merlin also laughed at himself when he heard it, and didn't continue to speak, but said, "Miss, long time no see. If you don't mind, come sit in my lab." As he said that, he made an invitation gesture. "Okay." The cloaked man nodded and agreed happily. She followed him in, but also felt that the address was not very good, so he corrected, "And I've been saying it for decades. Just call me by my name." Master Merlin laughed again when he heard this. "Ha ha ha, when I was young, I always felt that it was very rude to call you miss by your name. I'm used to it, and I can't change it." The cloaked man listened and smiled without saying anything. As if hearing the word young, some already vague memories suddenly came to my mind. Master Merlin said with great emotion as he walked, "If it weren't for your unremitting support, I wouldn't be here today. Perhaps I would inherit my father's job and become a boilerman in Longcheng." The cloaked man smiled and said nothing, just shook his head and sighed softly. Mentioning the past, those memories emerged before his eyes. Although Master Merlin's name is well known in the card master world, few people know about his past before he became famous. He didn't even know that the grandmother of the Black Gold Chamber of Commerce was actually an old friend of his for 100 years. Although card makers are respected, this is a profession that requires a lot of money and resources. This path is not something that ordinary people can take, and it has always been exclusive to the nobility. However, Merlin was not born into a noble family. When he was a teenager, Merlin was still a poor student. Even if he was talented, it was impossible to become a card maker without money in that era. But at that time, the Song family was already a large conglomerate in the Federation. The eldest lady had a keen eye for talent and gave full support, which led to the emergence of Master Merlin. The fat man Song Can, who was standing by, looked more reserved as he watched the two old men greet each other. He followed behind them, respectfully, not daring to make any noise for fear of disturbing them. But he also listened with curious ears. Listening to Master Merlin's words, he realized that his Song family and Master Merlin had such a connection. As they walked, the cloaked man said, "Merlin, it seems like we haven't seen each other for a long time?" Master Merlin also nodded and thought about it. "The last time we met was more than 10 years ago, right? I was exiled to Innocent City and couldn't go back." "The last time we met was before he was exiled." Hearing this, the cloaked man sighed slightly. "It turns out that the last time we met was so long ago." "Yes." Master Merlin nodded. At this moment, he was not a legendary master, but just accompanying an old friend, just like walking and chatting together many years ago. After a moment of silence, the cloaked man said with infinite emotion, "In the blink of an eye, we have all become so old. Sometimes I really think that there are not many old friends who are still alive. The memory of my youth is like a dream. I really can't tell whether it is a dream I had when I was confused, or the years I really experienced in this life." "Yes." Master Merlin listened to this, and just responded, but he always felt that something was wrong. This old friend, who has always been optimistic, seems to have a sad mood today. He asked tentatively, "Miss? You?" The cloaked man knew what he saw and said calmly, "I have something to do this time. At the same time, I am here to say goodbye to you." Hearing this, Master Merlin's expression suddenly froze. "You?" This goodbye made the legendary master's eyes moisten instantly. He realized that this might be the last time they met. The last goodbye in life. Suddenly sadness surged in his heart, and Merlin hurriedly said, "I have some new research." The cloaked man smiled and shook his head. "It's useless. All the methods that can be used have been used. I know my own situation very well." Then, she said in a calm and relieved tone, "My old friend, don't be sad for me. My life is already wonderful. I also know where I am going. Death is never the end." After hearing this, Master Merlin fell into a long silence. In his wise eyes, there was only melancholy and sigh. There are not many people in this world that he cares about. If one person is missing, it will be just as she said just now, as if all those memories have become as light as a dream. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "Miss, have you found the person you are looking for?" Hearing this, the cloaked man's eyes were blurred and distant, as if he remembered something in the passing of time, and his full of thoughts finally turned into a relieved smile. "Yes. It's really lucky." Master Merlin looked at her expression. Suddenly the sadness was diluted. He knew what the person he was looking for meant. After a lifetime of waiting and searching, he finally got the result, and he was happy for his old friend. Thinking of this, Merlin's eyes also had a faint smile, and he turned and said, "I haven't seen you so happy in many years." Thinking of something, the cloaked man showed a sincere smile on his face, and said, "Yes. Fate still favors me. There is a brilliant career, a sincere friendship, and a perfect obsession." Master Merlin also smiled, and his eyes were wet. Looking at the bright smile on the old friend's face, it seemed as if he had returned to those days when he was young. But thinking back carefully, that was 100 years ago. On the other side, Ji-sun left the laboratory and went directly to Downing Street. He had been in Innocent City for quite a while, and he knew very well where to get really useful information. Old Dock Tavern. The restless drinkers were emitting the heat of life under the heavy metal music, and the air was filled with the smell of hormones. In the corner, Ji-sun was holding a glass of blackberry wine, drinking it sip by sip. After advancing to the third level, he felt great. Even the most conspicuous position on the notice board of every tavern in Downing Street is his wanted poster, and the streets are full of guys who want to catch him and collect the bounty. But he sat here, and there was no ripple in his heart. This is the confidence brought by the sudden increase in strength. Now that he has entered the third level, it is not easy to kill him. At least card masters below the fourth level have basically no hope. However, after Ji-sun came out of the laboratory, there was always a question lingering in his mind. Master Merlin avoided talking about it. Why? What is the situation of the big shot in Shangbang prison? It stands to reason that a person of Master Merlin's status should not be able to avoid talking about someone. But he didn't say anything. The Shangbang prison. Ji-sun had actually heard of it before, but he only knew that it was a prison. The Innocent City was originally a place of exile, and all the people who came here were criminals. Theoretically, the exiles who came here were all free to do what they wanted, and their freedom would no longer be restricted. But there are some exceptions. For example, some serious criminals in the federal government. For example, political prisoners, or some exiled nobles, officers, and those guys with sensitive identities. The law does not allow them to be killed, they can only be exiled. But the top leaders don't want them to go back and make trouble, so they can only continue to restrict their freedom. So there is the Shangbang prison. This is all the information Ji-sun knows. While drinking, a woman dressed in a seductive way came in and sat directly across the table. This is a well-known intelligence dealer in the underworld of Innocent City, Sister Bo of Downing Street. It was not the first time that Ji-sun had dealt with this woman. As soon as they met, he said directly, "Where is the information I want?" Sister Bo looked at the customer in front of her calmly, confirmed that it was the first time she met him, and said directly, 100,000. The business of these intelligence dealers is not only to sell intelligence. At the same time, the identity of the person who bought the intelligence is also an important intelligence they need. Ji-sun's eyes flashed coldly deliberately, but he did not break the rules, and took out the money quickly. Sister Bo looked at his demeanor, and knew that he was an expert in the underworld. She immediately stopped her prying thoughts, and while taking the money, she handed over an oil paper bag and said, "Here is the information. One hand for money, the other for goods." The two insiders did not drag their feet. But Ji-sun had been away from Wuzue City for a long time, and he wanted to find out some other information, so he asked casually, "What's going on here recently? Good information is not cheap." As he said that, he also took out a stack of banknotes again. Sister Bo happily accepted it and said, 3 days ago, something big happened to the Lionheart family in Lion City in the old continent. But for some reason, the news was blocked there. It is said that some important people were assassinated. The information we have is about the struggle for the successor within the Lionheart family. It is certain that the recently eye-catching S-level wanted criminal was directly involved. The Chow family has sent people to take over the Innocent City, and they have discovered several important mechanical relics in the Devil's Cross, and the mechanical army has begun to take shape. It is said that mechanical equipment that is threatening to high-level card masters has been mass-produced. Several other families of the 5 major counselors have already sent people here. The explosion at the Gold Nugget Wharf not long ago was done by them. The shadows of those dead soldiers may be found in the sewers of East City. Oh, and the Revolutionary Army cadres who were hiding in Honolulu last time appeared in Hsinchu City, in the southern part of the Federation. There was some commotion. That Valkyrie Chin killed a federal lieutenant general. It must be said that these professional intelligence merchants are really powerful. Some of the news was even more detailed than the newspapers for the nobility. Ji-sun also listened calmly, occasionally asking a few questions that interested him. After a while, Sister Bo stopped talking. Ji-sun knew that the money was gone, so he didn't ask any more questions. With this information and the content in the newspaper, he had a general understanding of the recent movements of Innocent City. Sister Bo knew the rules very well. Seeing that Ji-sun didn't listen anymore, she didn't say anything or ask any questions. The transaction was over. Sister Bo stood up to leave, but after all, she was asking for money, so she said, "Sir, do you need any additional news? Only 10,000. Ji-sun glanced at her and said calmly, "Say." These shrewd intelligence merchants dare to speak up. They must think that the information is of interest to the customers. This time, Sister Bo did not ask for money first, but said, "Recently, many people have inquired about the information of Shungbang prison. According to the information I got from the bank, Bureau X and some members of parliament are also paying attention." Ji-sun listened without any strange expression, but he paid more attention in his heart. This information is indeed very important to him. After paying, Sister Bo walked out of the bar with her sexy hips twisted. Ji-sun took out the information in the file bag and started to look through it. His brows gradually knitted when he saw it. The information he bought mainly consisted of two parts. The first was about Atai. The second was about Shungbang prison. Before joining the Brotherhood, Atai had indeed worked as a transport worker in Shungbang prison 15 years ago. The reason why Ji-sun wanted to find out about this, in addition to confirming the origin of the gluttony breathing method, was more importantly to calculate the people that Atai might have come into contact with in those years based on the timeline. This was the only way he could think of to find the mysterious man. After all, the Shungbang prison was just as the intelligence said, there was no way out. Anyone who entered the prison could never get out. This prison is really mysterious. Looking at the content of the intelligence, Ji-sun felt that things were not simple. He had previously thought that Shungbang prison was just a prison. It was because he knew where the gluttony breathing method came from that he first thought there might be something wrong. Now, looking at this only in but not out, and the prison management is actually Golden Oak Security Company. Ji-sun realized that things are not simple. In the eyes of ordinary people, Golden Oak Security Company is the Public Security Bureau of Innocent City. Ji-sun also worked as a low-level corpse collector in this company. But now, he also knows that this security company is a force secretly supported by the Orin survivors. Then the question comes. What do the Orin survivors do by controlling a prison? It must be profitable. At present, those remnants of the old times have a lot of broken data of the old continent, and the Innocent City itself is an ancient relic from 3,000 years ago. So, could it be that those guys knew that there was something special about the Shungbang prison and let Golden Oak manage it? Once this hypothesis is established, the existence of this prison becomes confusing. According to the current information, no one knows what is going on in the prison except the Golden Oak. It is a place completely isolated from the outside world. And because of the recent development of the old continent, Innocent City has become more lively, and the management of Shungbang prison has become stricter. The intelligence said that there is a suspected top-level card master guarding it. Ji-sun had asked around before, and even when Atai was in the Brotherhood, he never talked to anyone about his experience in Shungbang prison. It seems that he signed a contract when he joined the company, or there was a special reason. Although I don't know where those intelligence dealers got this information, those who eat this professional meal must have their own way. Ji-sun thought about it, and felt that the information was correct. And as Sister Bo said just now, some forces such as X-Bureau are also asking about the situation in the prison. This is even more intriguing. Ji-sun got this information and confirmed his idea of going there in person as soon as possible. Ji-sun left the tavern and obviously noticed that someone was following him. But this is very normal in Innocent City. It could be a gangster who is greedy for money, an informant of an intelligence dealer, or a professional thief. Ji-sun didn't care at all. After changing his clothes, he easily avoided those probes. Now the goal is clear, he wants to go to the prison. Infiltration is basically not considered. Since it is a place controlled by the Orlan survivors, the danger is directly considered to the upper limit. The intelligence said that there is a suspected top card master guarding the prison. So it can be basically ruled out that there must be a master. It is very risky to sneak in rashly. And the saying of Shungbang prison that there is in But no out is also extremely dangerous. According to the intelligence, no prisoners have ever come out of the prison. Ji-sun guessed that it was either death row or there was some danger in this cell that prevented the prisoner from coming out alive. Either possibility deserves to be treated with caution. Although he is now at the 3rd level, he is not arrogant enough to think that he can safely deal with this completely unknown danger. However, this unknown danger also aroused Ji-sun's strong desire to explore. Now there are 2 ideas. The mysterious person related to the gluttony breathing method is either a prisoner in the prison or a guard at the Golden Oak. Ji-sun is more inclined to the former. But after thinking about it, he still plans to start with the Golden Oak Company. For example, pretend to be a porter first, and see what is going on inside. After all, Atai was once a porter in Shangbang prison. The person who can be contacted by that position may be the target person.